Episode 301. Everyone should see. The others were a little too far to see what was genuinely happening. They stood outside the booth and were watching from both sides. One side with Quinn's group on the left, and the other side with Zach's group. Each of their teams stood behind their teammates, which meant Quinn had his back facing against Fex. So even with his excellent eyesight, he didn't know what was going on and was unable to see that the influence skill was currently active. Quinn had never even thought about using the influence skill to get rid of this whole matter. Zach, being a level 6 ability user, usually meant one would have a strong mind and willpower. This wasn't always the case, but more so than not. In the past, something like this would have never worked. However, two things had changed since the last time. The first is that Quinn had increased his charm points quite a bit. The second was due to the pressure and frightening things that had happened so far. Zach's mind was very unstable. He didn't quite know what was going on, and because of this, the influence skill had a great effect. "You're going to leave that crystal behind and leave this place," Quinn ordered. At that moment, Zach obediently followed, pulling the intermediate crystal from his pouch and placing it on the floor. Soon after, he already left, and the others followed. "Well, that went a lot smoother than I thought it would," Fex said. After picking up the crystal and placing it in his pocket, his mood had calmed down, and his eye color had returned to normal. "Well, that was fun, wasn't it?" he said, facing the others. Seeing this, Vorden felt like Quinn was acting a little bipolar. Just moments ago, his voice sounded like he would snap Zach's head apart, but now he seemed to be over the moon. However, Vorden didn't say anything, as he wasn't the one to talk about a person having mood swings. Just then, the admin man had entered the room. The other student had left to join the others when he saw Zach and them going. "What happened?" the man said with his hands held above his head. The top part of the machine was smashed to bits. It was beyond repair. A whole new machine would need to be ordered. "We should have told those guys to stay behind," said Fex. "Now we're going to get the blame and have to pay for this." The man was about to tear them a new one. He told the kids how they should respect the property that wasn't owned by them, but when seeing the large number in the room, indicating which booth this was, he quickly realized it was the same one from the video. "Did you do this?" the man asked, looking at Quinn. The video that was shown was from the top right. In the video, one was unable to see the face, but could see all the actions performed. The only thing that could be seen as the black curly hair. "Yes, it was me," Quinn replied. "No, you idiot! Why do you have to be so honest? Just say it was the others who ran away," Fex said. "They have the incident on video anyway," Sam said. "On the video there will be no proof that the others did anything, and would just show Quinn kicking the top part, so it's best not to lie." The students stood there worried for Quinn. The man was quite large, and they were afraid of the consequences they might have to face. "If you need to, I can pay for the machine," Vorden offered. "I can chip in as well," Fex added. "Me too," Sam replied, feeling a little awkward if he didn't offer as well after everyone else had done. But he wasn't rich like the others, and didn't want them to take him up on his offer. The man looked at Quinn. If he was the one in the video, it was expected that something like this might have happened. "You have good friends. Accidents like this can happen. Don't worry about it, and don't let it happen again," the man said. They were shocked at the response, but decided to try to leave as soon as possible, and not argue back with the results. There was a good chance that the man might change his mind, so they quickly decided to leave the place. "Make sure I don't see you here again," the man shouted at them with a smile. The four boys were back out at the platform, and the night sky was now fully out. The stairs could be seen above them, and they looked beautiful. Most of the students who were on the platform before had already headed back to their hotel to get some sleep. Although there was no curfew, students were expected to watch the matches that started early in the morning. The group continued to walk in a circle on the platform and reached Sam's hotel. Before parting ways, Sam wanted to get as much information out of Quinn as possible. "You were skillful back there. I can't believe what you did. You know, I feel slightly embarrassed now that I offered to help you when you didn't need it," Sam said, laughing. "Don't worry about it," Quinn said. "You offered to help even though you didn't know us. In this world, there aren't many who would do that. If you don't mind me asking, how did you do that with the machine earlier? How can you move so fast? Is it something to do with your ability?" Sam asked. Quinn thought a bit about what to say before answering, but he knew he couldn't take too long, otherwise Sam would get suspicious. Still, he didn't see Sam as a bad person, but still couldn't tell him the truth. I don't have an ability. That's why it shows I'm a level 1. Because of this, my parents trained me on how to fight since I was young. I focused just on using martial arts. I thought if I got good enough and got some decent beast gear, then maybe I can still make it in this world, Quinn explained. He's getting better at lying. I don't know if that's a good thing, though, Vorden thought. With that, the group continued to talk for a bit before parting ways. Sam headed back to his hotel room, while the others continued to walk to their hotel. Saying one has no ability is a good way to hide your actual ability. It's a shame you won't be participating in this tournament, Quinn. It would have been able to see you up against Nate, Sam thought. Although he couldn't confirm Quinn was the Blood Evolver, he didn't need to. The main thing was that Sam felt like he had got on well with Quinn. If he were the Blood Evolver, it would only make things more interesting. There was no rush on his end. There was still a week left to try to find out the truth. Back at the gaming area, the admin who had let Quinn and his group go was a go in the camera room. He had finished cleaning up the bits and pieces and had closed off the booth to be used by the public. Inside the room, he watched Quinn's video fighting against the level 4 machine again. Every time he watched, he got excited. He also further watched what had happened after the events, seeing that Quinn had saved his fellow teammate and kicked the machine out of harm's way. I was right to not blame them for what happened, he thought. Still, there was another reason why the man had let them go without paying for anything. The video had been cut down, only showing Quinn's actions during the level 4 game. Then, once the video file was downloaded, the man went into one of the students' internal video sharing platforms and clicked upload. A bar started to fill the screen, and the number eventually reached 100%. This video doesn't deserve only to be seen by me, the man said. Soon, all the students in the military base would see Quinn's amazing feat. Episode 302, Leo vs. Silver. Arriving at the arena, Silver felt better than she had done in a while. It had been a long month at the Academy military base. She wished to return home but would never do so until she had completed her task. Now that it felt like she was drawing close, her mood was starting to change. As she left the hotel room to head outside, she passed many of the students she had taught. I hope you have a good day, miss. Stay safe. I wish I look as pretty as her when I grow up. The students couldn't help but praise Miss Silver. Although she had been strict in class, her lessons were quite knowledgeable. Her lessons were also enjoyable, as it seemed like when Silver taught, she had no filter. When speaking, she would never sugarcoat her words like the other teachers. In the middle of her class, the boys would often compliment her or ask her about certain subjects. When replying, she would do so bluntly, embarrassing them and speaking what was on her mind. As days went on, the students started to learn what Silver was like, and realized she meant no harm from her words. At first, she found the compliments annoying, but over time, she grew to enjoy the words. When I go back, will Father praise me for doing a good job? She thought. Everything she had done so far was for the family, and she would continue to do so. Yet not even once had her father, the family leader, praised her, unlike here where she heard kind words every day. Before she knew it, she had already left the arena and was just outside on the ground floor. It was a habit for her to want to be alone whenever she got upset. Usually, a few moments later, and her idiot of a brother, Fex, would come and cheer her up. After she had calmed down, she planned to head back into the arena and search around on the top floor to see if she could find any information or maybe even spot Fex. The quicker she brought him home, the less time she would have to spend here. However, a strange, sweet smell had reached her nose, one she was familiar with but hadn't smelt in a long time. The smell of blood. Wondering why she would smell the scent of human blood outside, she quickly rushed over to the scene. Eventually the trail of blood led her to a bald man with a sword by his side. When she saw that no one was hurt, she slowed down her stride and started to walk. The smell was still coming from the direction of the man, and that's when her eyes were glued onto a particular object he held in his hand. It was a metallic flask, but not just any flask. A flask that bore the symbol of the Sanguinist family. Knowing that Fex was at one of the academies, her mind instantly thought the flask belonged to him. The question was, why was this man holding on to Fex's flask that was filled with blood? From his scent alone, she could tell he wasn't a vampire. "Where did you get that flask?" Silver asked. Leo tried to see if he could recognize the voice, but it was not one he knew. He was quite new to the military, so he still hadn't memorized all of the other generals and sergeants' aura or voices either. But if one was able to get into this facility, he had to assume they were a member of staff. Yet, the first question she asked when meeting him was about the flask. Judging by the tone of her voice, she had to be either someone of equal rank or someone above. No student would dare talk to a sergeant like this. "Who are you?" Leo asked. "State your name and rank." Although Leo had spoken, the words didn't process through Silver's mind. She was too concerned with her question. Vex would have never let something so precious fall into the hands of another unless something serious had happened. Did the humans find out about him and kill him? Regardless, the flask was an important piece of equipment that could link the humans to them. She needed to get rid of it. Flicking out one of her fingers, a small piece of string shot out straight, aiming for the flask in Leo's hand. Not wanting to cause a scene, she would take the flask and try to find out more later. The piece of string was so thin, and it was dark outside, making it practically invisible. But before the string could even reach the flask, a slicing sound was heard, and then a short click followed after. The piece of string then fell onto the floor. When looking at Leo, she could see the flask had now been put away into his side pouch, while his hand was on the hilt of his sword. "You cut the string, but how did you see it?" she asked, shocked by what had just happened. But Silver wasn't the only one shocked. He was surprised that the girl was also able to see him move his sword so fast. "I didn't," Leo replied as he pointed to his eyes with his other hand. "Can't you tell? I'm blind." Leo expected at least a chuckle from Silver. Usually, these types of words would at least give him a response. Instead, Silver stood there still like a statue. Not even her expression had changed. When checking out her aura, there wasn't even a little flicker, and still, her aura seemed to be masked. "If you're blind, then I don't have to worry about you seeing my face," she said as she dashed forward. Withdrawing his sword from his sheath, a large pressurized air slice came out from the sword. Sensing the strong power that was just unleashed, Silver knew she needed to do something about it. One moment she was directly in front of Leo, the next she was behind him. Silver struck towards his chest, thinking the whole thing would be over, but as if Leo had eyes on the back of his head, he was able to dodge by ducking down. He then pivoted, his foot spinning his body around while throwing out his blade towards the middle of her body. This time the attack was too fast for her to move. Instead, at just the right time, she opened up her palms and slapped at the sword from the bottom and the top. Using all her strength, she was able to stop the sword just in time. The sword was held in her hands, just a few inches away from her body. From the outside, it looked like neither one of them was moving an inch. But the truth was, they were both using their full strength, but the power was equal, not allowed the other one to budge. "Is this her natural strength?" Leo thought. "I've even activated the beast armor underneath my clothing, and still I can't overpower her." From Leo's ability, he was able to tell if his opponent had high-level beast gear that was currently activated to enhance the user's strength. There was a possibility that the opponent he was fighting against was able to mask their equipment as well, but it was unlikely. The stalemate continued for a while, but both knew this was useless. "Your voice sounds pretty. If it sounded as good as you looked, I might let you win this one," Leo said, hoping to break her concentration for just a second. However, it didn't seem to work. Instead, her eyebrows and face started to scrunch up. She started to concentrate even more, and the top of her forehead started to sweat a little. Silver hadn't run out of options. She still had her many vampire abilities. The problem was quite a few of them required her to look into her opponent's eyes, and that didn't quite work well against Leo. Other than that, the blood abilities would be a dead giveaway and would leave behind a trace. Instead, she chose to push her body even further, ever so slightly. With one of her hands, she carefully positioned her fingers now, so it was held both on top and under the blade. Then, slowly with her other, she let go. Now, Silver was holding back Leo with a single hand, but she knew she couldn't do this for long. With her other hand free, quickly she started to twirl her fingers, and multiple strings started to shout out. The target wasn't Leo himself, but instead they were heading for his pouch. The first set of strings lifted it open, while the next grabbed onto the flask. After slightly moving her finger like a web, she was able to draw it into her hand. "Don't make me come back to kill you," she said, as she quickly fled the scene at an amazing speed. Leo prepared himself to perform another quick set of slashes. If he threw out multiple strikes now, there was a chance one of them could hit her and slow her down. Midway through his attack, though, he stopped himself. "She couldn't have come all this way just for that. It seems whoever owned that item is quite important." From the location of where the flask was found and the story of the other students, he could tell that the flask most likely belonged to one of them. He had planned to return it at one point, but not until he found out the flask's use. He never did in the end, but now he felt like he had a more interesting tale to follow. While running back to her room, Silver looked at her hand and could see a cut. "That human hurt me." Episode 303, Secret Mission. The first day had passed, which meant it was finally time. It was time for the first day of events. The schedule was like this. Each day, the first round for every category of event would happen. Several smaller events would take place at the same time. In comparison, the three main events would be shown one by one. On the top platform, where all the students were, there were several screens spread throughout the arena, with a number on the side. Each student was handed a pamphlet at their hotel, which indicated the schedule of events that would be displayed on several screens. The top platforms would also be available to the public during this time. This meant that those who had arrived from other planets and factions could also keep a close eye on what was going on. When the main events were to be shown in the afternoon, all the screens would change to focus on them, and the public would have to watch the events directly in the arena. Underneath the arena, most of the participants had woken up early. The first events didn't start until closer to midday, but still, the nerves and excitement got the better of them, and nearly everyone had woken up early. The sleeping quarters for the events were just as nice as the hotel, but were set out differently. There was only one floor, and each of the rooms was next to each other, but they had the basics for everyone: a computer, a bed, a toilet, and a shower. The computer was there so the students could still enjoy their free time and research whatever doubts they had, while also updating themselves about the ongoing news. It would also allow them to communicate with other students. The separation was to allow them to focus and to sort out the formalities with all the students taking part in the event. There were a large number of people, and with several military bases taking part, it was easier to communicate and organize things this way. When the event was over, or when a student was knocked out, they would be free to head to the hotel where their military base had its accommodation. Peter, of course, had restricted access compared to the others. There was no computer in his room, and a guard was stationed outside his door during the whole night. When Layla had left her room in the morning, she went out and started to head to the target practice area. While walking, her legs were a little wobbly, and she had quite the bags under her eyes. Her body felt weak, and the energy was drained from her. One wouldn't expect this type of reaction from some of the participants, as they cared for an event like this. But for Layla, this was not the case. She had no reason to care for the tournament. Win or lose, it didn't matter. Her life was already predetermined. She wasn't going to get good grades and join the military or a faction after this. She couldn't even become a solo traveler if she wanted to. This became more apparent to her last night, and this was the real reason why she felt like this. Last night she had hardly gotten any sleep. When entering her room, she had prepared to have a nice rest. She had made a warm bath and placed the right amount of bath salts and solutions into the tub. She had never experienced pampering like this, and just wanted to enjoy it for once. However, fate was quite cruel to her. The sound of a message being received was heard on the computer. "That's strange. I didn't sign into anything, right? I don't think I even touched the computer. Maybe the person before forgot to log out?" she said as she started to walk over. However, even the thought of someone forgetting to log out was strange. Technology had come quite a way, and the computer was able to tell who was actually at the computer at the time through the camera. If it wasn't the correct person or the user wasn't seen, it would generally disconnect from whatever it was connected to. Still, this just made Layla even more curious. When she looked at the screen, her heart felt like it skipped a beat. The towel she had used to cover herself had fallen out of her hands, and she didn't even bother to cover up her bare naked body. On the computer screen was an envelope with a crest attached in red. It imitated the letters from the old times, when wax was used to seal essential letters. In this case, the seal was used as an angel, with its wings having been removed, falling to the side. It was a letter from Pure. They had their own ways of getting information to their members. Pure, in reality, was a much bigger and more influential group than the government would have liked the public to know. Layla's hand was shaking as she went to select the letter. What could they want now? Do they want me to do something? Maybe even attempt to assassinate someone? Thoughts were running through her head. There were many different tasks an agent needed to do, and she felt quite lucky when they told her to just gather information about the academy as she saw fit. The letter could very well be her first real mission. Eventually she plucked up the courage and clicked on the letter. The digital screen imitated the seal being open, and the contents of the letter were shown. Agent 100, you have been ordered to lose and drop out of the tournament as soon as possible. The contents of the letter were short, and it didn't expand on instructions or even explain why. It was merely telling her to purposely lose her next match. Her bath time was ruined, and her whole night for that matter. The task was an easy one, and she was thankful for that. She wasn't going to try in the event anyway. Still, she couldn't help but wonder why it was so important for her to drop out of the event. The only thing it would allow her to do was to return to the other side. Are they planning an attack? This dreaded thought had now chilled her mind. If they weren't planning an attack, they were planning something big. Every year this event took place, and so far they had never targeted it. It was expected at some point they would, and this might very well be the year. Having arrived at the target practice area, Layla started to notice something strange. The other students seemed to be huddled up in groups and were talking about something. She was able to catch a few words here and there, and she had also expected them to be talking about their upcoming events. Hey, did you see that video? Yeah, it went viral pretty quickly. Do you think you could do that? Are you crazy? It must be fake, right? But it happened here. It was one of the students from the bases. Look at the date and timestamp, and even in the description they mentioned what had happened. That's what I don't understand, though. This person was a skilled fighter, but if this happened yesterday at the arcades up top, then that means he isn't a participant in any of the events. Even if he had a weak ability, there is even a martial arts event. Heck, there's an event based on this very game, so why didn't he join? Without any context to what the students were talking about, Layla was perplexed and was quite curious as well. That's when she heard her name being called out from behind. Hey, Layla! Logan shouted. Do you have a second? As soon as Logan left his room, he started looking around to try to find Layla, trying to see if she had heard or seen the video herself. Standing upright, trying to make herself look energized, Layla turned around. What's up? Judging by your not saying anything, I guess you haven't seen it. Logan then placed his hand out, and the little spiders from his suit started to detach themselves, until eventually they formed a small screen and tablet. The video was a recording of one of the gaming booths from the top left corner. The student was angled, and the camera was positioned slightly behind, so one could see the machine as well as the student's fast hand movements. What was shown was a student being able to clear a level 4 game, while the machine itself looked like it hadn't moved an inch. Layla had tried one of these machines before and could see how impressive it was. In the video, the figurehead had been altered and blurred thanks to the uploaders wanting to keep the person's identity secret. It's cool and all. No wonder everyone is talking about it. But why did you want to show it to me so badly? Layla asked. Logan then gave a command to his little spiders to alter the video. The blur from the person's head was removed, and now curly hair with pale skin could be seen. It was still hard to see the student, but for those who were around him a lot, she could tell who it was. It was Quinn. What the hell is he doing? She asked. Episode 304. Prove Them Wrong. The video had already spread around, and it looked like many in the room were now talking about it. The feat itself wasn't so impressive, but the fact that a student of their age was able to do such a thing was. In the game, no abilities could be used, and some were even beginning to think the person in the video must have had some type of speed ability. However, gaming systems usually had some countermeasure against abilities being used in this type of place, and this was no exception. Due to the event not allowing the use of abilities, Trackers and such were invented to see when MC cells were activated in a specific area. It was the same type of technology that was used in the watches. Although the game couldn't stop the use of abilities, it could detect if someone was using them or not. The video had come from someone who had full control of the video system that day. It would be silly for them to upload a fake video, but not impossible. Right now, Layla wanted to confront Quinn and have a go at him, trying to think just what was going through his head at the time, but it was impossible. "Don't worry about it so much," Logan said. "I just wanted to make you aware. I plan to lose my matches as soon as possible and try to help out Quinn when I am above. The video blurs out his face, but anyone interested enough would be able to do what I did. Not that I think they could tell it was him, but I think we should be prepared just in case." Layla nodded in response, and the two of them parted ways as Logan went off to the training area in his section. What Logan said had reminded Layla of the task that had been given. She too was meant to lose the match as quickly as possible. With a lot on her mind, she took out her beast bow and placed an arrow in from her quiver that was attached down the side of her leg. There were multiple targets, all different distances away. They would continually pop up and pop down at random intervals, making it hard for one to get the pattern. Letting go of the arrow, it flew out quite fast. Just as the arrow was about to hit one of the targets, she held it in place with her ability. When the target popped back up again, she allowed it to go forward and hit. The event Layla was in allowed her to use her abilities. She didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing, considering how weak her abilities were. If it were an event like this one, where the goal was just to hit the targets, then she would do pretty well, or at least not horribly. The students were told what they needed and what they were allowed to bring, but the finer details would only be revealed once the event started. This way, none of the students were able to prepare an unfair advantage beforehand. Layla continued to hit targets in this fashion. She didn't do anything fancy, and just hit them slowly, one by one. She just wanted to do a repetitive task to focus and clear her mind right now. One of the arrows had left and was floating about. She held the arrow still in place once again, waiting for the target to pop up and hit it. But when the target popped up again, another object went flying past her arrow, hitting the target before she could even do anything. "Sorry, I didn't realize you were after that one," a girl said. As she turned her head, she saw a long-legged, straight blonde-haired girl standing by her side. She too had a bow in her hand, although it looked a lot more impressive than hers, perhaps at the advanced tier. Next to her were two more students, a boy and a girl who looked like a pair of brother and sister. They both had the same short hair parted off to the side. If it weren't for the fact that one of them had big melons in a particular area, she would have found it impossible to tell apart. The girl had what looked like a giant version of a slingshot on her back. In contrast, the boy had several small tomahawks. Layla decided to ignore what had just happened and continue doing what she was doing. Once again, she fired her arrow, hitting some targets. Then, when she needed to hold the arrow in place, to wait for the target again. The same thing had happened. Another object pierced the target she was about to hit. This time laughter from her side could be heard, and it was from the same group of people again. This annoyed Layla, but she knew it was best to be the bigger person and moved over a little to a different part of the targeting section. When she fired her arrow again, before it could even reach the target, something came out from the side, knocking her arrow and snapping it in half. Still, she knew she was the bigger. "What the hell are you guys doing?" she snapped at them. "I'm sorry," the girl in front said. "It's just your arrows were moving so slowly, we thought they were targets to hit as well." Annoyed by her words, Layla readied her bow, and this time placed 3 arrows inside, shooting them at 3 different targets at the same time. The female quickly followed with the same, and shot 3 arrows after Layla's. The speed of the arrows was far greater than hers, and knew they would soon catch up. She was expecting this after seeing the weapon being used was better than hers. She decided to use her ability to throw the arrows off course. "Serves you right, you cocky bit—" But just as she was about to finish her thought, the arrows from behind also moved direction, changing the path, and had hit them, causing them to fall to the ground. The women started to walk over to Layla. "It makes me sick to think someone has the same ability as me, yet is at such a low level and has come to participate in the same event as me," the girl said. "If people were to see your poor skills with the bow, they'll start to think my ability is useless, making it harder for me in the future. Let me give you a piece of advice. Just drop out of the event, don't fire a single arrow, and give up. Even if you tried, you would come in last place anyway." Layla wanted to say something back, but the girl had already started walking away, and for some reason, the sick feeling in Layla's stomach was felt once again. It felt like recently everyone was telling her to give up on the event. "Is it because everyone thinks I'll lose even before trying?" she thought. Layla wasn't as weak as she thought. Although her ability was level 2, her fighting sense was at a high level. In some cases, she would fare well facing level 3 or 4 students, as long as they didn't have a high-level beast gear on, but as she started hanging around with the others, she began to feel useless. And even now, others who had never met her before assumed her as useless baggage, and even the organization she was in. Instead of informing her of the plan they had, or giving her a critical mission, they were telling her to hide and run away.
"Prove them wrong,"
a deep voice said from behind. When she turned around, she could see a reasonably bulky, square-headed man. It was someone else she had never met before, and wasn't in her event, so she was wondering just what he was doing here.
"The best way to shove it in the people's faces like them is to prove them wrong. And when you see their faces, treasure that moment because that's the best feeling," the student said with a sadistic smile on his face. It looked like he had the experience of doing this himself at some point. The important thing was, though, that Layla thought what this student was saying was right. Screw them all, she thought. So what if everyone thought she was going to fail in the tournament? The only thing she could do now was to prove them wrong. All she wanted to do now was at least pass the first round of events. She would show them, and everyone watching, from wherever they were hiding. "Thanks for cheering me up, she said, trying to guess the student's name. She had the urge to call the boy Blocky based on his appearance, but felt it was a bit rude after he had been so nice to her. "The name's Nate,"
he said, helping her before she crushed his feelings.
"I was wondering if you could help me. You don't know a student by the name of Larry Steele, do you?"
he asked. Episode 305, The Wrong Person.
"It looks like she had no clue who Larry Steele was after all,"
Nate said as he continued to look around the room. Nate was hoping that perhaps someone as skilled as the Blood Evolver would be well known, to the point where if he went around asking others from the same military school, they would have instantly recognized the name. This was why he continued to go about asking students from other military factions if they knew of the person named Larry. So far, there was no success. Out of all the students who were preparing for their events, the students taking part in the fighting tournament were the most cautious. Everyone there was trying their best to hide their abilities, and instead was doing some other form of training. This was because if one knew the other person's ability before fighting them, it would be a big advantage. With nothing else to do, all Nate could do was wait for the first round of the tournament. There, no one would be able to hide their abilities anymore. "Hey, Larry, how are you doing, bro?" A student's voice from behind was heard. Instantly, Nate turned around, hearing the name Larry. A medium-sized male student stood behind him, and looking at his uniform, he could tell he was a first-year student.
"This has to be him,"
Nate thought. Inching his way closer, Nate started to perform some lunges near the area. He did this so he wouldn't look so suspicious when coming toward a group of people, and it also made sense since he was in a fighting tournament. The two students, Larry and his friend, were busy talking away when from the corner of their eyes they could see what looked like to them an idiot performing lunges. It was clear that for whatever reason the person was trying to get closer to them. "Can I help you?" Larry asked, not being able to take the awkwardness any more. He felt embarrassed for the student.
"Oh, don't mind me, I'm just warming up for the fighting tournament,"
Nate replied, after switching legs and lunging his way closer to them again. Ignoring the strange man, the group started to move away. It looked like his plan had failed. Seeing that his brilliant idea didn't work, he decided to just continue practicing while looking at the two students. The two of them started to practice together, sparring and performing kicks and punches. It didn't look bad, but it didn't look impressive either.
"So you're hiding your skills, huh?" said Nate. "Don't worry, when you go up against me, you can use your full strength." "No, I'll make you use your full strength." Nate then started laughing to himself loudly as he thought of the upcoming fight, a rematch between him and the Blood Evolver.
It was morning, and Quinn had trouble sleeping through the night. Every hour or so he would be woken up by the dreaded pain as his health continued to go down. 21 of 95 HP. It was important to keep going for now, as he needed to curb the addiction away. Sooner was better than later, and then he would be able to get stronger once again using the different blood types. The event was the perfect time to do this, as there were far too many people all over the place for him to do anything in secret anyway. Before leaving the room, Quinn had placed his newly obtained armor into his dimensional space. After he decided to test out everything was working, as it should have done, and used his new skill Shadow Equip. The boots, the chest piece, and his gauntlets all appeared at once. Status, level 18, 10,750 of 25,600 EXP, 21 of 95 HP, strength 23 plus 7, agility 26 plus 5, stamina 19 plus 1, charm 24 plus 1, defense 27. As the item description said, the chest piece added a stat point to each one of his different stats, and also increased his defense. It was a shame that none of the equipment he had also came with an active skill like the boots. However, he knew this was rare and hard to come by. There was still a lot of EXP to be obtained before reaching level 20, the next step for Quinn in his vampire evolution. It would be difficult now, since there were no more planned expeditions for the year to other portal planets. This was the easy way for Quinn to gain experience by defeating beasts for the first time. If he was to fight some strong opponents in the tournament, though, perhaps it would have helped him, but he knew that was near impossible. Quinn was still registered as the substitute, but it felt like something in name only. It was unlikely Peter would be able to escape from whatever they had planned. He also looked at his inventory where the intermediate crystal could be seen. It was just the item he needed to create a short sword from the shop. When he got back, he planned to craft the gear and hand it over to Vorden. It was a good weapon, but wasn't quite compatible with him using his blood skills, such as Hammer Strike or Blood Spray. He also thought it would be good for Vorden to have a weapon for himself, just in case he didn't have a good ability on hand to use. To the left of his bed on top of the drawer was a little pamphlet. It continued the schedule of events for the day and what was being shown where. There was around an hour left before the first set of events had started, and Quinn was wondering which one he should go to. After looking at the long list, apart from the 3 main events, none of them seemed too interesting for him. While scrolling through the list, he managed to spot one called Block Block. He seemed to remember that the game he had participated in yesterday was called the same thing. Is it an event to do with the game yesterday? He recalled playing and seemed to have quite some fun with the machine. Perhaps it was something he could enjoy watching before the main events. Knock, knock. Hey, Quinn, move your arse, let's go! Feck shouted through the door. Putting his equipment back into the dimensional space, he took the pamphlet with him and answered the door. Hey, where's Vorden? Quinn asked. I don't know, I came to get you first, Fex replied. When looking down the hallway, they spotted Vorden coming toward them. Sorry about that, I had some things to deal with, he said, smiling. Any ideas on what you want to see? Fex asked. I was thinking about this. Quinn pointed to the block event, and the others were fine with it. Just like him, they were not interested in anything apart from the main events anyway. When the 3 boys left the hotel, the outside area was vastly different from before. It was a nice sunny day, and the sky was blue with hardly any colors inside. It was the perfect day to have an event like this on. Seeing the sun, though, gave Quinn the chills. The ring protected him now from the sunlight's effects, but it was as if his mind naturally started to react to the fact the sun was too bright. Maybe a placebo effect that the sun still affected him in some way. On the top platform, it was filled with both students and members of the public, unlike yesterday. Nearly all the stalls were busy, and people looked to be having a good time playing games and eating food and such. I almost forgot that it wasn't just the military watching this event. When Fex said these words, he realized something. This might also be the perfect time for them to send someone after him. He knew how good their information gathering was, and they should have known where he was by now. In a way, being at the military base where no one knew where they were was a good hideout for Fex. But in a place like this, where it was open to the public, it was only a matter of time before he would be taken back. He looked at Quinn, and Vorden walked off into the crowd of people, heading towards the events. I might have to say goodbye to you soon, he mumbled as he quickly followed after the 2. Episode 306, The Big Screen. Walking around on top of the arena was a bit harder compared to the other day. It was bustling like a city center with a sale on the weekend. "A big event that attracts people from all over," Forden said. Luckily, the platform was quite large and wide, allowing plenty of space for the vast amounts of people to move around. At the moment, most of the people were gathered around the screens that were stationed ever so often along the circular path. They were now turned on and were displaying the starter events for the day. The block event that the group wanted to go to was stationed on screen 7. While walking by, they managed to catch a few events on the other screens. On one of the screens, there was a soccer match going on that allowed the use of specific abilities. There were complicated rules for which abilities were allowed and not allowed for this event. It seemed quite hectic and was hard to follow along, but after the introduction of soccer ability, normal soccer just seemed boring to watch. On the next screen they passed, there were giant pillars as tall as a house. The students were told to use their abilities and craft the most beautiful object they know. It was such a joyous day, and the atmosphere around them was great. Usually on a day-to-day basis, Quinn would have someone throw an insult or a slur at him, but everyone was far too focused even to notice him or the others there. He felt guilty that he wouldn't be able to enjoy the events that were going on, since he had Peter in the back of his mind. Even if he knew why they decided to do this to Peter, he still didn't know what they would do after, nor could he do anything. He wasn't able to get strong enough in time, and hoped that after using Peter as bait, Logan thought they would allow Peter to live at school a bit longer, but before moving him on to trial. In that time frame, Quinn would try to get as strong as possible and save him. Eventually they had finally reached screen 7, and there was already a large crowd in this section. It was the largest crowd compared to all the other screens. At first it was mostly filled with just students, but later on, adults and others from different factions came to take a look, since they were too wondering why the event was so popular. "I didn't know Block was such a popular game," Quinn said. "It isn't," Forden replied. "I never expected there to be this many people." The group walked through some of the people who were at the back, not paying attention until they eventually found some seats around the middle area. There were seats for those who wanted to stay and watch the event permanently in front of every screen. Then there were standing areas toward the back and sides for those who might want to continue to walk around and see the other events. Most people preferred to stand. That way they could go to the stands or watch the other events and come back to the ones they enjoyed first. But because Quinn and the others didn't want to watch anything else, they were happy just to sit down. "Sorry," Quinn said as they passed a man that they didn't have any military uniform on and sat in the 3 seats next to him. The man was sitting at the very end of the row. After sitting down and watching the event for a while, they realized how boring a game it was to watch rather than play. The game was currently at level 3, and they needed to witness multiple students do the same thing again and again, clearing the same level. It wasn't an exciting atmosphere like last night, and there were even a few in the crowd starting to yawn. "I think we might have made the wrong decision to trust you to pick the event," Feck said, yawning himself and stretching his arms. "I'll go get us some drinks and snacks. You guys can wait here," Forden said as he left his seat. "Don't worry," the man sitting next to them said as he brushed his long hair that went down to his collarbone away and placed them behind his ear. "Although the beginning is a bore, this type of game gets better in the later rounds," he said with a smile. The man had beautiful, clear skin and didn't look a lot older than 20. Both Fex and Quinn didn't know what to say, so they just smiled back at the man and carried on watching the event. What he said was true, Quinn thought. The later rounds would be far more exciting, and he would love to see others perform at a level beyond 5. As the levels went up, more students started to get knocked out. It didn't seem like it was because they couldn't do it, but instead was due to the event's nerves and pressure. They had made silly mistakes at crucial times. The atmosphere was still tame. However, that all seemed to change when they announced they would start to move on to level 4. The audience members seemed to perk up and started chatting heavily among themselves. "Is there something big that happens when it reaches level 4? Fex asked. "Not that I can remember when we played yesterday. It was the same, right, even up until level 5. It just got faster and the attack patterns changed slightly," Quinn replied. The man sitting next to them had overheard their conversation. "Oh, so you managed to bet the game at level 5. I might say that's quite impressive. What's your top level?" the man asked. "I don't know," Quinn replied. "We stopped playing after level 5. We were only playing because of a bet anyway." Vorden soon returned with the drinks and snacks, and by now a few students had already passed and were knocked out by the level 4 machine. Then, when the next participant started, he did something that seemed odd. Instead of blocking the attacks, it looked like he was trying to hit the machine as soon as it moved. The students had gone wild after seeing this. "Is it him? So he was at the event after all," a student shouted. But soon after, he had made a mistake and had hit the machine before it even moved. "Fake!" another shouted. "I guess he couldn't be in the tournament, especially if he were in the video. It happened here on the top floor, remember?" another said. Quinn and Fex, with their hearing, were able to overhear the students talking. While hearing what they were saying, they looked at each other, unsure about what was happening. They didn't say a word, but had a dreadful feeling in the back of their minds. The game continued with several other students attempting to do the same thing. They were hitting the machine as soon as it moved to make it look as if it was standing still. In the end, not a single student was able to achieve it, and even the favorite to win the competition was knocked out. The man who was sitting by their side was finding the whole thing strange. He had watched the event multiple times in the past years, but had never seen anything like this happen, nor the level of excitement coming from the other students, nor the strategy the participants were using. "Can I ask," the man said to the student sitting in front of him, "why are they all attempting to attack the machine like that? Why not just play the game like normal?" "You mean you haven't seen the video?" the student replied. "My guess is the contestants saw the same thing we all did. There's a video of someone playing the game at level 4 who was able to attack the machine before it even moved. He managed to clear the level perfectly, not making a single mistake while doing this." The sound of something hitting the floor and then ice spilling all over the place was heard. When the man turned around, he noticed that the student sitting by his side had dropped his drink. "What the hell? How do they know about the video?" Quinn thought. The level 4 event had ended, and since there were not very few participants, the events team needed to do something to fill the time. They decided that they would interview the favorites to win the event. It was quite a shock since most of the participants had been knocked out earlier than planned. On screen, one of the students was being interviewed who went by the name of Kyle. He was the favorite to win the event, but had attempted to do the strange actions and was knocked out in the process. "Kyle, we just wanted to ask, what made you change tactics like that? We saw many here today attempt the same thing you did today, but it seemed like a risky move that didn't pay off," the female interview asked. "This game has become too easy in the past. I knew that if I played usually, I would have had a high chance of winning, but what's the point when most likely the best person in this game isn't even participating? After seeing someone do what seemed like an impossible task, I decided I would try to challenge him in my way. The plan was to emulate what this person had done in a video I saw today. If I achieved that at level 4, I would try to do the same at level 5 and send out a challenge to him. It turns out after attempting and failing at a level 4, I respect this student even more." The screen then went back to the interview, who had a few more words to say. "For those of you unaware, the video Kyle was talking about was uploaded last night. It had become an overnight sensation due to the timing of things and how it was filmed, and done only a day before this very event and at this exact place. The video will be played on the screen now for you all to see." The screen changed once again, and now full on the big screen in front of everyone, the video of Quinn in the gaming booth was then shown. His face was blurred out, but the others, even though it was their first time seeing it, could tell that it was Quinn. Episode 307. This is Easy. The three boys continued to watch the video, which was being played on a huge screen in disbelief. For some reason, that 1-minute video felt like a 3-hour-long movie. All Quinn wanted to do now was run up there and shut it off and erase everyone's memory. "Hey, Quinn, isn't that—" Fex immediately had his hand grabbed over by Vorden and Quinn, who were standing by his side. The two boys then quickly dragged Fex out of the seats as they disappeared out of the crowd. "Fex, are you crazy?" Vorden shouted in a soft but angry voice, knowing that there could still be the others around. The video had now finally stopped playing, and the interviews carried on with the other participants who had attempted the same method. "No one knows it's Quinn, and you were just about to reveal to everyone it was him." The video blurred out Quinn's head, making him unrecognizable. The only thing that could be seen was a blurred person wearing the school uniform. However, Vorden was concerned about whether someone could deblur the video. Would they be able to see the face or not? Unfortunately, Vorden wasn't the right person for things like this, and he wished he could speak to Logan right now and dim his curiosity. Annoyed that he was suddenly dragged away, Fex stepped back a bit and brushed away some of the crumbs of food that had fallen all over him in a rush. "What did you say? No one knows it was him, right? Well, I wouldn't be so sure about that one, because there were 5 other people with us at the time who do know it was him," Fex said. "I don't think that's the problem," Quinn replied. "This video seemed to have already spread, right? If they wanted to, they could have already told everyone. In a normal case, someone would be happy for this to happen. Perhaps there are already people coming forward, even claiming that they were the ones in the video. Zach probably thinks I will do the same, and when I do try to discredit it and ruin my big moment. Still, just to be safe, I think we should go looking for them and try to clear their memories a bit," Fex suggested. "Let's split and search for them. We should have done this yesterday, but I didn't think such a small thing like this would become a big deal. Damn it, all we did was play a freaking game." The boys agreed it was always better to be safe than sorry, and even if Quinn was right about his thoughts, there was a chance one could change their mind later on, and this small mistake may bring up huge trouble for them. "It's best if we split up. We can cover more ground then and find them faster. Use the watch to send a message as soon as you see them," Vorden said. The 3 boys quickly split and headed off into different directions as they searched for Zach and the others. While this was all happening, the strange man that was seated next to them couldn't help but find all of their actions odd. Everything changed as soon as the video started to play, he noticed. Was one of them in the video? The man thought. Otherwise, it didn't make sense based on the actions and what they were currently doing now. What an interesting bunch of kids, he thought as he chuckled to himself. Just then, another older-looking man approached him from the side. He wore regular plain clothing that didn't make him stand out much. When gaining access to the area, the public, including the students who weren't participating in any events, were told to hand over all of their beast equipment or leave them behind. "Sir, the main events will start soon. They're instructed me to bring you and the others to an appropriate place as soon as possible," the old man said, bowing down. "Just when I thought I found something more fun to do," the man said as the 2 of them walked off. Vorden was running around pretty recklessly. Unlike yesterday, there were far too many people to check to see if they could find them. Other than Zach, many of them had pretty unmemorable faces as well. The first area Vorden decided to check was nearby the screen. At least then, he would be able to get someplace high and see from the top if he could spot anyone. Looking around, Vorden was trying to see if there was anywhere high he could get a clear view. "Need any help?" a voice called over. "Sam?" Vorden replied as he turned around. The 2 boys quickly started exchanging information, and Vorden explained what was going on and the reason for the worried look on his face. "I already saw the video as well," Sam replied, "and you're in luck. You don't have to worry about those guys. Let me explain." Early in the day, Sam had decided to pay a visit to the gaming center and wanted to talk to the admin man who had uploaded the video. There was no one else who had access to that footage, or at least not that part on that particular day. When he arrived, Zach and his group were already there trying to get the original video file from the man. After listening in for a while, it turned out that after the video was a big hit, the group tried to get video proof of what the person looked like, or their name. It turns out they had already attempted to reveal to the people who the blurred figure was, but with no name and only the description of curly hair, it was hard for them to believe. In the video, one couldn't even see if the person had curly hair. It went a step further when they mentioned the student had a level 1 ability on his wristwatch. They thought this would have been a standout feature. Instead, it just became a big lie that was unbelievable. In the end, people completely ignored them. After that incident, they were embarrassed to tell others who they thought it was, so instead, they wanted to get the original video file. However, the man in charge was determined not to give access to the video to anyone, and even claimed the file had already been deleted and rewritten over. Now it was impossible to recover. The man only wanted to share the incredible feat, but didn't want the pressure to be put on the student. If Quinn himself were to come here and ask for the original video, he would have given it to him on the spot. With nothing else to do, the group eventually left the place in disappointment. That's when Sam noticed the main culprit from yesterday wasn't there, Zach. The students were coming towards Sam, so he decided to hide and pretend he was doing something else and tried to listen to their conversation. "I can't believe Zach wouldn't come with us, that wimp. I thought he was better than that. I'm telling you, man, after yesterday, he just said he doesn't want any business with that fellow. It's like he was traumatized or something," the students said as they walked past him. After learning about this incident, Vorden's heart started to calm down a little. It was too much sometimes to keep this many secrets in this small group. His own was enough. Knowing that everything was okay, Vorden decided to send a message to both Quinn and Fex to explain the situation. At the same time, Quinn had received the ping he had just found Zach. Using his hearing and a keen sense of smell, he was eventually able to locate him from yesterday. When there were large crowds of people, all he needed to do was repeatedly use his inspection skill until he found the right person. As soon as Zach's eyes met up with Quinn's, he gulped, remembering that strange feeling when he couldn't control his body. He didn't move or run away and just followed Quinn off to the side. When the two of them reached the edge of the arena, Zach constantly looked over the railing. Thoughts ran through his head of the possibilities this crazy person might have done. He even assumed that his ability might have been mind control. If he could control his body and tell him to stand still, maybe he could also make his death look like a suicide. "I promise I haven't told anyone, and I won't. I don't even know your name or what military school you're from. From others I heard no one believed them either, and even they know nothing about you," Zach said quickly. Quinn hadn't even asked anything or used his influence skill, and had already gotten all the information he needed. Why couldn't everything be this easy, he thought. Standing in the middle of the pathway was Fex. He was unmoving, and his watch was continually blinking, informing him he had a message that Vorden had just sent. Multiple people walked past him, but his eyes were staring dead ahead, and he didn't even blink for a second. A few meters away, another figure stood there still. "I finally found you, brother." Episode 308, Supreme Commander. Out on the busy platform, things were starting to settle down a bit. The public who had been invited to watch the starter events were being moved out to their seats in the arena. This was because the first main event for the day was about to start soon. With fewer people on the top platform, it was now easier to move and find people. Quinn had quickly met up with Vorden and was surprised to see Sam there with him. They both started to explain the details of what had happened over at the VR Gaming Center in the morning. After hearing everything was okay, he felt like he could finally relax. "Hey, where's Fex? Did you send out a message to him too?" Quinn asked. "I did," Vorden replied. "I sent one out the same time as I sent one to you, telling him our location and everything. I wonder why he isn't here yet." "The first main event will start in around 15 minutes. A speaker sounded informing all of the students, as well as the public, to get ready for the first main event. "We'll head back to the screen near our hotel. Just send him another message to meet us there," Quinn said. "Wait, aren't you worried about him?" Sam asked. "What if another group like yesterday approaches him?" Sam was a little concerned after what had happened yesterday. He wasn't ignorant of the behavior and actions treated towards low levels. He seemed to remember yesterday that not only Quinn but Fex was a level 1 user as well. If another group of people was to approach him, it could be bad news again without his friends around. "Don't worry about him. I can't imagine anyone scaring away that guy," Quinn replied. The group, including Sam, had decided to watch the main event together. Although Sam's hotel was quite far away from theirs, he didn't mind the walk back in the evening. If he were to go back and watch it near his hotel screen, he wouldn't have anyone to watch it with anyway. At least, not until Nate was knocked out of the competition, and he couldn't imagine that happening on the first day. Upon arriving at the screen, things looked a little different from when the events were played earlier on in the day. The screen had moved outward and looked like they were all hovering in the air in the arena. It allowed students to look over the edge and either watch the event from up high in the actual area or see sufficient detail on the screen. Several drones were flying about in the arena, each with a camera attached. It would be used to record as much detail of the events as possible. Most students would decide to watch it via the screen, but it was still nice to see what the real thing looked like from above. The boys decided that they would peek over to see what the first stage of the main event was like. Everything that was out before had been cleared, and right now there were a total of 140 small little raised platforms out. On the platform was a workbench of some sort, with several other items and even a hot furnace behind them. While the others had their eyes glued on the stage, Quinn and both Vorden noticed something else. Inside the arena, there was one section of seats that had been cleared out, and in its place was a very large, luxurious booth. There was see-through glass allowing all the others to see what was inside. Inside the booth were 5 relatively large grand chairs inside. There were also already several soldiers standing on each side of the room, still like a statue. All of them wore the same beast gear that looked to be of very high quality. It was a standout because not many people in the arena had such beast gear on, as they weren't allowed due to safety precautions. It was natural for not only Quinn, but for those around to pay attention to the booth, and he had a pretty good feeling he knew who those seats were reserved for. Then it looked like the first person had arrived at the special booth. The soldiers in the room didn't bow down like they usually would when greeting a guest of high honor. Instead, they immediately went down on one knee and placed their fist on the ground. As soon as Quinn saw the person, there was no need for an introduction. There probably wasn't a single person who didn't know of this man. He continued to walk past the others, his heavy boots hitting the ground. He looked through the clear glass and adjusted his red-tinted sunglasses. Finally, as he sat down in the middle seat of the 5, his whole face could be seen. On his chin was a little patch of facial hair, and on the top of his head was a full mop of hair that had streaks of gray going through. It was hard to tell if it was dyed due to the pattern, or whether it was just their old age. Once the man was comfortably sat in his seat, the other soldiers stood up in the room and saluted. "We welcome the Supreme Commander!" The man sitting in the seat was the Supreme Commander Oscar White, one of the men hailed as a hero during the time of the Great War. When the war started against the Dalki race, the enemy had done something unexpected. When the Dalki first arrived, it was clear they were under attack by a form of higher intelligence. They had better equipment and technology than humans. However, when the humans first saw the appearance of the Dalki, they looked strange and more like that of a wild animal mixed with a human. This caused the leaders at the time to be hesitant, thinking about whether or not these were the real enemy or not. In their naivete, they never expected the Dalki to pull off what they had done. While the main forces were in battle, at the start of the war the Dalki had chosen to assassinate each of the top countries' leaders around the world. This was to cause chaos and confusion amongst the humans, and for a short time their plan had worked. That was until the head of the Allied Earth forces at the time had decided to take charge. The person's name was Oscar White. Later on, after the war, he had given himself the title of Supreme Commander, and then appointed the 7 head generals on the other basis. Of course, not everyone agreed with this, and there was a disturbance of ability users running wild. It was later on that the big 3 families would be established, and further along the line, True Dream would be added to make it the Big 4. In the rose-like building that was seen whilst on the train, there was something called the Leaders' Table inside. Whenever a big decision was to be made, the Supreme Commander, the 7 head generals, and the Big 4 would be called together. Seeing the first person to enter was the Supreme Commander, it looked like Quinn's guess of who the other 4 seats were for was spot on. "Will the others be arriving?" Oscar asked his aide on his right that stood by his side. It was a female who wore a fairly short skirt and round glasses with a ponytail. Rather than looking like she worked for the army, she looked like a security for a big tech company instead. "They should be here any second, sir." As she said that, the doors from behind opened wide, and the 4 others entered after. The first person to enter was a large man who looked to be in his 50s, with a huge apple-like belly. His hair was a scruffy mess that went up into a triangle shape, and his nose was large and round as well. He went on to sit in one of the empty seats, and as he sat down, he gave a loud, belching burp. As the air left his mouth, a stream of fire came out with it before quickly disappearing into the air. "Bernie Sunshield, leader of one of the Big 4 families with the ability of fire," Sam said. The next to follow after him was a female, who seemed to be mostly dressed in black head to toe, and on the top of her head was a pointy hat. The hat was covering most of her facial features, as there was also a veil attached. The only thing that could be seen through was her large smile and her purple-dark hair. Not a word was spoken as she sat down in her seat as well. "Mona Bree, the only female to be part of the Big 4 and head of the Bree family. Their ability, Beast Tamers," Sam explained once again. Just behind her was someone who didn't need any introduction at all. Vorden and Quinn both saw the man's face. The blood around their bodies started to pump harder. "Jack Truedream," Quinn said before Sam could introduce this man. "The ability to steal others' abilities." The last person in the room surprised all three of them. "Huh? Wait, this isn't the leader of the Grey Lash family," Sam said confused, as he saw the last person enter. Although Sam seemed to not recognize the man, Vorden and Quinn did. It was the same person who sat by their side while watching the block event. If he wasn't one of the Big Four, then why was he there? Episode 309, The New Head. All 5 of the seats were currently filled, but Sam was deeply confused, and it seemed like he wasn't the only one, as the others in the remaining seats also looked over at the remaining person sitting down. Whoever it was not one they were expecting. "What's wrong?" Quinn asked, still a little amazed that there was a good chance an important figure was sitting next to them for a while, without them realizing it. "Well, as you can see, the 5 seats are for the Big Four family members as well as the Supreme Commander. However, the leader that should be sitting in the last seat is from the Grey Lash family. The current leader is an older, patient, respected man. This person looks like he just graduated from the military academy." It was true even before, when Quinn had seen him, he felt like the man was in his early 20s. That's why the idea that he held a high position never crossed his mind. "Your information is a little outdated," Vorden said. "I heard that the old man was sick for a long amount of time. There were even rumors that he had already passed away, but for fear of not having a new master, they decided to hide this information from the outside. If my guess is right, they can no longer hide it. The person you're looking at is the new master." What Vorden had said was very plausible in Sam's mind. The question was, Sam, who prided himself in being exceptionally knowledgeable in current world politics, had heard the same rumors, but it seemed Vorden was equally familiar, if not a little more. This strange group of people started to interest him more, and perhaps Quinn wasn't the only person to look out for. Inside the special booth, the room was quiet, and the others continued to look in the direction of the young man. They were waiting for him to say something, but he continued to play with his long hair, twirling it around his finger with his right hand. The others remained patient, hoping he would say something, but one person's head was furiously starting to shake, as he hated to be ignored, and it looked like hot steam was blowing out from his large nostrils. "Rude, are you not going to say something?" Bernie shouted. "You can tell we are all waiting for you unless no one told you how to show respect." Oscar stood up in an attempt to try to defuse the situation. In a way, the military was the bridge between the Big Four families. It was hard because each power was considered equal, and the same could even be said for them. "I'm assuming the elder passed away then, and you are here to step in?" Oscar asked. The young man finally turned his head, acknowledging the others in the room. He looked at each one carefully with his narrow, piercing eyes. It wasn't an everyday look one would give when looking at someone, and the others felt this as well. It was as if he was analyzing every one of them there. The others, sensing this, felt a little threatened, as if they were about to be attacked at any moment. "And why would you assume I was only a step-in and not the actual new head?" he asked. The large man started to chuckle. "Huh! If the Grey Lashes were stupid enough to appoint such an arrogant young fool like you, then they must have fallen. In a few years the Grey Lashes might no longer be a part of the leaders' table." The calm look on the man changed ever so slightly after hearing those words. He was no longer playing with his hair, and instead pulled his fingers apart between his thumb and index finger. In between these two fingers a faint blue light could be seen, and if one was to look even closer, little sparks were starting to go off. "Those are fighting words. If you want to test my abilities as the new head, we can put on a special exhibition show for everyone to see right here, right now," the young man said. Bernie, in response, stomped his foot in anger. As it hit the ground floor, flames shot up from his feet. It looked like small wings had appeared before quickly vanishing away into clouds of smoke. "I'll burn you to a crisp right at this instant." The soldiers standing by watching were all frightened of what was to happen. Right now it looked as if 2 of the strongest people on Earth were about to do battle. If they were to try to stop them, they couldn't do a thing. It was also a big reminder to everyone, these people in the room were not friends. If it wasn't for the fact that each of these people had a common enemy, the Dalki, there would still be a civil war between all 5 of them. "Please," Oscar said, "today is an event for the future generation, for the kids to display their skills, not you two. If you wish to fight, then do it after we get rid of the Dalki." Oscar then walked over to the young man. In all honesty, he too didn't like how the young man was acting. Usually he had a good read of people's strength, but it was nearly impossible to tell, which truly frightened him. "I'm sorry for assuming you were only a stand-in. It was my mistake to say so. I will be the first to welcome the new leader of the Greylash family. Please name," Oscar asked. "Owen Greylash, the new head of the family, the youngest and most powerful head to ever serve." When saying the last line, he looked past Oscar and directly at Bernie. "Well, he's a confident leader, I'll give him that," Mona said. "It's a good trait to have," Jack agreed. When everything calmed down a little, they sat adequately in their seats, and it was time for them to enjoy the event now. The speakers were turned on, and now all of the screens displayed what was happening in the center of the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you had a wonderful day so far. There were many spectacular events, but as usual, we have saved the best till last. The first round of the 3 main events will now begin, and to start it all off, we have the wonderful crafting event." The camera then went on to show the materials of what was on each separate section. As you can see, each participant has been given the same materials. The only thing that is missing is the beast crystal. Once the participants are ready, they must try to figure out with their eyes alone what the best use for the beast crystal would be. Then our wonderful judges will decide which equipment is best. Each of the participants started to appear from underneath the arena and was now entering the ground floor. The participants had a number displayed on their watches, indicating which platform they needed to head off to. "Hey, there's Logan," Quinn said, still looking over the edge. "Number 33. "Oh, you have a friend in this event, then. I guess I'll keep an eye on him." Sam tried to squint over the edge where Quinn was looking, but they were too far up to be able to see anything. It just looked like a bunch of ants were down below. Without looking at the screen, there was no way he would be able to see what number any of the participants were wearing. "You have some good eyesight," Sam said. "Oh, thanks," Quinn replied nervously, to which Vorden gently stepped on his foot. It was a reminder to be careful, since they were no longer alone. That's when he realized Feck still hadn't arrived, and decided to send another message just in case. "Now let the tournament begin," the announcer said. Immediately, the students started to work away. The first step was to inspect the crystal. Crystals were quite versatile and could create several different weapons and armor, but certain patterns and shapes seen within the crystal could help decide what one would be best to be turned into. An example, a crystal from a turtle-like beast, would usually best be used to make defensive equipment, perhaps even a shield. It could be turned into a weapon but wouldn't be very useful. If one didn't know what beast it had come from, they would only be able to tell by inspecting the crystal. Once this step was complete, the crystal would need to be melted down to an appropriate temperature, depending on what was to be made. The next step after was deciding on the mold and finally mixing the melted beast core with the required metals. Cheap or expensive metals could be used, but would affect the quality of the result. The rest was down to the forger. Depending on the forger's levels, the quality and strength of the weapon or armor would be decided. Most of the students had already finished inspecting the crystal and had moved on to the melting process. The camera continued to pan around to the many students working away hard. However, the camera eventually reached one student, a short little one who seemed to be just standing there with his eyes closed. It looked as if he was sleeping in the middle of the tournament. "What is Logan doing?" Quinn thought. "Looks like he's asleep if you ask me," a voice said from behind. As the boys turned their heads, they could see Feck standing there. "What took you so long?" Quinn replied. Episode 310, The Results of the Crafting Even. Quite some time had passed since Vorden had sent out his first message. No matter where Fex was, it shouldn't have taken him as long as it did for him to arrive. It wasn't as if the boys were joined by the hip and they couldn't do anything themselves, but it was more like there was nothing else to do. The event was the only thing happening right now. Other than Quinn and them, Fex didn't get along with anyone else being a level 1, so he had no one else to watch the show with either. "Hey, come on, did you miss me that much?" Fex said, looking at Vorden, who had a strange look on his face. He was still wondering about what could have taken him so long. "Look, don't worry, I had something that upset my stomach yesterday and was in the toilet. Trust me, you don't want to go into the boys' toilet by screen 4. I think you can still smell it." Vorden looked at him even stranger now, and even Quinn was starting to feel slightly awkward. And it wasn't the bad jokes. Did vampires even get stomach aches? Vorden thought. By bad meal, is he talking about blood? So I heard that you guys dealt with the Zack problem all okay, huh? Why don't you tell me about that? What happened with that? Fex's words, when spoken, were quick and to the point. He wasn't even giving enough time for the others to reply to what he had already said. Fex was acting strange. He usually joked a lot and often, but it felt as if he was trying to force himself this time. Quinn noticed this and a few other strange things straight away. As soon as Fex arrived, he was sweating. Vampires often didn't even sweat from strenuous activity, as they had high amounts of stamina. This was different. This type of sweat was from something else, as if he was scared. The other thing that made Quinn think this was his heartbeat. The stronger a vampire was usually, the less their bodily organs needed to be used. Their heartbeats were able to be slowed, and the amount of blood and oxygen that needed to be carried around their body was lessened. So the fact that Quinn could hear that Fex had a fast heartbeat, he knew something was up. He wasn't in control of his emotions right now. "Damn it, they know. Calm down, will you?" Fex said to himself in anger, seeing that the others weren't buying his act. "Hey, you said you're friends with number 33, right?" Sam called over. "Well, it looks like he isn't doing too well." Their attention was focused on Fex this whole time, that they had forgotten about the competition. When looking at the screen, the camera was once again focused on Logan, and still, he hadn't touched anything. "Well, it looks like he doesn't care about the event then," said Vorden. "You're probably right," Quinn replied. Hearing this, Sam was quite shocked. How could someone waste an opportunity like this on such a grand stage? Not only were the Big Four watching, but so were many factions from all over. A forger was highly sorted after, so even if the one displayed a little bit of skill, they could quickly join a faction and live the rest of their lives peacefully. The two decided to question Fex later. Acting strange wasn't a call of emergency. It couldn't have been something urgent. Otherwise, Fex would have informed them immediately. They both trusted him now after the many times he had helped them out before. The timer continued to go down for the event until eventually the buzzer had sounded, signaling the end of the competition. Using his advanced eyesight, Quinn quickly looked down at all the items that had been made and used his inspection skill. It allowed him to see each item's stats displayed out, as a screen hovered above each one. At first, Quinn was doing this individually by looking at an item, but then suddenly a familiar sound was heard. "Inspect skill has risen to level 3. The number of times he had used the skill while looking for Zack, and now during the contest, had helped greatly, and finally it had risen to level 3. When looking at the items, all of them immediately had a screen displaying their stats. There was no longer any need to use the inspect skill on each item individually. Seeing this, he could see the level of equipment made significantly varied. It seemed like they were only given a basic crystal to make an item. Some had chosen to make ranged weapons out of the crystal, some chose regular melee weapons, and a few decided on armor. It just went on to prove how difficult a forger's job was. The fact that not everyone had made the same item meant it wasn't easy to decide what the crystal would be best used for. However, when Quinn looked using his inspection skill, he could quite clearly see. The ranged weapons and armor had an extra description, saying whatever stat the current weapon was at would be halved. Some of the poorer-made equipment only allowed an increase of 1 strength. With the 50% stat decrease, it practically meant the weapon was only a little better than using one's fist. The melee weapon was the right choice, giving the user an extra 2 strengths when being used. The perfect melee weapon that could be made from the item was a long sword. Whoever had made a long sword out of the items would give an additional 3 strengths. There were very few long swords that had been made with the crystal. Then finally there was a difference in the quality and skill of the forger. The ones that had made a longsword, each one of them looked quite different from another. Some just had a basic +3 in strength, and there was one with a +4. But in Quinn's eyes, there was a clear winner out of them all. One of the students managed to make a sword with a +3 to the strength stat, but also it had an added weapon skill. The judges have made their decisions. First of all, students who made armor or ranged weapons, you have been knocked out of the competition. After this was said, about half of the contestants had left the stage, while the rest had passed. The weapons were then further inspected by the judges, but nothing was said as they had all passed anyway. Before the next event was to start, organizers interviewed 2 students. The first student was the one that had created the longsword with the added weapon skill. The audience members were a little confused about why he was chosen to be interviewed, as they weren't informed about who had made the best weapon, but Quinn knew why. Maybe if I don't become a traveler in the future, my skill could be used to become an inspector of beast weapons, Quinn thought. With just a single glance, he was able to tell a lot of information about a weapon. The next student who was to be interviewed was Logan, which came as a surprise to many. Logan, we just wanted to ask you a question. You were the only student to not make anything out of the materials presented today. Is there any reason for that? The female asked, as she shoved a microphone directly into his face. I am not a forger, but an inventor. I find making weapons quite tedious, to be honest with you. I failed because I don't respect the art of forging. Like others, this was not my stage, Logan replied. From the side, a few of the forgers started to chuckle. Yeah, right. What a good excuse. More like he doesn't know how to forge a weapon. He would just have been embarrassed with whatever he had made. The student had said this quite loudly on purpose, trying to embarrass Logan. Logan then grabbed the mic closer to himself and faced the student. I assure you, creating something that would beat the weapon in your hand would only take a few minutes. The interviewer had a huge smile on her face. She loved drama and entertainment, and it was moments like this the crowd loved as well. Very well. Would you like to redeem yourself, Logan? Why don't we allow you to create a weapon now, and a judge can come over and decide? Usually, Logan wouldn't have done something that placed him in the limelight so much. However, he hated it when others said that he couldn't do something when he could. It was as if they were calling him a liar. Very well. Logan walked back up to his section in the arena. All of the equipment was still untouched from before. The event organizers allowed this, as usually there was quite a bit of setup time before events, and they would delay it with useless speeches or question and answer segments. This was far better than any of those. They had planned to give Logan the same amount of time as the other contestants, 30 minutes. However, Logan didn't need it. The forgers were allowed to use their abilities. Many of them had abilities that would help in the forging process, and Logan was no exception. The little spiders that covered his costume in a small suit started to break down and reform. They gathered on his back and then started to sprout out 3 individual arms on each side. When they finally finished forming, it looked like Logan himself was a giant spider. That's kind of cool, I'm not going to lie, Vorden said. The arms went to work, and now with 8 of them, he was able to do multiple things at once. After 5 minutes had passed, he had finished creating a longsword. The crafting speed alone was enough to have the other impressed. They didn't even really care about the quality of the weapon. Still, the judges standing by the side could already tell, while watching Logan make the weapon, that it was one of decent quality. It wasn't the best weapon to be made today, but for the amount of time it had taken, it was better than they had expected. The interview grabbed the long sword created by Logan and the one made by the heckler forger from the crowd. She lifted both in the air and then struck them both against each other as hard as she could. We have a clear winner, she said. As she lifted the sword made by the heckler, the camera zoomed closely on the sword, and there was a reasonably large chip that went in around halfway into the side of the sword. When they turned to look at the one Logan had made, there was but only a small scratch. The crowd cheered in excitement as they saw this. They loved someone who could back up his word. They were far too used to braggers who could never achieve what they said, and it seems like Logan was not one of them. Your friend is a strange one, Sam said. If he could do that all along, then why didn't he? Quinn started to laugh as he looked around at the other two and then Logan down below. We're all a little strange, he replied with a smile. As the crafting event had ended and the judges were discussing what to do with Logan, they had wished for him to continue in the contest, hoping to see his skills once more. However, rules were rules, and they were not able to make an exception. Logan was disqualified and could now return to the others above. Deep underground, it was time for the next set of contestants to prepare themselves. Layla took in a deep breath. For now, it was time for the ranged event. Shortly after hers, it was Peter's turn as well. Episode 311, A Time Limit. Vex? Vex! Vex! Can you hear me? Hello? Quinn said, waving his hand in front of Fex's eyes. Snapping out of his daze, Fex soon realized where he was. "Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about how amazing Logan was," he replied. Quinn had called out Fex's name several times, and the others had even left the area where they were watching the main event from. They soon realized that Fex's eyes were still glued to the arena floor. They were about to grab some snacks, yet for some reason he hadn't followed. "Hey, seriously, if something's on your mind, you can tell us. You know that, right?" Quinn said. "I still remember what you said when we were underground on that planet. We're now blood brothers, right?" Hearing this from Quinn was meant to cheer him up, but instead, it seemed like it had only made him sadder. Before Fex had arrived and joined the others, he had a very uncomfortable confrontation with the last person he wanted to see. It was his sister, Silver. He knew that his family would send someone after him, perhaps even multiple people, but he had never expected them to send over Silver. His sister was known for upholding the vampire laws no matter what. She was strict and always completed the tasks given to her. The complete opposite of Fex. If it was anyone else, Fex felt like he could have probably convinced them to let him stay, or even run away, but not from Silver. She was far too powerful and would have never let him stay. On the platform where the two had seen each other, she slowly walked towards him, and he was frozen in place. Suddenly, thoughts of the others he had met during his time came into his mind, especially Quinn. If he was going to leave, he wanted the chance to at least say goodbye. When she finally reached where Fex was, she handed him the small silver flask. "This is yours, right?" Silver said. "I found it with a bald teacher. The person seemed quite strong. I thought you might have been dead." Fex looked at the flask, and knowing that the other one he had was still with Quinn, he knew this had to be his. "Oh, it is mine. I thought I'd lost it." "You fool," Silver snapped. "You know how important items like this are. If the family were to find out, then who knows what they would do to you. You've already broken so many rules. Don't go around breaking more and making your punishment worse." Fex didn't know what to say. It was hard to argue back, and he just stood there looking defeated. When Silver saw the sad look in his eyes, she felt a slight pain in her chest. It was true. Silver did care for the vampire rules above everything else. She always completed her mission and was strict with everyone around her. However, Fex didn't realize that she had a soft spot for one person in particular, and that was her little brother. "I'm here to take you back," she said. He looked up at her, now with even more sadness in his eyes. He had spent only a couple of months on Earth, his dream place, and had only spent it at a school. It was the first time he felt like he was doing something different, playing games and joking around with the others. "I know, let's just go," he said. Plodding his feet along as if they weighed 100 pounds, he walked slowly towards her. "I still have some unfinished business here, and I can't just take you and leave in the middle of my duty as a teacher. If I was to leave now without telling them that I am resigning, they would find it suspicious. I shall inform them after the event is over. You may stay until then. Also, during that time, you must clear the memory of those you have gotten close to. We shall alter your files and deal with your disappearance on our end," she explained. The expression started to change on Fex's face once again. He still had a few more days with the others, and now he at least had the chance to say goodbye. "However, we shall meet daily. You will update me on what you are doing and where you are. I can't have you going off and disappearing again," she said. With everything said that she needed to, she started to walk off. "Thank you, big sis," Fex shouted. "You're the best." Although many couldn't see it, it would have been a rare sight for many. A slight smile appeared on her face. Even though Fex could stay for a few days, he now had a lot on his mind. When he thought about it, maybe he was selfish, wanting to say goodbye. The quicker he would leave with his sister, the less chance she had of finding out about Quinn. This was now a big worry on his mind. No matter what, he didn't want his sister to find out about him. Fex still didn't know the truth behind Quinn, but decided to leave it for now. If she were to find out, she would quite possibly insist that Quinn head back with the two of them. Then if they were to find out he had made Peter an illegal, unregistered vampire, it would be hard to stop any punishment he might receive. When Fex had returned to his friends, all these thoughts were filled in his mind. There was also a good chance that now that Silver knew about him, she would be closely watching him, so he didn't run away. Should I warn Quinn about my sister, or will it only make matters worse? As long as his sister didn't find out about Quinn, there was no need to worry about them. However, there was one thing he couldn't stop, and that was Peter taking part in the tournament. The second he started to fight, or she got close to him, she would be able to smell him. No matter what, she would find out about him, and Fex needed a plan. There was one chance he had, and that was when he would meet up with his sister every day. The four boys had finished getting their snacks and drinks, and were just waiting for the next main event to start. This time, rather than watching the match from over the edge, they had decided to find some seats near the big screen. When looking around, they managed to spot someone who had a small crowd around them. "Look, please, I just want to enjoy watching the next event. If you have anything else to ask, please just send me a message later." As Logan spoke these words, he quickly handed over a contact card that contained his email and contact details. He was never really good at interacting with people, and the attention he was getting wasn't enjoyable at all. After a few adverse reactions, people started to understand and break away from him. "You can finally join us then?" Vorden said. The boys introduced Logan to Sam before deciding to have a sit-down together. They quickly discussed the video, and Logan confirmed to Vorden that even if they unblurred the video, it was hard to tell the one in the video was Quinn. With this whole matter settled, it felt like a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. All apart from Fex, of course. "So, how do you think Layla will do? Did she look okay?" Quinn asked, concerned for his teammate. "She seemed to be distracted with something else," Logan replied. "When I informed her about your video, her mind was, let's say, busy. To be honest, I'm pretty sure she doesn't care for this tournament like us." Logan couldn't explain why due to Sam being there with them, but the boys knew what he meant. Due to her already being a member of Pure, there was no need for her to try hard. The event was about to start, and the screen displayed the field where it would take part. Compared to before, it looked like the arena was completely transformed. On the screen now, there was what looked like a little makeshift town. The town looked to be partly destroyed and looked more like ruins, but several areas would allow students to use them as vantage points. Vorden was the first one to realize that the place had been built in a particular way for ranged weapons users to take advantage of. "I wonder how they managed to make something so fast," Quinn asked. "Oh, that's simple," Logan replied. "They just had a few Earth users come on stage and make it real quick. I saw them getting ready as I was heading out." The participants of the event entered the stage once more. All the ranged users entered with their beast weapons by their side, while also wearing a strange red chest piece that seemed to cover their entire upper body. Looking at all the participants closely, it was noticed that not a single one of them wore any beast armor or boots. The only different thing was the weapons themselves. It seemed like each participant was also given different types of material to be used. Like, bow users were given all the same arrows, and the same for other weapons as well. The ranged ammunition given to participants was designed to explode on impact and produce a paint-like splatter. "Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants are now ready for the ranged event, so I will quickly explain the rules. Each person has been given a set amount of ammunition to be used for their ranged weapons. There is a safety period of 1 minute, where participants will not be allowed to attack each other and must enter the small makeshift town. If a participant does not follow this rule and chooses to attack, they will be disqualified. The aim is to hit others while not being hit yourselves. If any bit of paint touches the red marking on the participant's chest, a sound will indicate, showing they have been eliminated from the round. Those students must quickly exit the field, and the red chest piece will turn black, showing they are no longer active. After the first 40 students have been eliminated, the round will end. Scattered around and inside the building are several ammunition spots where the players may refill. Now that the rules have been fully explained, let's get this show on the road. Episode 312, The First. The students were randomly split into 4 groups for this event. Each of them was to enter the small makeshift town from the north, south, east, and west entrances. The layout of the town was like a plus sign. There were several buildings and small alleyways, but larger pathways crossed each other in the center. Layla was at the north entrance, and by luck, it seemed like there were a few others that she recognized with her as well. The annoying blonde-haired girl along with the brother and sister pair. Just my luck to be put in the same group with them. She took in several deep breaths for some reason. The nerves were getting to her. Usually she was quite good at calming herself down in these types of situations. Her mother would always tell her that one would only get nervous if they cared about what they were about to do. Does that mean I care about this lame event? In truth, she already knew the answer. I just have to get through the first round. If I can do that, it will prove I could do something on my own, and I'm not just some burden on everyone, Layla said to herself. Just don't get eliminated. Just don't get eliminated. You can do it, Layla. She carried on repeating these words to herself as if it was some chant. The more she said, the less likely it seemed to become a reality. Although she was going against Pure's wishes, they hadn't even bothered to explain to her what they had planned to do, which had irritated Layla quite a bit. Going against their orders, she would at least like to pass the first round to prove to herself that she can do it, and then she would immediately eliminate herself from the second round with no problem. One more day in the event couldn't hamper their plans too much, and it wasn't like they cared if she didn't. All right, and let the event begin. The buzzer signaled the start of the event, and students from all 4 entrances had entered the small town. Above the arena, a holographic display of the countdown had begun. Some students had split off immediately from the group and went on to look for their hiding spots, while others already had a few targets in their minds. And Layla had a sneaking suspicion that she had become one of those targets. Right on her back, out of the corner of her eye, she could see the blonde girl and the brother and sister pair. Although this was a singles tournament, it looked like they knew each other beforehand and had decided to team up. While looking around, Layla noticed that this was a tactic that had already been implemented by many. A lot of people were running together in groups rather than alone. Did they decide this beforehand or just now? It was too risky for Layla, and she didn't know anyone else in the competition. All her friends were on the outside, and if she teamed up with people now, how would she know if she could trust them? Hoping her suspicions were not right, Layla decided to stop going along the straight path and bolted in between 2 buildings down an alleyway. However, just like she had expected, the other 3 had followed her. Why? Why did you have to target me? What did I do? Is it 'cause I look weak? She said in anger as she gripped her bow. There were now only 15 seconds left on the timer before participants were allowed to hit each other and eliminate them. That's not fair, Quinn shouted at the screen, seeing that Layla had 3 people on her tail. Why are they grouping up on her? Quinn, you should know better than anyone that this world isn't fair, not the way it is right now anyway. It's not against the rules, so let's hope she doesn't take this loss hard, Vorden replied. Look, you can't count her out just yet, Vex said positively. She can still turn this around. Still, both Quinn and Vorden knew the reality. It was 3 against 1, and they were all also higher ability users. The only chance she had was to try to run into another group of people and hope the 2 of them fought it out, allowing one group to eliminate the other. But Layla wasn't even thinking about this tactic. She never thought of trying to use another group to get rid of the one on her trail. She was too focused on trying to figure out how to get rid of them all by herself. If she didn't, she would have felt even more useless. She finally decided to enter a small building and headed straight for the stairs. At least this way, she could face them down the stairway one by one, as it was quite narrow. When she reached the top, she turned around the corner and waited. Beep! The sound of the buzzer had gone off, indicating once again that the students were now allowed to attack. Come on, I need to survive the first round at least, and even if I don't, I'm taking one of you with me. She gently peeked around the corner, but there was no sound. Not even footsteps could be heard or shuffling of any kind. Have they given up? She thought. Just to make sure, she fired an arrow and twisted it around the corner with her ability, hoping to hit anyone on the other end of the staircase. Ding! A little bell sound was heard, indicating that a player had been hit. A broad smile appeared on her face. When attempting to move, she looked down at herself and noticed that her red chest piece had turned black. She was the one who had been hit. Hello? A high-pitched voice from the right side said, sounding a little distant. When she looked outside, it seemed like the voice was coming from a glassless window on the other side of the room. She was on the second floor, and if one were to climb up from the side, they would have either made plenty of noise or exposed themselves to the many other students. Yet she had heard nothing. Popping her head outside of the window, she could see the blonde girl being lifted by her other colleagues, with wings on their back. They were flapping back and forth, allowing them to pick up the girl to reach the window. As much as she wanted to shout out in anger at the girl, she couldn't. Layla had lost fair, and she hadn't even put up much of a fight. "I'm sorry," Sam said, seeing that one of their friends had been eliminated. Not only that, but she was the very first student to be eliminated as well. "Come on," Quinn said. "There's no need to watch this anymore. Let's head back to the hotel, and we can try to cheer her up." He had hoped that Layla truly didn't care about the event. However, he felt like even if one didn't care, it would still be pretty embarrassing to be the first one to be eliminated. In the past, she had helped him many times before, and without her, Quinn wouldn't know what his current situation would be like. He wanted to be there for her right now. Being eliminated from the event, Layla left the field and was allowed to head back to her hotel rather than the underground slot. She had made sure to sign out and return the equipment given to her, and proceeded to write her name down on a digital tablet. When she grabbed the pen, she was able to see that she was the first one to have written down her name, confirming she had returned the equipment. Quickly, a digital signature was placed and she walked off heavy-footed. She took the elevator that went directly to the top of the arena. It was a little walk from where she was, since the underground facility looped around and had several places along the way. The elevator from the arena floor allowed one to go straight into the hotel lobby, as they expected some students to want to rest straight away or cool down before doing anything else. The ride up the elevator felt like it was taking forever to reach the top. When she had lost, she didn't know what emotion to feel. She had tried so hard, and the only thing she wanted to do was get past the first round. When finding out she was the first participant to be eliminated, it hit her even harder. "I am useless," she said, as tears started to roll down her cheeks. "Everyone was right. Vorden, Pure, my mother, that girl. They all told me several times that there was no reason for me to be here. Aaron, where are you?" she cried, as the elevator made a ding, indicating it had reached the top floor. She made sure to quickly wipe her tears away with her sleeve, for fear that there might be someone in the hotel lobby that would have spotted her. When the elevator doors opened, Layla took a step forward and was surprised to see a single student standing in the hotel lobby, not too far away from the elevator entrance. The purple hair covering her single eye, and her face could be seen when she turned around. "Sia?" Layla called out. "I've been waiting for you, Agent 100, Sia replied. Episode 313. Very well. When her eyes met with Sia's for a brief second, Layla was quite pleased to see someone was waiting for her. When Aaron had disappeared and left them, it felt like she had no one to lean on, no one to confide in. Aaron had been the strong figure that Layla wished she could be, and yet it was something she would never be able to achieve. However, when she disappeared, Layla was a little lost. She had Quinn, but after finding out she was with Pure, their bond was a little broken. There was also the fact that Vorden would constantly get in between the two, and kept trying to fraction that relationship. In the middle of all these events that surrounded her, there was a little ray of hope, and that was Sia. After the last portal expedition, she had seen a scared little side to Sia during that time. She seemed afraid of Quinn and the others, and was confiding in her due to that. Layla, when seeing this, was seeing a version of herself when she looked at Aaron. In a way, it made her believe she needed to become a stronger figure, to know that someone was relying on her, instead of the other way round. This time, she would be a pillar of support for Sia. That was until the words spoken out of her mouth were like 1,000 knives had been stabbed right in her back. There was a straight look on the young woman's face. Her tone was serious. "I've been waiting for you, Agent 100, Sia greeted. There was now not a doubt in her mind that there were only two groups of people that knew her identity, Pure and Quinn's group. However, what Quinn's group didn't know was her agent number, and her ranking had recently just dropped as well. The fact that Sia knew this confirmed that she was part of Pure herself. "I know you might be shocked, but it was all because of Agent 5, Sia explained. Agent 5. This meant Sia being close to her was all of her mother's doing. Suddenly a realization was coming into her head. From the very beginning, since she had entered the academy, Sia had been her roommate. They had specifically told Layla that she was the only agent that was sent to military base 2. Was everything a lie? Now she didn't know what to believe. Was her new friendship with Sia fake? Was her acting scared an act? What was worse was how much did she already know, and how much were they reporting back to Pure? Her mother hadn't trusted her to even complete a mission like this, so they had to send backup to look after her. When there was a bond of trust, it went both ways, but her whole life it had always been one-sided. She trusted her mother with Pure's true intentions, even though she had so many questions. She trusted her mother when going through the hellish training that she felt was torture. She trusted her mother when she had told her life would be better in the future. Yet, she didn't trust Layla. After everything that had happened so far, something had snapped inside of Layla. Layla walked right past Sia, ignoring her. "Wait, what are you doing, Agent 100? Sia asked, a little shocked by Layla's actions. "Don't call me that! I'm not a number!" she shouted back. "I have a name, and I have a pretty good one." At that moment, the automatic doors to the hotel lobby opened and walked in Quinn and the other boys. They could immediately see her bloodshot red eyes, but had mistaken them for sadness instead of anger. "Are you okay, Layla? What's wrong?" Quinn said as he rushed over, placing his hand on her forehead, checking if she was all okay. "Idiot! Why didn't you come sooner?" she said. "And your hands are cold." At this moment, the full waterworks had come out, as tears of waterfall started to fall, and her head was now lying deep in Quinn's chest. "Hug her, dude," Fex whispered in her ear, while the other two boys pretend to look away and whistle. Not knowing what to do in this type of situation, he listened to Fex's advice and gave a firm hug to Layla as he tried to calm her down. "Quinn," she cried, "I don't want to be useless anymore. I don't." "Layla, when have I ever said you were useless?" Quinn replied. At this point, Vorden had decided to step away, knowing full well he had said that a few times. "You have done nothing but help me from day one," he replied. Seeing the scene, Sia didn't know what to do. She had still not even finished explaining the details of the upcoming plan. Agent 5 had assigned her the task to look over Agent 100. No matter what was to happen, this was her only mission. But right now, she couldn't interrupt this scene. "Layla," she tried calling out. "Go away! Go away!" she screamed. At this point, the others noticed that Sia was standing behind her, and seeing this strange reaction, Vorden started to wonder. He found it strange that Layla had broken down like this over the event. Sure, she would be upset, but was it such a big deal? "Hey, she doesn't like you being here, so just scram," Vorden said. "I can do what the hell I want," Sia snapped back. "You're not my boss, and you're not a teacher," she said as she continued to walk forward. "Just remember, I know about your secret, and yours," she said as she pointed at both Fex and Quinn. Sam, who was currently a bystander at this point, didn't have a clue what was happening and was finding it hard to follow along. "It's like I've been transported into the middle of a soap opera while still in the middle of a season," he thought. Sia walked forward, not caring about anything. However, after a few steps, she suddenly could no longer move. Something seemed to be restricting her movements completely. Then a breath was felt behind her neck. "I would like to see you try to tell anyone about that," Vorden said, in a sinister voice. It was the first time she had heard him speak like that. She could see his hand pressed against her throat, with nothing but a chopstick pointed at it. Perhaps others would have laughed, but the deadly aura coming off of his words, she knew it was no laughing matter. Looking ahead, she could see another person who had his hand held out steady, with all his fingers pointed. "Now, why would you choose to threaten us?" Fex said. After hearing the words she spoke, he felt like this was the worst time for anything to be revealed. If the humans had found out what he had transported into, not even his sister Silver would be able to save him. That's why the instant she had moved forward and made the threat, he had activated his strings to hold her in place. At the same time, he immediately saw Vorden and the move, and carefully made sure to allow the strings to not restrict any of his movements. However, Fex soon realized he didn't need to do much, as it seemed like Vorden was able to see and move away from the strings of his own accord. He's a skillful one. At this point, Layla had nearly stopped crying. Quinn still had her held in her hands. She pushed away slightly from his chest and looked up into his eyes. "Quinn, please, I don't want to go back to them," Layla said. "I want you to turn me. I want to stay with you. I want to be stronger." To Sam, it looked like Layla had just made some type of confession. Although it sounded weird based on everything that happened, it was the only thing he could think of. But Quinn very well knew what she meant. She wanted him to turn her as he did with Peter. He was very hesitant, especially after what had taken place with Peter so far. But what happened with him didn't mean the same would happen with everyone. After all, his own life had changed quite a bit, and Layla's was in a troubling situation. He had already figured when she had said she didn't want to go back to them, that being with them was preferable to Pure. Changing her meant she would be leaving Pure and going to his side. Leaving a big organization like that wasn't simple. One would need the power to fight back, and Layla didn't have that. "Very well," Quinn replied. Episode 314, Don't Kill Again. Quinn placed both of his hands on top of Layla's shoulders and moved her off slightly to the side. When Quinn agreed to turn her, she was ecstatic. The sadness surrounding her was lifted. Maybe this was the big change she needed in her life. "Thank you," she said as she sniffled a little bit and rubbed away the last few tears. Of course, right now wasn't the time to change Layla and go through the blood ritual. She was well aware of that. They were in the middle of the event, and there was always the chance the same thing that happened to Peter could happen to her. It was best to wait until they were back at school, where Logan could access the black market in case she did turn into a ghoul. "Ladies and gentlemen, the fighting event will soon begin," the speakers announced. The sound of the crowd outside beginning to move was heard. The crowd cheered louder than before, and it could even be heard from the back of the hotel lobby where the group was. This announcement and the reaction made it clear it was the most anticipated event out of the main three. "Nate," Sam said in a rush. "Sorry guys, I gotta go watch my friend. It looks like you guys have things handled here anyway." Although many things were happening in front of him, he hardly knew this group of people and was just helping them out for the time being. What he wanted to do now more than ever was go and support his true friend Nate. "I'll come with you," Logan said, as he was equally concerned about what might happen to Peter, and one of them from Quinn's group needed to inform them of what was happening. The others didn't have to worry about it too much. With Sam, it just looked like some type of strange invitation, and nothing was ever mentioned about Quinn being a vampire or any sort. All that was revealed was that Quinn and Fex had some type of secret. Seeing the level 1 on their wristwatch and how confident they were, he probably guessed it had something to do with the fact that they hid their abilities, yet were in the school based on being weak. This was something he could report to the school if he wanted to, but he saw no reason to. Not being in the same military school, he would have had no benefit from doing such a thing whatsoever, not that he would have even bothered in the first place. The two boys quickly left together and went ahead to the screen 2 areas, while the other 3 were left behind. However, after hearing the announcement, Fex was equally worried and wanted to leave as soon as possible. There was a good chance his sister would be watching the fight. Depending on how close she was to the arena, she would smell out Peter, or there was even the chance of Peter revealing some of his powers, giving him away. The problem was that he was the one holding Sia right now. "You two can go as well," Quinn said. "I can deal with her on my own." Both Vorden and Fex looked at each other from the other side. It was the first time Quinn had requested something like this. He would often ask for their advice in situations like this, so they found it a little strange. Did he already have a plan? "Are you sure?" Vorden asked, still keeping the chopstick he had in his hand, close to Sia's throat. "I'm sure," Quinn said. "Honestly, I haven't given up on Peter yet. I need you two to see if there's any way of saving him, any gaps in their routine if we can ship him off. I know it's unlikely, but even if we can't, at least we can find out what they plan to do to him, so we can get revenge later on." It was the first time they had heard Quinn declare that he had planned to go against the military in the open like this. Saving one's friend from them was different. He was now clearly saying if he couldn't save them at one point, he would punish those that did this. "I like it," Vorden said with a smile. "I agree," Fex said, as he let the strings loosen and returned to him. Vorden quickly ran over, and the other 2 had left the hotel lobby as well. Quinn quickly looked at Layla and just gave a slight nod, indicating she should go off and follow the boys. Before leaving, she whispered something into Quinn's ear. Sia started to look around the room to see if there was any way out. The hotel lobby was quite large, and the area they were in was near the elevators around the corner from the reception. It was a good 20 meters before they could be in sight of anyone. She then looked up at the top right-hand corner, where a camera was present. but she also knew this was useless as well. There was a specific reason why Sia had chosen to meet Layla here. The camera here had been disabled already. In the security room it would just show a loop, and also it was far enough from the reception area where no one could hear or see them. With no choice and the others gone, she felt she could only do one thing. A spirit spear formed in her hand, and she quickly threw it out towards Quinn. Straight after, she tried bolting it towards him, as she wished to run past him and head for the exit, or at least the reception area. Moving to the side, avoiding the first spear, Quinn then went ahead to Sia. Another spear was thrown, and this one hit him directly in the stomach. "Yes," she said, knowing full well that Quinn would have been slowed down, but it was useless. Quinn wasn't even using his full speed. Half a second later, he was already directly in front of her, and he quickly threw out his hand, grasping his fingers tightly around her neck. Even with the debuff, he was now faster than any normal human. As she looked into Quinn's eyes, she could see, for some reason, that there was great anger. When the other two had left, she thought the most troublesome ones had gone. Instead, it looked like the worst one was left behind. He knew from the conversation earlier that she was pure, and before Layla had left, she had told him not to worry about the cameras. "What is Pure planning to do?" Quinn asked. "As if I will tell you," she croaked out again. Why was it that she seemed to be getting strangled all the time by these psychos, she thought. However, what she was also surprised at was the fact that Quinn knew about Pure. Did Layla tell them everything? How much do they know? When she asked for him to turn her, what does she mean by that? To stay with Quinn, does this mean she's chosen to betray us? I must inform Agent 5 immediately. She started to stretch out her fingers to reach into her back pocket. Inside was a communication device. Maybe she wouldn't be able to talk out in the open, but if she were just able to turn it on, they would know something was up. No reply was a sign that an agent would be in trouble. Quinn's eyes started to glow even redder now, as he had activated the influence skill. You better hope this works this time, otherwise I have no choice but to get rid of you. Layla looked into Quinn's deep red eyes, and her body was frozen in place. She didn't know why. Please work, Quinn said. I don't want to kill again. Again? Sia heard now, fearing for her life. The four others had just arrived at Screen 2. They went ahead and sat down in the seats, ready to watch the fighting event. It seemed like there was quite a bit of preparation work to be done, so thankfully the fights hadn't started yet, and they were busy explaining the rules to the audience. When looking out on the field, 10 slightly raised circular cylinders went up from the floor to as high as the first row of audience members. Keeping their eyes level, they were watching from their seats. This allowed for nearly the perfect view for those sitting there. The flat-topped surface of the cylinder would be the fighting platform for the participants. There were a few ways to lose in the fighting tournament. Your opponent would be knocked off the cylinder platform. One was to be knocked out, or the referee, who would also be on the cylinder with them, would declare one of the students a winner. When looking out on all the cylinders, Fex could see his dear sister on one of the platforms. Of course she had to be a referee, he said. Episode 315. The fighting event begins. Underneath the arena, the contestants were all busy getting ready for the fighting event. The weapons and armor they had hidden until now were all out on full display. Even if one was to see what their opponent was wearing, there was too little time to try to catch her. On top of this, the participants themselves did not know who they were going up against. Students for this event were also able to use whatever equipment they owned. It didn't matter whether one person had higher gear than the other. It was all about individual strength rather than skill. The focus was to show how they would compete in the real world. Above, there were 10 platforms, allowing for there to be 10 fights happening simultaneously at the same time. The fighting event was one of the most significant events, so they needed not to have too much going on at the same time. Their goal was to allow the students to display their powers, and if all the students were to fight at the same time, it would be impossible to keep track of them all. Many factions and important members were watching this event, looking for their next recruits. Before going onto the stage, each of their stage names would be announced, allowing them to know who they were watching and something to remember the students by. All of the students who were in the fighting event were split into groups of 10. This meant on the first day, half of them would be eliminated. Nate continued to look around and eventually spotted Larry. "Looks like we won't be facing each other in the first round. That's good. Let me see how much you have improved before I fight you myself," he said. It wasn't set in stone, but Nate was pretty sure that the groups had indicated who would be going out together, and those in the same group would be facing each other. When he looked over to the group to his right, he could see not only Larry, but also the student who had the two guards, who had never left his side once, standing at the back. "I guess it's worth keeping an eye out on you as well," Nate said, still curious about why they never left his side. "We have something important to tell you," the guard whispered in Peter's ear. "Don't even think about surrendering or giving up the fight. If you do, you will be paying a visit straight back to the dungeon, and trust me, I can guarantee you don't want to go back there this time." Even with the man's threats, it didn't bother Peter too much. What he was far more concerned about was what they were planning to do. Were they going to just let him have a fair fight with one of the students here? It was clear now, after spending a whole day with the guards. With Quinn and the others' strength, there was no way for them to save him. He wasn't stupid. "Whatever they plan to do, I won't let them have it go their way," Peter thought, trying to make it as hard as possible. "All right, everyone, Group A, please start to make your way to the platform," a soldier ordered, and the first group, which had both Peter and Larry, started to make their way up to the stage. Nate started to rub his hands together in excitement. He couldn't wait to see what would happen. Inside the underground arena, they also had several screens, which allowed them to see what was going on above. He would have to observe from there. The anticipation of finally meeting the Blood Evolver was killing him. They had all entered the field as the crowd heavily cheered for them. The noise was so loud that it felt like the whole arena was vibrating slightly. Not everyone was here for recruitment, and it was clear some were here just to enjoy the show that would be put on. "It looks like Peter will be in the first batch," Logan said, watching from the top platform in his seat. "I wonder what they're thinking," Vorden asked. "Rather than worry about what they are thinking, I'm far more concerned with what Peter is thinking. He's a little unpredictable when it comes to situations like these," Logan replied. However, Fex was now sweating heavily. He crossed his arms and nervously tapped his foot away, staring at the screen. He was far more concerned about a bigger problem. Not being able to take it anymore, he had left his seat and walked over to the edge to look down at the arena. Seeing Peter on the screen had made him worry even more. "Oh no," Fex thought. The second he looked at his sister, he could tell from the expression on her face. She had discovered Peter. As soon as Peter had entered the arena and started to walk over to the platforms, in an instant she could smell that there was something different among them. Then, when they further split up, she finally had spotted who and where the smell was coming from. "I was meant to be the only one stationed at a military base. There were meant to be no others. Not only that, it's a subclass. Don't tell me." A worrying thought started to go through her head. It was clear that the subclass vampire was illegal. She would have been informed before coming otherwise. There was no doubt about it. The problem was who had created it. Was it her brother? If so, there might no longer be any way for her to save him anymore. After breaking so many rules, he would not get off with a light punishment. For now, unable to do anything in the middle of the tournament, all she could do was keep an eye on the illegal while continuing to judge her fight, since it looked like she wouldn't be judging the battle with the illegal. Underneath the large stone cylinders, two students stood on either side. The pillars were spread evenly throughout the arena, allowing the audience to see a fight no matter where they were, but they also had screens that would display the other matches, in case they were interested. Every so often, there were soldiers stationed in the crowd, and this included General Duke. The audience didn't think it was so strange, since it was a fighting tournament, but the reason for the high level of security was something else. "Is everyone ready? During the fight with the student known as Peter, everyone is to keep an eye. They could come out at any second," Duke ordered into his communicator. The soldiers were there in case of an attack from Pure. There were even more soldiers than the audience knew. Several members of the crowd were also disguised. Not knowing the importance of the member they had in question, they were also unclear about how much effort they would make to rescue him. There was also the possibility that they weren't even going to rescue him at all. The 4 leaders and Supreme Commander were here. Any rescue attempt would require their full power, and in all the years before, there had never been an attack on the event. However, there was one thing they were sure about, and that was the fact that they would be watching. Jack, sitting in his booth, was excited. He didn't expect anyone from Pure to come. That's why he wanted to put Peter up for the fight in the first place, so they could brutally see one of their own being beaten to death. By each of the pillars, there was an additional soldier down below. Their job was to catch anyone who would fall off the stage. As the first stage names were announced, the soldier below stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a smaller pillar raised the student onto the fighting platform. This was readily done as each of the students' names was being called. A cheer followed with each name, until eventually they had reached the last platform, Platform 10. The soldier stomped his foot, raising Larry Steele to the stage. And on stage 10, introducing Octopuncher. Looking at the screen from underground, Nate was slightly confused by the name choice. So you're not going to reveal your blood evolver in front of everyone, huh? But what kind of lame name is that? The man then stomped his foot again, and a pillar rose from underneath Peter, allowing him to step onto the platform. And next we have his opponent, Zombie P. When this name was called, there wasn't much of a reaction from the crowd in the arena. However, the students above and below ground were stunned, and Nate couldn't keep his jaw closed. Episode 316, Zombie P vs. Blood Evolver. As Peter's name was revealed to the audience, there seemed to be a strange reaction between a few people, and others started to notice this shift. The VR game that Peter played, Power Fighters, was very popular, and the user Zombie P had become a hot topic amongst players. However, there were a few important things to note. Not everyone who played the game visited the forums. Only those that truly enjoyed the game, like Nate and Sam, were a part of this group. Second of all, the servers that Peter played on were the military servers, meaning the only people who knew about Peter were the military students themselves. Still, the strange reaction caused by the students above started to spread like fire. When one or two would start to talk and murmur, others beside them would ask what was so interesting. Is he Zombie P? A student asked. Maybe he's just a fan? Can someone explain to me who Zombie P is? Ah, you don't know. He's quite well known in the VR game Power Fighters. The students were busy sharing information and videos of Zombie P's performance in the game, and soon nearly every student now knew about Zombie P. However, those who were in Dell's class were confused, as the video clearly showed the person in the video had a regenerative ability, while the Peter they knew was an Earth user. Those that knew Peter couldn't believe the connection. It just didn't make any sense. Although Peter's information was being spread between the students, the same couldn't be said for the people in the arena. They had come from outside the military, and even though the game was popular on the outside, they didn't have access to the military servers and knew nothing of the name. This was the same for Jack and the others in the booth as well. While they all had their eyes spread, watching all the participants fighting, Jack was mainly focused and excited about the beatdown that Peter was about to receive. "Wait, you're friends with Zombie P?" Sam asked, shocked by what he had just found out. The others had told him they were mainly watching the fighting tournament because of Peter, but didn't explain much else. They didn't know that this type of reaction was going to happen. The fact that everyone was talking about Peter came as a surprise even to them. "Wait, can somebody please explain to me what is the big deal about Peter being called Zombie P?" Layla asked. "I guess I should explain this one since it's partly my fault," Logan said. "One day when I was busy doing my usual tinkering away at my workbench, Peter had decided to play the game. Unbeknownst to me, he was causing quite a stir in the online world, and had become infamous because of his powerful regenerative abilities." Logan was unable to go into further detail due to Sam being there, but there was quite a difference between Peter's ability in the game and the one out there. The game had managed to copy Peter's unique body structure. Rather than ability, it determined his body was what was causing the extraordinary healing. This was why it allowed him to use his abilities in the game, the same way Quinn could use his as well. But as Quinn was able to use his blood abilities with no drawback, Peter could use his regenerative abilities as well, making him nearly invisible in the game. In real life, this wasn't the case. Peter did have extraordinary healing abilities, but if he was pushed to the edge, he would no longer heal until he was fed. "Let's hope True Dream isn't planning something stupid." Nate nearly exploded into excitement after hearing the user's name. Now he thought he understood why they were heavily guarding him. Noticing his watch's level showing a 1, there must have been something different about this person. Perhaps they didn't want the secret to be revealed. Either way, Nate was beyond excited. He was going to watch a match between two infamous people from the game, the Bloody Volver versus Zombie P. "Ladies and gentlemen, the match will now begin." The buzzer had sounded, and the fight had now started on the 10 platforms. There was quite a mix to the sound of the buzzers going off. Some students charged in immediately, causing fireworks and sparks to fly as they battle, while others patiently circled the ring, waiting for the right chance to attack. Most of the attention was focused on the flashier matches, and didn't pay attention to much else. Silver, who was one of the referees of another match, had her mind focused somewhere else. "I need to get this match over and done with as soon as possible." The two students she was watching were both female, and the two of them continued to circle each other, waiting for one of them to attack. "Come on," Silver thought. At last, one of the female students swirled her hands around and blasted a hydro pump full of water. A strong stream of water came out from the palm of her hand and was heading straight for the other student. The distance was great between the two, and the other contestant was not worried about an attack like this. She would easily be able to avoid it. But then she noticed Silver walking around the edge of the ring. This was fine. As a ref, one needed to reposition themselves to stop the fight at any moment, just like a boxing match. For a second, though, the two of their eyes met. The stress was now heading towards her. "Huh, what's this? I can't move." The student was shocked. She screamed at her body to jump out of the way, but it just wasn't listening to her for some reason. "Am I that nervous?" she thought, but it was now too late. The powerful stream of water had hit her right in the chest, causing her to be lifted off her feet and sent her flying through the air. She was now off the platform and was falling below, but soon she felt her back hit against the solid ground. "Ah, I'm alive," she said, feeling her heart beating rapidly. When she stood up, she noticed she was on a makeshift pillar that was slowly descending back into the ground. The Earth soldier below had raised a new platform as soon as he saw her fall off the platform. "We have our first winner," the announcer said. The female student was upset and was still confused about what had happened, but she was only a first-year student and put it down to the fact she must have been more nervous than she thought. "Finally, now I can focus," Silver said. During the fight, when the student's eyes had met with hers, she had activated her daze power, freezing her for a moment. Her goal was to end the fight as quickly as possible, and it seemed to work. Now she could freely watch the illegals battle. That was a little strange," Owen said, sitting inside the booth still playing with his long hair. "Did you notice something?" Oscar, the Supreme Commander, asked. "You didn't? It must have been my imagination then," he replied. "It's quite hard to focus on one fight in particular when so many are going on," Mona Bree said. Many of them had already chosen to form the initial inspection, which they wanted to watch. From a glance at the equipment, it was usually easy to tell which students were stronger. Good equipment indicated they were strong enough to slay that beast in the first place. However, this wasn't always the case, as some received more support from their family members than others. On the other hand, Owen was only interested in one person, and that was Silver, and this was the reason he had paid attention to their fight. While Jack had his pure attention focused on one fight, it looked like something interesting was going on that particular platform. When the fight had started, Larry immediately had gotten into a fighting stance. He had his gauntlets and full beast gear on. Everything seemed to be at the intermediate level, and looking at him reminded him a little bit of Quinn. Although as soon as he got in a wide fighting stance, that changed, as Quinn usually fought more freely, adapting as he went along. Larry waited and waited for Peter to do something until eventually Peter raised his hand in the air. "I forfeit from the match," he said. Peter didn't care about this match, and fighting meant there was a chance to reveal himself and Quinn. Originally, he wanted to fight, but thought this was for the best, even if he was to die. The words had been spoken loud and clear, and Peter even raised his hand to signal this to the ref. Even so, the ref stood there in silence. It was as if he had never even heard the words in the first place. "I said I forfeit!" Peter shouted. There were no mics on the students, and the platforms, along with the noise from the crowd, were far too loud and far for anybody to hear. Seeing this, Jack started to giggle inwardly to himself. "You think you can just give up? No. No matter what you do, you can't run away from this fight. The whole audience and that disgusting organization of yours
We're going to see you be beaten till you can no longer move in front of everyone.
Episode 317, Octopuncher 6. The other matches ended much earlier than anticipated. The participants were rapidly being announced as winners. This was half expected from the first group, as they were all composed of first-year students. The event was set up this way so the stronger first-year students would proceed and have a better chance of fighting against the second-year students in the later rounds. Between the first-year students, there was quite an immense power and skill gap. This gap would mostly be the case on the first day, as the weaker students were thinned out. This way, the fights that were to be shown later on through the week wouldn't be so quick to end. The fighting event seemed to be drawing to a close, as there were only 3 platforms with fights still going on, one of these being Peter's. "So this is your grand plan, a setup?" Peter thought. The tournament had to be rigged from the beginning. The judge not replying was an indicator he was working for Jack, and his job was to make it so Peter was unable to surrender or forfeit no matter what. "Is the student working for Jack as well?" It was now hard for Peter to tell who was working for Jack and who wasn't. If he was able to set it up so, all of these things felt there was a good chance the student, the ref, and the soldier below who was meant to catch him were in on the whole plan as well. "There is another way?" Peter said as he looked at the edge of the arena. But if his suspicions were correct and the man below also worked for Jack, there was no way the man would try to catch him. From this height, his legs would shatter and would have to be regenerated on the spot, revealing his powers. If his powers were going to be revealed one way or another, he would rather have done it fighting instead. Larry was tired of waiting and finally decided to charge in. As he rushed forward, he made a loud war cry and banged his 2 gauntlets fists together. If he could, Peter would have liked to win this fight without showing his regeneration abilities. He needed to be careful and figure out just what his opponent's ability was, especially since he was a level 6 ability user. Making sure not to stay too close to the edge, Peter decided to also come forward. Larry had beast gear on that was also enhancing his speed, while Peter wore nothing. Still, he managed to match his speed, and the 2 of them met dead straight in the center. A fist was thrown, and Peter moved his head out of the way, avoiding it by a few inches as the strike went past his face. The attack was powerful, and the air around it had caused his hair to move. From Larry's other hand, a wide swing was thrown. This time Peter responded by duking underneath it. "Your friend is good at dodging at least," Sam said. From his experience, although those blows looked wild, they still came out at a good speed and with full commitment. It was clear with the first few punches that Larry was not the blood evolver. There was no finesse in the punches, just raw power. Still, if the blows connected, it was also clear they would do quite a bit of damage. Fex continued to watch the fight nervously. If he was right in guessing that Peter was created by Quinn and Peter was a white, it meant Peter in terms of stats was just as good as Quinn. The longer the fight went on, the more chances Silver found out if she didn't know already. After dodging a few more punches, Peter was still wondering just when Larry was going to use his ability. He didn't want to make the first move until he had uncovered this secret. Another 2 swings from the side came one after another, but then suddenly Peter felt something grab him around the waist, and then something else held him tightly around the legs. Looking down, he could see what had latched onto him. A set of arms had grabbed him by the legs, and another set by his biceps, while the other 2 were where they should have been in the usual place. Right now, all the other fights had finished as it took a while before Peter's officially got going, which meant all screens were on him, and everyone could see him being lifted in the air by 4 arms. "Ha ha, this is perfect," Jack said. "What perfect timing for everyone to see what is about to happen." The others in the room thought Jack was a little too happy watching the students fight. Apart from Oscar, the others never really got on well with Jack in the first place. Looking down at the arms, Peter remained calm as usual. He no longer feared death. Maybe this was because he was already dead. He then started to look at the arms closely and started to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Suddenly, Peter began to chuckle to himself. "What's so funny?" Larry said, annoyed, and also a little concerned when he felt like he had his opponent trapped. Most of the beast gear that he had on had a unique trait to enhance one's strength. This was perfect for Larry and his ability to grow extra limbs, which meant he had more power than the average person in each of his arms. "I never knew I was fighting with an idiot. Was your name Octopuncher? Shouldn't you have 8 arms and not 6? Peter asked. For a moment, Larry stood there still, and soon he began to realize his mistake. His cheeks started to turn bright red, and his face felt hot. He didn't have a stage name before coming today, and when they had asked him, he thought of the best thing he could come up with at the time. "Arr!" he screamed. "I'll kill you!" Continuing to hold Peter in place with his other arms, he pulled back both his fists and punched Peter directly in the ribs. A cracking sound was heard, and the bones moving and fracturing could be felt in Larry's knuckles. Peter's body reacted to the attack, and the expression on his face changed as the air was punched out of him, but no screams were heard and no pain was felt. However, Larry was too angry to even realize this and continued to punch Peter repeatedly. After breaking his ribs, he went on to move his body around and hit his forearms, and lifted him to beat his legs. The whole audience was able to see the one-sided match on the screen. "This is not the bloody Volver," Nate said, disappointed, as he clicked his tongue and looked away from the screen. The man he was watching was nothing more than a wild beast. The others continued to watch and were wondering why the referee hadn't stopped the match yet. They could see him standing there clearly, watching such a one-sided fight, but did nothing to interfere. Some of the other referees had decided to stop fights before it had even gotten to this stage. In the end, it was up to the ref in the ring to determine when to stop the fight. They had information the others didn't know, such as student abilities, in case it was all part of the plan. "Don't you think the match should be stopped soon?" Layla asked. "If you were to ask me, I think that ref is a little dirty," Vorden replied. Finally, the punching rampage had stopped, and he allowed Peter to fall to the ground, retracting his arms back into his body. When Peter fell, the bones in his shins were now shattered. There was no attempt to lift himself, as he couldn't even stand up. He just laid there, having fallen to the ground. At this point, Larry was already walking away. "The match is over," Larry said to the ref. Although many in the arena thought the match was over, including the ones in the booth. The opinions of many of the students were different, including Sam. "Well, if he's the real Zombie P, then the match has only just begun," said Sam. It had only been a short time, less than a minute had passed, and Peter's legs had already healed. He stood up from the floor slowly, as his arms and ribs were still under repair. His body was twisting and turning in positions impossible if one's bones weren't broken, and everything slowly started coming back into place. Finally, Peter was once again back to his usual self. "Well, it turns out one person didn't disappoint me," said Nate. "You are the real Zombie P." Peter moved his neck from side to side, making sure everything worked as normal. "Well, now my ability was revealed to everyone anyway," Peter said. If Peter was to allow himself to take another beating like that, then after regenerating once more, there was a high chance he would need to eat human flesh again. Although they knew this secret of his, they didn't know the whole part, and eating flesh was a bigger problem than the first one. Now his secret was out, he had no choice. He needed to fight back, to not give out any other information to them. "I like it better this way," he said with a smile. Episode 318, Forget Everything. Everyone in the arena now thought they understood why the ref hadn't stepped in. It must have been due to the knowledge he had known beforehand. The ref must have known that the student had a powerful regeneration ability. But the truth of the matter was that the ref was just as shocked as everyone else. He had been informed beforehand that the student had a transformation ability. The audience members were too far away, and the screen never focused long enough for them to tell what level Peter's wristwatch had shown. They all just knew he must have had a powerful regeneration ability, and now it made sense why they had allowed him to fight in the tournament. However, the participants knew differently, having seen not only his level, but the number of guards that were always around him. Is he some type of mutant, they thought? Now as for Jack, who was sitting in the booth, he wasn't upset by this sudden change and surprise. Instead, he was excited but at the same time concerned, since he was thinking along the same lines as the students. He had gotten so excited that he stood up from his seat. "This has to be the doing of Pure," he thought. Duke had already confirmed he had a transformation ability, and before that, there had been reports of him having an Earth ability. Have Pure finally managed to create a monster? For years, organizations and different research institutes had dabbled in the possibility of allowing a student to have more than one ability. Due to the human cell's structure, it seemed impossible, but they progressed onward. To Jack, it seemed like Pure must have been able to finally succeed in creating a body that was able to have more than one ability. He might even be more important to them than I first thought. Knowing this new piece of information, Jack was determined to continue his plan of luring out Pure. He was unsure whether or not they had made more people like Peter, but even if they hadn't, they would hate the idea of the military getting their hands on something they had yet to discover. "You hypocritical bastards," he thought as he sat back down in his seat. The crowd continued to cheer away, and now the students were keeping a closer eye on the match than before. "Did I miss much?" a voice from behind Layla said. "Quinn?" she replied. It looked like Quinn had returned and was in one piece, which meant he must have dealt with the problem. Layla gulped when she thought of the possibility of getting rid of that problem. "So, what happened? Is Sia—" She couldn't finish her sentence for fear of the answer she would hear back. "She's alive, but it's complicated," he replied. Pulling off Layla to one side, he decided it was best to explain the full details of what had happened as soon as possible, especially since this involved her. Back at the hotel lobby place, around the corner where the elevators were located, Quinn was alone with Sia. When Quinn had activated his influence skill, her eyes had hollowed out, and it looked like his skill had worked. Before it looked like it had nearly worked, and now, with his charm points increased, it seemed to just be enough to push her over the edge. Not wanting to waste this golden opportunity, Quinn decided it would be best to ask her some simple questions. He had tried asking her what Pure was planning to do at the event. However, he quickly realized that for some reason, any question that was about Pure would be answered with nothing. It was almost scary even to him. Every time he would ask them a question, she would try and search her pocket like an automatic response. Usually, when one was under influence, they would be unable to control anything. There were two things that Quinn could think of as to how this was possible. Either his influence skill was barely working on her, and she was still fighting back, or there was some even stronger type of mind control going on at Pure behind the scenes. Seeing that she repeatedly tried to reach into her pockets, Quinn decided to reach in and grab whatever she was trying to get. Inside one of the pockets, he had discovered a white pill. What its use was for, he did not know. Inside the back pocket, there seemed to be a small white little remote. Afraid it might have been a recorder or something else, Quinn had crushed it to pieces on the spot. It would have been nice to give it to Logan, but he couldn't take any chances, and Layla had also informed him of Sia having something like this beforehand. If he was to find such a thing, he was told to destroy it on the spot. Since Quinn was unable to answer any questions, he feared that perhaps the next part wouldn't have worked either. This was the tricky part. How much did Sia know? Being an agent of Pure, she always had kept an eye on Layla and had been with her from the beginning. If he was only to remove the events from today and the Orange Portal expedition, there was a chance that Pure would be able to fit multiple pieces of the puzzle together. He couldn't risk it. There was only one thing he could do. Erase everything. He only said 2 words, unsure of what it might have done. He had asked the system beforehand, and he said she would be able to live and talk, so it should be okay, but whether or not she could live a normal life again, he did not know. Removing this much information was considered dangerous. After giving the command, her eyes whitened even further, and then the reflection of red was seen. This was the sign that his command had worked. Not wanting to be there when she came to, Quinn decided to quickly head back out to the others. He turned to look back at her one time before deciding to head off again. A short time had passed, and Sia, who was on the floor, had come to. She lifted herself off the floor with a banging pain in her head. She placed her hand, making sure she wasn't injured, and started looking around at her surroundings. "What is this place?" she asked. Then something had hit her even worse. "Who am I? What's my name?" Sia couldn't remember anything, not her birth date, not how old she was, or even the fact she was attending military school. The only thing she could remember was how to speak and her normal bodily functions. Realizing this, a natural reaction had occurred. as she broke down in tears and screamed out. After hearing everything Quinn had to say, for some reason she felt bad for Sia. She hated Pure, but not Sia herself. Still, she knew it had to be done. Getting rid of her memories would be better than death. At least, that's what she thought. "So, do you know what this pill is?" Quinn asked as he handed it over. "All agents carry one with them. It's poison," Layla explained. "If we were ever caught, and in a situation where we think we might be exposed, we're meant to take it instantly." "That's kind of messed up," Quinn let slip, forgetting for a second that Layla was a part of this messed-up organization. "Anyway, do you know what they're planning or what will happen now?" Layla shook her head in response. "I have no clue. My rank in the organization was never high enough, and it seems like they opted to tell me nothing now. My guess is as good as yours." With everything explained, Layla and Quinn decided to return to the rest of the group. They quickly updated Quinn on the events of the fight so far, and he only had one thing he could say in response. "It looks like there's nothing we can do right now apart from one thing." Quinn walked up to the ledge and looked down at the fighting platforms below. He lifted both his hands by his mouth and made a cone shape. Taking in a large deep breath as loud as he could, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Kick his arse until he can no longer walk!" It was long distance, and even though his voice was projected very loud, the audience was unable to hear him. But that wasn't important. Quinn only needed one person to hear his words. Walking towards Larry slowly, Peter raised his hand and gave a thumbs up in Quinn's direction. "Now I have permission." Episode 319, Single Punch. After watching the fast-paced regeneration of the student, Silver pretty much confirmed her suspicions. The student that was known as Peter was a white. There weren't many things out there with such a fast healing speed. The only other thing that had a similar healing speed was Wendigos, but it was clear that Peter had kept most of his human appearance, so it ruled that possibility out. Now that there weren't as many fights going on, she concentrated and found that there was no heartbeat. All these things led to the conclusion that he was a white. This could be a little troublesome or fairly easy to deal with. If the white was created by Fex, then it would be impossible for her or him to kill it, and she would have to find some other way to get rid of it. There was no way she could leave now knowing what was out and about. Without a ladder, they could quickly go out of control. If it wasn't created by Fex, then that could be worse. If possible, she would have liked Fex to deal with the situation, as he was able to move about more freely among the students than she could. But if it was created by someone else, and the vampire turned out to be quite powerful, it might be too much for him to handle, and she would, in the end, personally have to deal with it. Whatever the case was, she would keep a close eye on observing the white's strength. There was no longer any need for Peter to hold back. The military already thought he was strange after finding out he had several abilities. The worst thing that could happen was that he would need to feed again, and that was the worst outcome. Knowing this and having the element of surprise, Peter continued to walk forward slowly. For some reason, Larry didn't know why, but he felt an immense amount of pressure. It wasn't the fact that Peter was giving out such a feeling. It was because someone who he was sure he had already defeated was now walking perfectly fine. This type of situation messes with one's head, and it didn't quite make sense to Larry. "I beat you up once, I can just do it again," Larry shouted as he tried to psych himself up to go in for the attack. Shouting out a war cry once again, this time the forehands had come out of his back before charging in. The boots on his feet slightly went a bronze color as he activated the equipment, allowing him to move slightly faster. Then, planning to do the same thing as last time, the gauntlets were activated as well. "I'm not taking any chances, I'm taking you down in one blow." Surprisingly, Larry was moving a lot faster than Peter had suspected, but it still wasn't fast enough. Knowing full well he needed to avoid the attacks, at the right time as Larry went for the grab, Peter jumped back, allowing himself to be just out of reach of the grab. With a dash, Peter tried to go around the side, but Larry wasn't going to let him get behind him. One hand retracted from his left side and popped out of the right side, swinging his fist out at the same time. Peter, seeing this, threw a fist of his own, but he wasn't holding back. "You idiot! Maybe you can heal, but you can't match my power," Larry thought. The two fists collided, and to his surprise, their strength was now equal. One fist didn't push back the other, but the power was so strong that the bones in both of their fists were completely shattered. "Ah!" Larry winced in pain and slightly flinched, while Peter hadn't stopped moving. The pain had no effect, and by the time he was around the back of Larry, his fist had already finished healing. "He's so fast! Are you sure he doesn't have the ability of speed as well? How come someone moved that quick?" Sam thought, watching from above. Fex looked over at Quinn and thought back to when he had fought against the king-tier beast. That's his speed, and with the boots, Quinn was even faster than that. If people saw Quinn fight in this event, how would they react to it? "This boy is good," Owen said. "Ignoring the things he's displaying for now, he knows how to use his unique traits to his advantage." At this point, Jack was grinding his teeth. He never expected Peter to be this skillful. He was happy at first when he found out he had the regenerative ability as well as the transformation ability, but this was unexpected. The aim was for him to lose the fight. Larry spun his body around, hoping to slam his gauntlet fist right into Peter's head. With the added strength of the gauntlets, his power should have overpowered Peter's. Seeing this, Peter didn't care to dodge, but instead lifted his left arm right up to his head, while throwing out a punch of his own. In a fight, the best time to throw a punch is when your opponent is throwing a punch of their own. A counterpunch, Nate said, looking at the screen already knowing the outcome of the fight. Larry's fist had hit Peter's arm and had shattered his forearm, but the blow was blocked. In contrast, Peter's strike had all his power behind it, as well as the momentum of Larry's coming spinning and coming towards him. As Peter's fist dug into his face, it had twice the power of what a punch from Peter would usually have. Parts of teeth went flying out of his mouth, and blood started to gush from his nose. As his head was flung back, the whites of his eyes could be seen, and the loud sound of the heavy body hitting the floor was heard. The ref rushed to the body on the floor and soon raised his hand. "The winner, Zombie P!" The single punch from Peter was all it took. Larry had been defeated. Slamming his fist down on his chair, Jack stood up from his seat and stormed off out of the room. "What's wrong with him? Did he have a bet on the other kid to win?" Mona asked. "Don't be silly," Oscar replied. "You know we don't allow those types of things. I believe he had been paying close attention to Larry for a while now and was planning to invite him into his family. This might have been quite a shock to him. Just leave him be." Outside of the booth, Jack continued to walk down the hallway. He was doing his best to calm down. Pure hadn't come out, and he had spent a lot of time preparing everything, and it seemed to be all a waste of time. Sure, he could still get his revenge just by reporting Peter or killing him in secret, but that wasn't good enough for Jack. He still remembered the embarrassment he received last time when they had taken both the students right in front of his very eyes. "You think you can make a fool out of me?" he shouted. "We'll see that the fighting event isn't over yet. You think your little experiment is strong, huh? Well then, let's see how well it does against a real opponent." When his voice could be heard back at the booth, Jack started to laugh hysterically down the long corridor. "Some people in this world shouldn't have the power they have," Owen said out loud and clearly, making sure everyone had heard what he had said in the booth. "Does that include you?" Bernie asked. Owen shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows?" The event had come to a close for the day, and there were several surprises. The audience was excited to return to see everything tomorrow, and the students, who hadn't taken part in anything, were restless. When they had all returned to the competitors' room, they were eager to go out on the platform for the evening to expend all the energy they had pent up. Quinn and his group had decided to meet up at one of the coffee stalls. It was a little bit late for coffee, but they wanted to discuss the possibilities that might happen to Peter, as well as update everyone about what had happened so far with Sia. They hadn't invited Sam this time, so they could talk freely, but did, however, plan to meet him tomorrow to watch the rest of the events. Quinn was the last one to arrive at the coffee shop, and sitting outside was Logan, Layla, and Vorden. As he walked up and took a seat, he noticed one was empty. "Huh? Where's Fex?" "He said he wasn't feeling well tonight and would join us a little later," Vorden replied. The truth was, Fex had a prior appointment tonight. On the very top of Hotel 4, if one was to look closely, they still wouldn't be able to see anything. But perhaps if one had a pair of binoculars, they would be able to see two figures. It was windy up at the top, but it was away from the eyes of any type of camera and was in a place that would have been hard to reach for many. "Let me ask you something, dear brother," Silver said in a sarcastic tone. "Did you know about the illegal?" Episode 320, Kill the Illegal. After the fighting event had ended, the participants had been taken to the medical office to have their wounds taken care of. Even those who hadn't received anything major injuries still needed to have a quick checkup done to them. For once, Haley was pleased that she wasn't one of the only doctors in the whole place, and it seemed like the rest had everything handled. She felt like it was one of the most leisurely days in her life, but perhaps she had said that too soon. In the middle of checking up on all the students, she had been called over to check up on one of the students from their military base. However, it wasn't one of the students who had taken part in the fighting tournament, as she had first thought. When she entered the hospital-like room and turned around the corner, she was surprised to see a short-haired, purple female student. "We don't know what's wrong with her," one of the nurses said as they took Haley around the corner. "It seemed like she can't remember anything, her name, where she's from, what day it is. She's in a major shock and we don't know what to do. That's why we decided to call you over." After being updated about the situation by the nurse, Haley knew this wasn't going to be an easy one. For some reason, it seemed stranger events than usual were happening this year. The female nurse had left the room to leave Haley alone with the student, while she carried on to perform her other duties. As she left the room, she bumped into a man wearing the same type of scrubs as her. It was a male nurse. "Is everything okay there?" the man asked. The female nurse then looked around to see if there was anyone else down the hallway before spilling the student's details. The man looked concerned after hearing the information and wished her a speedy recovery. The man continued to walk down the hallway and placed his hand by his ear. "This is Agent 66. I have an update on the situation." Inside the pure metallic base, Agent 5 was sitting at her desk in quite a small spaced room. She continued to twiddle her fingers on the table as she thought about what to do. She finally stood up from her seat and opened up a digital display with all sorts of photos and numbers on the screen. As she moved her hand slightly above the pictures and words, they would move with it. "Agent 100 is no longer answering her communicator. According to Agent 66, she did as asked and dropped out of the first-round tournament, but due to the events surrounding Agent 72, we no longer know if the information was received or not. The question is, why is Agent 100 no longer answering her communicator?" She then lifted her hand and brought up Agent 72's information. Beside it, there was a photo of Sia. "With her memories being completely wiped, Agent 72 is as good as dead to us. We have no clue whether they were able to get anything out of her or not. Perhaps it might not be the best idea to go ahead with the attack after all." It was a tough decision, and it was all up to Agent 5 to make. She closed down the holographic display and went back to her seat. "I've decided this operation is too risky. We will no longer plan to attack the event." A decision had been made. On the rooftop of Hotel 4, the two figures were the only things standing there. The wind continued to blow up an intense high in the sky. "Illegal? Who's done something illegal? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing," Fex replied nervously. He couldn't even look directly at his sister and continued to peer out of the corner of his eye to see what type of face she was making. When finally their two eyes met, he regretted it instantly as it looked like a demon. "No more games, Fex. This has become a serious matter now," Silver replied. This was it. He couldn't hide this from his sister, and he had already expected a result such as this one to happen. Knowing full well what was going to happen, he had already decided what he would do. He was never going to give up his blood brother Quinn. He saved his life, and in return, he would save his. "Did you create that thing?" she asked. "No," Fex replied in a composed voice this time, to show this was no laughing matter. "When I arrived, I discovered the illegal. At first I thought one of the 13 families had created it, but after realizing it was a white, I realized its master must have been close. I kept a close eye on who that could be, and finally found out." This piece of information needed to be revealed to her. The important part of Fex's plan was he needed Silver to stop looking. Sooner or later, she would have gone looking and found Quinn by his smell. "Oh, since when did Fex become a little detective?" Silver replied. "The law states we can kill illegals on the spot. If we know the creator is in the school, then let's finish off the illegal and return with the vampire." An expected response. His sister was quite predictable because she always followed the rules and tried to deal with things the quickest way without getting others involved. This little piece of insider information was the only thing he could rely on. Suddenly, Fex went down on one knee and placed one of his hands on the ground. He made sure to keep his head facing the floor to show the appropriate respect. This was something that vampire only did to leaders, or lower ranks did to higher ranks. Although Silver was technically a higher rank than Fex, due to their positions within the family, he had never done this to her before, and it all came as a surprise. "Please, Silver, let me deal with the illegal, and I promise I will bring the vampire back to you tonight. You know I wanted to stay on Earth as long as possible. The truth was, I knew the family would send someone after me sooner or later. After I found an illegal here, I've been making notes and tracking the vampire and them down. I thought when they would take me back if I also handed them in, there was a chance my punishment could be made lighter. I could use it as an excuse as to why I stayed here so long. Please give me till the end of tomorrow, and I will bring them both to you." A part of what Fex had said was the truth. He had planned this. He just never thought his sister would be the one to get him. If he returned with the shadow vampire user, then his punishment would have been light. Silver thought about this for a while. Fex had broken a severe rule, but not enough to be put into internal slumber, but there was a chance he could be put into temporary sleep for hundreds of years. She would hate to be apart from her brother for so long. If Fex caught these criminals, then there was a chance the punishment could be lightened. "All right, I agree with your request, but 2 things," she said. "1, not tomorrow. You need to do everything tonight." "Tonight? But that's too soon. Guards are protecting the—" Fex said worriedly. "If you can't do it tonight, then I will do it myself tomorrow. This will be a test for you, and the second thing, the vampire must be brought to me, but the white must be eliminated." He knew this was the best he was going to get, and in a way, it was a better result than he had expected. "Fine, I shall bring the vampire to you and kill the white," Fex answered. The 2 of them quickly vanished, and now there was no longer anything on the roof. It was as if nothing was ever there. Episode 321, I'm in Love. Fex was walking along with the top platform slowly. His usual neatly swept-back black hair was now a complete mess. The stress of everything was getting to him, and he felt like pulling his hair out. It more than felt like it. There were times while walking when he had pulled out small parts of his hair from his head. Nothing noticeable, but he didn't even realize he had been doing it. He needed everything to go perfectly and still felt relieved that his sister had agreed into letting him do everything on his own. The only problem was that he had a time limit. He needed to finish everything by tonight, to pull everything off that he had planned. He needed some help. He couldn't do this alone. Eventually, Fex arrived at the small little coffee shop where the others were sitting outside. It was an hour later than they had planned, but it was still only 7 p.m., plenty of time for the rest of the evening. Sunrise was the time limit. "Hey, is everything okay with you?" Quinn asked, seeing the mess that Fex's hair was in. He had been acting strange all day, and now his appearance was on top of this. Something must have been wrong, and now with the event over, he could ask. With an awkward smile, Fex approached Quinn and started to whisper in his ear. "Do you mind if you and I can talk for private for a second? I have something important I want to talk to you about," Fex whispered. Hearing this, Quinn's heart started to beat, and slight butterflies were felt in his stomach. If it was something that Fex only wanted him to hear about, then it had to be something to do with vampire business. The 2 boys left the group at the table and walked off slightly to the side. There was no one around them to listen in on their conversation, and they could now talk freely. "So what is it?" Quinn asked. "Did something happen?" Fex went to fix his hair up and had a nervous look on his face. He never was a good liar, and today he had to put the performance of his life on. The only problem was he had to do it more than once. "Quinn, you're going to hate me for this." Fex placed his hand on top of Quinn's shoulder and looked to the floor before lifting his head and looking Quinn in the eye. "This was it? Have the vampires come to get Fex? Do the military know about me? What is it?" Quinn thought nervously. His palms were now sweating, and he just wanted Fex to blurt it out as the tension was killing him. "I'm in love with Layla." "What?" Quinn shouted out so loud that the others at the table could hear. It was something he had never expected out of all the possibilities. "Layla? I mean... Quinn started to stutter his words, he was so surprised. "I thought you had a thing for Erin," Quinn said. "Erin? No, that was different. She was a skillful one like a diamond, but there were no feelings," he replied as he grasped his hands and pulled them in towards his heart. He was trying to make it seem as if this was a painful conversation for him to have. "With Layla, it's true love. I know you 2 are quite close, and I didn't know whether you liked her either, but the thing is, I don't know how much longer I can stay here, and before I go, I want her to at least know my feelings." Fex then turned around so Quinn couldn't see his face. He wanted to make this as dramatic as possible for him. There was always the chance that Quinn might see through his act. "I know nothing can ever happen between her, you see, and me, but I want her to at least know, and I wanted you to know before I asked her, because you're my blood brother, right?" Suddenly everything was starting to make sense to Quinn. No wonder he had been acting so strangely for the whole day. A confession was always a big deal. With Layla, Quinn didn't feel like he had any special feelings for her. He did feel protective of her, but didn't know whether or not it was beyond a friendship. Even if he did like her, Fex was so passionate right now, he could never deny him this chance. But what did he know was Fex was right. The two of them were blood brothers. "Go ahead," Quinn said. "Make sure you tell her exactly how you feel." After hearing those words, Fex's eyes lit up as he turned back around. "That's great," he said as he started to push Quinn in the direction of the hotel. "Just head home and I'll get the others to do the same. I plan to do it as soon as possible." "You mean now?" "Yes, now, just go," he said as he gave another small shove. With that, Quinn walked back to the hotel room with a little smile on his face. It would be nice if two of his friends became an item, but it was a shame if Fex did have to go back. "Good luck, brother," Quinn thought as he returned to his hotel room. Seeing Quinn walk off like that, the others who were at the coffee table were wondering just what was going on. The two of them seemed to be so dramatic about something and were a little worried that Quinn had disappeared off somewhere. Still, that quickly changed when they saw Fex walking towards them. He didn't have a face of joy or laughter like he did when talking to Quinn. This was the face of business. With his two hands, he swept back his hair and sat down in one of the seats that were placed around the table, and the aura that was coming off him was suffocating them. It quickly reminded them that Fex was not a human, nor was he a human that had been turned into a vampire, but he was a true vampire. "Now that Quinn is gone, I have something important to say to you all. I usually joke around, but this time I'm serious. You may have many questions, but I urge you all to listen and hear me out to the end." Fex paused for a moment to see if any one of them wanted to say something there and then, but they all understood it was an important matter and knew to listen in carefully. "Good. The vampires have discovered me, and they know about Peter. They don't know about Quinn yet, but it's only a matter of time. I want to first say this is my fault. They only came because of me, but after finding out about Peter, they can't let him live. To explain quickly, he is something called an illegal. Vampires do not have permission to create others without notifying their leader. Since Quinn created Peter without a leader's permission, Peter is considered illegal. Usually when we discover an illegal, they are executed on the spot. As for the one who created him, they are taken back to the Vampire Council to be judged for their crime. Now, I have no intention of turning Quinn into them. Ever since I got here, he has done so much for me, but they won't leave until I give them the vampire that turned Quinn. With that, I have a plan. Luckily, Peter knows the transformation skill. If we give him disguised as Quinn, that should be able to satisfy them. I will report back saying I have killed the illegal, while also giving them a fake Quinn. Here is where I need your help. There are a few problems with this. Everything needs to be done today. I have told them I would deal with everything. I will be breaking out Peter, and for that, I think, Logan, you will be the best to help me. The second thing might be an even bigger problem. I'm sure we all know if I told Quinn of this plan, he would never agree to sacrifice Peter for himself. Even when I spoke to him earlier, he still thinks there is a way to save Peter. The truth is, this might be the only way to save him. The humans will experiment on him to no end, but the vampires will at least give him a quick death. Giving Peter to them is not enough to fool them. We can smell our kind, and Peter himself is not a vampire, but a subclass of a vampire. If I handed Peter over, they will discover he is a fake in an instant. Out of his pocket, Fex placed the flask on the table and put it in front of Vorden. During my time here, I have concluded that, Vorden, you are the closest to Quinn. Whatever it takes, you must fill up that flask with his blood, but he mustn't find out about this. I have a suggestion that I think only you could do, and that's to knock Quinn and force the blood from him. He is a curious one. If you try to come up with an excuse, there's a good chance he will follow you, and it will ruin the whole plan. By the time Quinn wakes up, we would have been gone. Fex had finished detailing everything to the others, and they couldn't quite believe it. Both Logan and Vorden had suspected something like this would happen one day. They just didn't expect it to happen in the middle of an event like this. The other thing was, they didn't even have time to prepare. They would have to act immediately. Vorden picked up the flask and placed it in his back pocket. "We have no choice. We have to do this," Vorden said. "But I have one question. Surely sooner or later they will find out that Peter is not the person they are looking for. What happens then? Will they come to look for Quinn again? And what will happen to you once they find out you tricked them?" The serious face on Fex had changed to quite a sad-looking one after hearing this question. It was almost as if he had prepared himself for something. "The vampires are careful ones. It will be a while before they send someone after Quinn. At least this will give him more time. Quinn is special. I know that he gets stronger by the day. As for your second question, that is not for you to worry about and for me to deal with." With everything said and done, and with no time to waste, the group split up and proceeded with the plan. Episode 322, Finding Power. In the middle of Fex's explanation, after hearing and learning that the matter had something to do with Quinn, a particular person had found out that he could be in trouble. In the dark back room of Vorden's mind, Syl had stood up and was interested in what they had to say. Most things seemed uninteresting to him, and with nothing happening so far that relied on Vorden using him, he had remained quiet. He listened carefully while standing by Vorden on his left side, and Rayton was on the right. The explanation had just finished as Fex asked Vorden to gather Quinn's blood. "Well, of course, we're not going to agree to that, right?" Rayton asked. "Hey, I know I'm crazy and I'll fight anything, but do you remember what happened last time? He turned into that bald monster. Sorry, but I'm not fighting in this one." "Rayton, didn't you just say you would fight anything?" Vorden replied, annoyed. "Sorry, I refuse to fight anything that's that ugly with no plus side. At least when fighting a beast, we get a crystal out of it. A human? Well, that's just fun, but that..." After hearing what Rayton had to say, Vorden was concerned and was hesitant whether or not to agree with the plan. Quinn was strong. If it was the Quinn from a few months back, then maybe without Rayton's help and strong ability, he would be able to knock Quinn out and gather some blood. Right now, he would need at least 2 strong abilities to increase his chances. It wasn't just a question of winning such a fight, but being strong enough to overpower Quinn, to the point where he could win without having to badly hurt him. He could always try to find an excuse to ask about the blood, but he couldn't think of anything right now and needed a backup plan in case that didn't work. It looked like Fex's suggestion of beating and knocking him out was the best one. The question was whether he could do it without Rayton's help. "Say, we'll do it," Syl said all of a sudden. This response came as a surprise to Vorden. The whole reason they had gotten close with Quinn in the first place was due to the way Syl saw Quinn. "If we don't do this, the bad people will take Quinn away, right?" Syl asked. It seemed like he had understood more than he thought. Vorden felt bad for underestimating Syl. Maybe he was slowly getting better. His mind returned to what it once was. "Yes, you're right. If we do this, then the bad people won't take Quinn away." With Syl agreeing to help and fight Quinn just in case, they decided to take the job and get the flask. Vorden asked Layla to head back to her hotel room and prepare whatever she thought might help. In her room, there were still a few items she had from Pure that should be able to help block out the cameras around the place. The truth was that Vorden wanted Layla to leave him alone while he made some preparations of his own. He didn't expect her to have some useful things. If there was a chance he was going to fight Quinn, then he needed the strongest powers he could find, and he knew just the place to get them. Inside her hotel room, Layla went under her bed and pulled out what looked like a small metal box. On the front was a keypad, where she proceeded to input the code in her mind. Soon the small metal box was opened, revealing the black ball that was usually in there. This time, though, the black ball looked a little different than before, as a blue flashing light was blinking on the front. This indicated that there had been a message left on it. Placing the blinking black ball on her bed, she chose to ignore it. "No, I am no longer a part of Pure or that life." With her palm facing towards the ball, she started to concentrate. Slowly, components of the black ball were being pulled out piece by piece. They were gradually lifted away from the black ball, and eventually the ball stopped blinking. Inside the box, there were still a few more things inside. She quickly grabbed them and placed them in the pouch around her waist. They were special tools that she had been trained with her whole life, although she hadn't used them that much since it was her first mission and she hadn't been given any tasks. She quickly went to leave the room to meet up with Vorden at their designated spot, but before doing so, she turned around one more time and took a look at the black ball. As she closed the door, she muttered, "Goodbye, Agent 100. Most of the students were still outside enjoying the atmosphere, checking out the stalls and playing all the games. It was busier than the first day because the public had also been invited to check out the place as well. It wasn't too late, and everyone was filled with excitement. However, Vorden was not one of these people. He continuously looked around the area to see if he could find the person he was looking for. Eventually, on his way to his destination, his search had led him back to the block game Quinn had played the other day. There were more people stationed outside, and there was even a large queue. It seemed like the video had made the game go viral. While looking at the line, he could only see students making up the majority of the queue. There were some with high levels on their wristwatch, but he couldn't tell what their abilities were just by looking at them. It was a shame that Berg, one of the Sunshield Fire users, was taking part in the fighting tournament. The strongest students currently in the school were all underneath the arena and were in that event. This meant Vorden only had one choice, but had no idea where to find them. However, it looked like luck hadn't given up on him yet, since the girly-looking man who sat by them today was also by the gaming area. Wasn't he one of the 4 leaders, the leader of the Greylash family? Owen, if I remember correctly? Vorden thought. Owen was wearing what looked like a fairly large, traditional-looking gown. It covered him from his shoulders and went all the way down to his feet. It was white and suited him well, but only made his girly features stand out more. While Vorden was looking in his direction, the 2 pairs of eyes seemed to catch each other, and the man gave a wink. Owen had left the booth of the game he was watching and decided to walk over towards Vorden. Seeing this, Vorden strangely chose to walk away from the premises, up to the ledge where there were next to no people. "Oh, he wants me to follow him, huh? Well, this should be interesting," Owen thought. Owen decided to play along with whatever games the student had, remembering that both he and the other one had reacted strongly after witnessing the video. He had returned to the gaming area tonight, expecting the student to perhaps return, gaming for he was one in the video. The other students thought of the same thing, but it looked like that wouldn't be happening. All the other students seemed dull after witnessing the video. As soon as the man had come over without saying a word, Vorden had gone in for a quick and unsuspected grab. All he needed to do was get in a single touch, and the powers would be copied. It was truly unexpected. Owen had expected that the student only wanted to talk, but his reactions were far quicker than the boys. Releasing that Vorden's intent was not to hurt him, he quickly thought that there must have been some other reason for this strange attack. There was no power behind this strike, and it was too sudden in front of too many people. Owen quickly opened up his gown, and from his waist he pulled out a metallic fan. He quickly spread it open and blocked Vorden's fingers from touching him. However, Vorden was persistent and tried again with his other hand, but that too was knocked away. Not knowing Vorden's true intentions, Owen stepped back and initiated a small spark in his right hand. It was out of sight for others to see, since his body was blocking most of it, plus he had purposely made it very small. It was a warning. If Vorden tried to strike again, he wouldn't hesitate to use his powers. "I have no choice," Vorden thought. "This is for Quinn." The look in Vorden's eyes suddenly changed, even being felt by Owen. He had never felt such a strong presence come from a student before. He thought that he was right to think those kids from before were interesting. Using the fan, he covered the bright smile on his face. Never before had a student made him feel this way. "My name is Vorden Blade from the Blade family. Using my name, I request you to stand down. Answer my request and give me your hand." Upon hearing the words spoken by the student, he now knew it was no laughing matter. The smile he had before dropped in an instant, and as quick as the smile had dropped, so did Owen with his request and gave Vorden his hand. Episode 323, The Power of a Secret. With his sizable white gown and hair covering his face, Owen wasn't very recognizable to the outside people. Unlike the other family leaders, no one knew what he looked like. Today was the first time the newly appointed head was revealed, and that was only found out to the people in the booth. Sure, there were some like Quinn and his group who had paid attention to who was sitting in those seats, but none knew about the situation. Looking at someone so young, they would have never suspected them of being a leader. The people around outside weren't even paying attention to such a thing that was happening off to the side. They were far too involved in their things, or the gaming center that was close by. After learning about Vorden's true name, he had no choice but gave up his hand. The excitement that was felt when following this student now turned into horror. Although his heart was beating rapidly and he was a little scared, there still was a little spark in the back of his mind. I wonder why he needs to borrow my power. His curiosity to find out new and exciting things had always been his downfall. He even felt that his current views were different from the head and those around him. Owen was always interested in the younger generation who was closer to his age. He wanted to know how they felt about the way things were currently run. However, if he was to try to get involved or intervene in a situation like this, it would have possibly been one of the most dangerous things to do. "Thank you," Vorden said, letting go of Owen's hand. No matter how interested Owen was, now was not the time to get involved with such a dangerous individual. He took a few steps back and planned to get away, but seeing his actions, Vorden called out to him immediately. "Wait," Vorden called out. "I want you to take me to where the other leaders are." Hearing this came as a considerable shock to Owen. Was he planning to use their powers too? The Big Four leaders' powers were beyond a level 8 ability. It was to the point where it couldn't be measured. Looking at Vorden, it was clear he was a student, whoever he had trouble with or whoever he needed to deal with. Just his power alone should have been enough. Now the excitement was too much, and he had even forgotten to hide the grin on his face. Maybe the events won't be so boring after all. With no choice, Owen walked, and Vorden followed behind. On the way, they quickly went to one of the stalls to purchase a change of clothing for Vorden. He too was now in a large white gown that was a little too big, as part of the back was dragging along the floor. "Is this necessary?" he asked. "Of course," Owen chuckled as the two of them continued to walk. Eventually, they reached their destination. It was a hotel room that was slightly larger and fancier than the rest, Hotel Number 1. This was where all of the higher-class members that were invited to the event were staying. The rest had to get a train out to other parts of the city and come in early in the morning. Before entering the building, the two of them stopped outside. "Do you know how to use my powers?" Owen asked. "Not everything, but I should be able to do something," Vorden replied as he started to twirl his hand around. Particular elemental abilities were quite similar in use, but reacted differently when being used. An example of this was when gathering water. To gather water and wind, one did the same thing, but water would be a bit harder to control due to its weight and shape of it. When twirling his hand in a circular motion, he tried to imagine the ability as a water one. Suddenly following the palm of his hand, a stream of electricity would follow it. He continued to move his hands in a circular motion, and now a full circle of blue electrical light could be seen. "Quick learner as expected," Owen said, impressed. "The kids at our school would cry in horror if they found out you could produce something like that on your first try." Owen then opened up two of his fingers and created a connected spark, passing the blue lightning between his thumb to his finger. "This should do. There is no need to perform what you did before." With the quick lesson over, the two of them walked up to the front of the hotel lobby where the guards were stationed. Owen was allowed to pass, but Vorden was stopped. "That kid is with me. He is a member of the Greylash family," Owen said with a wink toward Vorden. He suddenly realized why they had the quick lesson before. Opening up his thumb and his index finger, he had presented to the guards the same trick that Owen had shown moments before. There was no better proof that one was part of the Greylash family, other than displaying it with their powers. Usually this wouldn't have been enough, but with one of the Big Four, who was also considered one of the leaders of the current United Earth Alliance. They allowed him to pass. The elevator was taken to one of the top floors, and when they arrived, there were only a few rooms with large doors. These doors all had different decorations on the outside. In the center of the double door going over the parting point was the engraving of the family's crest. No guards, Vorden noticed. This was upon the request of the four themselves. They preferred it this way. Secrecy was a big part of their power, and Vorden knew that better than anyone. Right now they were standing in front of what looked like a large shield with a flame on it. Owen knocked on the door and was quite pleased he would be interacting with Bernie once again. "Those blasted soldiers, I told them not to disturb me. I'm going to have to speak to Owen about this. This treatment is unacceptable." The ramblings of a deep-voiced man could be heard through the doors. It seemed like the man was trying to speak quietly, but he had one of those voices that would be carried and heard throughout no matter what. The doors flew open wide and fast, and in its place was a large, round-bellied man with messy red hair, the trait of the Sunshield family. The instant the doors opened, Bernie's ears started to produce steam at the sight of the man in front of him. "You," he pointed at Owen. "So it looks like you wanted that fight after all, to come to my room in the middle of the night." He had completely ignored the person standing next to him and continued to focus only on Owen. In case things got ugly, Owen had placed his hand on his metallic fan. Vorden now realized if he was planning to use such a weapon against one of the big four, it couldn't have been a regular fan, but a high-class beast weapon instead. As much as I would like to teach you to not judge a book by its cover, I've come for over reasons, Owen tried to explain, but it seemed like Bernie wasn't listening at all. Flames from both of his forearms were slowly starting to appear upward towards his elbow, and a red-hot tribal pattern was shown on his skin. This was something Vorden hadn't seen when he thought with Berg. Is it part of his soul weapon? Realizing this, there was a chance this fight could get serious, fast. Owen quickly stepped to the side and presented both of his hands at Vorden. This man is part of the Blade family, and he has asked for our assistance. Hearing the name, Bernie's reaction had immediately changed, just like Owen's. The flames had died down, and the tribal tattoos that went up his arm disappeared as well. Bernie gave the person next to him one look, and knew what he wanted instantly, and presented his hand while looking away, making sure not to make eye contact. If that's all you came here for, get out of here. I was just about to take a nice hot bath, Bernie said, but now with a lot less anger in his voice, making sure to not offend the person in front of him. Now with two of the strongest powers in the world, Vorden was confident he could deal with Quinn. There was no need for him to get the Grey Lash's power and inform more people that he was here. His power was to control beasts, and there weren't any around here. Besides, even if there were, it would be too difficult to move and would cause a huge uproar. Then there was only Jack left, the newest addition to the big families. Unlike the other families, it had no history and was only recently created. The others had been going on for generations, even before the war with the Dalki. If Vorden was to ask him for anything, he wasn't even sure he would comply. However, there was another reason. With this much power following through his body, if he was to meet Jack right now, there was a good chance he wouldn't hold back and burn him to a crisp. It might ignite a war, and that wasn't his decision to make. He wasn't the leader of the Blade family, and if they found out he was abusing their name like this, even he could get into trouble. I don't have to tell you guys that I was never here, Vorden said, but before I go, I need one more thing. Is there a place or spot I can use where no one will know if I'm using these powers? Bernie huffed out a puff of hot air before answering. There is. I often use it to cool down once in a while. They created the room with me in mind, and of course, there are no cameras. Even if they were, everything would have been burnt by now. It's an empty room with nothing inside, and the walls are soundproof. Whatever you're planning to do in there, nobody will be able to tell. It's a place only permitted to be used by us. It was something I had to fight hard for them to make. Perfect, Vorden replied. The two leaders had scary thoughts in their minds about what possibly could Vorden need the room for, and why did he need the two of their powers, but they didn't ask, and only told Vorden where to go. Episode 324, The Crazy 10th. Down the hotel lobby, the two boys Fex and Logan were heading towards Logan's room. After finding out about the plan, Logan was happy to hear that his time hadn't been wasted. He informed Fex that plenty of things in his room might be of great use to them. The walk to Logan's room was a quiet one, though. The two boys were hardly left alone with each other, and their first meeting was quite an eventful one. Fex didn't hold any hard feelings about Logan blasting him across the room, but thought that Logan might have felt wrong about it. However, Logan hadn't even thought about the situation even once before. The reason for his silence was just because he wasn't much of a talker unless he wanted to be. When he had something to say, he would speak all out, explaining every little detail. But most of the time he wouldn't be speaking, spending all his time thinking about things inside his head. Still, Fex couldn't think of a better person who would be able to help him with his task. He had seen how helpful he was during the True Dream plan, and he needed his smarts. The two of them entered Logan's room, and Fex's eyes opened wide at what he could see. Unlike the other places, Logan seemed to be quite different from the rest. Is all this stuff yours? Fex asked, still looking around the room in amazement. I know, it's a shame I couldn't bring more stuff with me, but at least I don't feel uncomfortable with all this around, Logan said as he proceeded to head to his desk. The room looked like it had been completely converted. Each student was given the same size room, and the layout of the rooms was the same. Yet Logan somehow, in the short time here, had managed to transform the whole place into a miniature version of his room back at the academy. The desk was now filled with a laptop that had multiple gadgets and wires attached to it. The room had several other gadgets and chests around and about in different room areas, and digital maps and other things were displayed on the wall. He then further realized that Logan had only been knocked out of the tournament and spent very little time in the room. There were so many questions that Fex wanted to ask, but there wasn't enough time. I'm not sure if you knew, but if you didn't pick me to help you break Peter out from the underground arena, then I was going to volunteer anyway, Logan said as he pulled up a 3D model of the floor directly underneath the arena. I wasn't too bothered about the event, I'm sure you know, but I was concerned about Peter. In case Quinn or the others changed their mind, I tried to find a way to help Peter escape. While trying to find a way from the dungeon, it was impossible for me as I had no clue what it looked like. But with the underground arena, I was able to explore and keep track of the guards and everyone's attention personally. I came up with a plan, but there was still a problem. Even if we could get Peter out, what do we do then? They would soon notice and prepare a search for him. We're in the middle of a military base 1, and we know where nothing is. With nowhere for him to go, breaking him out would be useless and would only further get us into trouble. It seems like my research will be put into use after all. I'm assuming you, or whoever was planning to take you, already has a plan to leave this place. Logan then proceeded to show and explain to Fex all the small details. Logan had kept track of where each camera was positioned and its range of motion. He even had the guard schedule planned in his head, the one standing by the events as well as the two that were always by Peter's side. The level of detail was incredible, and when looking around the room, he noticed there had been an immense amount of research that had been put into trying to get Peter out of the dungeon as well. I guess he means a lot to you. A true friend, huh? Fex said. Logan thought about this for a while. I guess, Logan replied. After meeting Quinn, I have made a few companions, but Peter was more than a friend. He was an assistant, and it would be hard for me to find an assistant as good as him. Fex was slightly confused by Logan's words. He couldn't imagine Peter being a good assistant, but soon realized based on Logan's personality. Peter was probably the best one for him. Never asked any question, remained silent most of the time, never went to sleep, and would do as asked. In a way, Peter was like a robot. And the only thing Logan was surrounded by most of the time were tech-like things. A robot would be the perfect assistant. With the plan and all the details ready, Logan left the room, but not before erasing all the details off his computer. He then walked over to the corner of the room and pulled out a small metallic box. Once opening the package inside were 6 different masks that covered the bottom part of one's face. He then walked over and presented the masks to Fex. What's this? Fex asked. Do you remember Quinn's mask? During the process, we went through a few prototypes. It was a waste to throw them away, so I decided to keep them and made some enhancements. The masks can communicate with each other as well as be used as a voice changer. It will be used to keep our identity hidden. Looking down at the mask, he could see there were indeed plenty of designs, and that's when he noticed there was one that looked a little like a bull. It suited him well, especially since he had ham still. I'll take this one. The two placed the masks in their back pocket as they left the hotel room one more time and headed for the elevators. Once inside, they headed down to the first floor and were patiently waiting in the lobby for the next part of their plan. This was important, as the timing had to be perfect. When the guards would change shifts, this was their moment to get Peter out. The two went over to a table that had several sofas placed around it. It was starting to get late now, so fewer and fewer people were beginning to pass through the hotel lobby area. Once again, the two of them seemed to be sitting in silence, and it was starting to drive Fex a little crazy. They still had a good 20 minutes before they had to make their move, and he was wondering if he could last that long without saying anything. However, surprisingly, Logan was the first one to speak to Fex. I assume you know a lot of V's, yes? Originally being from there and all? Logan asked. V's? Vex replied, then soon releasing what it stood for. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, I know a lot. Why? Do you know any that seem to have an interest in computer systems of the sort? Or advanced in technology? Perhaps even obsessed? Logan asked. After meeting both Fex and Quinn, he could tell there was a clear difference. While handing the mask over to Fex, Logan made sure to make contact, yet no message appeared like the one that had happened when he touched Quinn. This meant that the system seemed to be unique to Quinn. Logan was looking for answers to his questions and possibly thought there was a chance he could find out who created the book Quinn had been given. Whoever had made such a system was way beyond anything they currently had. Honestly, the technology we, V's use is a little bit more advanced than what you have, but at the same time it feels old. It's kind of hard to explain. I guess V's are quite traditional in a sense, so some are against using technology to better their lives, but we have to rely on it in some cases. Because of this, I don't know anyone specifically who is interested in technology, apart from a few of the young ones like me, Fex replied. Interesting. But then who created all your technological advancements if they are more advanced than what we currently have? Logan asked. Fex started to laugh nervously as he had never really thought about these types of things before. He just took the stuff he had for granted without thinking much about it. I'll be honest, I have no clue. But when you asked about obsessiveness, it does remind me of a story the others used to tell me. You see, just like your head generals of each military base, we also have leaders or council members. 13 to be precise, and number 10 was always known to be, well, a bit crazy. Although he wasn't obsessed with the technology, he was obsessed with magic. His powers were unique, even for vampires, and I heard some of the vampires' advancements were due to him. But honestly, other than that, I don't know much at all. I'm still young for a vampire, and this was all past my time. It was a long shot, but it was the only thing Logan could go off. Perhaps if he ever obtained more information about vampires in the future, he could look into this 10th council member more. Just then, they heard a beep from their watches, indicating it was time for them to move. Episode 325, A Love Triangle. As soon as the timer went off, a few little spiders fell to the ground from underneath Logan's sleeve. The two boys continued their fake conversation with hand gestures and such. So, what's your favorite sandwich? Fex asked, trying to make the conversation look a tad bit more realistic by asking a real question. However, Logan looked as if he was struggling to decide his answer. He placed his hand on his chin and looked up into a corner. I would probably have to say cheese and onion, but since my body doesn't deal with cheese that well, I guess if we were talking about favorites, then it would depend on my cravings at the time. Regarding how the question is phrased, the best sandwich differs. Do you mean the best tasting? Best one for your health? Or perhaps the best ingredients? I guess you can tell me all three then? Fex's tone had a nervous vibe to it, as he wasn't expecting a real answer back. The spiders had now fanned out, and once they had completed their tasks, they reported back to the server, namely Logan. In the middle of their intense conversation, Logan suddenly stopped and stood up. Let's go. The underground arena was accessible from any hotel room. It was designed this way so when contestants were eliminated, they could easily rejoin their military base. This meant that each of the elevators was in some way linked. One would usually require a pass to go to the lower floors, but that wasn't a problem to worry about, not for Logan anyway. They continued walking through the lobby and headed towards the elevator area. Fex glanced at the camera in the corner and could see a spider falling from it before rejoining back up with Logan. Once the doors opened, they both stepped in. The cameras within and outside the elevators weren't able to capture their figures. The cameras were set to loop footage for 2 minutes, once the time was up. It would then begin showing the live feed. It was currently nighttime, and there were no other contestants that would be making their way from the underground up to the lobby. Once they were past these cameras, there would be no more problems since there were no other cameras in the underground section. Logan could assume this was due to the same reason why there weren't any cameras at the school. Many students would be practicing their abilities. Their families simply wouldn't allow them to spy and gather information by looking at what the students were doing. While in the elevator, the two of them placed both their masks over their face. So far, everything's going well, Fex confidently commented. Now, Vorden, Layla, it's all up to you. Without the blood, everything they were doing was pointless. Vorden told Layla to meet him outside of the number 1 military hall building. He even informed her that he found a place and everything was ready. All she needed to do now was bring Quinn over to the destination. Since he already told her of his plan beforehand, there was no need for her to use her tools. There would be no cameras inside when Quinn will enter the room with Vorden. Her job there was to be the lookout. Although only members from the Big Four could use the room, that didn't mean they wouldn't. However, there was still a slight chance that Mona Bree or Jack would try to use it. Bernie had informed Vorden that this was extremely unlikely. In all the years the place had been built, it was never used once by them. He reckoned that he was the only one to have ever used the place. She stood outside Quinn's door and took a deep breath before raising her hand to knock. It felt like the work she was doing now was more like the double agent type stuff, back when she was in Pure. These were the things that she had been trained to do. It seemed a little funny that she was still using it, despite already leaving them. Okay, let's do this. Just as Layla was about to tap the door with her knuckles, it suddenly opened. Layla, what are you doing here this late? Quinn asked her. But how? She started asking questions in her mind. How did he know someone was by the door? Oh, you don't need to worry. I could smell you were coming, Quinn responded. Smell? These words stung her a bit. She was tempted to lift her arms to see if she did smell that bad. Upon seeing that she felt somehow insulted, Quinn realized that what he said just now could have been easily misinterpreted. "No, I didn't mean that you smell. I meant, like, you smell great," he said while blushing. "You know, because of my sensitive nose and all." The both of them left the room and headed outside towards the military base. Once Layla said that she wanted to walk for a bit and that she had something important to say. Quinn thought that he already knew what the subject would be. It had to be about Fex's confession. As the two of them were walking, they felt a little awkward because of their previous conversation at the door. Quinn didn't know what to say to make it up to her. While pondering over this matter, Quinn had fallen back a little and was walking behind Layla. He noticed that he was staring at her from behind a lot more than usual. Due to this, he started to think back about what Fex said, about how he wanted to inform him beforehand, since he assumed that something was going on between the two of them. And now, Layla asked to have a private conversation with him as well. No, it can't be. Does Layla like me? When she asked him to turn her, did she mean something else by it? His mind couldn't help but have these kinds of thoughts. If Layla likes me, and Fex likes her, then that means... Oh no, I'm in a love triangle. If she's here to confess to me, then what do I say? I can't say yes to her. I can't do this to Fex. While his mind wandered about in this confused and crazy contemplation, the both of them eventually arrived outside a small building behind the hotel. Although it was very plain-looking, it was also large at the same time. This reminded Quinn of the storage room where he first found the shadow ability. He wondered why Layla chose this place to converse with him. He could only guess it was due to it being away from everyone else. Layla then turned around and faced him. It looked as if she wanted to say something, but was also struggling with how to say it. I know what you want to talk about. Quinn decided to initiate the discussion. He didn't want the situation to be more awkward than it already was. This is about Fex, isn't it? How does he know? She was surprised once again. Feeling a bit contemplated, she started to speak. Look, Quinn, you don't need to say any more. However, Quinn suddenly interrupted her. Quinn, Vorden is waiting for you inside, she blurted out before things got out of hand. Wait, Vorden? How is he involved in all this? Quinn was now truly confused about what was going on. Look, I just felt bad about lying, saying that I needed to speak to you. The truth is, Vorden said that he wanted to talk to you. He's inside waiting. Layla then walked over to the metallic-looking doors and inputted the code that Vorden told her. It was nearly the same storage room back on the Red Portal planet. At first, Quinn moved to the entrance, but he stopped just outside of it. Could he trust Layla? Because he didn't know what was going on, Quinn was starting to think that this was possibly a trap set up by Pure. Perhaps Layla was planning to double-cross him and was still working with them. Is Vorden inside here? Quinn turned around and asked while looking at her. At that moment, a hand suddenly pulled him from behind. Just get in here, you idiot! Vorden's voice suddenly piped up. He shuffled both him and Quinn inside as the door shut close. When the motion sensor lights automatically turned on, they could both see that they were in a large, plain, white room. There were no windows around. There was nothing except the door they just entered from. When Quinn turned around and saw Vorden, his worries settled down, since it seemed like Layla was telling the truth. The look on Vorden's face did not greet a friend, but instead it was of concern. In just an instant, his expression changed. Vorden now had the friendliest smile that Quinn had ever seen. Hey? Vorden, are you okay? Quinn couldn't help but ask. Vorden? He responded, while tilting his head to the side and placing his finger on his lips. No, I'm not Vorden. Did you forget my name? He responded with a question. This strange reaction made Vorden look almost like a handsome blonde-haired puppy. What's going on? Quinn thought. He was quite baffled. It seemed like all of his friends were acting strange recently. Aren't I meant to be the weird one in our group? Don't you remember? We met before. I'm Syl. Episode 326, Syl versus Quinn. There could be two outcomes of the situation with Vorden and Quinn. In Vorden's head, the best outcome would be for him to ask Quinn to put his blood in the flask kindly. If Quinn were to question why, he would simply tell him to trust him, and he would inform him about the details tomorrow. However, knowing Quinn, he would try to get involved in some way or another. On top of that, he would try following him. If the first part of the plan worked, Then Vorden would hand the flask to Layla while keeping an eye on Quinn, making sure he didn't leave the room until everything was done. Hopefully this would all lead to avoiding him fighting with Quinn. Then again, Vorden was someone who always needed to prepare himself for all of the possible scenarios. There was a good chance that when asking for his blood, Quinn wouldn't do so without asking why, leading him to forcefully take the blood. In both cases, these would lead to a fight. If this was to happen, Vorden wanted the fight to be over as quickly as possible, which meant he would need to utilize both of his abilities. The second Vorden had pushed Quinn into the room. He had made the switch with Syl, so if anything were to happen, they would be ready. "Okay, so remember what we've planned?" Vorden asked, standing right next to him. Syl was currently in the seat, and Rayton was standing a little bit further away from them with a smile. "If you think for a second that this will go the way you expect it to go, then you're crazy," Rayton said out loud with a little chuckle, waiting for disaster to strike. "Repeat after me. I need you to trust me, Quinn, and I need you to do me a favor. I don't want you to ask why, but I need some of your blood," said Vorden. However, the words were simply ignored as Syl decided to do his own thing. "But I'm not Vorden. Did you forget my name? I'm Syl," he said outward, looking at Quinn. Hearing Vorden speak, it seemed a little strange to Quinn. Although it sounded like him, at the same time it didn't. The emphasis on certain words, as well as the fluctuations in his voice, were just a tad off. Not just that, but the way he was currently standing. Everything just felt wrong, and now he was saying his name was Syl? "What are you doing, Syl?" Vorden could not help but shout. "He can't find out about you." Syl turned his head and looked at Vorden behind him before responding. "Shut up. I can do what I want. It's my body anyway." Vorden gulped as he took a step back. There was nothing he could do when Syl got like this, so he decided to just wait and see the outcome. "It's been a while since we've last met," Syl giggled. "Let me ask you something. Are we friends?" There was a brief pause as Quinn was trying to figure out just what was going on. "Of course we are, Vorden," Quinn replied. Syl shook his head rapidly back and forth as he peculiarly stomped his feet. At the same time, flames from his feet rose into the air before dissipating. "No," he yelled. "Not Vorden. I already told you. I'm Syl." Seeing a fire ability appear all of a sudden made Quinn take a few steps back. He knew this power belonged to one of the big four, so he could not help but wonder why Vorden currently had it. Something strange was happening here. Syl? Why does Vorden keep referring to himself as Syl? While thinking of this, Quinn started to think about the possibilities. Did Pure get to him? Or has someone with a mind control ability taken over Vorden's body? Perhaps it might have even been a vampire. He didn't fully understand the capabilities of the vampires, so he thought this might have been their way to try and get rid of him once they found out. Whatever the case was, it was clear that the person in front of him right now wasn't the Vorden he knew. "Why are you stepping back?" Syl said as he reached out his hand. "Don't be scared. Why are you scared?" Suddenly, tears started to flow from his eyes. They ran down his cheek before trickling to the ground. "Don't be scared. Don't be scared," he continued to mumble as he looked at Quinn. "Please don't be scared, Kaser. I promise I will never hurt you again." Although the words spoken were quiet, with Quinn's hearing he could hear every word. He heard him speak of a name which he did not know of. "Please, Syl," Vorden yelled, trying one more time to reach out to him. He knew that if this went on, perhaps Quinn would be seriously hurt. The goal was only to get his blood and nothing more. "Quinn is not Kaser. We need him. We are here to help him, right? You don't want him to go, so just ask for the blood." Making sure to not be too pushy, this was all that he could do while he silently prayed. The words had gotten through to him as Syl saw the worried look on his face. He grabbed his hand and placed it on his chest while wiping his tears away with the other. "He's right. You are not Kaser." Looking up, he gave a smile. "Please remember my name next time. It's Syl. Since we're friends, I need to ask you for a favor." Syl then went to the side and pulled out the metallic flask that had been given to him by Fex. "I need you to fill this up with your blood." Looking at the flask, Quinn noticed it in an instant. That was because it was the same one that he had been gifted with by Fex. This was the deciding factor in his mind. The vampires must have gotten to Vorden. Somehow they had found out. It was probably the reason why Fex had been acting strangely before. He now felt stupid for believing such an obvious lie. Did he betray me? Quinn pondered. Perhaps when he asked Quinn to leave that day, the vampires came and surrounded his friends. After that, they forced them to complete this task. He didn't know why they needed his blood, but he still had a lot to learn about vampires in the first place. Then again, there was the possibility that they couldn't kill him outright, due to him being one of the leaders. Still, whatever the case was, Quinn wasn't going to go down without a fight. "I'm sorry I can't," Quinn replied. "And Vorden, I don't know how, but I promise I'll save you." With nothing left to say, Quinn activated his shadow quip ability. Dark shadows quickly covered his arms and legs, as well as his new chest piece in the center. He then quickly charged forward and left the clouds of shadows behind, but right now, his body was all of his equipment. "I know how strong you are, Vorden, hence the reason why I can't go easy on you. Activate Windwalk. Skill Daze. Daze failed." "Quick, Syl, take him out now," Vorden shouted. Syl quickly curled up, bringing his arms and head towards his chest. He then gathered the power of the fire energy around the center. Soon, little flames could be seen on top of all his clothing. Slowly, they started to burn away even in the fire-resistant school uniform. The firepower was too strong. As Quinn started to get closer, he could sense something was up. "Shadow control!" Lifting the shadow in front of him, he made sure to have it ready, prepared as a shield for whatever was to come. Once Vorden attacked, that's when Quinn would strike using his blood abilities. At the moment, he still hadn't used his blood bank, or his flask, so his HP was low. This was another reason for him wanting to finish off the fight fast. Enough time had passed, and Syl was ready. He suddenly extended his hands and head outward like a spring, causing a dome of fire to be released outward, heading in all directions. There was nothing Quinn could do but brace himself with his shadow. As the outer edge of the fire dome grew close, it had finally hit his shadow. "MC Cell 0. As soon as the fire had touched Quinn's shadow, it had disappeared in an instant, consuming all of his MC cells. This could have only meant one thing. The attack was just too powerful. Whose fire ability did he copy? Quinn thought. However, the shadow was able to cause a small crack in the dome, allowing him to pass through and come out of the attack unharmed. But now, with no more MC cells, he could no longer rely on his shadow ability, only leaving him with the blood abilities. "It seems I have no choice. I have to use my blood bank. I'll just curb my addiction next time." But before he could even do that, a blue stream of light flashed before his eyes, and Syl, who was on the other side of the room, was now directly in front of him. "Go to sleep, my dear Quinn," Syl said as he placed his hand on top of Quinn's head and unleashed a fury of electricity through his body. His body shook rapidly back and forth as the electricity passed through. He gritted his teeth, trying to take the pain, but it was too much for him as his vision slowly faded to black. "1 of 95 HP. You have been knocked out." As Syl let go of Quinn's head, he allowed his body to drop to the floor. Episode 327, I'm Going to Miss Him. Standing inside the small room looking at Peter directly in front of them, Fex couldn't believe it. They had successfully managed to make their way to Peter's room with no trouble at all. This type of thing could have only been done with extensive research, and Fex looked at Logan in even more amazement now. For Logan, his plan turned out better than he thought. Everything was easier than it would have been anywhere else, and the reason was that the military had kept to the same routine down to the last second. There were a few variables that Logan had planned out for, but expected that he might not have needed them. When walking through certain hallways and through the rooms, everything had turned out as he had expected. Still, he had kept his spiders out to watch just in case. If they had made any changes to their routine, the spiders would have been able to see and inform him beforehand. There was only one tricky part of the whole operation, and that was due to the room Peter was in. To keep an eye on Peter, he had been placed in a separate section compared to everyone else, a room made just for him that was void with contact to the outside. On top of this, 2 guards were to be stationed by the door. This was better for both Fex and Quinn. The military had expected an attack from the outside. The easiest time to attack would be during the event when the soldiers were busy and spread thin. If they caused a panic, they would be too busy dealing with the public than dealing with the attack. They were confident in their measures and never expected someone from the inside to do anything. Their main concern was with others, or the students seeing them, so this was better for them altogether. The 2 guards who were stationed at the front door were where Fex would come into play. The 2 of them stood just around the corner from Peter's room silently as they waited for the answer from above. As soon as Vorden had successfully knocked out Quinn, they would act. If not, they would turn around and abandon the whole thing. They needed to wait because the only thing they could do at this point was to knock out the two guards in front of them and take Peter away. Logan had timed everything, so the shift change had just happened. No one would find their beaten bodies for another hour, which meant they needed to take Peter to Silver within the time frame. Then a message had been received from above. "He did it, and a lot quicker than I thought," Logan said, surprised. From around the corner of the corridor, two spiders were released once again. They scaled up the wall and went above the ceiling. They walked until they were just above the two soldiers' heads. "You ready?" Logan asked, as he could see Fex was fiddling with a string in his hand. This string was different from the usual type he would use. When Fex used his abilities before, it would always be nearly invisible to the eye, but this string was dyed red like blood. The ability had been infused with his vampire blood abilities to make it several times stronger. The only problem was it took some preparation time to use. This was why he was unable to use it against the King-tier beast before. At the same time, he had already deemed it would be useless because the King-tier beast was far too strong. Still, for situations like this, it was perfect. When Fex was finally ready, he gave the nod, and at the same time, the spiders fell hovering above the neck of the guards. Both of them felt something ticklish on their neck. One soldier tried slapping it, while another turned around trying to fling whatever was on him. This small distraction was all that was needed for Fex to whip out his blood-red strings. Quickly, they wrapped around their mouths like a spiderweb, before wrapping around their legs and pulling them to the ground. Then finally, their whole arms and legs had been covered. They tried to break free from the strings, but it was nearly impossible for them. The spiders continued to move along their body as they scanned for any traces of equipment that could give them away. The only thing that was found was a tracker that had been placed along with an alert button. However, the alert hadn't been pressed, so it was best to leave everything as it was for now. The two of them entered the room, and they could see Peter standing there still. He had heard the commotion outside and was wondering what was going on, but he had never expected to see these two. Peter had already given up hope of being saved. "I never expected you to save me," Peter said. "Don't thank us yet, until you hear what we have to say, and it's not good news," Fex replied. Back above ground, Vorden had now switched back with Syl. He had sent a report to the others to proceed with what they were doing. He hadn't extracted the blood yet, as Fex had given him a warning, and they needed to wait for the timing. He knew that Quinn was currently going through getting rid of his addiction. Fex never knew about the connection Vorden had, and never expected him to be able to get such powerful abilities. He had hoped with Quinn going through the addiction, he would be weak enough to the point where it was easier for him to be knocked out, and it seemed like it had worked. There were many times when Vorden had watched Quinn. He appeared to have been given 2 or 3 chances, as if he had more lives than one, but this time that hadn't happened. However, this also meant there was a chance that during the fight, Quinn would be close to turning into a bloodsucker. He had been informed that there should be a flask similar on Quinn's body. Vorden searched and found a replica. The next step was to wait patiently for the others to get back to him, or until there were signs that Quinn was starting to change. "We have successfully gotten Peter. We're coming up now," Logan said. Everything seemed to have fallen into place. Layla had entered the room and was now standing by Quinn's side, both of them looking at Quinn's body. "How do you think he will react when he wakes up?" Layla asked. "I think he'll be pissed, but he will understand. He will soon realize if he was in our shoes, he would have done the same thing," Vorden replied, as he pulled out a small little dagger and proceeded to cut Quinn on the arm. Blood started seeping from the wound and fell into the flask. "Do you think this is right? Aren't we just sacrificing one life for another?" Layla asked. "Don't forget, Peter had already been caught by the military. There was nothing we could do. This solves both our problems. They never find out about the vampires, and for a short while, it will get the vampires off our back. 0 of 95 HP. Bloodlust is at its maximum. You are now transforming." The standard messages would appear, even though Quinn wasn't conscious. Suddenly, as the flask was filled, Quinn's body started to jolt up and down as it began to shake. Vorden knew what this was straight away. He quickly handed over the flask with Quinn's blood to Layla. He then grabbed the other flask that was on Quinn's body. He held his mouth open with one hand while pouring it all in with the other. A few moments later, the shaking had stopped. The veins and muscles that were bulging had calmed down, and it looked like everything was safe for now. Multiple blood types have been consumed. Calculating stat increases. Here, take this as well, Vorden said, handing over the second flask. Fex said for Quinn to keep it, but I'm afraid it might only bring us more trouble in the future. Give it back to him. Don't worry about me and just go, Vorden shouted. Before leaving, she took one look at Quinn. There was a good chance that his current life now would be hers. Always running away, but still. At least Quinn isn't following anyone. He chose to do things his way. With that, she ran off out of the building. Don't wake up, Quinn, Vorden said. It's for your own good. Outside, the two boys had returned with Peter. They had given him one of the masks to wear for now, in case the other students outside would see him. Although it was pretty late now, nearly all of the students had already returned to their rooms. Layla came running out towards them as they met on the platform a little away from Military Hotel 2. She could see the three boys in their masks, and she had to admit it looked a little intimidating. The masks had a scary look to them in their designs and made them all appear like demons. Do you have the blood? Fex asked. It's right here, Layla said, handing over the flask. She then quickly pulled out the second one and handed it to him as well. Vorden said he knows you mean well, but there is a chance others could come looking for it. Fex wanted to say no. He wanted Quinn to at least have something to remember him by when he left. This was a gift, but at the same time, he would be selfish otherwise if he insisted. It was true, if humans found the flask, there was a good chance he would be investigated. He took the two flasks and then grabbed Peter by the arm. Tell Quinn he doesn't have to worry about the vampires. There are no vampires stationed at Military Base 2, nor are there any at the other military bases now. Once I leave with Peter, he will have nothing to worry about for a good while. I don't have the time to say goodbye to you all, and neither does Peter. I wish you all good luck in the future, Fex said, as he grabbed Peter and took off into the distance. A cloud of mist seemed to encase the two of them, and when the mist had settled, they no longer could be seen. Layla and Logan didn't even have the chance to even say their final words. You know, when Fex first came, I kind of hated him, especially with everything he did to Aaron, Layla said. But he was never a bad guy. I'm going to miss that idiot. It will certainly feel weird without him and my assistant. Good luck to you two as well, Logan said. Episode 328. Goodbye Fex, Goodbye Peter. Before they had left Peter's room, both Fex and Vorden had updated Peter on the whole situation. They informed him of the plan and the troubles that came with it. Without hesitation, after being told what needed to be done, Peter had agreed. After hearing this was all for Quinn's sake, he was happy he would be of some help to his creator and savior. However, the sudden response seemed strange, Fex thought. Sure, whites were loyal to their creators, but not like this one. One would have to command order and be forced to do so due to the bond of blood, but Peter seemed to have been so accepting over the whole thing. I can't guarantee what will happen to you when they find out, Fex said. You could be killed. The words spoken were trying to deter him. It's okay, Peter replied. Better than being left in the hands of the humans. Besides, if I stayed, there is a good chance they would find out about all of you, and I wouldn't want anything to happen. Hearing these words had put a smile on Vorden's face. Peter, you did change for the better, and I don't think it's just 'cause you're a white now, said Vorden. When you first evolved, you seemed cruel and distant, but those words right there, they didn't come from the white version of you or the old Peter. Right now I see a new man. Hearing Vorden's words just confirmed Fex's strange thoughts further. Whites were relatively short-tempered and evil. Sure, Peter had shown this a few times, but it wasn't to the degree of whites that he knew. Perhaps this was the influence of Quinn's will on the creator. It was a shame as it seemed to be progressing slowly. Peter started to change away from the standard white. Let's go, Fex said. After parting ways from the others, Peter was taken to a safe, secluded place out on the platform, away from the meeting point with Silver, as well as away from the others. The masks were now returned, and right now, Peter had transformed his face to look like Quinn. If anyone were to see the two of them, they would just think they were nothing more than two students laughing. There was no chance for someone else to spot Quinn either, as Vorden was keeping an eye on him in the special training room. Do you hate me? Fex asked. No, Peter replied instantly, but gave nothing more back. I hate me, Fex said. You know, I thought I might get attached to this place and hate to go back home. What I didn't expect was that I would get attached to the people rather than the place. I can't help but think that they all had to go through this just because of my selfish wants." "The vampires would have come for Quinn anyway," Peter replied. "What do you mean by that?" Fex asked. There was no reason to send any of the vampires to the military base. They had only come out to search for him. Peter hadn't replied because he didn't know why the vampires would come after Quinn. All he knew was before, Quinn would often say that it seemed like, for some reason, he was trying to get stronger as fast as possible, as if he was preparing for a threat ahead. "Oh, I think I know," Fex said, giving his answer and coming to his conclusion as usual. It had to be something to do with the shadow powers. There was a good chance that Quinn's master was part of the old Punishers, if they were still around. If the others knew about this, they certainly would send people after him. Even if Quinn's master wasn't a Punisher, the others would want to get their hands on Quinn's power for themselves and find out which family was in charge of Quinn. I never did find out the truth behind him. Fex at first was very curious, but soon felt bad about trying to find details of what he would now call a friend back. It just felt wrong, and it wasn't in his nature to do things like that. "Here, take this," Fex said, as he handed the flask over to Peter. After opening the lid, Peter gulped down the whole drink in one go, and suddenly had a strange feeling in his chest. It was something he hadn't felt in a while, and it was all a little alien to him. "The sound! My heart! It's beating again!" As the blood fell down his throat and reached his heart, strange energy surged through his body. The blood was now being pumped from the heart all over the body. He could feel it moving through his veins. It felt as if his insides were on fire. For anyone else, it would be a painful experience, but for Peter, it was a joy, since it was the first time he had felt pain in a while. "What is this?" Peter asked. "It's your master's blood. Usually there would be no reason to do this to a white. Their strengths are the fact that they can't feel pain. If anything, this makes you seem more human. Anyway, don't be too happy. The effects are temporary," Fex explained. "Our powers come from our blood, and right now, Quinn's power is inside you. Right now, the feeling, the smell, and even the look. With all this, I wouldn't be able to tell who I was looking at. As in terms of power, although your attacks and such will be healthy, you still can't produce any blood attacks like we are. Also, I would urge you not to fight or test out any of your powers. At most, I see this lasting a week. Day by day, the power will slowly start to fade, and sooner or later, they will find out. If you start using that extra strength of yours, it will only go away quicker." Fex then took a deep breath as he started to walk off to one of the military bases. "Leave all the talking to me." Once again, Silver was waiting patiently on top of the roof of Building 4. In her hand was a rectangular-looking device that looked identical to the one in Logan's room. It was a portable teleporter. She had trusted that her brother would complete the task, although he was a fool. He wasn't one to break promises. When he said he would finish it, she already knew he would get it done. "You're here," she said, as two figures jumped up from the side. "Oh," Silver replied, seeing that the person she had brought with them was still fully conscious. "As you requested, this is the vampire who had made it illegal. I had been tailing him a while and explained everything had happened. When I told him that a vampire knight was here to catch him, he immediately turned himself in, knowing there was no need to fight." A vampire knight, a class that was designated just below the vampire leader. It was a unique role, as each family was able to designate only 2 vampires in their family. They would mostly be in charge of running things or giving orders if the vampire leader wasn't present. Because of this, to be able to be elected into such a position, one would need a strong power to keep the others in the line. Seeing the beautiful woman in front of him, Peter felt nothing. Yet for some reason, that seemed to worry him even more. When he had first encountered Fex, his wild energy could be felt throughout. One could tell he was strong. But with Silver it was calm. It was as if she wasn't even there, yet clearly she stood right in front of him. "And what of the illegal?" she asked. "I have taken care of him and gotten rid of the body, but since he and this one are registered students, they will soon find out about them. I suggest we leave as soon as possible." Silver walked over to Fex slowly. The sound of her boots hitting the floor was heard. Everything had been prepared for this moment, and he had answered perfectly. Now he just needed her to believe him. However, he was too afraid and didn't want to look up for even a second. Suddenly he felt a hand on his hair. Silver ruffled it up and gave it a little pat. "You have done well, little brother. I will tell the family of your good deeds here, and they shall lighten the punishment." The square portal device was placed on the ground, and a unique digital number was imputed. The contraption started to open itself up, slowly piece by piece, until it had finally connected. Fex quickly tied up Peter's hand behind his back with his string ability and pulled him along. "Goodbye, everyone," he said in his head as he stepped through the portal, with Peter following behind. Soon after, Silver threw a small circular ball on the floor and stepped through herself. The small circular ball started to blink red and made a beeping sound. The blinking along with the sound started to get faster until the ball had exploded, destroying everything in a 2-meter radius, including the portal. No one would be able to follow their traces to the vampire's home. Episode 329, The 10th Sea. Slowly it seemed like Quinn was waking up. A few grunts were heard here and there as he started to lift himself off the floor. His insides were hurting, which was a strange feeling, but his body was mostly healed from the attack. When he had opened his eyes, he was greeted with several messages that had appeared while he was knocked out. 50 of 95 HP, hunger has diminished, transformation has been cancelled, multiple blood types consumed, stat points allocated, 4 free stat points remaining. Quinn quickly tried to get his head around what the messages had meant and tried to remember his last moments. Suddenly, he started to remember he was in the middle of a fight, and it was with Vorden. It hadn't lasted for long. The only thing he could guess was that he had been knocked. Transformation cancelled. I see it's all starting to make sense now. I must have been knocked out in the middle of the fight. I was low on HP in the first place and started to transform. The stat increase and the HP regained must have been from the blood in the flask. When Quinn found out he was getting addicted, he decided to stop consuming blood daily. However, he soon realized that it didn't mean he had to stop collecting blood from different students. After placing one of the students' blood in the flask, he later collected other students' blood and placed it into the container. When his HP was low enough, he would consume the flask with all the blood in it, giving him a boost in stats as well as helping him get rid of his addiction. Status, stats, strength 26, agility 27, stamina 21, charm 28. He had also obtained 4 more free stat points to be used whenever he wished. I'll continue to place it into charm for now, he thought. The reason for this was no student's blood type would directly increase the charm stat like the others. On top of this, currently, he knew of and had found no equipment that did such a thing either, while all the other stats still had the benefit of higher-tier equipment. His plan had significantly worked. As long as he had the flask, he could continue to do this without addiction to blood. He reached around his side and went to grab the flask. Right now he felt so overjoyed that he wanted to grab it and kiss it. Huh? Where's the flask? Quinn thought, as he panicky started to grab around his waist, but could find nothing. So you're finally awake, Vorden said, making sure that he was a few feet away. He didn't know how Quinn would react to the whole thing, and made sure to keep his distance. Hearing the voice made Quinn spring up to his feet, and instantly he got into a fighting stance. Shadowy quit. Wait, it's me. I was the one that gave you the blood, Quinn. Calm down. What's your name? Quinn asked. I'm Vorden. It's me, Quinn. Remember we went to the red portal planet together, and you turned into that bloodsucker? If you want proof, I can even go into detail about how you ate— Stop, I believe you, Quinn said, not wanting Vorden to remind him of what had happened back then. What happened to you, Vorden? Was it you that attacked me? Was it pure? What's going on? Quinn asked. Do you remember a while ago when I said if there were some things you found out about me, I would have to kill you? Vorden replied. At the time, it probably seemed like a joke, but I was quite serious. There are some secrets that I have, Quinn, but that's not important right now. What do you mean it's not important right now? Quinn shouted back. You or Syl or whoever it was just fried my arse. There's something you need to know. It's about Peter and Fex. I promise I'll explain everything. The trust between the two of them had been partially broken, and Vorden could see that. So he made sure to stay a few feet away from Quinn while explaining the details of what had happened and why. What Fex's part in all of this was and what his part of it was as well. Once he explained everything, there was silence between the two of them. Vorden had been prepared for a telling off, a scolding, or even sadness, but there was no reaction at all. After a few moments, Quinn started to walk towards him with his head down. Seeing this, Vorden gulped and moved to the side out of the way. However, Quinn continued to move forward until he eventually reached the door. "Quinn, aren't you going to say anything?" Vorden asked. He just couldn't stand the silence anymore. "I'm disappointed, in not just you, Vorden, but everyone. Since when could you not trust me to make my own decisions? Even worse, when did you guys start making the decisions for me?" Looking around the room, Quinn lifted his hand and swung his fist into the door as hard as he could. "Open the damn door!" he shouted, as he slammed his fist into the metal door again. It was sturdy since it was made out of glathrium, and even the strongest people could not do anything to the door. Quinn lifted his hand and proceeded to punch it again. This time the skin from his knuckles ripped, and there was a bloody fist mark left on the door. 49 of 95 HP. Seeing this, Vorden hurried over and entered the code at the side, allowing the doors to open. As soon as they did, Quinn continued to storm off and away. "Wait, Quinn, where are you going? You're not going to try to do anything, are you? They're already gone," Vorden said, afraid that he might go looking for them, which was pointless. "I know," said Quinn. "I can no longer feel Peter's presence. It's too far away. I just want to be alone for a bit." Sometimes one needed space and time to heal. Vorden knew this better than most, and decided to let him go for now until he had calmed down. Quinn continued to walk around the large platform in a circle. As he went by, he looked and went past each of the military hotels. He was thinking about everything that had happened until he had eventually stopped and started to look over the ledge down into the arena floor. "I can't blame them. They did what they thought was best for me and Peter. Who knows what would have happened to him? The only person I can blame for being in the situation I'm in is myself. I'm just too weak. Too weak to help Peter, too weak for Fex to even rely on me. And Fex, at first I didn't trust him, but it seemed like he did keep his word till the end. He didn't give me up to the vampires, and everything he did was to protect me. System, do you know what will happen to Fex and Peter once they find out Peter's real identity?" Quinn asked. "Honestly, I'm not too sure. It seems like a lot of time has passed, and as the world changes, so do the rules. Although vampires usually stay relatively close to tradition. A trial will be placed where the council shall decide their fate. If you want me to be really honest with you, they will kill Peter. They will assume he is something called an illegal, since he won't be in their files. What they don't know is that Peter is not illegal." "What do you mean by that? Fex said that a vampire that wasn't created by one of the 13 leaders, or at least didn't have their permission, would be considered an illegal, correct?" "Yes, but don't you remember when you created your own family? Peter is part of the cursed family. Do you also remember when I told you to keep this a secret from other vampires no matter what? Well, I suppose it's time it told you the truth. Quinn, when you created that family, you became one of the 13 leaders. Your family name has taken over the missing 10th seat," the system explained. "Wait, does that mean if I tell them who I am, about the family, then Peter will live and Fex won't get in trouble?" Quinn asked. "No," the system replied instantly. "Think about it. Why do you think the 10th family seat was empty in the first place? I can't stop your destined fate in the future, Quinn, but I can delay it. You inform them of who you are now, and you will become a target in an instant." "Then explain to me. Explain what happened," Quinn shouted in his mind. "Could you explain to me who you are, and explain to me what happened to the 10th family, and don't give me this crap that you can't tell me." Quinn already had some ideas and guesses of his own who the system was, as slowly everything was starting to be revealed. However, there was no point in overthinking it until he could confirm his guesses. "I'm afraid I cannot tell." "You're useless," Quinn said, as he continued to storm off back to his hotel room. Inside the Military Base 1 hotel, on one of the top floors, an urgent knock was heard at one of the Big Four's doors. "Sir, please answer immediately. We have a report from Duke," a man said, desperately trying to get into the room. Jack immediately answered the door after hearing Duke's name. If it was something in the middle of the night, it couldn't have been good news. "What is it?" Jack asked. "It's about the student Peter. He's missing." Episode 330. Did? Inside an elegant large room with a modern-looking design, Jack was sitting there, patiently tapping away at a desk in the corner. Standing by his side were two reasonably large guards. He always had someone by his side no matter what, due to his unique situation. He wasn't like the other Big Four family members, for they believed in their strength. He knew the others looked down on him because of this, but he didn't care. The two guards who stood by his side weren't the same pair as the time when he had visited the military base. After their mistakes, he decided to give them another role and replace them. Jack very rarely gives people second chances. If one was to mess up, he could always take their power away before giving it to another. The tapping continued, and the guards were now looking at Jack out of the corner of their eye as it seemed to be getting louder and louder. "Damn it!" he shouted as he slammed his fist on the desk. "It has to be Pure. Once again, they got the upper hand and managed to get rid of him somehow, and there isn't much I can do," Jack said. For this one, Jack was on his own. He hadn't informed Oscar or any of the other military personnel about Peter, how he was most likely a suspect of Pure. This was because he wanted to do everything himself. The only person who had been helping him along the way was General Duke. Duke was always the one who assigned 2 guards to be kept on Peter and decided who he would go up against and the ref while the others knew nothing. He couldn't ask for their help, and he couldn't start turning this place upside down, trying to look for an insider. Otherwise, they would find out. They would then question Jack's motives and put all the blame on him. Although he was in a position where it wouldn't be too much of a problem, he still just didn't want to deal with it. The others didn't like him in the first place. He knew that the other 3 regretted ever inviting him into the Big Four. The only reason why he was able to stay in his position of power was due to his great relationship with the military and Oscar. There was a good chance what he had tried to do would sour that relationship, and the others would use this opportunity to break it. The worst part about this whole mess was that now he had to make sure the others and the military wouldn't find out about it. He was the one that now needed to cover up his tracks. It was decided. A report was sent out to Duke with further instructions. Peter would no longer be taking part in the tournament due to an emergency matter. What emergency matter, he would let him decide. When they returned to the military base, he would let Duke handle the rest. The disappearance of one student shouldn't be too hard to do in his position. An attempted runaway, a suicide. There were many different options they could put Peter's disappearance as. "Pure, I promise if I ever find out where your base is, I'll send my whole army after you and crush you," he said, squeezing his fist tightly. The next day had arrived, and it was now morning. The events were not set for some time yet, and the main events were later. That's why Quinn found it very odd when he had a knock, bright early in the morning. Before even opening the door, though, he knew who it was. He paused for a second and then braced himself before opening it. "Vorden, why are you here so early? The events don't start later," Quinn said, trying to make things seem familiar between them, but it was clear that it wasn't. "Am I allowed in?" Vorden asked. "Come on, don't be like that. Please. The more you act differently, the more you will remind me of the crap you pulled," Quinn said. Once inside the room, Vorden walked and headed for the outside window. The bright light beamed on his golden hair and handsome face. Looking at him now, the sadness in his eyes made him look like an abandoned prince. "I wanted to tell you about yesterday before you go asking. You're right, it's not fair that I keep all my secrets while I know all of yours." Quinn himself was now feeling a little guilty since he hadn't told the others everything, but it wasn't like it was a big deal to explain to them how his powers worked, how it was a game like a system. Even if he did tell them, it wouldn't have changed anything. "How much do you remember before you were knocked out?" Vorden asked. "You mean when you were screaming that your name wasn't Vorden and you were Syl? Or when you nearly roasted me like a chicken before, then zapping me?" Quinn replied. "Well, it looks like you remember everything then," said Vorden. "Like I said, yesterday that was me. There was no mind control or anything. Syl and I are the same." "Vorden, you're going to have to be clearer than that." "I really can't go into details, but have you ever heard of DID?" Quinn paused for a second as he thought about it. The strange actions, the fluctuation in voice, it indeed was like he was a different person. Suddenly a memory came back to him. There was one time he had met Syl before, when he was being questioned. Quinn always wondered how Vorden had gotten away with the lying test back then. He thought he had borrowed a mind swap ability at the time, but what if that wasn't the case at all? "You mean you have split personalities?" Quinn said, shocked. He had heard of things like this before, but had never seen anything like this in person. He also never realized how separate these personalities were. He always thought if he was to meet someone with DID, it would be similar to a person who had mood swings. But the way Vorden had acted was almost like 2 people were living inside one body. "I can't go into many details about how or why, not yet anyway, but I will tell you one thing. I can copy only one ability. In comparison, the other one can copy 3. That's why I needed to switch with him yesterday when fighting you. Vorden explained. Purposely, Vorden avoided telling Quinn about Rayton. Having to tell someone this was hard enough, and he wasn't able to go into details about the whole thing anyway. So for now, he would keep it as simple as possible. Vorden, why didn't you tell us this? I told you about me being a vampire, right? If you told me, or even the others, we would have understood. Do you know why I'm telling you this, Quinn? Because I want to regain your trust. You trusted me, and now I'm trusting you. Vorden then held out his hand. When looking at it, it reminded Quinn of the first day the two of them had met. He was the only one that reached out to him. Ever since then, the two of them had been through all out. Then he remembered something else. The three of them had gone through a lot. There was also Peter. I trust you, Vorden, Quinn said, shaking his hand. But that doesn't mean I don't think you make stupid decisions. So do I get to meet this guy at some point? Maybe we can be friends? Vorden laughed, but chose not to say anything back. If Syl had heard this, he would have been running out from his corner and had taken over the seat in an instant. When he approached Quinn back then, when they had first met, he did so because he was a level 1. Often low levels looked at the world differently due to how they were treated, but after Syl had gained an interest, it meant now his life would revolve around Quinn. However, Vorden was happy that Syl had taken an interest in Quinn. He felt like the two of them were no real friends. I also came here for something else as well, said Vorden. I was hoping to come here before they did, and it looks like I beat them. They? Quinn replied, slightly confused. Did you forget? Now that Peter isn't there, that means the substitute will have to take his place. They should be here soon to take you underground, Vorden explained. Oh, I completely forgot about it. I never thought this would even happen. Oh well, he said, shrugging his shoulders. I guess I'll just lose the match. Do you want to do that, Quinn? What do you mean? I have to. I'm asking you again. Do you want to lose the match? Of course, Quinn didn't. For the longest time, ever since he had gotten his powers, he wanted to show all those people who thought he was weak, all those people that bullied him, what he could do. And more than ever, he tried to beat whatever net True Dream had set up for Quinn. All this mess in the first place was because of him and his sick ways. We can fight, said Vorden. On the Red Portal planet, we came up with a plan, remember? If they discover your powers, then I would tell them that my family was backing you. We can use that today. Before Fex left, he said something. He told us that he and the one who came to get him were the only vampires on the military bases, that there were no others. At the time, I was wondering why he needed to tell us that. It is always better to be careful just in case, right? But I think he knew what was going to happen once Peter was taken. He was telling you to go crazy, not to worry. With Vorden using his original family name, they would no longer be after Quinn for the ability book. They would assume it was with Vorden's family. The other problem was the vampires. Even if they weren't here, there was always the chance they would find out about him. But did that matter anymore? It was only a matter of time before they found out about Peter, which would eventually lead them back to Quinn. If you're ready, said Vorden, then I am as well. I don't want to hide anymore, Quinn replied. Episode 331, The New Guy. Before leaving Quinn on his own, Vorden had a few last words to say to him. Hearing these words, he knew what to do and was confident. Right after Vorden had left, he was on his own in his room. His heart, although beating slowly, was beating loud and strong. A new rising energy was felt surging through his whole body. I wonder why I'm so excited. While being left on his own, he had time to reflect on everything and everyone that he had met so far. After finding that book and coming to the military school, he had a crazy journey he had never expected. More than anything, he didn't think there would be others who would join him along the way. A genius hacker, a terrorist or double agent, a vampire and an undead. Then you have the Ice Queen, and finally, the only one who I thought was normal turns out to have a split personality, Quinn thought. I guess these were the only friends I could make. What they say is true. Crazy people attract other crazy people. Yesterday night, while on his walk, Quinn had regained all of his health points. As long as he wasn't hungry and needed blood, his body would naturally regenerate on its own. But if it did, it would also make it so he was hungrier sooner. This made it hard for him to tell how practical the single session of restraining himself was. From the way Fex described it, as long as he wasn't drinking blood daily, it shouldn't cause much change. He didn't know how much he managed to wear off the blood addiction, but from now on, he knew he had to be careful. With no blood flask, it would be a while until he could start consuming the blood of students again. Then suddenly a thought came to his head. He quickly opened up the system shop and continued to scroll through the options. "That's it, there it is," Quinn said. The flask had been in the shop all along. At the time, he never thought such a thing would have been useful since he had the blood bank and Layla, but now it seemed like a handy item indeed. But looking at the ingredients needed, he was quickly disappointed. They were 2 intermediate-level beasts as well as an advanced tier one. For such a small item, it needed quite a few things. The problem was that they weren't items commonly found in the marketplace. Quinn would either have to hunt for it himself, which was near impossible, or hire someone else to get it for him. However, now that he knew it was possible to make one of his own, he would keep it in mind. Maybe when he earned enough credits in the future, he would be able to start making items from the shop. Once again, a knock was heard on his door. It was still early morning, but he had been expecting this. Not knowing who the smell was coming from meant it was them. After opening the door, 3 soldiers dressed in slick black uniforms stood there, tall and strong.
"Quinn Talon, correct?"
"Yes, sir."
"An emergency matter involving Peter Chuck has caused him to drop out of the tournament. Due to this, the substitute for Dell's class, Quinn Talon, must participate. Please follow us."
After a quick elevator ride down, they had finally arrived at the underground area. Unlike above, the students here were already awake and were practicing for the events. Still, many of them had nerves as it was only the second day. Before being able to join them, Quinn was further taken to a separate area where a desk and what looked like a small office area had been set up. Behind the desk, equipment was there for participants to use, as well as other things such as snacks and beverages. There were also many soldiers standing on guard, keeping an eye on everyone. The tension was high between the participants, and this often caused things to heat up between them. The soldiers didn't mind a bit of back and forth between students, but the second there was fighting, they would stop it. Fights were to be displayed in the arena, not down below where nobody could see. The reason for bringing Quinn to the desk was that he needed to be registered. They handed him over a tablet where he was to input his fighting name. "Oh, crap, I didn't even think of this. I can't use my gamer ID, as Peter did. Even if I'm using my shadow powers, I won't be using my blood powers." He struggled to come up with a name, but finally managed to put one down. The man at the desk looked at the tablet and chuckled before handing it over to one of the other soldiers. "You're free to use the training area as you wish. You will be called later on in the day, and your room number, if you want to rest, is 23, or if you manage to make it through." The man then paused for a second. He looked at Quinn's wristwatch and realized that it said level 1. He shook his head in disbelief, not understanding what this class was thinking. Sure, the last student was a level 1, but they were clearly a special case, and the others could even see that due to the guards always being around them. "Don't worry about it and do what you want until we call you," the man said as he wafted his hand, suggesting Quinn go away. Was my name that bad? Is that why he was laughing? Quinn thought. Looking around, there wasn't much for him to do. Since the first round of fights had already been completed, the others knew what powers they had. This meant that the training hall was full of people using their powers. They would still keep their moves hidden, but they were able to practice a lot better than before. But for Quinn, he still wanted to keep his powers hidden until the fight. Instead of fighting himself, he decided to lean up against the wall and keep an eye out on all the others. One of these in the room would be fighting. He had been there for a good 5 minutes, and when leaning up against the wall, another person jumped in to join him, one that was quite large and had a square-looking head. The two said nothing to each other as they looked at all the participants. The person who was also up against the wall was Nate. The whole night, Sam had been excited after finding out that Zombie P would be in the fighting event. It was a shame that the Blood Evolver didn't turn out to be Larry, but he was excited to fight Zombie P. However, as soon as he entered the room, he looked and looked, but couldn't see Peter anywhere. He stood out more than the others, and he wasn't the only one that had noticed this. Peter was now well known to everyone. He was the kid who always had 2 guards beside him, and it also turned out he had an amazing regenerative ability. For him to suddenly disappear, they all could tell straight away. Noticing this, Nate knew that there had to be a replacement. He decided to look from the wall at all the participants taking part, in order to get a better look at everyone. From the first day, he kept an eye on everyone as he went about looking for Larry. There were far few people today, but still, he couldn't see anyone new practicing. Where's the replacement? Suddenly, a large slash of air came out of nowhere. It was hard to see, but one could feel it if one's senses were sharp enough. Nate, noticing this, turned to his side as he moved. At the same moment, he saw another student that had been on the wall with him the whole time. "Hey, move!" Nate shouted. But Quinn didn't listen. He too could sense the wind, and instead decided to stay still. He knew that the attack wasn't going to hit him. The attack slammed into the wall, making a small bang as it hit, like the end of a whip. However, there was no marking on the wall, for it was made of glathrium. "Oh, sorry, that almost hit you. Are you okay?" a student said, running over. "Be careful next time," Nate shouted back. "How stupid and bad could you be? This room is massive, and you managed to make a stray attack come over here." He was annoyed. The student continued to apologize, but a few others behind him were also looking over. "It was no accident," Quinn mumbled as he finally left the wall and started to walk over towards the student. He had overheard the student speaking the whole time. They could see that Nate and Quinn were standing there by the wall and wanted to give them a little scare. When the attack came towards Quinn, he knew that they had aimed precisely in the middle of the two of them, and there was no need for him to move. All they wanted to do was scare them. After all, if he or Nate were hurt, the students would have gotten into trouble. Looking over in the student's direction from where the attack had come from, he could also see a bunch of girls off to the side, and something clicked in his head. It wasn't an accident. If I know thirsty boys, those guys were trying to impress those girls. As Nate saw the curly-haired student walk towards the boy, he was wondering what was going to happen. "Wait, is that the new guy? It has to be. I don't remember seeing him down here." Looking at his wristwatch, he could see the level 1, but something else had worried him even more. He could see the student clenching his fist, ready for a punch. Back on the top platform, the students were starting to gather in front of the screens for the first events to start. The others had left the hotel together and were now peacefully sitting in front of screen 2. Just then, Sam had arrived from his hotel, as he had agreed to meet up with them yesterday. "Hey, where's Quinn?" Sam asked, noticing he wasn't sitting down with them. "Well," Vorden replied, "he's taking part in the fighting tournament." The drink Sam held nearly dropped to the floor, but he quickly tightened his grip, and then a small smile appeared on his face. "Oh. I don't know why fate has decided to put you on the battlefield. All I know is everyone might be in for one hell of a surprise," Sam thought. Episode 332, A Weak Punch. Quinn leaned against the wall while looking at the students, with several thoughts bombarding his head. The energy from before and his strong heartbeat hadn't settled down. Every second meant the fight he was about to participate in was getting closer and closer. This whole event reminded him of the past, life before the book, how he was too weak before. He was too weak to help Peter. He was too weak to help himself. How the other students used to beat him every day, and the most he could do was get a hit here or there. He was thinking about how much he hated his life back then every single day, how the school chose to do nothing because he wasn't destined for great things, and again, when arriving at the military base, how they started to target those around him. All these bad memories were making him angrier. At that moment, when he was walking, the picture of him getting hit and beaten by these losers was playing in his head. Hearing the students behind him laughing and saying what they had said, he already had enough of this. He couldn't do anything back then, but he could now. Seeing Quinn's fist tightening, Nate could tell that was about to happen straight away. Although the kids deserved to get hit, Nate didn't want the new student to be punished for it. He would be the aggressor in this situation if his punch landed. However, there was also a second reason Nate wanted to stop a fight. The people he was walking to were level 7s. There weren't many weak people left in the fighting event. If a fight was to happen, he couldn't see Quinn coming out of it unharmed. "Hey, is he coming over to us?" "What does he think he's doing?" one of the students from behind said. The student in front was also annoyed. Although he had thrown out the wind strike, he was only trying to have a little fun. He knew the attack wouldn't hit them, so he felt like there was no reason for anyone to get angry. "What the hell, you brat? What are you getting so annoyed about when I already said I was sorry?" the student complained. "I'm in no mood for games. Out of all the days to try to pull this crap off, today is not that day," Quinn said. "Of course it's my fault, right? It's always the fault of the weak ones for being born this way." The sound of Quinn's voice, he wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but there was certainly some type of undertone when he was speaking. The student looked around to see if his friends behind him had heard, or if it was just him. They continued to laugh and joke around, and even gave a thumbs up towards him. They didn't hear that? Am I going crazy? The student thought. Out of panic and desperation, he threw a wind slash. Quickly, Quinn moved his body to the side and started walking forward again. To the student in front of him, it looked like the attack had just gone right through his body. Now the student was starting to feel his palms sweat. He threw out another attack, and once again, ever so slightly, Quinn would place his foot, allowing him to avoid the attack and go back into position. The movement was so small it could hardly be seen. The outsiders who were watching such a thing were confused. All they could see was one student walking forward, while the other was walking back in the middle of the room. The student who was throwing out the wind blades was using a unique technique. When wind users use such an attack, usually a thin white line can be seen striking the air. But the wind user's attack was invisible to the eye and could only be felt. "What's Josh doing?" the student said. "Is he pretending to attack? I knew he was too soft. He thinks he can bluff his way out." However, a few moments later, a large whip-like sound could be heard as the wind attacks reached the end of how far they could go. The loud banging noise was continuously heard, and now the others were in shock. Josh wasn't moving his hands about. He was throwing out attacks. The loud noise had managed to attract the attention of the small pop-up office from earlier. "What is going on over there?" the man at the desk said, scratching his head. As he looked over, he could see the new student. "I thought something like this might happen. These damn kids always like to go after the weak ones. Stop this before it gets out of hand," the man ordered. A soldier from the post was immediately on his way. Seeing the soldier come over, Nate breathed a sigh of relief. He was hesitating whether to get involved or not, but was afraid he could have been hurt by the wind users. It wasn't easy to sense those attacks. Nate believed that the student had thrown out those attacks and had missed on purpose, trying to scare the student away. The two were now close enough, and Quinn dashed forward. Josh lifted his hand, ready to throw another wind strike right at the student. The soldier who was on his way could see this. If that attack hits, the other might be seriously hurt, the soldier thought, and he too had dashed forward. What they didn't expect was what Quinn did next. He lifted his leg fast up towards his head and then slammed it down, performing an axe kick right on the student's wrist. Josh's hand slammed down and was pinned against the floor. Josh tried to move, but even using his whole strength, he couldn't budge. If he tried any harder, he was afraid his wrist would break if it wasn't already broken. After the axe kick had been performed, Quinn threw out his fist. There was no hammer strike. There was no blood spray. It was just an ordinary punch, but it did contain his full strength behind it. As the punch went forward, a man stood in the way and braced himself, holding both his arms in a cross shape. "That's it? Just a little weak punch?" The students around started to laugh. The blow had hit the man, but he remained there solid and still, not having moved an inch, and the expression on his face hadn't changed at all. "Come on, Josh, you could have taken the punch and hit him back." The students continued to mock their friend. "Stop this at once," the man said. "Fighting is reserved for the arena and not underground. If you continue, then you shall be punished." When Quinn looked at who he had hit, he noticed it was one of the soldiers. He then peeked around the soldier to see the student behind him, grabbing his wrist. It looked like it was starting to swell. "It's okay, I think he learned his lesson," Quinn said as he walked off. "Wait!" the soldier shouted. "Young boy, who's your teacher?" "You mean Dell?" Quinn replied. "No, not your homeroom teacher. That Kick. You're in the beast weapons class, yes?" "My teacher is Sergeant Leo," Quinn replied as he walked off. The soldier said no more and allowed Quinn to walk away. "Wait, you're going to let him go?" Josh cried. "Look at my wrist. I think he broke it." "Stop your complaining. Something like this can easily be fixed by the doctors before your event, and don't think I didn't see where you had planned to use your strike. In my eyes, this was a simple act of self-defense." The soldier's decision was final, and Josh could see that. There was no more use in complaining, and he wouldn't try bothering Quinn again. After the fight had been broken up, Quinn went back to the wall to relax once again. Nate came rushing over with a glow in his eyes. He had seen something quite impressive. "Hey, that kick was impressive. You must have practiced a lot to get it that smooth and fast." Nate was a junkie for martial arts. Even before learning what type of ability he had, he preferred the pure skill people would use in hand-to-hand combat. The fact that it also helped him out with his ability was only a bonus. "If you want, maybe we can spar sometime?" Nate asked, then looked down at his watch, which made him add a few last words. "Without abilities, of course." Quinn could see that the student was a nice person. He didn't look threatening at all, even if he did seem a bit annoying. "Sure, it sounds fun." Back at the pop-up office, the soldier had returned to make a report of the events that had occurred. "Anything to report?" the man at the desk asked. "A broken wrist, nothing else. They won't fight again, I'm sure of it." The man at the desk paused for a second as he looked at the soldier before speaking again. "Go back to your duties. You're dismissed. Oh, and before you go, make sure to see a doctor about your broken arm." "Yes, sir," the soldier said as he rushed off. "This is an announcement. All students get into their designated groups. The main events will begin shortly." Episode 333, The Cursed Child. The students were told to prepare themselves for the event. They started to pick their best beast gear and left whatever they didn't need behind. They were then organized by the soldiers into their new groups. Once again, it seemed like even on the second day, all the first years were placed in the same group. This was to make the fights fairer and more enjoyable. Even if a first year was stronger, there was a key difference between them and the second year, which was using a soul weapon. As the students finished getting into their groups, several heads twisted and turned, and mumbling between the participants seemed to be going around quickly. They all realized that the infamous Zombie P was no longer there. Looking over at all the groups, Nate noticed that he wasn't with the newly found friend he had made, since he was a second year, but it also seemed like everyone turned to look at Quinn. "So, you're Zombie P's replacement?" a student in the group said. "I wonder what happened to him." Rather than being interested in Quinn himself, they were far more concerned about where or why Zombie P wouldn't be taking part in this fight. Seeing his ability, he couldn't have possibly been injured. This was the usual reason for someone dropping out of the tournament. If it was an injury, that wouldn't have been able to be healed on time before the next match. "All right, everyone, it's time to make your way up to the stage. Group A, please follow me." It was time for Quinn and the others to make their way to the arena. As Quinn was about to pass through the entrance, the soldier from before stopped him, for he had a newfound interest in him. "Wait, aren't you going to take any beast gear with you into the fight? If you don't have any, the rules state we can at least lend you some basic protection equipment." It wasn't beast gear, as that would be unfair to the others, but the man was worried about Quinn. He needed at least some thick leather. "It's okay," Quinn replied. "I have everything I need." Inside the booth, the four leaders, including the Supreme Commander Oscar, arrived in their seats. They were free to do what they wanted during regular events, but wanted to have the best seats in the house for the main 3 events. They had just finished watching the ranged event and crafting event. The big 4 families would often teach the same ability, but the ability varied in strength depending on the person. However, when watching, they still kept a close eye. There were many factions and other families that were under the banner of the Big 4. If they were to see a student who really interested them, they could invite them over to join a family under them, in turn, growing the power of their own. Finally, it was time for the fighting event. "The first years will be fighting first, correct?" Mona asked. "Is there anyone you have your eyes on?" Hearing this reminded both Bernie and Owen of their encounter with the Blade Child. He was in his first year. After hearing no news of anything happening yesterday, they assumed he might have just wanted to practice with their powers. Anyway, whatever the child wanted to do, it was none of their business. "That child named Zombie P interests me," said Owen. "His regeneration speed was remarkable, and yet somehow, even without any beast gear, he was able to deliver a knockout punch. Perhaps he is skilled in the martial arts. He wouldn't be the first person to perform superhuman feats beyond the norms of the human body," Mona replied. "What was his name?" "I believe he finally decided to become a teacher." "You are talking about Sergeant Leo," Oscar replied. "And unfortunately, we won't be seeing Zombie P perform in today's match. I got a report this morning from the doctor. He can't move. His whole body is frozen. They think it's possibly a drawback from whatever powers he displayed yesterday." Hearing this, Jack was pleased. It seemed like Duke had pulled through for him again. "Of course, a healing power that strong would have its drawbacks," Bernie said, with his arms crossed as he snorted hot air from his large nostrils once again. "Then that means we will see a new person?" Mona asked. "This won't be fun at all. The substitute is a substitute for a reason, simply because they weren't good enough to be picked in the first place. If it happened in the first round, sure, it might have been entertaining, but the students that are left are quite strong. I almost feel sorry for the student." Although Jack didn't feel sorry for the student, he thought it would be an incredibly quick match. After the surprise turn of events of yesterday, Jack didn't want the same thing to happen twice. Out of all the first-year students participating in the event this year, he made it so the Duke would allow him to fight the strongest one. At least, the strongest one he could get. There were a couple of first-year students who were part of the Big Four families. Those he didn't want to get involved in too much, so he picked the next best choice. He wanted to humiliate Peter while drawing out Pure, but with Pure already succeeding in their task, the opponent he had prepared would now be going against the substitute. The platforms had been prepared and spread out across the arena floor. This time, the platforms were at least 2 times the size of the previous ones. This was because there would now be only 5 fights displayed at the same time. It also showed for more large-scale fighting and fewer defeats via knockout from falling off. It was boring to see the participants just falling to the ground. The audience would much rather watch a display of great skills. "Please, everyone, welcome your first round of participants." The crowd cheered loudly as it was the last event of the day. They always did save the best until last, which was why no one had left, and it seemed like not a single seat was empty in the arena. The participants slowly walked onto the stage, and just like everyone else, they too soon realized that one of their favorites from the first round wasn't there. The crowd wasn't too bothered, but the students in particular were surprised. "What? Where's Zombie P? I can't see him. Does this mean he won't be fighting? Yeah, look, there's someone I haven't seen before. Something must have happened and now the substitute has to fight." The camera on screen focused on all the participants, one by one, as they made their way to the platform, and the crowd could see their big faces appear. That's when Owen noticed the boy who had taken Zombie P's place. "Now this is interesting," he thought as his eyes widened. He quickly took out the mask from his waist and opened it outward, covering his mouth. He didn't want the others to see him smile. "That was a boy who was with the Blade family child. Wasn't he only a level 1, if I remember correctly? I see it now," Owen thought. Like a jigsaw puzzle, things were coming into place for him. It would be stupid to put just any level 1 ability user in there. And he remembered the boy saying something strange. He remembered he stated he had beaten the game at level 5, yet didn't go any higher than that. Based on their reaction and him being in the tournament now, it had to be him in the video. Coming to this realization, he did everything he could to hold in his laughter, but failed as his shoulders began to move up and down. "What's so funny?" Jack said, seeing his slanted eyes that were shaped like 2 crescent moons, peeking just above the shaking fan. "I think we will be in for a surprise today," Owen said. The names of each of the participants were announced, as they then rose onto the large pillar-like platform. Finally, they had gotten to Quinn and his opponent. "First, we have the student who dominated their last round and gave us an amazing show. Please welcome the Multiplier." "Oh, he was a good one. He is one of the ones I had my eye on," Mona said excitedly. "Wait, isn't he going against the substitute? What a shame. I thought this time we might see more of his skills." "What is the substitute's ability, Oscar?" Owen asked out of interest. Oscar then sighed as he heard this. "I honestly don't know what they were thinking, but they managed to convince management, saying he is one of the students currently with the highest number of points in their base. It turns out he has no ability at all," Oscar replied. "Rats! I can't believe they're wasting our time on this. You should have stepped in and done something. I thought you were in charge of this place," Bernie complained. "Sadly, I only got the report just before entering this room." "Oh, I wouldn't worry too much," Owen interjected. "I think we will all be more surprised than you think." The others chose to ignore Owen's words. To them, it seemed like the youngster who just wanted a different option compared to everyone else, like a child who would say the opposite answer compared to the whole class just to get attention. And his opponent, unfortunately, Zombie P, has had to exit from the tournament due to a medical emergency. This means today we have a replacement. Please welcome to the stage, the Cursed Child. From above, Vorden and the others all shook their heads and slapped it in disappointment. What's with his name sense? Vorden thought. Couldn't he think of something a little less cringy? Layla started to giggle a little. I kinda like it. It's better than his other name anyway. The reason for choosing this name was because of how he felt at the time, and felt similar to when he had created his vampire family. He also didn't want to choose a name that gave away his abilities, and on top of that, he wasn't able to use his old favorite name, the Bloody Volver. Beep, beep, beep. 3 beeps indicated it was time for the event to start, and as soon as it did, shadow equip. Shadows surrounded Quinn's body, legs, and arms, and a few seconds later, they dispersed, revealing all of his equipment. The soldier watching from below smiled while looking at the screen. You really did have everything you need. But the one who was even more shocked and more excited was Nate. He has gauntlets? Another Year 1 student who uses gauntlets as a weapon. A strange level 1 user just like the zombie P. Now that I think about it, that kick as well. Skillful in martial arts. It can't be. Is he the Bloody Volver? Episode 334. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Other than the people that were there to support Quinn, Nate, and the soldier. Not many others were looking at his match. They simply thought it was a done deal when they had heard the word substitute. No one could blame them for feeling that way. In the years before, when a substitute had come onto the stage, the match was usually over fairly quickly. This was the same for inside the booth as well, as they decided to look at other potential fights that maybe they weren't able to catch last time. Even Jack's gaze had wandered off into the direction of others. The only person who had seen the quick shadows forming and disappearing was Owen. You are surprising me even more. Turns out you do have the ability. How did you manage to hide that from the military for so long? Owen said. More importantly, why would you? When the others' attention had returned to the platform Quinn was fighting on, they were surprised to see him wearing beast gear that he wasn't wearing before. Did I miss something? Bernie said, confused. Are you talking about Arena 5? Mona replied. I was sure he didn't have beast gear on as well either. Owen then started to giggle away in the corner like a little girl, knowing he was the only one who had seen what had happened. How about we have a little wager on the fight going on in Arena 5, Owen said, waving his fan on his head. The wind was moving his long curly hair that somehow wasn't going all over his face. Greylash, Oscar said, you know that's against the rules. Don't be silly, Owen replied. Fine, if you want to be such a sour grape, then we don't have to bet anything. What's the point? Mona interjected. There is a clear winner unless you know something we don't. Owen didn't know much, but it was as if the signs were telling him this boy was special. There were a few things that he did know compared to them. He was friends with the powerful Blade family. He was able to beat the block game past level 5. And finally, he had an ability that was hidden from the military. All of these were why Owen was confident that the one named Cursed Child would win. Do you all agree with what Miss Bree said? Owen asked. All of the people in the room remained silent. Common sense just told them that it wasn't possible, and again, they just felt like the Greylash was trying to cause drama. Then I will take your silence as a yes. All of you are against me. If the Cursed Child is to win the fight, then I get first to pick when sending out invitation letters to the students. If I lose, then I will have to pick up what's left. Deal, Bernie said with cheer in his voice. It seemed like a foolish offer to him, and it was also a chance for him to get one up on the arrogant new young master. I can shove it in his face. Although the others didn't believe anything special would happen, what the bet had done was made sure that everyone's eyes in the booth were now following Quinn's fight and not the others, just at the slight chance that perhaps Greylash could see something. Looking carefully at his opponent in front of him, Quinn was able to see that the student was a level 8. Thankfully, he was also a Year 1 student, which meant he didn't have to worry about him having a soul weapon. The student's most likely an original, then. I didn't get to see the first batch of fights because I was too busy dealing with Sia at the time. I need to be careful until I find out what his ability is. This was Quinn's debut fight, his stage, and he wasn't going to act so rashly. Perhaps he would have performed differently, but the fight previously with Vorden had shown him his place. There were still powers and abilities out there that were far stronger than his current shadow. It wouldn't always protect him from everything. Analyzing the multiplier closer, he could see a high level of beast equipment as well. The inspection skill allowed him to break it down even further. From head to toe, he was covered in intermediate armor, and in his hand was a pair of daggers at the advanced level. There were also small little blades across his belt. Trying to get the upper hand, Quinn tried to use the inspection skill on him as well, hoping to find out his ability. However, it had only come up with question marks. His inspection skill was only able to tell him basic abilities and not originals. Seeing his opponent was still on the other end of the platform, he was thinking of what to do. With no blood spray, the impact of his punches would have lessened, and with no blood swipe and crescent kick, his range was limited. For the first time, he was starting to see how handy the combination of his blood powers and shadow powers were, when he was limited on attacking options. The shadow acted more as a shield and a support attack for his blood powers, but here, where he couldn't use them, he was limited. The two students stood looking at each other, and eventually, Quinn grew tired of waiting. If he's not going to show his powers, then I don't need to show mine. Windwalk! The skill on his boots was activated, and he dashed forward with all his strength. It looked like he managed to cover the area of the arena in an instant. The boots, when activated, glowed slightly red, showing they were in use. "He's moving that fast. How good is the equipment he's wearing?" a student asked. But it wasn't just the equipment alone. It was also Quinn's natural speed that had made him travel so fast. Multiplier looked like he was shocked as he braced himself for the attack. Quinn threw out a fist as quick as he could, wanting to get the first hit. The punch landed right in his opponent's face. "Is this a level 8? Quinn thought as he saw his attack hit his opponent clean. As the man's face moved to the side, Quinn double-checked to see if he was seeing things. Behind the multiplier was another person who looked the same as him. The first one that had been hit, and he puffed into a cloud of black air. The second, who was behind him, swung his dagger from below towards Quinn's face, but his reactions were fast, and using the gauntlets, Quinn was able to block the first attack with his forearm. A large dent was made across from his elbow upward as the attack was deflected. It was clear the daggers were better quality than his gauntlets. Durability 80 of 100. Wanting to attack again, Quinn threw out his leg, performing a roundhouse kick to his waist. Suddenly, something from underneath came sweeping across the floor, hitting his other leg that was on the floor, causing him to fall to the floor. Now looking up from the floor, Quinn could see the clear blue sky, but at the same time another two multipliers. They both came rushing down, trying to stab Quinn with their 4 daggers. What they didn't expect was for Quinn to be too fast. Moving his hands at a speed that couldn't be seen, he pulled both of their legs. Their bodies fell to the floor. Once he got up, he performed an axe kick, kicking one of them in the stomach. The same thing as last time had occurred. The person had puffed into black smoke. Quickly turning around, he kicked the other, and it was the same result. Looking around the arena, Quinn finally understood. "I should have known. His name was a dead giveaway," Quinn said. Standing in the center, Quinn had been surrounded by 6 students who looked the same. "A cloning ability?" Layla asked. "It's a bit more than that," Vorden replied. "The user can produce clones in an instant, as long as he has enough MC cells to do so, judging by the number of clones he's already created and how freely he is producing them. He has a lot." "So that's why when Quinn hits them they keep bursting into smoke?" she asked. "The clones can usually take a fair bit of damage before puffing into smoke. My guess is Quinn's attack is a lot stronger than it looks to everyone else. The problem is, although they are just clones, their weapons and everything about them are very real. The attacks will hurt just as much as if it was done from the original." "So if he defeats the original, he can beat them all then, right?" "Technically, yes, but there's another problem. Judging by his MC level being a level 8 and him being in this tournament, he's most likely also learned his family's body swap skill. It allows the user to switch the real body with one of the clones whenever they wish." "You explained everything perfectly, Vorden," Logan said as he was typing away on a small little computer. It had been constructed via his little spiders. "I looked up information on the Multiplier's family. They are an original, and everything you described is accurate." Sam had decided to keep quiet, but he too thought it was amazing that a normal student knew so much information without looking it up, especially about an original family. The 6 multipliers all surrounding Quinn reached for the small blades around their waist. There was nowhere to hide, and they were guaranteed a hit. He could block the ones from the front, but it would be near impossible to block them from the back. "Well, well, well," Burns said from inside the booth. "Looks like we were right. It seems the Grey Lash was just trying to cause drama for no reason. All you did was manage to waste our time." "I have to admit," Mona said, "I got a little excited when I saw him dashing forward at such a fast speed. but that speed seems to be useless now." Owen remained silent. He thought the others were silly. Could they not see the same thing he was seeing? Looking at Quinn, was that the look of someone who looked like they were about to lose? The multiplier, at the same time as each of his clones, threw out 2 daggers each towards the center. They came out fast and powerful. "Boring," Jack said, but soon he started to think differently. For some reason, a smirk had appeared on the cursed child's face. "Shadow control." From the bottom of his feet, a thin veil of purple shadow had appeared and had stopped all of the little blades in their tracks mid-air. They hovered in place and were unable to move forward. "What power is that?" Nate said, looking at the screen. Episode 335, Double Trouble. Inside the arena, 2 of the 5 fights had come to an end, and only 3 of the fights remained. The camera had decided to focus on Quinn's match at this very moment. They could see that the multiplier was trapped and thought another contestant would soon be eliminated from the competition. When the daggers were thrown, everybody waited in anticipation of what the multiplier would do to follow up this attack, and how he would dismantle his opponent as he had done previously. What they didn't expect was the sudden reveal of a strange power that no one had ever seen before. The sheet of purple shadow rose from Quinn's feet surrounding him. It was moving ever so slightly, and the small blade seemed to have stopped just as they touched it. "Hey, do you know what ability that is?" a person from the crowd asked. "No, I've never seen anyone with it before." "I wonder what it does or how it works." "Wait, what is Quinn doing?" Layla shouted. "Why is he showing his powers? And worst of all, right now in front of everyone." Sam looked carefully at the strange power. He had expected Quinn to be hiding something. He even thought he was 100% sure that he was the Blood Evolver, but he had never seen the Blood Evolver do this before. Even if they had learned a new skill, there was a clear difference between what he was seeing right now. The Blood Evolver's powers produced a red aura, while this was purple and dark. It felt different. "I assume you have something to do with this?" Logan said, looking at Vorden since he seemed to be the only one who hadn't acted so surprised at the outcome. "He's sick and tired of hiding," Vorden replied. "I can feel it, and I think you guys can too. The whole situation was just frustrating him more and more as the days went by. Sooner or later this was going to happen, so might as well do it now." "But won't people come after him after they learn about his background?" Layla asked. "He was an orphan, and the military knew he had no ability before. The others will try to ask for the ability book or try to find out how he learned this." "Don't worry. After this I told him he could say my family is looking for him, and he gave the ability book to them for safekeeping." "And what original family do you come from?" Sam asked. If Vorden was confident to use his family's name to protect a rare ability, they had to be strong. If they weren't, then others would still try to attack or pressure them in some way to obtain the ability book. "My family is the Blade family," Vorden responded. Sam started to think hard if he had ever heard such a name before, but he tried and tried. He was quite knowledgeable and even knew some medium-sized factions and families, but the Blades just didn't seem to ring a bell. However, since his family was original and managed to stay that way, it meant it would still give Quinn some protection. When abilities started to become more well-known around the world and families began to reveal themselves, some of the original families were broken up and had their abilities learned and stolen, eventually making them known to the public. They then were no longer known as originals. Only the more potent abilities, or the ones under the big 3 at the time, were able to keep their abilities and powers to themselves. If Vorden's family was still considered an original, they had to have some influence, right? Opening up a part of the shadow from the front, the small blades moved again, and Quinn had blocked them with his gauntlets. He then moved out from where the shadow was originally placed, and allowed for the shadow to return to him. As soon as he did this, the blades continued to move forward, wholly missing and falling off the arena. 94 of 100 MC cells. The small blades were only at the basic tier level. This was why Quinn knew he could block it with only a thin layer of the shadow. At the same time, the damage it had done was small. Shadow cloak skill activated. Then, in front of everyone's eyes on the stage and from the booth, Quinn had disappeared entirely. The stronger ones could still sense where Quinn was, as this was only a visual effect, an illusion almost, but to the crowd they now couldn't see anything. Multiplier himself had quite keen senses and could tell Quinn was still here, but found it hard to pinpoint his exact location. The problem was, Quinn was too fast. While attacking, the shadow cloak was disabled, and a fist seemed to come flying out of nowhere, delivering a punch to the head. The puff of black smoke appeared once more. Not that one. Seeing another one not too far away, he decided to use the flash step, moving right in the position of the next person. Without hesitation, an uppercut was delivered, and with it, another cloud of smoke appeared. From behind, his sensitive ears had picked up the sounds of footsteps running up to him. Quickly spinning his body and lifting his leg, he performed a spinning back kick, hitting Multiplier through the air and off the arena ground. All the fights around them were now being ignored. With each puff of black smoke appearing, the crowd cheered in response. It was as if they were watching a skilled traveler take on several men at once. While one person came towards Quinn at the front, another was behind him. The two daggers came toward both his body and his head. Using both of his hands, Quinn was able to grab him by the wrist, but that didn't stop the second person from coming behind. Is he done for? The crowd thought. But Quinn knew all along what was happening. From underneath his feet, the shadow rose once again, stopping the attack. 80 of 100 MC. The attack had been blocked, but this time it had taken a lot more of his MC points to deal with it. This was due to the weapon being an advanced tier 1. Throwing out a kick towards his opponent's stomach finished the first one off, and then with a spin with the back of his fist hitting the one behind him, the two opponents had been finished off. Looking around him and at the arena, he could still see the 6 of the same person, even though he had already defeated multiple clones. Damn, which one is the real one? They all smell the same. What Quinn didn't know was the Multiplier was able to switch his real body with any of the clones he created at any time. The Multiplier not once had even gotten close to Quinn. How he wished he was able to use his blood abilities right now. Using a blood swipe, he could attack far away or with the crescent kick, and if there were multiple enemies, he could use the blood spray. There was another problem. Sooner or later, his MC points would run out. The weapon the Multiplier used was strong, and it could only block so many more attacks. Quinn was careful not to get hit, and if he did and the fight got rough, there was a good chance his blood bank would automatically activate. His healing wasn't as impressive as Peter's, but it was still to the point where one could think he had a healing ability. This in turn would cause so many questions to be asked. Well, it looks like this match certainly has gotten interesting, Owen said, giggling away. I knew you wouldn't play fair, Bernie replied. You knew he had an ability, didn't you? I knew no such thing. How would I know information that not even Oscar knew? Owen replied. Bernie was now looking at Oscar for the answer. If anyone should have known about his powers, it should have been him. Oscar was starting to wonder how Owen knew or came to know of this as well. I think this makes the whole thing a lot more interesting, Mona added. It would have been boring otherwise. Besides, a bet is a bet. Even if you did know he had an ability, the Multiplier is one of the strongest people in this tournament, and the fact still doesn't change. Besides, we all know how the Multiplier likes to toy with his opponents from the last fight, and he still hasn't shown everything he's got. Although, with the Cursed Child, I do wonder what level his ability is at. It's a hard one to judge, Owen replied. The ability itself doesn't seem to have many attacking opportunities. If the user himself wasn't so skilled in hand-to-hand combat, then this fight might have been long over. However, it also seems the ability itself is versatile. It cloaked him, making him almost invisible, and also, it can be moved around at will like an elemental power. I have a feeling we haven't seen everything yet. Back on the platform, Quinn slowly made his way back into the center. The others found this quite the amateur move as it allowed him to be surrounded. If he stood near the outer edge, he was able to face opponents coming from one direction. Yes, there was a higher chance one would be knocked off the stage, but it still gave him better options. Still, Quinn knew if he wasn't the aggressor, he would eventually lose this fight. Once in the center, all the clones threw their small blades again, and Quinn repeated the same action, lifting the shadow and blocking the attacks. I can do this all day, come on, Quinn shouted, hoping that the Multiplier would try something new. All of them switched and pulled out their daggers. Oh, do you think you've won? The Multiplier spoke. While speaking, each of his clones spoke simultaneously, and the voice sounded louder together like an odd choir. You do know I've been playing around with you this whole time. You see, I like to toy with my opponents, sometimes making them feel like they are winning. For some matches, I start with 2. For others, I begin with 4. After seeing how easily you dealt with my clones, I decided on 6. But I guess that wasn't enough. Behind the 6 people that surrounded the arena, another 6 people were seen behind them as they moved to the side to make 12. It was the first time in the tournament the Multiplier had ever used 12 people to fight so far. Let's see how you deal with this, the Multiplier said, as all 12 clones decided to charge in towards the center at the same time. Perfect, Quinn said. Shadow Void. A thick purple shadow spread out from his feet across the floor in all directions from where Quinn stood. Once it reached a particular area, it started to rise, eventually creating a small dome shape. The dome encased both Quinn and all the clones with him. From the outside, the public suddenly couldn't see anything but a purple dome of moving shadows. "What's going on?" the crowd said. "Are they still fighting in there? This has to be that cursed child's ability, right?" "Are you starting to feel nervous about our little bet?" Owen asked. "Although I don't know what this strange dome thing does, I cannot believe one person could take on 12. I didn't even know the multiplier could copy himself that many times. If I have him in one of my families, it would be like having a little squad. He would be able to go out on solo missions on his own." As time went by and nothing was happening, even Bernie was starting to get nervous. It shouldn't have taken this long for someone to beat one person. Finally, the shadows around started to fade away slowly. They began to disappear from the top of the dome to the bottom, and eventually returned to the original user's 2 feet, where one person could be seen standing, while the other was beaten entirely and knocked out on the floor. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner, the Cursed Child!" Episode 336, The Shadow Hands. Chaos had occurred in the arena. It was something the others hadn't expected. One of the favorites from the first years had been defeated, and what was worst, the others weren't even able to see how it was done. "That's impossible," Bernie said, standing up from his seat. At the same time, he banged the side of his armchair. It briefly went up in flames before the whole side of the thing burnt to a crisp. It was amazing how quickly it disappeared, to not affect the whole chair. "Calm down," Oscar demanded. Bernie was always a hot-headed fool, and he knew this bet was a bad idea. However, even Oscar didn't think this would be the outcome, so he allowed it to continue. "Can't you see," said Bernie, "that kid, he didn't just win, but there isn't even a single scratch on him." The others had of course noticed this as well. For this to have happened, the fight inside the dome couldn't have been a close one. The dome-shaped shadow was either very powerful, or it was there to conceal the boy's real strength from the eyes of everyone else. Jack's whole body was shaking, but not because he was upset. It was out of joy. A mysterious power that was able to rival top original families, yet didn't belong to any of the big four. This was the perfect opportunity for him. Whatever he did, he needed to get this power for himself. However, there was a small problem, something he never thought would get in the way, and that was the bet. Jack was one of the ones that hadn't spoken up when the deal was made, meaning Owen was able to get the first choice when inviting students to their families. There was no way a student would turn down such an offer from one of the big four. Perhaps there was some way he could persuade him. Once the event was over, he would contact the others at his tower to find out everything they could about the boy named Cursed Child. "Well, I must say I think I've got a pretty bright future ahead of me," Owen said, laughing. Oscar looked at the student one more time standing in the arena. "Looks like I need to speak to the people at the second base. How they were this tardy to not notice something like this is beyond my comprehension. Anyway, Quinn Taylor, I shall be keeping an eye on you." The cheering in the arena had continued for a lot longer than usual. People always seemed to love the unexpected. It was exciting to think about what this new power and surprise could do. While standing in the center, Quinn looked down at the multiplier and started to recall what happened when the shadow void had been cast. Even with the void covering the view of the others, Quinn couldn't use his blood abilities. There was a high chance that the influence skill wouldn't work on him. He would then reveal to everyone what had happened after the fight. It was a risk he still couldn't take. However, what the multiplier also didn't realize was he wasn't the only one who had been holding back the whole fight. As the multiple clones came towards him, for a brief second, Quinn closed his eyes and started to think back to the block-block game. With the slightest sound, the slightest movement, he was able to see the attacks as they moved. The multiplier was doing near enough the same thing, using his clones to attack him from multiple directions, and even though there were 12 of them, there was only so much space that could be used to attack. The 12 had come towards him. He could see a slight twitch in the first one's shoulder. He attacked as soon as he saw the slightest movement, and the first one was down. Using all of his limbs, his legs, his arms, Quinn blocked, dodged, and allowed even the clones to hit each other. Everything was done at a speed that hadn't been used in the match before. "Vex was a lot more versatile when I fought him with his strings," he said as he hit one clone. "Vorden's ability was a lot stronger than this," as he kicked another. "And the King-tier beast was a hell of a lot faster," he said as he punched the last clone in the stomach. All 12 of the clones had been defeated. Only one remained away in the distance towards the edge. "I need to make more," Multiplier said, but his energy was starting to drain. There wasn't enough time to recover, as Quinn's strength was strong enough to deal with the clones with a single blow. It was something the multiplier had never dealt with before. As he started the cloning process, he felt something weird wrapping around his legs and arms. When he looked, he could see multiple purple dark hands grabbing his limbs. "What is this? Why isn't my cloning working?" he said, shocked. Quinn had half expected this. His shadow could slow down the time of whatever it was touching, and due to how the multiplier's ability worked right now, it was taking an incredibly long time to even clone himself. With this, the multiplier started to panic. He'd always relied on his skills to move from one clone to another. In his haste, he hadn't realized if he had just concentrated on using all of his strength to break free from the shadow, he would have been able to break free. Instead, he repeatedly attempted to clone himself, but it just didn't seem to work. Finally, though, he was able to detach his right arm as he calmed down a little and started to think straight. 20 of 100 MC. But it was useless, as more arms instantly came toward him, grabbing him and putting him in place up against the wall of the shadow void again. "I better finish this in one blow," Quinn said, seeing how low his MC points were. Standing in front of the original multiplier, he was able to finally use a skill that wouldn't be wasted. Stomping his foot onto the ground and allowing the energy to rise, he pulled back one hand and snapped explosively with the other. "Hammer strike!" The regular hammer strike was performed, and the fist sunk into the chest piece right in the center. In nearly an instant, his eyelids started to close, and the multiplier had been knocked out. "I guess you never really been hit like that before, have you?" Quinn thought, realizing he had been beaten with a single punch. The void skill was cancelled, and the victor's name had been called. "Can you believe it? Is that Quinn from our class? Wasn't he always a weakling?" The students in Dell's class were amazed. However, some started to worry. "Hey, didn't you used to pick on him and Peter? You better apologize, man." "What, you think he'll remember that?" They had just witnessed someone defeat a level 8. Most of the students who were in Dell's class weren't even past the level 5, and suddenly, all those that once shunned or talked badly about him were afraid. Perhaps he isn't the Blood Evolver after all," Nate said, noticing that not a single red aura skill was displayed. But some signs were confusing. He had seen kicks and punches, as well as the flash step. These were all skills the Blood Evolver performed. "Still, you're just another person for me to get excited over." Once the matches were over, the students were taken off the platforms and rushed to the side to get emergency care from the standby doctors. After a few minutes, the multiplier had woken up. It turned out his injuries weren't too bad, and his armor had absorbed most of the impact of the punch. Although there were still some internal injuries, he would need to be treated for later. He had never been struck so hard before, and with the fear of everything happening, he had passed out. Before the next set of events, they would have interviews with the participants in between. They interviewed each one until they finally went to the two people who they were looking forward to most, the participants of Match 5. The first to be interviewed was the unexpected loser of the match, Multiplier. They sat by the side of the arena by a bench where all the doctors and other participants were seen being treated in the background. The female reporter was there, ready with her microphone. At the same time, her drone companion was filming everything for everyone to see on the big screen. "First, I would have to say you put on quite a show for everyone today, and it came as quite a surprise to us with the result today. Many people here expected you to win. It seemed like everything was going your way until one point, once that void was created. Can you tell us what happened in there, or if you remember anything at all?" the reporter asked. Recalling the memories of the dark place was not a pleasant thought, and the shock of a loss was still hitting him quite hard, so he was slow to answer. "Yes, I remember what happened in there. Hands." "Hands?" the reporter said with a confused look on her face. "There were hands everywhere. They grabbed me, all over the place, and I couldn't move. Black, shadowy like hands, and that's when he delivered the final blow." Hearing this from up in the booth, Jack's eyes looked as if they were about to jump out of his sockets. What did he say? Dark, shadowy hands? The words that had been spoken had brought up a memory for him when he had visited the second military base. These were memories he would never forget. He was embarrassed and humiliated as the two students were saved by Pure. Two people had interfered and had gotten in his way. After the events, he had his two guards file a report. Kenny talked about how a strange user who seemed to control a shadow had fought him. Not only that, but there was also the mention of hands as one of the skills, along with other things.
Now that he thought about it more, the description matched near perfectly enough with the report his guard Kenny had given him. The powers used back then and the powers used now were the same. This brought him to one conclusion about Quinn. He works for Pure.
Episode 337, A Cryptic Message. After this revelation, Jack couldn't believe it. Slowly it was starting to make sense of how they knew his every move and how they could plan against him. Of course, Pure would have put a student spy into the school system. Just as they rescued Peter before, they most likely used him to do the same here as well. You were always one step ahead of me, and now I know why, but now I'm one step ahead of you, Jack said with a smile as he got up from his seat. Where are you going, Jack? Oscar asked. Are you not going to watch the rest of the fighting events? There are some important business matters I need to look into. Don't worry, I shall be back soon. Jack left the room and started walking at a fast pace out of the booth to head back to his room. There was still a few things he needed to think about before he could make his next move. Even if Quinn was a part of Pure, that didn't change the fact that he had a rare ability that no one had seen before. Suddenly claiming the student was part of Pure might make it harder for him to obtain the boy's powers. He wanted both Pure and the Shadow power for himself. Quinn was the key to that. Once Jack had returned to the room, he had contacted his headquarters back at Dreamland City, a digital display on his wall connecting a video call. Immediately, he had called for his old guard, Kenny, who had made the report about the Shadow powers before. That's right, sir. Everything you said matches up with exactly what I saw that day, Kenny replied. Just then another message had appeared on screen, which was from Sergeant Duke. The information about the student I requested. Quickly he started to read through the report. Quinn Talon, only child, orphan. Pfft, the perfect backstory for an agent of Pure. No surprise there. While Jack was busy talking about his team and doing research on Quinn, over at the arena, the reporter had just finished talking with Multiplier. She was now moving on to the star of the show, Quinn. First, I have to congratulate you on your victory. Of course, we all saw your impressive martial arts skill when fighting the clones, but what we want to know about is your ability. My research says that you're not from an original family. Still, I don't think any of us here have ever seen an ability like that before. So what we want to know is just how and what ability is that? The reporter asked. Quinn looked at the big screen and he could see his face maximized for everyone to see. Everyone in the crowd was waiting for his answer. He then thought back to what Vorden had said, and he was ready to reply. As you said, I'm not from an original family. I grew up as an orphan. The detail of how I learned the ability is a story and a half, so bear with me. An incident happened at school a while back, where I was transported to a red portal planet. The whole place seemed abandoned. While I was there, I came across an ability book I had never seen before. I currently didn't have an ability, and I thought my luck had finally changed. The school eventually found me and returned me safely, but I chose to keep the fact I had found the book a secret. This event happened a few months back. Due to it being a high-level ability book, it took me a long time to learn. Even after learning it, with no teacher or reference on how to use the ability, it took a while to come up with my skills. I wasn't ready and chose to hide this from everybody. As an orphan, and no family or factions to protect me, this felt like the right thing to do. However, today a good friend of mine had offered in return for giving them the ability book, I would become a member of their faction and family. As for the ability itself and which family that is, I think you will all understand why I won't go into further details about that now, as it's not fair to the original family who took me in. Before I end this interview, I have one last thing to say. Once again, Quinn looked up above the arena, where his friends and Vorden would be standing. If you chose to still go after me, then the chains that have been locked away for centuries shall be broken by the blades. There were many questions the reporter had wanted to ask, but Quinn had already started walking away after saying those few words. After hearing Quinn's story, the people in the crowd could understand the reasoning of what had happened so far and why the student had chosen to do what he had done. However, the families and factions in the crowds felt like what the student had just done was outright silly. Even if he didn't reveal the family's name that was protecting the book, they would soon find out. Declaring that this family had the ability book was putting a target on their back, and unless they were one of the big four, there was unlikely anything that would stop them from trying to take it from this family. However, the reaction in the booth was a completely different one. The last words had sent a shiver down each of the big three in the room's spine. Goosebumps were felt all over the place. "Damn!" Owen shouted in his head. For the first time, he wasn't so giggly and cheery as his usual self. Instead,
he was biting his fingernails. I knew this was a possibility after I saw the two of them were friends, but who would have thought? Now no one can touch him. Those last lines, Mona thought, they were quite clearly a code that only we would know. Oscar had noticed a slight change in the room. Usually they were quite a rowdy bunch, especially with Bernie and Owen always bickering at each other, but now there was complete silence. Was it something the boy said? He thought. But he was concerned with a different matter. If what the student was saying was true, the red portal he had access to must have come from the military base they were at, which meant it was a planet the military had explored. Why was there such an ability book on a planet like that? Oscar wished to delve further once this whole event was over. Perhaps he would find clues about the ability book and what had happened on the red portal planet. It might even lead him to the original owners of the ability book. The rest of the event continued as usual, and Jack eventually returned with a smile on his face. The event had now been going on for a while, and during it, not a word was spoken. They hadn't focused on the matches at all. Each one of them's minds was filled with other matters, and finally, the event had come to an end. The Big Four returned to their rooms, and so did the Supreme Commander. As Jack went back, he started to think of a plan he could put in place. If he was only to inform the military of the matter without the others knowing, then maybe they would allow him to take the boy's ability. It would also make sure the power didn't fall into the other three's hands, and he knew they would like that. Still, it was a little risky. The best time to do anything would be when the boy returned to his military base. Pure still didn't know he knew about him. He had close connections with Duke, and could use this to catch Quinn and take his powers before anyone could interfere. Going to his desk, he grabbed a bottle of whiskey that was out on display and poured himself a clean, nice shot with no ice. "I deserve this for everything I've done today," Jack said as he lifted the glass in the air. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. A frustrated Jack placed the glass back on the table and answered it. "What is it?" he said with anger. But when he looked at who it was, he was surprised to see that it was Mona Bree. "I'm here to tell you about an emergency meeting between the Big Four. It will be regarding what happened today. You have to come now." Episode 338, Starting a War. Walking down the hallway, Jack was stomping away, his feet hard on the ground as he plodded along. He was about to call it a night, after successfully plotting his plan. What could be so important to call a meeting at this time, and why does it have to be now? He thought, frustrated. It wasn't just any meeting between the leaders, though. Mona had specifically told him that this was a meeting for only the Big Four families, which meant it didn't include the head generals or the Supreme Commander. It was as if something they didn't want them to know about. This was a rare matter, and the only time Jack had been called into a meeting like this before was when they decided to invite him to join the leaders' table, making the Big Three into the Big Four. Eventually, Mona had led him down the hallway, and they stopped just outside the Sundhild family room. When she pushed the heavy door open, the other two could already be seen sitting there waiting. The rooms they stayed in were quite grand and large, and there were several separate rooms. Each one was designed differently to suit their style. Jack looked around the room. Even though it was the same layout, it looked completely different compared to his own. Most of the decor looked like it was from an older era. There were also several paintings of large beasts on the wall, with a single man taking them down. Useless junk, as Jack would have called it, was scattered on top of desks and drawers. Nonetheless, Jack needed to comply, so he sat down at the large rounded table that looked like it was designed for 20, but only the 4 of them were present. This, of course, meant they were sitting quite far away from each other, but Jack liked this anyway. "As the elder of the group, I shall be the one to start the meeting," Mona said, although she didn't look old at all. Bernie looked to be in his 50s, and Jack was just reaching his 30s. Jack had always thought Mona was around the same age as him, but now she had suddenly declared that she was older. He was wondering what type of witchcraft she had to use to look so young. Now that he thought about it, she certainly dressed like a witch as well. Even now, in the middle of the night, she was dressed in all black, with a pointy hat and a veil covering her face. "Does the mad women sleep in that?" She stood up from her seat as she talked to the others. "I'm sure you all know why I thought it was necessary to call this meeting, but I did so just to make sure we're all on the same page." "Huh, they know what this is about already. Have they been doing things without me behind my back?" Jack thought. "We're here to talk about the Blade family." "Them again? This is just a waste of time. We need to be dealing with Pure. Oh well, maybe I will learn something about them." We need to make sure that all our families and fractions, including the subfamilies, receive this message. They are prohibited no matter what to either go after the student known as Quinn Talon or try to research which family he has given the ability book to."
"What did you say?"
Jack shouted as he shot up from his seat. "Ah, I guess you weren't here for that part," Owen replied. "I seem to remember you left the room at that time. The boy who won the match against the multiplier. Turns out he and his unique ability are under the protection of the Blade family."
"Yes,"
Bernie said, nodding his head up and down with his arms crossed on top of his large belly.
"We all heard it. The chains that have been locked away for centuries shall be broken by the blades, and we all understand what he meant by that."
The other three all nodded their head, but Jack didn't have a clue. He didn't have a grand history of ability users from the beginning of time. His family and his power were only discovered after the Dalki era. He knew nothing of what this damned code meant, and he was starting to get increasingly frustrated that no one was informing him. What he did understand was what that made clear. They were ordering nearly every person they could to not touch Quinn Talon. All of this was due to his connection with the Blade family, and he wasn't an exception to this rule most likely.
"My plans, they are ruined!"
He needed to do something, if he wanted to get that mysterious ability. Now the others would have people keeping a careful eye on him in the military base, wherever they could. It would be impossible for him, even with his connections, to do much without them finding out. He didn't want to do it, but this was the only thing he could do.
"Quinn can't be related to the Blades," Jack said, "because I'm sure he's with Pure."
There was a brief moment of silence between the other three, until they all started laughing together shortly after. "That's impossible. Pure and the Blades are black and white. They would never see eye to eye in the current world," Mona replied.
"But I'm telling you the truth. If you don't believe me, I'll bring Quinn here right now and force a confession out of him."
"Enough!"
Bernie said as he slammed his fist on the table. "Did you not hear what we just said? No one is to go after the boy, and that includes you, Jack. We don't agree a lot on things, Jack."
"You can say that again," Owen mumbled. Hearing this, Bernie looked over at Owen out of the corner of his eyes before shaking his head and continuing.
"But we all agree on this. If you try to lay a finger on that boy, we will do everything in our power to stop you."
Who were these Blades to be able to cause such fear and unity between these three powerful forces, yet at the same time seemed to have no power when it came to the things like the military? It just didn't make any sense. "Fine," Jack said, sitting back down in his seat. With that, the meeting was quickly over, although they didn't finish it before reminding Jack once again that the military was to know nothing about this, and to warn him about not going after the boy. His hands were tied. If it was just one of the big families telling him to not go after the boy, then he would risk a confrontation, but all three together? His family wasn't strong enough and would never come out alive. Jack was confident in his family's strength. Over time, he had gathered strong abilities and men by his side, and the unique thing about his family. Their abilities were all versatile, while the others only had a single powerful ability. In a way, in his head, Jack had deemed his own family as the strongest power force currently. Even ahead of the military, still, it wasn't enough to start a fight over, especially with the Dalki watching their moves. However, thinking about his family's strength made him think about something else. They were all scared of the Blades. They repeatedly told him not to go after Quinn. What that didn't stop him from doing was going after the Blades. If he got rid of them, he would naturally take their seat of power. The others were afraid of something that happened in the past, but they didn't know Jack's full strength either. He would much rather fight one family than three strong ones, and he would also get whatever power the Blades have, as well as the shadow power. It was the one plus side of Jack's ability. Whatever family he would defeat, essentially their powers would be added to his, even if they refused to join, because he could take it from them with force. The Blade family, let's see how scary you are. Jack was ready for a war. Episode 339, One More Level. As soon as Quinn's match had ended, he decided to go straight to his room, avoiding talking with any of the other participants or remaining in the training center. Even with his short walk back, walking by the next participants who would be taking part in the event, he could feel their eyes as if they were piercing the back of his skull, and the gossiping had started. When he finally arrived in his room, he quickly closed the door behind him and leaned his back against it, letting out a big breath. "So I finally did it," he said with a smile. "It feels nice not to be holding on to such a secret anymore." Still, this was enough for him. One of the huge weights that were always on the back of his mind felt lifted, but he wasn't prepared for all the attention and reactions, so just for tonight he wanted to rest. I hope Vorden's plan worked. When Vorden whispered in Quinn's ear, telling him what to say, he sounded confident and assured him it would stop others from coming after him for his power. However, he did mention it would do nothing for the vampires, so he should still proceed with caution. Lying on his bed, all he wanted to do was shut his eyes. The fight had taken a lot out of him, not only physically but mentally as well. He realized how much harder fighting without relying on his vampire powers was. Looking at his gauntlets, there now was a large scratch mark and several dents on them as well. Inspect. Durability 40 of 100. Effects of gauntlets will be reduced by 50%. In the fight, he had blocked the multiplier's attacks a few times, and they were now severely damaged. It was a shame because the system shop only had one pair of each item. Even if he got his hand on the materials, he couldn't make another one. What he would have liked to have done is get a better pair altogether, but that would require crystals from advanced tier beasts. With no more expeditions for first-year students, he would either have to wait until he was in his second year, or pay to put up a quest asking for certain materials. But his funds weren't exactly the healthiest at the moment either. If they were to break in the next fight without the use of his vampire abilities, it would weaken his attacking power by quite a bit. Still, there was one more thing for Quinn to check out, an exciting surprise that he didn't expect after defeating the multiplier. Congratulations, you are now level 19. 1 free stat point earned. Update to your current quest. Reach level 20 for your next step in your evolution. 19 of 20. He didn't see the number of EXP points received while checking his EXP rather than the extra going over. Currently, it just said 0 of 51,200. This would assume that the reward was something similar to the quest that had been given when he first fought against Leo, an instant level-up reward. The free stat point was placed into his charm skill, increasing it now up to 29. After it reached level 30, he could then start to focus on his other skills. Charm was handy in helping Quinn keep his secrets, but soon he would have no secrets to keep, and the ones that would be after him next were the vampires. According to the system AI, the number of points and strengths one would have to in their charm to control another vampire would be enormous. Using the skills themselves, they naturally had some type of resistance to it, so Quinn needed to focus on getting stronger for what was about to come later. What Quinn was looking at most was the updated quest. There was only one more level until he would evolve into the next step. Would this mean a new appearance, a new set of blood skills? Or would it just mean a new set of problems to deal with? With these thoughts in his head, he didn't remember when he had finally closed his eyes and fallen asleep. He was far more tired than he realized. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of urgent knocking at his door. Why do people love knocking on my door all the time? Quinn thought, as he looked at the time on his watch, and he could see that it was already the next day in the early morning. Did I already sleep the whole night? When? When rubbing his eyes and trying to move his quilt, he happened to spot something small on his left hand where his wristwatch was, a small metallic little spider. This is Logan's spider, right? What's it doing here? Quintalon, this is military personnel. Please open your door and let us in. 1 second, please. Just let me put on some clothes, Quinn shouted back. The spider quickly ran up to Quinn's ear and started to play a message. While this was all happening, Quinn promptly got dressed into the standard military uniform. Quinn, this is Logan. I kept this spider near you in case you needed a little help. My guess is the military might want to check the level gauge on your watch. Don't worry, my little friend here has already made the adjustments. The spider lifted 2 of its legs as if it was happy about Logan's words and started to imitate a little clap. Make sure to keep the spider on you and don't panic. Let them do what they are here for, and everything will be okay. After listening to the message, the spider hopped down and went just underneath the cuff of his sleeve, where his wrist was, and stayed put. Putting his trust in Logan, and not knowing what was going on, he opened the door to find Haley outside, and what looked like one of the soldiers standing by her side. It's been a long time, Haley said, as she entered the room and placed a suitcase out on the table. This isn't usually my thing, but they asked me to do this. But before that, congratulations. When I saw you, I knew you were impressive. And don't worry, with all the injuries I see at the school, I think you did nothing wrong hiding your powers. She sat down in the seat by the desk, and the soldier carefully led Quinn over to her, keeping an eye on everything he was doing. Watching in case Quinn tried to pull anything. Haley proceeded to open the metal case, and inside it, was what looked like a brand new military watch. "Now I have to ask you not to touch anything," Haley explained. "I will take off the old watch and also place the new one on." Quinn nodded in response and went along with it. Even if Logan had said not to worry, right now, Quinn was worrying. When they had put the watch on, what would happen when it didn't record his MC cells? Would they find out he wasn't human, or would they then take him in for further questioning? The watch had been taken off and placed on the table. At the same time, she picked up the new one from the suitcase and wrapped it around Quinn's wrist. The watch seemed to be turning on slowly, and at the same time, while underneath his wrist, the little spider started its work. Haley remained silent, and so did Quinn, as they both carefully waited for a result. After a few moments, the watch finished booting up, and the display had changed. It went from level 1 to level 6. "Well, that makes a lot of sense," she said with a smile on her face. "I was a little worried it would say 1 for a second. Do you know why the watch didn't display the correct level, even after learning the ability?" "No, I just decided to go with it since I thought it was better this way," Quinn replied. "Not a problem," Haley said with a smile, as she put the broken watch in the suitcase and left with the guard. Before closing the door, she had one last word to say. "Good luck on the tournament. I'm rooting for you, cursed child," she said as she giggled and shut the door. His face had gone bright red with embarrassment. After hearing a pretty lady like that say his stage name, he now realized how lame it sounded, and he just wanted to make a hole and put his head in it. However, thanks to Logan again, it seemed like he could relax. His vision to look and plan for things had saved him many times, not wanting the attention of the others outside, instead of training like everyone else was doing. He decided to wait in his room until he was called for the next event. Unlike Peter, Quinn wasn't treated like a criminal and was able to stay in contact with the others above using the wristwatch and other methods. They told him what was going on with the events and such, but not much else had happened. The time had come, and an announcement had been made, stating that the participants of the fighting tournament would now be placed in their groups. Leaving the room, everything was different this time when he entered the practice hall. It was the third day of the event, and there were even fewer people now than before. Not only that, every single person there seemed to be looking at him, and this included the second year. Ignoring everything, Quinn decided to stay at the back of the whole group, where the students had gathered, as the organizers called out their names. This way he knew no one would be able to look at him from behind. However, he quickly realized how useless this was, as now everyone seemed to be turning their heads slightly to the side, trying to look back at Quinn. "Okay, and for Group C, we have Ben Richard, Steve Gillian, Jason Wong, Susie Philbuster, Maze Kilbert, Nate Snell, and Quinn Talon." "Yes!" Nate shouted as his name was called out. The others looked at him wondering what he was so excited about, but only he knew. For days he had been hoping to face a half-decent opponent, but so far he had only been disappointed. After seeing the cursed child be put in the same group as him, he was sure his luck had now changed for good. He knew the next fight, the two of them would be facing off against each other. Episode 340, We're Already Friends. While the names from Group C were being called out, the others in the group gathered and started to look at each other as they noticed something odd. Nate looked at his group, then looked at the group around them again, trying to figure out what was wrong. "Why does our group look different?" he asked. "It's because there's 7 of us," Quinn replied. Suddenly, Nate's heart started to beat. There was an odd amount of people. This often happened due to the number of participants taking part in the tournament. However, more often than not, a few people would drop out, or even a double knockout in some cases. This would eventually even up the numbers. If they had enough people, they wouldn't even bother calling up the substitute, since it would just complicate matters. Right now, in the fighting tournament, there must have been an odd amount of people, and when this happened, it means only one thing. "All right," the soldier said, holding something behind his back the others couldn't quite see. "As you can see, Group C is filled with 7 people rather than 6 or 8, which means one of you won't be fighting today and will be able to move on to the next round, lucky you." "Damn it," Nate said, stomping the floor. "Damn it, why this group? Why?" he cried. To the others, this would be a blessing, but to Nate, it seemed like another obstacle trying to get in his way. The soldier waited until Nate calmed down before proceeding further. He then revealed what he was hiding behind his back, and it was 7 small sticks held in his hand, with the bottom part covered up. "One of these sticks' bottom half is dyed red. Whoever chooses this one shall be free from this round. Let's see," he said as he scanned the room. "You," the soldier said, pointing at Quinn. You're first." Quinn casually walked up to the front. There was no use trying to figure out which one was the red one, so he just picked the one closest to him. The stick was completely clear when pulling out, and there wasn't a red marking at all. "Yes!" Nate shouted out loud again. Now Quinn realized how much Nate wanted to fight him. However, this wasn't like the others, who tried to fight him because he was weak or to try to show off their skills. It was because Nate thought he was strong. Thinking about this made him feel a little warm inside. It was a change and a feeling he had never had before. No one hated his guts for being weak, and no one wanted to bully him. The other participants were called, and they all pulled out clear sticks until eventually only the last 2 participants were left. You're up," the soldier said, pointing at Nate. He was happy about this. It meant his fate was going to be in his hands, not in another's. There were now only 2 sticks left. If he chose the wrong one, then it just wasn't meant to be. He looked left, he looked right, his eyes darting back and forth between the 2 sticks. "Just pick one already," the soldier said, getting agitated that time was being wasted. Closing his eyes and turning his head away, Nate finally picked a stick. "Well, it looks like you won't be taking part in this round, then." Hearing those words made his heart sink. He could feel a lump forming in his throat. "What?" Nate said as he opened his eyes and turned his head, only to see that the soldier was no longer standing in front of him and was standing next to the other student instead. Looking at his stick, he noticed it was completely clear. There was no marking at all. There wasn't time to celebrate for Nate, as the soldier was already leading them all onto the arena floor. "I knew the world wanted you and me to fight," Nate thought. "This was just another sign that nothing was going to get in our way." As they exited from the underground tunnel and onto the floor, the cheers were there as usual, and the others were watching above the large screen. "Oh, this will be interesting," said Sam, seeing the screen. "What do you mean by that?" Vorden asked. "Well, the reason I've been keeping a close eye on the event so far is that my close friend is in it, and it looks like Quinn, and he is in the same group," Sam replied. "Friend, judging by how you were hanging around us all the time, I would have assumed you had no friends," Logan replied. That comment had stung Sam in the heart a bit, but he couldn't deny the fact that if others did know, he was hanging around with a bunch of first-years from another base. It really would look like he had no friends. "Is your friend strong?" Vorden asked. "You better believe it," said Sam. "Although he's only a level 7 in terms of ability power, you can tell how strong he is based on how he was able to make it this far." "I look forward to seeing him fight then," Vorden said. "Well, let's just hope your friend and Quinn don't get put together. Otherwise it would be pretty awkward," said Layla. "Yeah, I would feel bad supporting my friend right next to you guys, but as far as I know about Nate, he would be begging to be put up against Quinn." And that was exactly what Nate was doing. The whole way, as he walked, he had his hands held together and his eyes closed. He would only rely on his hearing to follow the footsteps in front of him. Then finally they came to a halt. "All right, Quinn Talon, stage 3, and Nate Snell," the soldier said. He couldn't believe it. His prayers were answered, and he was finally going to fight someone worthwhile. The 2 got into position and waited for the announcers to call all of the names. This time there were only 3 platforms, and once again they had increased in size. "And finally, on the 3rd platform, we have the unexpected winner from the last round, the Cursed Child, and his opponent for today, who always seems to manage to pull a win out of the bag, Hard Steely." The Earth user raised the 2 onto the platform, but Quinn was struck with something after hearing the name. It was about the stage name that had been used. He had instantly recognized it because it was the first friend he had ever added to the Power Fighters VR game. These 2 are the same person. Quinn was very thankful to Nate. He had given him advice before the portal planet, and also taught him a great lesson when it came to fighting. If he ever met this person in real life, Quinn wanted to thank him for his help. He never thought he would be meeting a person he met through a game this way right now. When the 2 walked onto the large fighting area, the happiness on Nate's face could be seen a mile away, and the camera right now was focused on him. "What's wrong with him? Is he not all there?" The comments about him weren't nice as always, but he didn't care. If he was happy, he would show it. If he was sad, he would show it. Unlike the others, he wouldn't be fake and would just be himself. What was the point of pretending to be something you weren't? "Let's get this fight started. Show me that purple shadow of yours," Nate said, punching his fist into his other hand. Each time this was done, a loud clanging sound was heard, as if metal was clashing against metal. Quinn smiled at Nate and then raised his hand. "I forfeit from the fight." The referee, who was slightly off the side and just outside the arena, was surprised at this. He looked at Quinn for confirmation only to hear him repeat it. I forfeit from the fight. He is your winner, Quinn repeated. No, Nate said. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you refusing to fight me? Is it because you don't think I'm strong enough? Come on, I'll show you right now, he shouted. However, Quinn couldn't tell Nate the real reason. Quinn knew he was strong, perhaps one of the strongest people he had met before. When the fight had started, he had received a quest. A strong opponent has appeared. Defeat the opponent in front of you to receive an instant level up. This was the reason why Quinn decided not to continue the fight. Whether he would win or not, only using his shadow abilities, was another story, but what he didn't want to do was evolve in front of everybody. If he were to win the fight, the process would start immediately, and not knowing its result was too much of a risk. He could always have fought and then allowed Nate to win at the end, but judging from how they fought before, Nate wouldn't have liked that. No, I refuse. I don't care. I'm fighting, and you better start throwing back, Nate said as he walked his way across the arena and towards Quinn. But the referee had come in between the two of them, stopping Nate midway. The contestant has already forfeited. This match is over. The audience watching was all confused as what was happening, as they were unable to hear the conversation going on. Then the announcement was made. Hart Steely has been declared the victor due to forfeit. The crowd was stunned by what had just happened, and so were the others in the booth. But they couldn't be for long, as two more interesting fights were happening by the side, and their attention quickly focused on them instead. They could worry about why the other chose to drop out later. Please, Nate said, just tell me why you won't fight me. I never said I wouldn't fight you, Quinn replied. We don't have to fight here. If you want to fight me, we can do it when this event is over through the game Power Fighters. Nate had never thought about this before. He didn't care where they fought. All he wanted to do was have a good fight. Wait, what's your ID name? Nate asked. Quinn smiled at him once again. Don't worry, we're already friends. Episode 341, The Final Day. After forfeiting the fighting event, Quinn was now free to return to the hotel with the others for the night and rest for the remaining week. It had been a roller coaster ride of events, but still, not everything was over. It seemed like each time he would make progress somewhere, he would be taking 2 steps back somewhere else. When the other matches had ended, the reporter wanted to interview him, asking him why he had decided to forfeit his match. However, by the time the other fights were finished, they quickly realized that instead of staying to watch the other fights, Quinn had left to return to his room. Most of the audience understood and started to theorize their reasons for his forfeit. Either too much power was used in the fight yesterday, and there hadn't been enough time to recover, or there was still more to his ability that the student didn't want to show. After all, it was practically a new ability in the world. The more he fought in front of thousands and thousands of people, the higher the chance the people around could figure it out. Of course, the Big Four didn't have any questions, and Oscar was far more interested in the planet that Quinn had gotten the power from in the first place. While in his room on his own, he still couldn't stop thinking about Peter. It felt cruel in a way that he was just taken. They would never find out his fate or if he was okay. Yet somehow he was meant to just accept the result. But there was truly nothing he could do about it. The AI system had no clue where the current vampires lived. With no way to get there, it was pointless to think of a way to save him. Wait a minute! Suddenly, Quinn stood up from his bed as a spark had hit him in the head. The teleportation device, the one in Logan's room. Didn't Fex say it leads to the vampires? A return portal. The only problem was Logan still hadn't managed to crack the code. Past even that, though, what could Quinn do when he got there? He was still weak. Fex was considered a young vampire, and they were bound to even be more powerful vampires there. Again, there was no use thinking about it, but maybe by this time Logan had cracked the code on the device. Quinn would be strong enough to help Peter. The next day, Quinn had joined up with his friends to watch the event. There were only 2 days left now before everything would come to an end. Meeting up with everyone, the group seemed smaller than before. With Fex and Peter gone, it felt kind of quiet since they were the most talkative bunch in the group. Well, Fex made up for 2 people's absence. With Sam there joining them to watch the events, the group decided they would support Nate. Quinn was secretly rooting for him, but something seemed to be off during his match, as if his mind was somewhere else. We're already friends? Nate thought. What did he mean by that? He had been thinking about it all night, and even in his fight right now when he should have been fighting, his mind wasn't focused at all. However, this was the semifinals, the second last day. His opponent wasn't taking it easy and instantly revealed his soul weapon. The first-year students watching were now keeping a close eye. For some of them, it was their first time seeing such a thing. With that, the match was over as Nate was eliminated via knockout from falling off the ring, but he wasn't upset, because he had finally figured it out. Does he mean he's already on my friend list? So that means I've met him before in the game. But he had no recollection of anyone using those types of powers. Nevertheless, he was happy that he would be able to fight the cursed child. Who knows, it might have been someone he fought a long time ago, but his skills were weak at the time. The final day of the event had arrived, and when Sam had met up with the group, he had brought along a little friend with him, Nate. You know this guy, Sam? Nate said, pointing at the cursed child. Nah, it's a long story. Why don't you sit down and I'll tell you all about it? They watched the final day of events and continued to talk, laugh, and tell stories to each other. Nate and Sam knew each other before coming to military school, which was a little rare since the organizers tried to purposely split people who did know each other. But because of this, they had plenty of embarrassing stories to tell. When they were done speaking about theirs, they asked about the others, starting with Quinn. He explained how his parents died in the war, and the mood suddenly had gotten somber. Moving on to Vorden, it seemed he kept avoiding the question completely, and so did Layla. The atmosphere suddenly got a little awkward. It felt as if Nate and Sam were very open about everything, while the others were still hiding. Still, they decided to ignore it since everyone was having a good time before this. So what about you, Logan? Sam asked. What did you do before coming here?
Not much. I didn't talk to people at my last school as I like to stay alone, started a few gaming projects, and was the same at this school. That is until I met Quinn. Ever since my life seems to have been busier than ever, but not in a bad way. Come on, Layla said. He's not giving himself enough credit. Those few projects he started in school turned out to be a big deal. What do you mean? Sam asked. Those projects are still ongoing today, although you guys might know them like the game Power Fighters, Logan asked. What? Nate said, suddenly interested. The two of them were enthusiasts of the game, and right now they were sitting with the inventor. They weren't even aware that a kid created it, since his family's name who owned the company was attached to it. Wait, said Nate. That means you must know about the Blood Evolver, right? Do you know who he is? Is he hacking the system? Of course I know who he is, Logan replied with honesty. But for privacy reasons, I cannot reveal that to you. However, I can tell you that he has not hacked the site. The ability being used is a strange one. The conversation between the group continued, mostly with Nate trying to figure out some way for Logan to tell him who the Blood Evolver was, and soon, the last event of the whole week was announced, the grand finale of the fighting event. The group wanted to pay attention to the fight, and so did Quinn. These were the strongest two students out of all 7 of the military bases. Due to them being second years, they would be leaving after the end of this year, so there was a good chance Quinn would never see them again. Still, that might not be the case once they left the military. Outside, it was a free world, and there was a chance they could run into anybody again. The second reason was due to the soul weapons that would be used. Quinn had a high interest in soul weapons, as they seemed to increase one's power significantly. It is said that when one is born, the soul weapon already starts to form based on their traits and personality. Eventually, it will get slightly altered when learning their first ability, and will continue to grow from there. Finally, when they are ready, they would be able to manifest one. The thing was, Quinn was unsure if vampires even had soul weapons. Vex didn't seem to have one. Otherwise, he would have used it against the king-tier beast. Maybe unlike humans, vampires when born didn't have a soul weapon inside. But what about him? Quinn wasn't born a vampire and only later turned into a human. And if he did have one, Quinn wondered what it would be. Episode 342, Soul Weapon Battle. The final fight was set to start. The rules were the same as in previous rounds with slight changes here and there. The platform they would be fighting in was the largest and nearly covered the whole arena floor. From this match, there would be no loss if a participant was knocked out of the stage. In this match, there were also a total of 4 refs. However, most of their jobs consisted of staying by the outer ring of the arena. If the students looked like they were about to fall, they would quickly build a wall stopping them. The 2 in the finals were second-year students from other military schools, so Quinn hadn't seen them before apart from the matches from the event. The first he had seen a little bit off was when the level 8 Earth user had defeated Sam in one of the previous rounds. As for the other one, he had also seen a few matches of his, and he seemed to be a student from the Greylash family, the Power of Lightning. "This is the strongest student I've seen the military raise,"
Mona said, complimenting Oscar on his hard work. Of course, we saw the potential in him right away and gave him all the resources he needed, Oscar replied. He nearly knows every skill we have available. I see a bright future for him. Who knows, he may even eventually become Supreme Commander one day. Is no one going to compliment my family student? Owen said, twirling his hair. If he's as hard-working as your lazy arse, then we already have a winner, Bernie replied. Well, I don't know how strong he is. He is from a generation I did not teach, said Owen. As you know, I only recently became the new head. I don't even have a pupil or descendant of my own yet. The fight had started, and the bickering between the two had stopped. The action started almost immediately, with both revealing their trump cards instantly. There was no use trying to hide it, or find out how the other would fight. They had ample time to research the fights before the event. The Greylash student lifted his hand in the air, and from the palm of his hand, a blue lightning bolt struck through the air. A few moments later, the lightning seemed to strike back down, hitting the student directly. A large flash of light was seen, causing most of the audience members to close their eyes. When they opened them again, they could see the student's appearance had changed. His hair was now standing upright, his clothes even seemed to be pulled slightly upward, and this blue aura could be seen surrounding his entire body. At the same time, the Earth user had released his soul weapon. He brought his hands close together and closed his eyes. Suddenly, from his fingertips, a white glowing light started to appear and began to form a shape. It had a long handle and a stone head on top. The appearance was that of a hammer. For some reason, when I look at these two, I feel like the lighting guy should be using the hammer, Vorden said. On display were two different types of soul weapons. The Earth user's weapon was a physical one, and was most likely going to be used more than just an ordinary hammer. The Greylash family student had a unique trait, the energy that powered his body. Wasting no time, the Earth user used the ground to propel him towards the student. It looked as if he was surfing on top of an ocean of mud when he finally got close enough. He jumped off the mound of mud and raised his hammer. Suddenly it looked as if it was growing in size. A giant hammer the size of a house was created and slammed down onto the ground. When lifting the hammer, it shrunk back down to its normal size. The audience was expecting to see a splatter of blood, perhaps, like when one would slap a mosquito, but instead there was nothing. Cool hammer, the student said, as he suddenly appeared behind the Earth user. Using both hands, he started to create a continuous stream of lighting, connecting both him and the user. The Earth user's body started to shudder in pain, but eventually he managed to stomp his foot on the ground, building a wall, stopping the electric flow. With the first confrontation over between the two, the crowd cheered louder than ever, hoping to see more impressive displays of power. The fight continued between the two students, going back and forth, and they both showed great power and were able to use their soul weapons to their full advantage. But eventually, there was a person who had edged out, and that was the Earth user. Although the lightning user was strong and seemed to be dominating a lot of the fight, the lightning aura surrounding him seemed to fade. His speed began to slow, and eventually he was hit by the hammer. The attacks of the gray lazy student were strong, but the armor he was wearing protected him well, and eventually all of the Greylash family student's soul weapon energy had run out. A winner had been declared, the Earth user. Inside the booth, Bernie couldn't contain his happiness. He seemed to be even more pleased than Oscar that the Earth user had won. Oh, Owen said, hearing the loud laughter, and what happened to the contestants from the Sunshield family? I believe they were all knocked out before even this stage. Pfft, laugh all you want. Just because this generation of my family is weak doesn't mean our family is weak as a whole, Bernie replied. At any moment in time, feel free to request a duel between our top students, and I will be happy to comply. Owen truly wasn't too bothered by the loss. His ability was powerful, but he also knew it was less effective against the Earth users at a higher level. Their attacks just didn't hurt them as much compared to others. With that, the event had come to an end. There was a closing ceremony that thanked all the students who had taken part in. Then they rallied up the points of each student to declare a single base a winner. In the end, Base 4 was declared the overall victors. They were also the ones who had the Earth user that won the fighting tournament. It was clear that the three main events carried the most points compared to all the other events. Otherwise, based on what everyone else was watching, there was no way Base 4 would have been declared the winner. The students were to return to their hotel and pack their things. Once they had finished, they lined up inside the hotel lobby to do a head count. "All right, it looks like everyone is here," General Mike said. "Strange," said Logan. "Have they not realized Fex has gone missing? He was part of our military base as well. This might prove that although humans don't know the existence of vampires, they have more pulling power and influence in our world than we think." "And I would like to say one more thing," Mike added. "Sorry about doing this to you again." As he finished, the shutters of the hotel lobby started to come down. Metal doors blocked the entranceway, and soon every small little hole was now closed. Looking around, all the soldiers and school staff were now wearing their gas masks, and slowly the room started to fill with gas again. "Oh well, time to fake it again," said Quinn, knowing that the gas would not affect him. Once all the students had been knocked out, the shutters were lifted, and a portal from outside was brought in. While awake, though, Quinn could hear a strange conversation going on. "What do I owe the pleasure of such a humble visit from you for?" Mike said as he walked over to the entrance of the hotel. Inside, walking into the lobby, were all members of the Big Four. "Don't worry about us," Bernie said. "We are here just to see that all the students are transported back safely." It was a little strange. Right now, every hotel was doing the same thing with their sets of students. So what had made the Big Four come over to this hotel specifically, Mike thought. The reason for their visit was Quinn. They were here to make sure nobody tried to do anything to him during the transportation process, and they had even dragged Jack to come with them. These guys, they were dead serious when they said they didn't want anybody touching him, Jack thought. Jack could now see that they truly would do anything to protect Quinn, which meant he would be able to do nothing while he was at the second military base. Once all the students were safely transported, everyone was free to go back to their dorms and do as they wished, and that included Jack. Using a portable teleporter of his own, he was safely able to arrive in his city. The location of the teleporter was also directed to his tower, a base that he had built under it. When arriving, there were around 100 people lined up to greet him. "We welcome you home, Master True Dream," they all shouted as he came out of the teleporter. Just then, Kevin stood out from the line to deliver a report. "Sir, I have some important news. It's about the Blade family you told me to research. We've found their base," said Kevin. "Excellent," Jack said with a smile as he walked off. Episode 343, Home Sweet Home. Everyone had safely made it back to military school in one piece. On the night of their arrival, there wasn't much to do. The event had ended on a Friday evening, so by the time they had woken up again from the special gas, it was the end of the day. The students were told to head back to their rooms and unpack their belongings. There wasn't much that they took with them, so it wouldn't take long to sort themselves out. When Quinn returned to his room, he had a sense or an unexpected feeling of being home. He never really had a place to call his. Since he was a kid, he would often move from place to place every time he went to a new school. With anyone to go back to or at a permanent base, there was never that home sweet home feeling. For the first time, he had it when he entered his room with Vorden. It was a quick night for the boys. As soon as they finished unpacking, they had gone to sleep. But Layla had a lot of work to do. From the event, she had been informed that Sia was an agent of Pure. This most likely meant that Sia also had a variety of tools that had been given to her that were hidden in the room. If they weren't in the room, then they would be somewhere else. Thankfully, it seemed like Sia was still being looked after by the doctors for a few days before allowing her to return to her room. This would give Layla a head start on clearing everything she could find. Upon returning to her room, she searched and searched, this time looking harder than before. When she first arrived, she had done a quick sweep, looking for cameras and microphones, but found none. But she had never suspected her classmates to also be spying on her. After a deep search and going through Sia's belongings, there were several things found, including a communication ball, the same as Layla had. It was continually flashing blue, showing that there were messages left behind. "Should I just destroy it and forget about everything?" she said, looking at it. She lifted her hand and placed it just a little over the ball, ready to use her powers to rip it apart, but then placed it down by her side again. "No, I can't destroy it, not yet. There's one more person I need to get out of there. Aaron." Although Layla had now cut ties with Pure, she had sent her closest friend at the time over to their side. Perhaps at some point, the communication device would come in handy. She no longer had hers and destroyed it in haste. At the time, she acted on emotion rather than thinking things through, but now she had the time to think. It would be best to keep it for now. "Aaron, I promise I will come to get you one day." It was now the weekend. Students were exempt from lessons for the next 2 days and would start their schedule as normal for the final term. After that, there would be a short summer break for the students, where they were able to go home and see their families. Although Quinn didn't know what he would do during that time, it was still a little far ahead for him to be thinking about it. "So, you got anything special planned for these 2 days?" Borden asked as he laid down in his bed. "Not really. I think I might just check up on everyone to see how they're doing, then head to the VR center later on," Quinn replied. "Wait, you were serious about facing Nate in a power fighter match. How are you going to explain to him about the red aura and the shadow ability?" "I won't," said Quinn. "More than anything, he just wants a fight. Even if he knows who I am, it will be impossible to prove, and it doesn't make any sense. The only person it would make sense to is him. Besides, I have Logan. Say worst comes to worst and an investigation does take place, Logan can just say I'm not the Blood Evolver and state that he's at another base. Not that I think it will come to that anyway." "You depend on Logan a little too much," Borden said. "Hey, don't forget about what you all did. I think you guys owe me at least this much after going behind my back." "Are you trying to blackmail us? Not cool, man, not cool." The two of them started to laugh as they knew they were just having a jab at each other, and with that, Quinn decided to head off to Logan's room. However, he hadn't been completely truthful to Borden. He didn't want to check up on the others, but more specifically, he wanted to check up on Logan. A single knock was placed on the door. "Come in," Logan said, and Quinn entered the room. The place this time looked a little different compared to before. The research he had done about the school's underground dungeons had moved to this room instead. "Hey, do you still think that information is useful?" Quinn asked. "You know, now that Peter is not there anymore?" "It's always handy to keep data," Logan explained. "You never know when we could use it for future events. Perhaps one day you, me, or the others will be placed there. I hope if I get trapped there, you could use the information to try to break me free as well. So, what brings you here?" While Logan was giving his reply, Quinn continued to look around the room, but the last question had caught him slightly off guard. "Who said I wasn't here to see if you were okay?" Quinn replied. "Look, I've known you for a while now, and there seems to be a pattern. If you come to me in the afternoon, as long as there's not an urgent problem, then you are usually there to check up on me and see how I'm doing," Logan explained. "But if you come in the early morning, usually it's because you have a question or a task for me to do." Quinn felt a little awkward and guilty now. It was fine to check up on someone and then ask for a favor or snoop around, but now it felt like the only reason he had come here was to ask Logan for something. Even worse, it was true, and he realized it. "I don't have anything to ask this time, or not a favor at least. I wanted to see how you were doing with that strange square device from before," Quinn asked. Logan, using his 2 small legs, pushed his feet and rolled across the room with his chair to the other side. On this side of the room, one of the computers out of the many was attached with wires leading to the strange device. On the screen, different combinations continued to appear, and each time it would flash red, it would move on to the next one. "It's taking a little longer than I thought," Logan said, "but the good thing is it will unlock eventually. I just have no clue when." "Is there any way of finding out where it goes once it's unlocked?" "No, not other than going through ourselves, but who knows if we can come back. We would have to take a portable portal device with us just in case," Logan said. "Wait, you're going to go through there?" Quinn asked, worried for Logan. "Well, if you can, please, let me know when the machine unlocks. I don't want you to go there by yourself. Bring me along. You can think of me as your bodyguard." "I'm not a kid. I can do these things by myself," Logan replied, seeming to be annoyed at Quinn's suggestion. "Sorry, you know I didn't mean it like that. I'm interested just like you. My system was the one that told me it was made by Richard Eno, and there might be a chance this leads to his base or something. If so, maybe he would be able to help us in finding out what this system is." Placing his hand on his chin, Logan started to think about it. It was true that with the help of Eno, it might be a lot easier, but Logan wanted to discover things about Quinn's system on his own. However, there was one possibility. Logan never ruled it out in the first place. Ino was a person who always seemed to be ahead of everyone else when it came to technological advances. There could even be a chance he had something to do with creating the system. "All right, I'll let you know when it gets unlocked." With all formalities said and done, Logan got back to working on more gadgets. After the fight with the King Tier, he felt a little weak. He wanted to create some new items for himself. There was always the chance more trouble could be on the way. The next stop for Quinn was to head to the VR room. He had promised Nate he would do battle with him, and he wanted to keep his word. Even if Nate wasn't online yet, Quinn had the chance to play a couple more games. When he was walking through the hallway, there was a familiar face that he didn't expect to meet. "Oh, Quinn, it's been a while since me and you were able to talk," Leo said. "Do you mind meeting me in the martial arts hall? I have some important news to tell you." There was no rush for Quinn to play the game. After all, there was no confirmed time or set time the two would meet. If the two happened to be online, he would send an invite, so Nate could wait for now. "Sure, why don't we head there together?" During the walk to the martial arts hall, it was quite silent between the two. Quinn always found it hard to read Leo, but at the same time he trusted him. It was a good thing he did as well. He had helped out big time during the events with Peter. It was because of people like him that Quinn hadn't completely given up on hope for humanity. The problem was, at the moment, there seemed to be 2 bad people for every 1 good person he would meet. They had eventually arrived in the martial hall, and it felt large and empty without any of the students inside. The weapons were still on the wall, and it reminded Quinn of his first day here. Leo headed to the back of the room and sat up against the back wall, crossing his legs. Quinn then followed and did the same, sitting opposite him. "Quinn, I wanted to tell you something. It was a decision I have been going back and forth, but was always going to do at one point. I will no longer be a teacher here. I'm leaving for good," Leo said. Episode 344, A Parting Gift. A metallic fist pounded onto the poor student's face, and at the same time, the winner appeared written in big, bold letters, now floating above his head. "This is starting to get a little boring," Nate said. He opened up the game screen and started to scroll down through his friends list. There weren't many on the list, as he would often only send out a request to those he had found interesting. "Damn it, who is he?" Nate said in anger. "I sent everyone who was online on my friends list a fighting request, and it turns out he's not a single one of them. Even worse, I can't even remember why I added half these people in the first place." Being with Nate and having watched his last few matches, it looked like Nate had gotten stronger again. Very strong. It was a shame if this fight was to happen, only he would be able to see it. "Calm down," Sam said. "Maybe he's not like us. Not everyone plays the game this much. Even if he said he would send you an invite, he didn't say when." At this point, Sam had put nearly everything together and had guessed who the cursed child was. Although their powers weren't the same, it was the only thing he could think of, hearing what he had said at the end of the match. He had only come up with this theory after finding out that Logan was the creator of the game. Perhaps when Quinn had made that shadow dome, he started to display powers that would have been similar to what he used in the game. With Logan, he could always ask him to program it, so his powers looked different when performing it in the game. This way, his ability would still be kept secret from the world. But Sam didn't want to tell Nate this. First of all, it was only a theory, and he wasn't 100% sure this was right. The second thing was, he wanted to see the joy on Nate's face when he found out the cursed child and Blood Evolver were the same person. Inside the martial arts hall, 2 people were sitting opposite each other quietly. Quinn couldn't believe what he had just heard. Of course, people weren't able to leave the military freely when they wanted, especially a teacher still in the middle of their term. But what Quinn didn't know was Leo had multiple conditions set when he had agreed to join, one of them allowing him to leave whenever he wished. This wasn't normal for teachers or the military to have, but it was one of the things that allowed them to sway him over to their side. This news had made Quinn upset. Leo was the first adult who treated him normally, even at a low power level, and even after finding out he was a vampire. There weren't many people out there like him. "Can I ask why?" Quinn asked. "Of course. It's why I wanted to speak to you," Leo replied. "I started to realize it after what happened during the event. You know, I know you, Peter, and the boy Fex were the same types of people. The student Fex hasn't returned, and we were told he transferred to another base due to complications. But when I tried to find out more about what happened to him, I couldn't. Not only that, but during the event itself, I met another that was like you." "Is he talking about a vampire? The other said someone had come to collect Fex. Is it possible that it's who he's talking about?" Quinn thought. "I guess she was there to save Peter, and now that Peter is no longer here, I believe they succeeded, but during that time the two of us fought." Hearing this was shocking to Quinn. Seeing that Leo was fine, even during the event, must have meant he could go toe-to-toe with an adult vampire. Leo was indeed powerful. At the same time, Quinn wished he was there at the time to see the fight. He could have learned a lot of things by watching two skilled participants. "If the two of us fought at full strength, I honestly don't know which of us would win. Our confrontation was short, but it was enough for me to realize that being here has made me a little soft. After the war, I thought it might have been my time to rest and teach a new generation. However, I didn't realize how corrupt the current system is. Not only that, but it's now too risky for me to be here. I don't regret my involvement in helping you kids. It brings joy to my heart. But if the military were to find out, I don't know what would happen. There seem to be greater forces at play here that we cannot see. Quinn, let me tell you, there's a war coming. Whether it will be against each other, humans, against the Dalki, or an unknown force, I do not know. But I want to be there to protect my friends and family when I can. To do that, I need to train once again, and I cannot do that here." The feeling that Quinn had was the same as Leo. He thought others wouldn't have this feeling of worry over their shoulder, that the current life they're living now could be taken away at any second. And the last person he thought would feel they would need to get stronger was Leo. He was already plenty strong, yet he still felt the need to get stronger to protect those around him. "Thank you for telling me. I understand, but why did you feel the need to tell me? After all, you know I'm different," Quinn replied. Leo then smiled at Quinn. "Because although we may be different in one way, I feel like we are nearly precisely the same in another. Both of us want to get strong to protect those around us. When we first met, I felt it. As a leaving gift, there are 2 things I want to give you." Leo then reached around behind him and pulled out what looked like 3 beast crystals, each one with its outer layer transparent in color. "Are these beast crystals?" Quinn said as he looked closely at them. "What level are they at? They're so clear." "These crystals are at the advanced level. They are specially chosen to be used to be made into a gauntlet-type weapon. I wish I could have given you one of my weapons, but there is a particular reason why I can't. But this is the next best thing," Leo said as he tried to place the crystals into Quinn's hand, but almost immediately, Quinn pushed the crystals back towards Leo. "I can't. I didn't earn these myself. It doesn't feel right," said Quinn. "Now is not the time to be so foolish. When you are fighting an enemy, do you think they care how you got these crystals? When you need to protect those close to you, does it matter where you got that power from? Or would you rather see those close to you die because of some silly pride?" Leo was quite stern and straight when he said this, but he needed to be. Quinn was only 16 years old, but soon he would turn into an adult and leave, and who knows when the war would start again. After hearing Leo's wise words, Quinn took the crystal and placed them in his lap for now. "The second thing I wanted to give you is not a gift, but something that can only be taught. First of all, tell me, what tier do you think my weapon is at?" Leo asked, as he pulled his sword out and placed it down for Quinn to look at. He had seen Leo defeat a Dalki with a single strike, and he knew he was powerful. To be able to be so strong, it had to be at a great tier. "Is it a legendary tier weapon?" Quinn asked. "Well, you would be more surprised when I tell you it is only at the king tier level," Leo replied. "In the past, before beast tier weapons even existed, there was a small group of people who would be able to cut giant stones with their swords, lift buildings 10 times their weight, and slow down the aging process. Yet, not a single one of them had what we know today as abilities, but they certainly had powers beyond that of a normal human." Hearing this, Quinn thought these humans sounded like vampires, with the things they could do, but it was clear Leo wasn't going in that direction. Even though he knew Quinn was different, not once had he called him a vampire. "I'm a descendant of these types of people. This isn't an ability, and in truth, every human out there is capable of achieving such results. Some even achieve it without realizing it. It's what saved me during the war. This thing is inside our bodies, and it's known as Ki. I want to teach you this special technique, and hopefully you will be able to use it wisely." But before even that, I will need to explain to you how I came to learn of it, and how I also became known as the hero, the blind swordsman. Episode 345, Leo's Past. Key. The word was foreign to Quinn. He had never heard of it before, or even heard someone mention it. From the way Leo spoke about it, it sounded like some mystic energy that perhaps people used to harness a long time ago. Thinking back, Quinn remembered something Vorden had told him a while ago. At one point, Vorden had managed to copy Leo's powers. Looking at Leo, he could see the same thing he could, yet Vorden could feel his energy at the time was far weaker than Leo's. This might have had something to do with Ki as well. Vorden was only able to copy the amount of MC cells someone had. Could the large energy that Vorden was seeing at the time be Ki? Whatever it was, Quinn wanted to learn about it. He was ready to listen to Leo's story. Back then, during the war, he had been classified as a hero, and he had even seen the power firsthand. Any strength added to his own would be a plus. I was born blind. It wasn't later on in life, and it wasn't during the war, like many people suspect. I never had the eyesight to begin with. I have never seen the color of the sky or the grass. Even before the introductions of abilities, the world was a cruel place. Discrimination existed back then like it does now, but in different forms. As for me, I was abandoned and left outside a temple by my parents. My only guess is they couldn't deal with the idea of raising a blind baby. Although to this day I don't blame them. From what I had learned later on, the country I grew up in was a poor one, and the place even worse. People had children in hopes that they would better their lives in the future, work on the farm, help put in the village, but a blind person would be a disadvantage when it came to these things, and I would only be another mouth to feed. In the end, I think my parents loved me enough to make sure I arrived at a place they could trust, rather than just abandoning me, and for that reason, I can't say I hate them. Quinn had also heard some stories of parents who had given up on their kids after learning their MC cells had a low limit. It seemed rather than getting better, things had only gotten worse in the past. Luckily for me, it wasn't an ordinary temple they had dropped me at. Noticing I was blind, they knew it would be pointless to bring me to an orphanage. If people had the choice of a baby that was perfect or one that couldn't see, it would be a long time until a soul gentle enough would take me in. However, he also felt like he could greatly help me, because he was a master of Ki. He ran a dojo and taught many students, and at first, he decided to teach me, not because he wanted me to learn how to fight, but because he thought it would greatly help me grow and navigate my way around. You see, Ki lets you feel the energy of living things around you. In a way, my master felt like if he taught me this, he would be giving me a vision I never had. After years of learning and growing up by my master's side, a strange thing happened. When I mastered how to use Ki, at the same time, I unlocked my ability. At the time, I didn't know this, and abilities weren't widespread and were still kept secret. When I explained what I could see, my master told me not to tell anyone about it, but for the first time, I felt like I could see and join in with my fellow brothers and sisters with their training. My ability helped me progress faster than those around me, as I was able to see the flow of energy that my master would often talk about. While sparring with my fellow brothers, it would give me an advantage. Every human has Ki, but a lot don't know how to grow or use it properly. When one would attack, I would see the Ki move before them. Fast forward several years and the war with the Dalki had started. The use of weapons didn't work, and it looked like the human race would soon die. I was young and hot-headed back then, but continuously argued with my master, asking why we hadn't gone to join the fight. We were a small group of only 30 students, but I knew with our unique talents, we would be able to help some people at least. However, my master said our home was here, and it wasn't our place. The temple oversaw a small town full of life. It was away from the war and all the fighting. We were up relatively high, and it seemed like nobody had found us yet. But every day I would watch the news of what was going on. That's when people with abilities started to come forward. They began to turn the tide of the war. They were hailed as heroes and continued to be cheered and supported around the whole world. That could have been me, I thought. I was envious of these ability users. We could have helped and also been a part of those groups. Yet even with our power, we did nothing. Later on, the discovery of the portals were made soon after, and that led to beast weapons. The war was still ongoing, and now the world was into heavy recruitment. People didn't have a choice. If you were old enough, you were told to fight. Quinn remembered this time well, for this was also when his mother and father were placed in the war. Knowing this piece of information, I did something I wish I had never done. The small town on top of the mountain was unregistered with any country. Nobody knew of our existence. I didn't want to miss out again. What was the point of having all this power and skill and never being able to use it? Shouldn't we have used it to help the fight? One week I went down to the nearest city and revealed that there was a whole town of people to the World Alliance. They immediately sent in their soldiers and told everyone to relocate. They moved us all to another planet, an orange portal planet at the time. Our job was to defeat the beasts and obtain the crystals, delivering them to the army. They had given us guns that worked against the basic tier beasts, but after that their armor or hide would be too tough. However, they didn't know about our talents, and even without the weapons, we were able to complete our tasks better than they had expected. In return, they finally gave us beast weapons, and we even formed a special unit. The planet had become a peaceful place, and we had managed to make a settlement similar on the planet to what we had back on Earth. But then the Dalki came and attacked. The bulk of us, including my master and me, was out on a hunt for beasts. When our group returned, the whole village had already nearly been destroyed. When we arrived, we could see a single Dalki ship, which usually contained a unit of 12. We fought with them till the bitter end, and the only ones that had survived the fight were my master and me. All of our pupils and everyone in the village had died. It was because of me the whole town had been relocated to the planet. There was a good chance we could have continued living peacefully on Earth. Not only that, but I and my master never spoke again. When telling the story, Quinn could feel the sadness and guilt in his words. "But I don't think it's your fault," Quinn replied. "There was no guarantee they would have never found you on that mountain in the first place. You might have even survived longer moving to the planet. Also, if you do have the power, I don't see why it's wrong to try to fight back." "And this is why I wish to tell you my story, so you don't end up making the same mistake I did," Leo replied. "You see, now at my age, I realized a few things I could have done differently. Why did I have to get the whole town involved in my mess, and my fellow brothers? If I wanted to fight, I could have done it on my own, but no, I was scared. Worse than that, they had things to lose. My master's whole family was in that village, his wife, his kids, and the same for the others. Where I had nothing, I had no family, no one to worry about, and just had my power and skills. Or that's what I thought. When I lost everything, I realized I did have a family, but it was a little too late. From that event, my master and I had gotten quite famous. Since it was the first time a planet or group was able to fend off and kill all the invading Dalkis, I used this as an opportunity. With this huge burden and regret on my back, I decided to take vengeance against the Dalki. I showed the military my powers, something my master told me to never do, and went on the front lines. I fought well and was hailed a hero. I became one of the heroes I had heard about on TV, but when I reached that point, I didn't feel any better about myself, and the praise wasn't as great as I imagined. All I wanted to do was turn back time. I still don't understand everything there is to understand about Ki. When the other students died, it seemed like a part of them was transferred into the beast equipment they were using at the time, or at least their Ki. It's stronger than your standard equipment, but will only work with the use of your own Ki. That is why I cannot give you any of my weapons yet. My master is still out there somewhere. He might be dead. Who knows? Still, if he is dead, then I will be the only one alive who knows how to use this power, and that's why I have decided to teach you." Leo stood up from his seat and walked over to Quinn's side. The pressure coming off his body could be felt all over and was causing Quinn to sweat. It also became difficult to breathe. "Is this Ki?" Even if he wanted to move, it felt like he couldn't, as if an invisible force was surrounding him. "Let me pass on my knowledge to you," Leo said, as he placed his hand on top of Quinn's head. Episode 346, A Grave Mistake. The second Leo placed his hand on top of Quinn's head, he started to try and transfer part of his own Ki into his body, but unlike how he thought it would go, it proved to be a little bit of a struggle. "It feels like something is trying to block the process. The strange purple energy is cutting off my energy," Leo thought. Leo had never tried this before, so he was unsure if this was the standard procedure, or was it because Quinn wasn't exactly human. He attempted again, only this time being a bit more forceful. Even with humans, some bodies were more willing to accept outside forces of power than others. At the same time this was happening, a message had appeared in front of Quinn. An unknown energy is attempting to enter your body. Allowing this to enter your body could have unknown consequences. Allow the energy to enter your body. Yes, no. System, I need to ask you, do you think it will be a problem if I accept this key? Quinn asked. I honestly don't know either, the system replied. Just like you, I have never heard of this before. The things that he described humans being capable of doing, a strong vampire would have been able to do them anyway. Our bodies would naturally start to get stronger as we progressed our skills, so we mainly focused on those aspects. This doesn't mean we can't learn ki, but I guess that there was never a need for it in the first place. Quinn was struggling with what to do. If he could learn something that even the vampires didn't know, then wouldn't this allow him to gain a slight edge? At the same time, the system was always eager to help him, unlike the system AI who chose to keep secrets. However, judging by the fact that the system had named ki an unknown substance, would most likely also mean that whoever created the system didn't know of ki either. So is the system just trying to be extra safe? If it were me, I would do it, the system said. I don't see a huge downside, and I can't imagine this teacher of yours wanting to hurt you. Besides, it would be quite an interesting experiment to see, don't you think? Yeah, with me as the lab rat, who's the one going to take the fall for it if anything went wrong, Quinn replied. After thinking about it for a while, he eventually decided to take the plunge. Yes. If Leo can give this strange power to me, then if anything went wrong, he should be able to take it back as well. If he wanted to hurt me, he would have done so many times already. And this is his leaving gift. Too many people have already left, and I have nothing to remember them by, Quinn thought. The energy that Leo was trying to share suddenly started to go through. There was nothing different on his end, apart from being more forceful. He didn't quite understand what was happening, but went along with it anyway. The only frame of reference he had was what his master had done to him. As this energy passes through, I want you to remember this feeling. In a moment, my ki will join with yours. I have put in a small amount that shouldn't be able to take or damage yours in any way. I only have done this to guide it around your body. With his eyes closed, Quinn started imagining it. He could feel a glowing feeling traveling from down his head into his body like a little ball of bright light. It carried on moving through his body until it eventually reached his belly. That's when the size of the energy started to grow. The two energies appear to have attached, said Quinn. Good, you're a fast learner like I was. Still attached to Quinn's head, Leo started to move the energy around so Quinn could get the hang of the feeling. He moved it from his hand to the edge of his fingertips, to his toes, and continued to move it around his body. When you learn to control this feeling yourself, you can start to implement it into things you touch, including weapons. Not only will you be able to activate beast gear as others do, but you will be able to do a second unlocking. Now this doesn't work on all equipment, and usually only high-level equipment. This second unlocking is basically what we currently call a weapon skill. Have you ever thought why, when forgers create a weapon, even if they both use the same material, one weapon can have a skill attached to it and one cannot? It's because, without realizing it, they have learned how to harness ki into their forging techniques to create this second unlocking. It had been a long time since the two had been doing this, and Quinn hadn't even realized it. He had been so calm and focused on the feeling. It was as if he had entered a peaceful state. He couldn't tell what was going on outside, and only focused on the energy. Okay, the session is over. I will now move the energy out of your body. This can feel a little weird, so bear with me, and you may also feel a little weak after, Leo explained. The force that was in his stomach suddenly split from the larger force. It felt as if someone had reached down into his throat and pulled something from Quinn's stomach. It surely was an uncomfortable feeling for him. The energy traveled upward and eventually stopped at the top of his head, where Leo's hand was placed. Once again, Leo could feel his energy stuck there. The purple aura that surrounds Quinn's body started to gather around the top half of Quinn's upper body, as if it didn't like what Leo was trying to do. The unknown energy is trying to leave your body. Do you want to allow the energy to leave your body? Yes? No? The same type of message had appeared when Leo tried to take out the key, but before Quinn could reply, and while he was reading the message, Leo continued to try to take the energy out from Quinn forcefully.
Last time I struggled a bit as well. Maybe I just need to be a little more forceful? At worst, I will only take some of the boy's energy that he will reign over time. Okay, I'm just going to pull a little harder. It shouldn't hurt, but that strange feeling, you might feel it again, Leo explained.
No, wait! Quinn shouted, but it was too late. The energy had been forcefully pulled from Quinn, and the message had disappeared. Quickly opening his eyes, he could see Leo standing back with his arm held out, as if it was on fire, but Quinn was unable to see what he could see. While forcefully pulling the energy out, he had not only pulled out his and Quinn's ki into his body, but the strange purple aura surrounding it. He could see the force entering his body from his arm, and it was quickly taking over and spreading.
"Are you okay?" Quinn asked worriedly.
It's not your fault, boy. I was too rash. I should have known you were different, so your body may have reacted differently. Just don't say another word while I concentrate, Leo said as he sat down on the floor and closed his eyes. He tried his best to combat the strange purple energy that was now inside him with his own, moving his ki to combat it, but it was a force he was unfamiliar with. "System, what's going on?" As Quinn asked that question, his dull brown eyes started to light up red, and a connection was starting to be felt between his energy and the one flowing through Leo's body as well. "Blood ritual skill activated." "No! What have I done? Cancel! Cancel!" Quinn shouted out loud, not caring if Leo heard or not. This was something he never expected. This wasn't what he wanted to happen. It wasn't his decision to turn someone like this. No matter how much Leo tried to get rid of the strange purple energy, the only thing he could do was slow it down. Eventually, he realized that the purple energy would take over his entire body. "I'm sorry," Quinn said, as his knees hit the floor and he knelt in front of Leo. Leo opened his eyes, and even if he couldn't see out of them, it was a natural reaction for him when talking to someone. His eyes looked different from before. They too had started to glow red. He could hear the sniffles and sobs coming from Quinn. It gave him an idea of what was happening to him. The boy known as Peter once had regular human energy flowing through him. That one day changed to purple as well. "This is not your fault, boy. This is partially my fault as well. We as humans all make mistakes. That's how we learn. Whatever is about to happen, I'm ready."
He no longer fought back the purple energy, and now it was able to spread across his whole body freely. But Leo didn't feel weak as such. He felt stronger and more alive than ever. "Blood ritual was a success. The human has successfully been blooded 2 out of 3. Episode 347, An Error. Even though I tried to stop it, I still couldn't. What have I done? Quinn thought as he looked at the message that appeared in front of him. Blood ritual was a success. The human has successfully been blooded 2 of 3. A new member of the cursed family has been created. Leo Suyan is now a vampire. Additional information available when using Inspect. There was a tiny bit of relief when Quinn had seen that Leo had transformed into a vampire, rather than one of the available subclasses. It was one less problem for him to deal with. This was perhaps due to how much strength he already had, but then again, he could only make guesses because he didn't know how the whole thing seemed to work. But still, there was no way he could be happy about this. He had just turned someone unwilling. It wasn't like Peter, where the only option was to save his life, and it wasn't like Layla, who had requested him to. Inspect. Leo Suyan. Ability, none. Class, vampire, unable to evolve. A vampire's senses and overall stats are improved. The user will be stronger and faster. Under sunlight, their strength will weaken. They will now be able to perform blood abilities. Blood abilities being used will cause the user's health to deteriorate quicker and their hunger to grow faster. The user must consume blood when needed. Further class evolutions available. Vampire Noble, Vampire Knight, Error. The vampire is unable to evolve at this point and time. The vampire cannot surpass its leader in rank. That's a little strange, the AI said, reading the message along with Quinn. Usually vampires can evolve as long as they are strong enough. There are no such restrictions, although I guess this is a unique situation, as there has never been a vampire leader before who was only at the evolution stage of a vampire. I guess that does complicate things a little. However, Quinn didn't care about that for now. He was far too worried about how Leo would react. Not only had he turned him into a vampire, he had also made him lose his ability. something Leo relied on for his eyesight. "Leo, how do you feel?" Quinn asked, carefully ready for him to possibly lash out in anger.
"I feel great,"
Leo responded in a surprisingly upbeat tone. What he was saying was the truth, and it wasn't just to make Quinn feel better. He had felt like he had obtained a whole new body. His hearing was already sensitive before, but now it was even better. As for his eyesight, there was no improvement in that department. He was still unable to see anything. "And your ability?" Quinn asked. Leo then closed his eyes and tried to activate his ability, but there was nothing. The aura he could see before and the wireframe everything he viewed objects, the walls, they could no longer be seen. Still, he did not panic. He took a deep breath and thought back to when he was at the temple. He started to focus his ki around his body. Eventually, he targeted the location of his eyes, the exact thing he did when he was a child, and there was a result. "Looks like you do know what happened to me then. My ability seems to have weakened greatly. It's as if it returned to when I had first discovered it." Shocked by Leo's answer, Quinn quickly used the inspection skill again, and this time he could see that the section by ability was no longer empty. The ability was also compatible with vampires. The only downside was his MC cells, which had been refreshed and had reverted to when he had first discovered his ability. It would take some time until it went back to normal, but Leo wasn't worried about this. As an original, there were no books he needed to learn from. He was the one who was able to grow his ability's power alone. He could silently practice whenever needed to. Even though his ability had weakened, he did not feel more disadvantaged than before. He felt like, with his other senses improved, they had more than lacked up for his ability power decreasing. "Well then, I never thought I would ask you this question, as quite honestly, I didn't think I would get this deeply involved in your troubles, but it seems like I have done. So, what am I? Or maybe I should ask, what are we?" Leo asked. This was something Quinn was never prepared for. He had envisioned telling people one day what he was, but not right now. Revealing the truth to his friends compared to his teacher was a lot harder for some reason. He wasn't ready, but he had to. He had to make sure Leo would be prepared for everything that would be coming towards him. "It's a long one, and I'll explain as much as I can," Quinn said. The two of them sat down once again opposite each other. Looking at Leo, a smile could be seen on his face as he was found body. It made things a little easier for Quinn when speaking. Quinn started by explaining that he was a vampire. Leo didn't interrupt and allowed him to thoroughly explain everything. Quinn started with his own experience, stating how his body was stronger and faster and his sight was even better than before, although they quickly went over the sight part since it had nothing to do with Leo. Then the hard parts had come, the downsides of being a vampire. Leo would now be affected by sunlight and suddenly feel weaker during the day, and he would have to consume blood to fill his hunger. After finishing explaining everything about vampires, Quinn then also went to explain what had happened so far, and Leo kept turning up, and also the relation to Fex. He felt like this part also needed to be explained, as there was a possibility, like how the others came after Peter, they could now come after Leo as well. After everything was said and done, Quinn looked downward at the floor, waiting for Leo's response. He couldn't even look at him right now. Leo was busy thinking about the women he had met at the event who tried stopping him, and the flask filled with blood. Everything made sense, and it seemed like even the vampires had their own set of rules to follow.
"You kids have had a lot on your shoulders this whole time. No wonder you had so many mistakes and mishaps along the way. This is too much for anyone, never mind someone your age," Leo responded.
"Wait, you're not mad?" Quinn asked.
"What's the point of getting mad? What's done is done. There is nothing I can do to change it, and if I was to get mad, would it fix anything?"
Leo then stood up from where he was standing. He wished to test out his new body and skills. Without saying anything, he walked to the center of the martial arts hall, and Quinn watched carefully. He swung his blade as fast as he could in all sorts of directions. The speed was amazing that even Quinn, who had better eyesight than most, was struggling to keep up with it. Not just that, but the sound. He could tell from the sound alone those strikes would cause serious damage to anyone. While continuously swinging the blade, Leo could feel something strange. A new energy. It wasn't like the ki he typically used, but something was bubbling and boiling up inside of him. He continued to swing his blade until eventually he released this energy out of his sword with a strike. With the swing of the sword, shortly after a large line of red aura went out following it. The attack continued going forward until it had just disappeared before hitting the wall. "Blood swipe," Quinn said. "Oh, so I guess this is a skill from the vampires then. It seems powerful," Leo replied. But this wasn't any blood swipe. From looks alone, Quinn could tell it was larger, faster, and more powerful than any blood swipe he had ever produced. With Leo being strong before, and now with his vampire body and powers on top of it, he truly might have created a monster. "What are you going to do now? If you want, I can help you. If you need blood, I have friends that can help. And if you have any questions you want to ask, I can help," Quinn said, still feeling guilty about the whole thing. "Quinn, I still haven't changed my decision to leave this place. I think now that this has happened, it's given me more reason to do so than ever before. I hope you understand," said Leo. "You know, if you wanted to, you could order him to stay," the system said. "He would have to comply since he is under you." "I know, but it's his life." "Then before you go, please take this." Quinn removed the ring from his finger and threw it over to where Leo was. For a brief second, Quinn forgot he was blind and was afraid the ring would just hit the floor. But like a bat, based on the ting sound, he was able to locate roughly where it would be. Then the short range of his ability would do the rest. He grabbed it and felt around before realizing what it was. "I'm guessing this isn't a normal ring?" Leo asked as he could see the red aura surrounding it. "That ring will allow you to walk freely in the daylight. It will make you feel human, and don't worry, I can make another one. You gave me 2 gifts, so at least let me give you this," Quinn said before he could refuse. If Leo was to be traveling on his own, unlike Quinn, he didn't have the system to help him. Any questions he had about the changes that were happening in his body, he would have to learn how to deal with it on his own. The ring would help him greatly. Quinn still had other ways to combat the sun, such as his shadow void and the suit. He also could always make another ring, but perhaps not one as good as the one he had obtained. Leo walked towards Quinn and stood in front of him. "Remember what I taught you, that feeling. You need to practice it every day if you can. It will take a year or so until you get the hang of it, and when you do, come find me again. Then I will teach you the next step, and before I go—" Leo then got down on one knee in front of Quinn. "What are you doing?" Quinn said. "You said I now belong to your family, right? I don't know how this vampire stuff works, but I don't want to make the same mistake I made with my last master. I can already tell the connection between us two is now strong. If you are ever in trouble and I feel you are in danger, I, Leo Soyan, will come and protect you." With that, Leo got up from the floor and walked away. "I can tell you now," the system said. "He has the makings of a great vampire knight." But Quinn didn't care about that for now, because there was only one thought on his mind. "You were the best damn teacher I ever had," Quinn said. "I know we will meet again." Episode 348, I Promise to Fight. "You are being affected by direct sunlight. All stats will be reduced by 70%. It had been a while since Quinn had seen these messages, and he didn't miss it one bit. As soon as he stepped out into the sun from the martial arts hall, his whole body began to feel weak. The energy felt as if it was being drained from him. Although it wasn't as bad as he remembered, as he was still able to walk freely and didn't feel sick like before. This was due to him gaining a large amount of stats since the last time. Right now, he could move about like an average human in the sun. However, it still seemed to give him a headache, as he stayed out after 5 minutes. It was a shame that Leo had left, but Quinn had done his best to inform him of all the troubles he had gone through, hoping that he might be able to deal with it better. He had more information when Quinn first turned, and also had the ring to help him out. For some reason, he felt Leo would be okay. Even if he did come across another vampire, based on what he saw in the martial arts hall, he would be worrying about them rather than Leo. In turn, Leo had also given Quinn a training routine to practice his ki every day. For now, it would be pretty much useless in a fight, Leo explained, but at a certain point in time, everything would start to click. The crystals that had been given to him were able to be stored in the system. When he was checking out the shop, Quinn was hoping it would unlock a type of weapon for him, but there was no success. If he wanted a new pair of gauntlets, he would have to find someone to make it for him. Not just anyone, but a talented forger who would be able to also do a second unlocking. Otherwise, it would only be a waste. With the sun starting to set, it meant the day was soon to end. With this, Quinn decided that he would head off to the VR room. It was his long-awaited promise to Nate. On the way there, he started to notice something different walking through the halls. Casually, people would look at him. There were still many students surprised that Quinn was as strong as he was that day, but that wasn't what felt strange or different. Even as a level 1, there would be those that stared at him or would treat him as if he was invisible. Looking down at his watch, he could see the number 6 on display. What felt different was the fact that no students were calling him names, no one purposely barged into him, and no one was trying to start a fight. So this is what it feels like, huh? But then, as soon as Quinn turned around the corridor to enter the VR center, he saw 3 boys pinning a student up against the wall. On his wristwatch was a level 2 power level. "Why didn't you do what we asked? We told you that we needed that project by tonight," the student yelled as he slammed the level 2 student up against the wall again. "Stop that!" a voice from behind was heard. "What do you want?" the kid said as he turned around and immediately recognized who it was. "Oh, you," the kid said nervously. "Just let the guy go. You wouldn't be doing this if he was same level as you, would you?" said Quinn. "Shut up. I bet you think you're hot crap now, don't you, Quinn?" another student said by his side. "But we ain't weak, and there's 3 of us. I bet we could still kick your arse." 3? Didn't these guys see me fight 12 with the multiplier? I guess math isn't their strong point. "Well, how about we make it a 3-on-3? Another student said as they appeared from behind Quinn. As soon as they saw who this was, the students immediately stormed off without saying another word. The student who was pinned up against the wall thanked them both before running off as well, and when Quinn turned around, he could finally see who had come to his side. It was a student with bright red spiky hair. He had seen him once before in the interrogation room. Berg Sunshield, one of the students from the Big Four. "You know, it won't change anything. They'll just start doing it in secret instead," Berg said. "At least that will lessen the bullying somewhat," Quinn replied as he walked off into the room. Quinn disliked the Big Four. Even though they wielded so much power, even as students, they did nothing to change the situation. It was as if they liked the way things were set up, so he decided to shrug Berg off and continue with his business. "Ah," Berg said in frustration. "Why the hell did our leader tell us to look over that guy?" Inside the VR center, Quinn paid for his booth and entered the game as usual. "Welcome, Bloody Volver." Checking his friends list, he was surprised to see that both Nate and Sam were online. It had only been a few moments, but almost immediately he had received an invite to a fight. Quinn had decided to decline the invite. "What, so I can't find the cursed child and now the Bloody Volver won't even speak to me?" Nate said in anger. "What kind of day is this? That's it, I give up. It's time to call it a day and log off." But just as Nate was about to, he had received an invite from the Bloody Volver to have a match. "What is this crap? Is he playing tricks with me?" "What happened?" Sam asked after coming back from training inside the white gaming room. "I invited the game. He then declines and invites me back." Sam suddenly realized that his guess was spot on and started to laugh at the fact that Nate hadn't understood yet. He had decided to invite him in a way to reveal who he was to Nate. During the tournament, he said he promised to fight with him. It was his way of telling him he was the Bloody Volver. "Just accept," Sam said. The match was accepted, and as Sam was following Nate as a spectator, he too was transported to the same room as the two. When Nate arrived, he was ready to give the Bloody Volver an earful, but Quinn was the first to speak out of the two. "So, like I promised, I will fight you if you wish," Quinn said. For a second, Nate paused. The cogwheels in his brain were starting to spin, and the words spoken sounded familiar, but it was like he had no frame of reference. It was nearly there as the pieces began to turn, and then finally it had clicked. Wait, no, Nate said as he pointed his finger at the avatar in front of him, shaking. "You're saying you're the cursed child." He quickly opened up his system to confirm that he was indeed in a match with the Bloody Volver. Then his head started to hurt even more. "But how? Your abilities, they're not the same." "Nate, right?" Quinn said, which was the final nail in the coffin. Only Quinn, the cursed child, knew his real name instead of his in-game name. "It's a little complicated, but as the shadow power isn't a publicly owned power, I can't use it in the system." Nate stood there still for a while as he started to process everything. His whole world had been turned upside down in an instant. Now thinking about it, the set of moves used in the event, the flash steps, the fancy kicks, it was something he should have figured out sooner. But the belief that a person could only have one ability was what was stopping him from believing that. But he didn't care about what secrets he had. If he was in the same position, he probably wouldn't tell anyone what was going on either. He only had one thing to ask. "Are you able to fight at full strength in the game?" Quinn shook his head. I can't, he replied. Then this is not our stage to fight. If you can't use your shadow powers here, then even if I defeat you, it won't feel like a victory. I already beat you before, but I want to fight the real you. Quinn smiled, as he expected this. Although he was looking forward to a fight, he too wanted to fight Nate at full strength, and while in the game. Even Nate would be disadvantaged in the game, as it wasn't able to emulate a soul weapon, as well as the fact that Quinn was able to use his blood attacks freely with no consequences. I wish to fight you at full strength as well one day, Quinn replied. The two had a strange relationship. Even though they wished to fight each other, it wasn't like enemies. It was just out of display for pure skill. I'm in my second year now, which means I won't be in the military next year. But if you wish to find me, we will always be able to connect and contact each other through this game. Keep in touch, Nate said, as he logged off the game in a hurry. Wait, what? What the hell's happening? Tell me, Sam cried from the arena seats, as he, too, quickly logged off after Nate. Once Nate had exited the pod, his knees were shaking so much that he nearly fell to the floor. He tried his best to walk forward, then soon realized his whole body was shaking. The cursed child, the blood evolver, they're both the same person. Who the hell are you, Quinn Talon? Nate thought. Once Quinn had exited out of the pod, it was time to call it a day. Even though tomorrow was still the weekend, he still had a tough day ahead of him. Not only did he need to explain to the others what had happened to Leo, but there was still one more promise he needed to keep, and he wanted to deal with it sooner than later. A ghoul to a white, and Leo a vampire. I wonder what Layla will turn into. Episode 349, Cruel Fate. After searching the whole room and hiding the black ball, Layla had finished getting rid of every trace of Pure there was in her room. That included her things as well. Pure didn't have many agents or students who could infiltrate the base while it was still the school term, so she was safe for now, but it still worried her. Although she was safe now, what would she do once the summer holidays arrived? The original plan was to head back to the Pure base, but that was no longer an option. Pure didn't know what happened to her, and if she didn't have a good excuse for not responding, perhaps she would have been thrown out of the 100 ranks and banned from coming back to the school. I wonder if Mama's even worried, she thought as she lay in her bed, completely worn out from the search. Just then, a knock was heard at the door. Layla, is it okay if we come in? It's the doctor and Sia is with me as well, Haley said. Yeah, sure, Layla shouted. As the door slid open, Sia came in with the doctor behind her, but Layla was amazed when she saw Sia. She looked like an almost entirely, utterly different person. One of her hands was rubbing the other up and down, and she was nervously looking around the room. She looked like a piece of glass that was on the verge of shattering any second. Now you take your time in here, okay, while I go talk to your roommate. Don't worry, Layla is one of the kindest girls I know, and you two used to get along, Haley said, unsure if that was true or not, but just wanted to do everything she could to comfort her. Haley, the school doctor, and Layla had left the room to have a small talk with each other. I don't know if you already know this, but Sia seems to have forgotten everything that happened. We don't know why, and since she was found in the hotel lobby, we can't link it to anything either. It's been a few days since this happened, and there have been no signs of recovery. What we want to do is slowly adjust her back to her old routine. Hopefully, it might spark something back in her. You know the doctor's office is always busy, and she can't stay there forever. I would have liked her to stay for a bit longer, but I can't, which is why I'm asking if you can look after her. If you notice anything strange or out of the blue, please come to see me straight away. Is that okay? Hearing all this, Layla felt obliged to say yes. After all, it was partly her fault that all her memories had been removed in the first place. Yeah, that's fine. I will look after Sia. Can I just ask, have the school tried contacting her parents about this at all? Layla asked. Yes, we wanted to inform them immediately, but with the details that are registered, we aren't able to get in touch. If we do, I'll let you know straight away, Haley replied, and left as soon as she finished, since she had a hectic schedule ahead of her. Entering back in the room, she could see Sia had opened her wardrobe and was looking at her clothes and items as if they were all foreign to her. After that, she pulled out her bag from underneath the bed, and with the things inside, she picked them up one by one, but still, she could not remember anything. Do you know me well? Sia asked with her voice shaky, as if it was about to crack. Layla came over and sat on her bed, which was not too far from Sia's, while looking at her. "No one at the school knows each other that well, since we all came from different schools before, but we were roommates since day one, and you and I used to be on the same team." Through her words, she could see that Sia was trying to remember, trying to think back if there was anything, but there was nothing. After realizing this, Sia started to break down in tears again. She was crying with her hands covering her face and sobbing away. Layla quickly came over and, out of instinct, gave her a big hug to her side. "It's okay, Sia. Even if you don't remember everything, it doesn't matter. You can make new memories, right? Who knows, maybe your life before was a bad one." But Sia continued to cry. It didn't matter if it was a bad one to her. She just wanted to remember who her parents were, how she grew up as a kid. She couldn't even remember the person who was comforting her right now, and it was all a terrifying thought. Will she be like this forever? Layla started to think. Perhaps removing all her memories was too cruel in the end. I should ask Quinn tomorrow if there's anything we can do. That night, the two girls decided to sleep in the same bed together. It was the only thing that made Sia feel safe now, having someone who knew her next to her. The next day, when Layla had woken up, she looked at her wristwatch to notice it blinking away. Sia's face by her side was a little puffy from all the crying. She quickly got out of bed and listened to the message quietly. "Layla, if you still want to do this, let's all meet in the park forest where we trained with Peter at 10 a.m. Everyone in the group will be there." The message had been sent by Quinn. Looking at the watch, she realized it was 9 a.m. now, so she quickly got dressed and did her best to get ready as soon as possible. The sound of opening and closing of wardrobes had eventually woken Sia up as she rubbed her swollen red eyes to see Layla in a rush to go somewhere. "Why are you up so early?" Sia asked. "I have to go for my usual morning, run," Layla replied. Can I come with you?" Sia asked. Hearing these words deeply hurt Layla. She could tell she was afraid to be left alone still, but she had no choice. "You get some rest. I need to leave now, but I promise when I'm done and come back, we can spend all the time you want together," she replied as she rushed off and left the room. Yesterday, while returning to his room, Quinn opted to act normal about everything that had happened so far. He planned to meet everyone the next day anyway, so it would have been best to explain everything in one go. He had yet to tell Vorden about what happened to Leo. All the boys were in the park woods. They were quite deep in the actual park, and no one would travel in here unless they were up to no good or just wanted to go for a walk through the woods. Logan had spread out his little spiders in all directions, in a large circular manner. That way, if someone had decided to come into the woods, they would know. "So, anything interesting happened to you guys yesterday?" Vorden asked, trying to break the boredom while waiting. He hated to admit it, but everything had been kind of normal so far, and due to all the excitement that had happened, things felt boring. "The usual, just working on tinkering with my gadgets. I could go into detail about what I managed to accomplish yesterday if you're bored," Logan replied. "No thanks," Vorden said, knowing he would be bored out of his mind listening to Logan. "Well, I certainly have some interesting news for you all, but we'll wait until Layla gets here." The sound of footsteps and rustling leaves could be heard stomping on the ground. No one was worried as Logan didn't cause any alarm, and shortly after, they could see Layla arriving all huffing and panting. "I'm sorry I woke up a little late," Layla said. "Oof, and on your big day as well, huh?" said Vorden. The groups were standing in a circle in the forest, and Quinn walked into the center to speak to them all. "First, before we do this, I have something important to tell you all. It's about Leo." Quinn proceeded to tell the others what had happened yesterday. He didn't go into details about Key, as it seemed to be something that was meant to be kept secret and passed down to those they chose. Still, he explained how Leo had been accidentally turned while trying to help Quinn get stronger, also informing them how he had chosen to leave the school. Everyone was shocked by this. They couldn't even believe what they had just heard. It was as if one surprise had come after another as Quinn explained the details. "Wait, so you're saying Leo's a vampire now, just like you? Then, is he okay with blood? Is everything going to be okay?" Vorden said in a panic. He seemed to think this was a huge problem, while Quinn remained calm. "I think he will be okay. It seems like he already left yesterday night," Quinn said, placing his fist on his chest. The connection between the two was now gone, meaning he was no longer close by. "I explained everything to him, and you, Vorden, should know how powerful he is." Vorden started to think back about when he had copied Leo's power. Even for him and the multiple different powers he had wielded before, Leo's was surely special and different. Since we're involved in this, I thought you guys should know, especially since right now we're about to dive in even deeper. It seems like being human is quickly going out of fashion, Logan commented. Now, everyone was looking at Logan strangely. Was that supposed to be a joke? Layla thought. Right now, they didn't know what was more shocking, the fact that Leo, their teacher, had turned into a vampire, or that Logan had tried to make a joke. Ignoring the small comments, Quinn wanted to get down to business and turned to look at Layla. Now, we don't know what's going to happen to you. You could turn into a ghoul like Peter, but this time we have Logan helping us, so we shouldn't have the same complications as before. Or you could turn into a vampire like Leo. We have Vorden's blood for that. Ah, geez, now I'm going to be your little snack bar for you two, Vorden commented. Or you could become something that we haven't seen before. Are you sure you want to go through with this, because there's no turning back? Quinn asked. As long as it will make me stronger, then yes. I'm sick and tired of being useless to you guys, and before you say I'm not, you need to start looking at the people who are coming after us. As we make more enemies and go higher up, they keep getting stronger and stronger, and I want to rescue Erin from Pure. At the time, I did what I thought was right to save her, and I know she will be safe, but the longer she stays there... Layla didn't finish her last sentence, but after learning of their strange tactics and the death pill that Sia had, Quinn knew the place wasn't the best. I understand. Blood ritual activated. Episode 350, The Third Blooded. Just like before, while performing the blood ritual on Peter, they decided to lay Layla down on a pile of leaves. This should make it feel a little better, Quinn said proudly of himself, as he had spent quite a bit of time sorting out the leaves to form a bed shape. Logan stood on one side, while Vorden stood on the other. After helping Quinn prepare everything, both of them took a step back away. Hey, you don't have to be scared of me, Layla said. Come on, it's me. You know, it's just to be safe. We don't want a chunk of our arms or legs to go missing, Vorden said jokingly, remembering what they had to go through last time. Logan nodded while taking another step even further back. It's always best to be careful, especially when we don't know the probabilities. I'm sure you understand. The boys were just making Layla feel even worse. It seemed unlikely that she would be turned into something that the others should be truly scared of, but the words of the others had gotten to her. When Quinn was about to begin the next steps, she grabbed him by the wrist. Not that I'm having second thoughts or anything, but do you know what I could turn into? She asked. Quinn himself didn't know the answer to this, so instead he reverted the question to his system. That is quite a hard question to answer, the system said. You see, I'm not even sure even now, as back then, you must have heard many tales about creatures or demons. They were around during my time, so I would assume they are still spread today as folklore. The truth is, all those tales had originated from somewhere and had some type of truth to them, most of them being subclasses of vampires. You have the classes that are closely related to the vampires. With these types, I would place them in something called Category A. They are similar to your standard vampire, but perhaps a little unique, comparing them with slight differences. Some of these can evolve into vampires. Later on, some branch slightly. A few examples including a halfling, you should know this one quite well, a fledgling, thrall, and dhampir. These skills tend to be well balanced in terms of skill. They have good magic and melee abilities, with each one having their specialties when they later evolve. The next category is Category B. I call this one the Undead category. This is where Peter, the Ghoul, White, Wendigo, and a few others fit into. These have next to no magical power, but most of them make up for it with their melee attack strength. And finally, you have Category C. I call these the Others. I know it's lame, but truthfully it's because they don't have much in common with each other, or at least not as much as the others. They usually tend to be strong in magical power, while weak in the speed and strength department many vampires are known for. Examples are Succubus, Blood Fairy, and the Banshee. The upside about this category is they usually don't have a huge negative to them like the others. Category A all need some form of blood. Category B need flesh, whereas C, although different, depending on what they turn into, don't need something as difficult as the first two. Of course, there are more than the examples I have given you, but if you wanted me to list them all, we would be here all day. Back in the day, I did quite a bit of research on this, so you have come to ask the right person. But even as great as I am with my vast amount of knowledge, cannot pinpoint the exact reason or thing that will determine what one will change into. Besides, just because you know what she can turn into won't influence what she will turn into at the end of the day." After hearing those answers, Quinn started to have second thoughts, but a promise was a promise. "Whatever you turn into, I promise we will deal with it." With that said, Quinn continued the ritual as Layla closed her eyes. Using the tip of his fingernail, he caused a small cut in the palm of his hand. He then placed it above Layla's mouth, and, as with it wide open, allowed the blood to drip inside slowly. A vampire's blood alone wouldn't be enough to turn someone. One would have to activate the blood ritual skill first, which he had already done. The blood continued to drip and go down her throat, and then when it reached her stomach. The process had begun. Her eyes suddenly opened wide and were glowing red, and Quinn's were beginning to glow red as well. Just like with Peter, as the energy went through her body, it started to shake violently. There was no pain, though, and eventually, as the blood quickly took over her body and radically transformed it, the connection had stopped, and her body had stopped shaking. "Is it done?" Vorden asked. "So, what is she?" Layla's eyes had started to open slowly. Her vision was a little blurry as she seemed to be adjusting to things, and eventually lifted herself off the ground. A few leaves stuck to her, and she quickly brushed them off her clothes before looking up at the boys, who seemed to be now all staring at her. What's wrong? Oh no, is it my face?" she said, worried about what she might have turned into. "My teeth! My feet!" She looked down at her body and felt her teeth, but could feel or see nothing but the boys continued to stare at her until Vorden eventually pointed to the top of her head. "No, you have little—" Vorden was speaking so slowly it was beginning to annoy her. As she felt the top of her head, she felt two little bumps just between where her hair was. "No, they're horns!" she shouted. "Quinn, what the hell is this? What type of vampire has horns?" "Wait, calm down, just give me a second." Layla was quite knowledgeable when it came to vampire-type creatures. She had heard of many of them, and even heard of what Peter had become, but she couldn't think of a single creature with horns on top of her head. While she was waiting for Quinn's reply, she continually tried feeling them. It seemed like nothing else about her had changed. Still, she was continually playing with the small bumps on top of her head. Thankfully, they didn't stick out too much, and did just look like two little lumps. "The blood ritual was a success. 3 of 3 family members successfully blooded. A new member has been added to the cursed family. You have successfully created a Nominari Hanya." Nominari Hanya. Hanya are emotional beings. Their powers and strength fluctuate based on their emotions, and they are more sensitive than regular beings. They are typically prone to jealousy and negativity. They often feed off the negativity of those around them, as well to power up their powers. Their powers specialize in dark and spiritual magic. This magic can also be used to influence weak-minded women to do their bidding. Current skills. Spiritual partner. A link is formed between two people. Any attack that would hurt one or the other can be passed on to the other person. A spiritual partner can be changed at any point in time, but must be in the same zone as the user when being used. Spiritual chains. A ranged attack. A dark black energy ball of negativity is hurled at the target. If successfully hit, it will root the enemy for a certain amount of time. The chain's time and strength depend on what mental state of both the user and opponent are at the time. Evolutions available: Chunari Hanya, Honari Hanya. Based on what the system had explained before, it looked as if Layla had turned into the Type C category. A user strong in magic, but didn't get a regular vampire's normal buffs, such as strength, speed, and agility. Most of what Quinn read didn't seem to be too bad, and the magic skills would come in handy, just like with Peter and the others before. The MC cells would have been reset, meaning Layla no longer had her telekinesis ability. If she wanted to, this was a chance to change her ability if she felt the need to. The only thing that did worry him was the first few lines. Suddenly, he could hear the sound of crying coming from Layla's direction. "I'm so ugly, aren't I? These horns! Who's going to date me now?" she said as she continued to sob. "Layla, you're not ugly," Vorden said, trying to calm her down. "Shut up!" she shouted back. "I think they're, kind of cute," Vorden said with a blush on his face. At that point, both Logan and Quinn turned to look at Vorden. They didn't know if he was just trying to cheer her up, or if he did have strange taste. "Come on," Quinn said. "Let's go for a walk," he said, shaking his head, realizing this would be a different kind of trouble that they weren't used to. Episode 351, Testing and Choosing an Ability. With a single click from the computer, a hologram displayed all the information about the subclass known as Hanya to the group. They were all currently inside Logan's room. When asked what Layla was, Quinn found it hard to answer without making himself seem suspicious. He didn't know a lot about vampires in the first place, and all his knowledge before could be said that came from Fex. The only person that knew about the system and some of the system skills was Logan. The suggestion had been made that perhaps they could find something online, so as they planned to head to Logan's room to do some research, Quinn told him beforehand what Layla was. "Based on the algorithm taken from the photos of Layla's face, it seems like my genius AI system was able to come up with something. The AI cross-references and matches the details with folklore tales related to vampires in one way or another," Logan said as he gave a quick wink to Quinn while nobody was paying attention to him. Layla and the others began to read the information displayed. What was written out was precisely the same as what had been displayed from Quinn's system. "Emotional? Me?" Layla said suddenly, but she realized that she was letting what the screen said now prove her wrong. So correcting herself, she tried her best to hold everything in. She cleared her throat and started again. "Okay, say I am this Hanya demon thing. The only thing I don't understand is the feeding off negative emotions part." "If I was to take a guess," Vorden said, "I would say it's one of two things. Just as Quinn gets pleasure from blood, you might be able to feed off the aura of negative or sad people. Or there is the second option, you feed by making people negative." The others didn't say anything, but they felt like Vorden was spot on with his deduction. That line could only be interpreted like that, and they hoped it wasn't the second one. However, the first part might prove difficult as well. Where were they meant to find negative people? Would they have to go around the school looking for someone who had just broken up? Or perhaps start calling people names? "Don't worry too much about this," the system said to Quinn, seeing his concern. "Remember what I said about Category C? Unlike ghouls or vampires who need blood or flesh to survive, the Hanya don't need negative emotions to live. This is just what powers them and allows them to evolve eventually." That was another thing that Quinn worried about, evolving. He remembered that there was also a chance that Peter could have evolved into the Wendigo. Perhaps what Layla would evolve into wasn't exactly a good thing. "So, do you know if they feed on negative emotions or feed by creating negative emotions?" Quinn asked. "Ha ha, this was why I didn't want to butt in, but I felt the need to. I don't remember," the system replied. Useless as always, Quinn thought. "So based on the information, unlike Quinn and Peter, you won't have abnormal strength or speed," Logan explained, "but instead magical abilities, perhaps in a way similar to Quinn's blood abilities. What about your ability from before? Can you still use that?" Logan asked. She shook her head in response. "No, I already tried on the way over here. It's completely gone, but it was expected," she replied. "Well, have you thought about what ability you want?" Vorden asked. "Now's the time for a fresh new leaf. We don't know if telekinesis is compatible with vampires or not, but even so, if you want to, you could choose a completely new ability." Layla continued to fidget and play with the small bumps on the top of her head as she thought about it. If she moved her hair to the side of her face, it would slightly cover them up, but a hairband or bandana would be best as well. What would Mom's reaction be if she saw this? Then she started to think about her bow. It was an item gifted and given to her by her mother before she came to the academy. "I think it would be best to still have an ability that complements my bow," said Layla. "We don't know how this magic works, but if it's like Quinn's blood abilities, it will have a limit before they can be used again. So it's best to have a backup to use in any case scenario. And a melee weapon doesn't suit me since I didn't get any stronger in the other departments, but I'm not sure if I want to stick to telekinesis or not. Maybe after using my vampire abilities, there might be something more suited for the bow and them together. I'll have to think about it for now. I think that's the right choice, said Vorden. Well, what are we waiting for? We need to test your powers, right? Let's see what you can do. What? Here? Now? But I don't even know how or what to do, Layla responded. Logan's room was pretty big due to it being one of the VIP rooms. It was even bigger than Vorden and Quinn's room, which was meant to house 3 people inside, so there was plenty of floor space. Still, things were lying all over the floor, and Logan quickly allowed his spiders to get to work clearing everything and putting it to the side. After a few moments, the floor looked almost brand new. Is there anything those spiders can't do? Vorden thought. They weren't going to fight, so the space was enough. They just needed her to use her skills. Layla stood in the middle of the room, and the target of choice for her abilities would be Quinn. This was because he had a healing factor that they could rely on, and technically had the strongest body there. He also felt like it was only right to volunteer himself for something like this, being the person who changed her. So what do I do? Layla asked. I guess I can explain what I do when I use my blood abilities, Quinn suggested. You should feel this strange energy in your body swirling around. Try grabbing onto it. Then when you release that energy, you have a clear image inside your head of what you think the skill will look like. It's quite similar to how we learn our usual skills from skill books, only you don't have any references to go on. This kind of just works for me, Quinn said. Logan, back on his computer, pretended to have taken and found more information about Hanya, when in reality, it was just what Quinn had already told him. He described the characteristics of the power they used and what the 2 skills might look like, giving out every bit of detail apart from what the ability did. That thing is extremely detailed to be up online, Vorden commented. Are you sure that vampires didn't write that article? Well, we won't know till we try, will we? I don't think it's accurate, but it allows us to start somewhere, Logan replied. Unless you have any better ideas? Layla closed her eyes, and nearly instantly she could feel the strange energy that Quinn was talking about. Maybe it was because she no longer had her ability, and there weren't many other changes to her body apart from this one, but she was able to pick it out straight away. However, as she thought and grabbed onto this energy more, memories started to appear in her head. Memories of her mother. Memories of her time at Pure, and memories of her dear friend Aaron. Without realizing it, her face looked sad on the outside, and tears were flowing down them, dropping onto the floor. She tried her best to ignore them and started to picture one of the skills, the spiritual chain. The others could see Layla's face full of tears and wondered what was happening, but because her eyes were still closed, they didn't want to bother her. Then suddenly, "Spiritual chain," she said as she opened up her eyes. A thick black ball the size of a basketball came shooting out of her hands. It almost looked like a fireball, except for its black color. On her very first try, the attack was a success. Episode 352, Feeding on Negative Energy. The spiritual chain had been cast, and the black fireball came hurling towards Quinn. The speed was fast as well, like a cannonball. Quinn braced himself, but he didn't move and allowed it to hit his body. As soon as it made an impact across his stomach, the ball split up, and chains made of fire started to wrap around him. Not just one, but several, around his body, around his arms, and they all then attached themselves to the floor. Everything happened in almost an instant as soon as the ball hit. While a part of the chains were wrapped around Quinn, the other end wherein a circle shape attached to the floor. Quinn tried to use half of his strength at first to move. He thought it would be enough and didn't want to upset Layla if it was weak. But it seemed impossible for him to move. He then tried using his full strength, and this time he could move slightly, but the chain still seemed to hold. A few seconds later, they had disappeared entirely, and he could now move again. "Well," Layla said with an excited look on her face. She was happy with her success, and how with relative ease she was able to perform the skill on her first try. "It's strong," Quinn replied. "Really strong. I used my full strength, and I still couldn't break free." The boys were surprised as well at what Quinn had said. He didn't have his gauntlets on, but his regular strength was still plenty strong. "It's a shame about the duration. It seemed to only last a second and a half," Vorden said. "But still, in a fight between life and death, that's all it can take sometimes." "Yes," Logan replied, "but remember the text also said that it would depend on one's mental state at the time as well as the user's mental state." Logan started to think about the tears he had seen before she had performed the skill. Perhaps this had something to do with its power but decide to remain silent for now. Layla had a huge grin on her face, and suddenly she was pleased. Her first skill was this powerful, and she didn't even have an ability yet. She could be helpful to the others now, and there was room to grow even stronger. "Come on," she said in a cheery voice. "Let's try the next one." She quickly wiped away the tears from her face and tried to visualize the same thing again. She closed her eyes, but oddly enough, something was wrong. The energy from before that she could feel was no longer there. "Is that all the magic ability I have? Only enough for one skill?" After standing around for a while, the others realized something must have been up as well. "I don't understand," she said. "I did the same thing as last time." Looking at Layla, Vorden seemed to have figured out the one difference compared to before to know. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but Layla, are you happy right now?" Vorden asked. At first, Layla didn't understand. So what if she was happy, shouldn't she be? But then she soon realized from reading the text. Her powers were affected by how she was feeling at the time, and positive emotions weren't a part of the description. "What is this crap? So are they saying I can only use my powers if I'm upset?" she shouted. "That's it, Layla," Vorden cheered. "Come on, keep getting angry. Quinn, say something to her." "I don't think this is a good idea," Quinn replied, stepping back. "Maybe her horns will start to grow bigger or something." "Quinn," she mumbled with both her hands in fists by her side and her head down. "That really hurt," she whispered, and instead of trying to use her ability again, she quickly stormed out of the room. The three boys just continued to look at each other, stunned, until Logan finally broke the silence. "Well, I thought what Quinn said was a good one, if I do say so myself. Nothing we can do now. We will just have to let her calm down. It's not like she's going to eat someone or suck their blood," Logan said, as he pulled the drawer open and grabbed a few things from it. "Sandwich, anyone?" In anger and sadness, and with a mind filled with emotions, Layla continued to walk down the stairs and headed straight back to her room. She knew what the others were trying to do, but it hurt her a little bit too much. "Why am I getting so upset? I know they were just trying to help. They didn't mean all that stuff, right?" It seemed like what the text about Hanya said was right. She would be more emotional than before, sensitive to be precise. If she wanted to learn how to use her powers properly, she would have to learn how to harness and control these emotions, but she couldn't do it instantly. She quickly adjusted her hair to make sure it covered up her small little bumps, and continued. As she stood outside the door, a sweet smell seemed to be coming from inside. "Is Sia cooking something?" Layla thought. She opened the door, and it looked like her guess was completely wrong. Sia wasn't cooking anything, and instead was still wrapped in her quilt, sulking. Has she been crying for the whole day? However, Layla soon realized what the sweet smell was. In her vision around the room, she could see it. A heavy black mist seemed to be covering the room, and it was the same type of energy that she felt inside her. She tried reaching for it, grabbing it, and it looked as if the mist moved and went inside of her own body. Suddenly she felt a surge in power inside her cells. She could feel something overcome her. Although it felt powerful, at the same time she felt sad, as if these negative feelings from the room were now inside her. "Layla, you're finally back." "Yes," Layla replied as she couldn't hide her smile. "I'm back, but I'm a bit hungry." In an unknown place, underground, where it was pitch black and not a single speck of light could be seen, the sounds of growls could be heard, monstrous roars and clashing, banging of all sorts, as they rattled their cells. Thankfully, these creatures had been locked away, pinned behind special black bars, trapped with no way out. To get to such a dark place, one would have to walk hundreds of meters down a spiral staircase, and then finally down the many hallways. Walking down one hallway, Silver could hear it all. It was a place she hated to visit, and she never wanted to come back here again, but she needed to. She continued to walk until eventually she stopped outside one of the rooms. Behind bars, a dark figure could be seen. "Tell me, why did you do it? Why did you do it, brother?" Episode 353, The Dark Plane. On a particular planet, when one would look up at the sky, they would discover the fact that there were 3 moons. 2 of the moons shined brightly, allowing a light glow on the surface, while one of the moons had an important role. It created a permanent eclipse blocking out the sun. While the other two were naturally made, this one was not. Set up to perfectly move along and shift with the planet's slow rotation to make it so it would always remain in the dark, but still would provide enough heat for survival. This was the planet that the vampires had chosen to call home. It wasn't a very large planet, and most of the place was unpopulated, but in one section there were signs of civilization as life could be seen. Buildings were created from a black hard substance crafted in a jagged style, but signs of modern technology could also be seen in use, as lights lit up the streets with a lukewarm glow, not too bright. Strangely, carriages would be used as a form of transportation, but there were no horses or animals to man them, as they were powered by a different source of energy. If one could look closer, one could see that everything was being powered by blue crystals. It was a mixture of old and new. The city was surrounded by what looked like a forest that went all around the outside of the buildings, and towards the back of it, a single large mountain. In front of the mountain was a castle that was a quarter of the size of the mountain itself. It was grand in size and had a sleek design. Unlike the other buildings, this one was also made of black material, but had been carefully carved out, creating a perfect castle. Going around the large central castle, on either side were 14 smaller castles. They equally looked impressive, each bearing their crest on a giant cloth at the front. However, 2 of these castles looked a little run down compared to the rest and displayed no such crest. There was also no lights or fires lit, showing no signs of inhabitants in the buildings. One of the castle's family crests displayed a ring with 6 strings attached to it, pulling it from above. This was the Sanguinis family's castle. Inside, on the bottom floor in their private training hall, a portal had suddenly appeared floating in the center of the room. 2 guards dressed in black clothing with a gold trim going around it stood outside. They too bore the crest on their shoulders. They turned their heads looking into the room when they heard noises. "A return portal has been activated," one of them said. "Go inform the Lord of the Night's return." With that, one of them took off down the hallway. First to go arrive through the portal was Peter, although he didn't look like his usual self, as he was disguised as Quinn. Both of his hands remained tied behind his back, but he was compliant. The one who followed after him was Fex, and eventually Silver. The remaining guard immediately entered the room and got down on one knee in front of Silver. "We welcome your return, young master and Knight Silver." "No need to be polite to him," Silver said. "Remember, he is to be punished." "Sorry, a habit, miss." To remind everyone that Fex was indeed a criminal, she used her red string, mixed with her blood abilities, and wrapped up Fex's arms behind him as well. "Go inform the Lord that we will be meeting him in the main room," Silver commanded. "As you wish," the man said, as he lifted himself and bowed down to Silver before rushing off again. "Gosh, do they always have to be that uptight and formal? Am I right, sis?" Fex said in an upbeat tone. "Shut it, you," Silver replied. "Do you know how much trouble you could have been in? The other families and the king are unaware of this situation. We managed to keep it under wraps." "I knew you would," Fex interrupted. Silver immediately glared at him back and decided to use even more string, wrapping it around his mouth, so he could no longer interrupt her. "Much better," she said. "Because of this, the punishment you will receive will be dealt with within the family. There is no need for the council to make a decision. Furthermore, we can use this illegal creator to pin the blame on one of the other families. Your father will be pleased and will lighten your punishment." Fex noticed that Silver had made the extra effort to call him your father. She never did call him father herself, and always referred to him as the leader or lord. "I'm glad you brought me the right person," she continued. "The truth was, I had already found out who had created the illegal later on. If you were to bring me someone else, I wouldn't know what to do." Fex was glad he knew his sister well. He knew she wouldn't have stopped to look for the creator after finding out there was an illegal. This was why part of his plan was to make Peter look like Quinn, just in case, and it seemed like he was right. However, she was too trusting at times as well. Her checks would only go so far, and she wouldn't dream to think Fex would break the rules and lie to her. She had this naive thought that others upheld the rules as much as she did. Bringing in someone who was able to transform never crossed her mind. In most cases, he would never have gone this far for someone, but he had made a promise. A short while later, the 3 of them were now in the main room. They all knelt on the red rug that led up to a small staircase, where a grand chair was centered. In the chair, the family leader, or vampire lord of the Sanguinis, Lee sat. By his side was a middle-aged man with a small little goatee beard and pointy black hair, his second vampire knight that held the same position as Silver. Silver had stood up to give a full report, explaining why the process had taken longer than she had thought and explaining the details clearly, although she altered some trying to show her brother in the best light possible, saying how he had planned to come back sooner until discovering the so-called illegal. She went even further, stating he had killed the illegal and brought back the vampire, the root cause of the problem all on his own, noting she had next to near no involvement in the matter. Hearing all of this just made Fex feel bad. His dear sister was doing this all for him, so he could take all of the glory, while it was her hard work all along, and even worse, he had lied about it. "This is excellent," Lee said with a smile. "I can't believe one of the other families managed to screw up, creating an illegal in a time like this. This will greatly cause disfavor to one of the families. Sin, call the council to have a meeting immediately. We need to find out who this scum belongs to. Don't tell them why, but just say it's an important matter." "Yes, my lord," Sil said as he bowed down and suddenly seemed to disappear in a cloud of smoke. "My son, you have always been a troublemaker, and I have hated you for it. Sometimes I even thought you might not be right for this seat after my time, but you have made this family proud. Fex, I want you to come to the council meeting with me. I shall inform everyone of your great feat." Although his father sounded happy about this matter, this was making Fex extremely anxious. While returning, he had expected punishment, perhaps for Peter to be dealt with before going to the council. Of course, there was always the chance it would still go to the council, but now his father wanted to praise his actions in front of them. Once they found out the truth, how the vampire that broke the laws is still out there, and Fex had returned with the actual illegal, the whole family would be embarrassed and ashamed. Should I just tell the truth now? Fex thought that way. It would save the family from being embarrassed, but he couldn't. If he was to reveal the information now, there was a chance that only his family would continue to keep this under wraps and send out vampires immediately. If the whole council was to find out, then it would at least buy Quinn more time. The council had always been cautious when making decisions involving the human world. "Am I not to be punished for my actions? I went to the human world without permission," Fex tried to plead. "Nonsense. We can say I sent you. Thereafter our team discovered something suspicious," Lee said. "But—" Silver, who was kneeling beside Fex, tugged on his sleeve. "Just take it, brother. I suspected this might happen. Although your actions were wrong, you should accept this. You know what the Lord is like," she whispered. Just then, a smoke of mist reappeared, and by Lee's side, Sin had returned. "The council has agreed to your meeting as you wished, my lord." "Excellent," Lee said with a smile, while Fex continued to look down on the ground, hiding the horror showing on his face. Episode 354, The Council Meeting. When a meeting between the Vampire Council members would be called, all of the 13 leaders from their castles would have to go and travel to the main castle. The main castle was where the current Vampire King and Queen resided. Inside, near the top floor, but not quite at the very top, was the meeting room. Once a month, the leaders would meet up to discuss current matters or affairs. Outside of the regular meetings, an emergency meeting could be called as well. Only if there was something that needed to be reported to everyone would they meet up. On this very day, a meeting had been called. This was the second emergency meeting that had been called within such a short time frame, and the tensions were high. Inside the room, there were 13 chairs equal in size spread across the table. Behind each seat, a flame burnt bright and strong. Currently, all the chairs were filled with their leaders and one of their vampire knights by their side. All of them, apart from one, the 10th seat. Most of the room was dominated by men. Most looked old, while a couple looked young, but it was impossible to tell the real age of any. 2 of the seats were filled with female leaders as well. Besides these 13 chairs at either end of the table, there were 2 larger chairs. One chair was slightly bigger than the other. At this moment, both of these chairs were empty as well. Sitting at the first chair near the top of the table was the first leader, an older gentleman than the rest. Vampires at the lower level often had great control over their bodies. They could choose when to slow down their aging process. Most at the table had chosen to keep their appearance to that of slightly older, middle-aged men. Yet for some reason, the first leader preferred an aged look. He was bald up top, but his facial hair was heavy around his face, going down to his collarbone, all white. Other than this, his forehead, which seemed to always be in a prominent V shape, was his most distinctive feature. On top of this, the old man would never seem to leave without his trendy black slim walking stick by his side. However, he never used the walking stick to walk, but kept it by his side as if his life depended on it. When the king wasn't present, it was his duty to be in charge. He still only had equal power as the rest of the 13, but for things to proceed more smoothly, the first leader was placed in this position. The others didn't mind this, as the first leader was the oldest, and seemed to be the most knowledgeable out of the rest. Once everyone was seated, he banged his walking stick 3 times across the floor to signal the meeting would begin, and all the room fell silent.
I, Bryce Kane, leader of the first seat, will now begin this meeting. This meeting has been called by the 13th seat leader of the Sanguinist family, Lee, the old man said. I hope you all know that the king is still resting and will not be attending this meeting. Unless a matter cannot be agreed upon, there will be no need to call him. Now please, Lee, explain to us why this meeting was called. Rather than explain this matter, I would like to bring them in, if I may, Lee asked, to which Bryce responded with a nod. The doors to the room opened, and in came Silver, Fex, and Peter, who were now officially in a black set of handcuffs. They seemed to be made from the same material as the buildings. While they walked into the room, Lee tried to look at the other leaders to see if there was a reaction from one of them. They all have pretty good poker faces. Maybe they don't know what he has committed. With no reaction, Lee had no choice but to continue. Recently, I was tipped off by our agents that there was something strange going on at Earth. As you all know, my son Fex is young, and soon was to have his ceremony to turn into a vampire noble. I thought this would be a good opportunity to send him out on the field. In case there were any mistakes, Silver was sent out after him as well. When they arrived at their location, Fex, my son, seemed to have discovered a white. You should all know where this is going. Other than vampires, part of the Part A category, all subclasses are to remain here. This means an illegal was created. My son has successfully captured the illegal, Lee said, pointing at Peter. The others looked at Peter carefully. It was clear he was a vampire, and a young one at that. Youngsters, while being turned, would rarely ever turn straight into vampires, for they didn't have the power. So he must have belonged to one of the 12, there they thought. But when Bryce looked at him closer, he felt strange. Even though this was a serious matter, it was clear that the vampire boy was unafraid. You all know why this is a serious matter. First off, it wasn't reported. Even if a leader created a vampire in our current situation, they should report it immediately. Every family is allowed a maximum of 1,500 members, and last time I checked, every family is at its maximum amount. If this vampire was creating illegals, who knows, they could even be creating more and perhaps planning another uprising. After Lee had said this, the 12 leaders started to mumble amongst themselves. An uprising again. This would be a serious matter indeed, one leader said. The family who has allowed this vampire to be unruly must be punished, another said. Once again, Bryce banged his walking stick on the ground 3 times, bringing order to the room. Whether or not it's a serious matter is undecided. Do not speak so freely about an uprising. An investigation shall be made into the family that this vampire belongs to. It might just be a stray that has done its own thing, but just to be sure, we shall check thoroughly. Now, to save us all time, does anyone care to admit who this vampire in the room belongs to? If you have nothing to hide, then only the vampire shall be punished. The leaders started to look up and down the table, waiting for one person to be called out. The leaders didn't remember every vampire member in their family, and they didn't have a connection with all of them. In the families, about 50 of them would be connected to the actual leader in some way, and learn about the family's unique abilities, while the rest of the vampires would simply work for the families. The reason why Bryce had made the suggestion was from the feeling he was getting. He could tell that the vampire was quite a strong one for being so young. It made him believe that the vampire had to be close to the leaders, and if so, even if they didn't know what he looked like, they would have felt a connection being this close to him right now. Damn it, you fools, Lee said in anger. This is a serious matter, and you are only wasting our time. It is as Lee said. Very well, there is one way to find out. Bring the boy to me, Bryce said, and Silver brought Peter along with her, directly to the first seat, allowing Peter to stand opposite the old man. Fex, watching this, knew precisely what the old man planned to do. It won't work, Fex thought. The old man looked into Peter's eyes, and his started to glow. Tell us, which family do you belong to?
Everyone in the room was sitting at the edge of their seats, waiting for an answer, but after a few moments, there was nothing. Peter didn't reply and remained silent. Bryce tried again in case something was wrong. He looked into his eyes and said the same words. "Tell us. It's an order of the council. Which family do you belong to?" he shouted, getting frustrated, but Peter didn't flinch, nor did he reply. "But how is this possible?" one of the leaders said. Mumbling between them all began and started again, and the only one in the room who knew the answer was Fex. What the first leader attempted to do was use his charm skills to force the information out of him. One's power would have to be far greater for this to work, and usually it would work against a vampire that hadn't even reached the noble level, which was why everyone was so shocked. But Peter wasn't a vampire. He was a white and undead. Mind control, sleeping, paralysis, all these things didn't work on undead. The only one that would be able to force information out of him was his creator. However, to Bryce, this only angered him further. There were a few methods to block this mind control from working, and only another leader would know such a method. In his mind, it was clear that someone was trying to hide this information, and to do this and go this far, they would have had a direct connection with the family. "Fine. Everyone, we shall gather downstairs in one of the training halls. If I can't force the information out of you, then we shall beat it out of you. I'm warning you now, when I find out who this vampire belongs to, they shall be in serious trouble." Episode 355, A Punching Bag. The council members had done as the first leader asked. They had moved from the meeting room down to one of the training rooms below. When they entered, a lesson was currently taking place. The hall was enormous, but plain inside. There was no equipment apart from the wooden flooring, and the only thing that could be seen was a group of teenage students receiving instructions from a teacher up front. All the students seemed to be dressed in the same type of clothing, a black standard uniform with red trim around the rim of the design, while the teacher wore what looked like an overly large overcoat. He, too, had a different colored trim around his clothes, and also the same crest as the first leader wore. As the leaders entered the room, the teacher who was taking the lesson, eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Students, quickly bow down to the leaders," he said urgently. The group of around 50 or so students immediately turned and bowed down when all the leaders entered. It was rare to see all the leaders together unless they were to meet the king, or a meeting was about to take place. He was unaware of such a thing happening. "Oh, that's right. I forgot about the current tour being organized in the main castle," Bryce said to himself. "I hope you don't mind, Phil." "Not at all, Phil," the teacher said. "It's an honor to even be in your presence." In the chorus, all the students repeated what the teacher had said, keeping the exact phrase at the same time. "It's an honor to be in your presence." When Peter entered the room with Fex and Silver, he was surprised to see how similar it seemed to the military academy. The only difference was it appeared like they had more respect for the leaders, and everything was a lot more organized. Rather than them being compliant and obedient through fear, Peter could tell even just by looking at the vampires that they were obedient through respect. All students were now sitting on one side of the room. Their teacher was in the front row, while the leaders were all lined up on the other side. The students were nervous just by looking at the leaders. Some were already part of a family due to their close connections, while others, although they might be under the same banner, wanted to prove their worth, to get a higher position in the family. The vampires who weren't directly linked to a family were referred to as the pool. Once a year, vampires would be able to move between families that they were currently registered in, and the students would be able to select which families they wanted to join, similar to how seasons worked in sports. Of course, spaces were limited to each family, as there were only a total of 1,500 spaces per family. On a year-to-year basis, this number would increase, based on a few factors, such as whether or not the city could handle an increase of vampires that year. If so, then the allocation number would increase. But that time had already passed, and all the current vampires had been registered, setting the number at 1,500 per family. Out of this number, 50 of those in the family would have a direct connection with the leader in some way. An additional 100 of those would know the family's ability, while the rest would just be simple soldiers in the pool. For those that knew or were to learn about the family's ability, they would bear the family's crest of their uniforms. All of this meant there weren't many students who attended school in the first place, but the vampires always focused on quality rather than quantity. Bryce stood in the center of the training hall with a stick in his hand while Peter was still chained up by his side. "This is your last chance to confess." When Bryce said this, he was talking to the leaders, but Fex felt as if the words were being directed at him. "Fine, Phil. Select your best student out of this bunch," Bryce said. "That would be Xander, my lord," Phil shouted in confidence. Xander immediately stood up. Most of the vampires there were handsome or beautiful, but even he seemed like a pretty boy compared to the rest, his brown hair curled on both sides and having a body frame of a top athlete. "Come here, boy," Bryce said, noticing that he too had the same crest as his. Seeing the crest meant he was one of the hundreds selected to be in the family, and he thought there must have been a reason for him to be selected. Xander had reached the center and stood on one side, while Peter stood on the opposite. Then by using his hands, Bryce moved both of them to face each other. "Have you learned the family's ability yet?" Bryce asked. "Not yet, sir," Xander replied. "Good. Maybe this match will be a little entertaining. I shall get these two to fight. It will be good for us to see where the current generation is at." "You're going to make me fight with these?" Peter said as he lifted his hands, but suddenly a loud thud was heard. When looking at what had caused the sound, the black cuffs that were on him had already hit the floor. In the center of them, it looked like they had been cut. "I didn't even see when it happened," Peter thought. "These leaders are strong, even stronger for Quinn." Bryce was telling the truth when he said he wanted to see the students' current fighting level. There had been reports that they were the worst and weakest generation the vampires had so far, but that wasn't his main reason. His idea was to allow Peter to fight there. There were two chances he could find out which family he belonged to. When people were desperate and felt like their life was in danger, even vampires fought with everything they had, and in doing so, he was hoping the captive would reveal their ability. The second reason was if his life was in danger, the connection between the leader and the vampire would be felt. Bryce's gut was telling him this wasn't just a regular vampire. Fex didn't even know what to say or do at this point. The only thing he could do was let things play out. Bryce went back to join the other leaders, hoping he could get a closer look if one of them were to react. "Begin!" Phil shouted, and Xander immediately charged forward. From the get-go, they could see him spring to action. "No wonder he's the top student," one of the leaders said. My Fex is still faster than him," Lee started to brag, but of course, that would be the case. Fex had acquired special training due to him being a son of the leader. He didn't exactly attend normal classes. Even when he did, he never felt like he fitted in anyway. Peter, seeing this, stood still. The others thought Xander was simply moving too fast for him to react, but that wasn't the case at all. As Xander approached him, using all of his strength, he threw his fist right into Peter's face. The blow was hard and blood splattered from his mouth across the floor. However, his body hadn't moved a single step from the powerful blow. As Peter turned his head back to look at Xander, he started to place his hand on his jaw, which seemed to be shattered, but was already healing. "Well, that hurt a bit," Peter said. This was an unusual feeling for him, but this was because he still had the blood of Quinn running through his body, powering him and causing him to feel alive. Xander was slightly stunned. A blow like that would have knocked most people out, or at least sent them back a few feet. Still, he regained his composure and started to punch away at Peter's stomach. The speed was amazing, and punch after punch was being delivered. The power was so strong that Peter had been lifted off his feet, but the punches continued, not allowing him to fall to the floor. They carried on, moving him slightly back towards the edge of the room. "I thought you said we were meant to watch a show of skill, not a beating," one leader shouted out. "I thought the kid had something in him. His eyes said he was different," another replied. "Oh no, the blood!" Fex panicked. The more Peter was getting hit, the more of Quinn's blood was being spilled. The aura and smell surrounding Peter would soon weaken to the point where they would find out who he was. But Fex wasn't the only one who could tell what was happening. Peter, too. The blood flowing through him was not only being spilled, but was also being used to heal his wounds. He felt the power draining from his body fast. Another punch was delivered to his body, and his back was now up against the wall. "You're done," Xander said, throwing out both of his fists at the same time with more power than before. Bryce carefully looked around to try to look and see if any of the leaders had any type of reaction, but there was none. When he turned his head back around again, he was surprised to see the fight wasn't over. "I am not your punching bag," Peter said as he balled his fists. Using all of his strength, he gripped as hard as he could, shattering both of Xander's fists, pulling him forward, and using that moment, he gave a thick boot to his face. A few seconds later, Xander fell to the floor. Episode 356, Working Together? As soon as Xander's body had hit the floor, Phil, the teacher, stood up from the floor and placed both of his hands over his head. The two kids looked around the same age, and Phil was overly confident that his students would succeed. Yet somehow, this unknown kid had the strength to overpower his best student with just 2 moves. Usually, a fight between any student vampires would be close, even with a skill gap. But this fight was different. It was as if they were watching completely different classes of vampires going against each other. Only a vampire noble would be able to do such a thing. "Well, maybe this will be interesting after all," a female leader said with a smile. She quickly licked her lips, as if Peter was looking like a delicious piece of meat. However, a few moments later, Xander had stood up from the floor and took another fighting stance. His face was covered in blood that had been gushing from his nose and was now all over his school uniform. "Yes, Xander, stop messing around and kick him! Fight him! Do whatever you can!" Phil screamed as he was starting to get overly excited. If his top student lost here, perhaps his family's position as a teacher would be jeopardized. Peter, on the other hand, had found a new will to fight. The more blood he would lose, the quicker he would be discovered. As he got injured too much as well, it was harder for him to control his MC cells, which would eventually lead to his transformation giving in. He would do anything to last a second longer. After seeing how strong just one of the leaders were, Peter wanted to do anything, any minute or second, to delay them from going after him. Xander this time moved in again, not as fast as before due to him being cautious now. Rather than throwing out his punches in rapid succession, he carefully placed each one directly, but Peter, for the first time in a long time, was using his hands, legs, and speed to block and avoid each one of his strikes. Usually, Peter's fighting style was not to care if he got hurt, for his body would heal after, but this was different. "He's toying with the poor kid," a leader said. "You're right," Bryce replied. "The other person can't even touch him, but there's no doubt about it. He's a vampire, though, and not a noble one. If one is this strong, he has to be deeply connected to a family. We need someone to push him to the end." "Come on, hit me!" Xander shouted, getting frustrated that none of his attacks seemed to be working. He now went into desperation mode and started to use some of his blood skills. He performed blood swipes, but if one couldn't hit someone with their fist, it would equally be useless to try to use the blood abilities, unless they had a skill that slowed Peter down. Other than that, there seemed to be no way for Xander to win this fight. Peter, however, had decided that he would not strike back, his reason: delaying the fight. After a while, the others noticed this too, and eventually, clack, clack, clack. "Enough, this match is over," Bryce said. "No one can learn anything from this fight anymore." While Xander went back to tend to his injuries, Bryce was thinking about what to do. Of course, he could beat the kid himself, but that would be too simple. "Bryce," Lee interrupted, "may I suggest if you could let my son be the one to face him? I believe we will all be able to learn something then, and after all, he was the one who brought him in." This would be a great way for the 13th family to show their strength and have a one-up on the first family. However, Bryce couldn't turn down such a reasonable and sensible request in front of the other leaders. "That does make sense. Fine, I agree. Go ahead, young boy." Even though Fex had been called to the stage, he didn't move from his spot. His father was constantly calling out his name, but his mind was deep in thought. He was trying his best to come up with a solution to get out of this. Until his sister gave him a small slap on the back of the head from behind. As he went to turn around to complain, he could hear his name being called out by his father. "Fex, what's the matter with you?" said Lee. "Go up to the stage and fight the boy. Everyone is waiting." "Huh? Me fight him?" Fex said, having not heard what the others were talking about before. "Get up there now!" Lee shouted, and in an instant, Fex was walking to the center. What do I do? What do I do? Should I fight at full strength? The others will know if I try to pull anything, and sooner or later, Peter will be found out anyway, right?" There was no more time to think, as the two were now standing opposite each other. With sweat running down his face, Phil shouted, "Begin!" This time, the first one to react was Peter. He charged in and threw a punch. On reflex, Fex reacted, moving to the side. Peter's body was now wide open for the perfect punch, but Fex didn't take it and instead jumped back. "Seems like your boy is a little scaredy cat," the leaders said, trying to anger Lee. "Just you watch," Lee said. Charging in again, Peter threw another punch, swinging wide and missing. There was another perfect opportunity for Fex, and knowing the others were watching, he decided to attack. I have to use my full power, otherwise the others will know." The punch landed directly on Peter's ribcage, but instead of a face full of pain, a smile appeared on Peter's face as he fell to the floor. "I have to, I'm sorry, Peter," Fex said as he charged in again. Clack! "Enough!" Bryce shouted. Immediately Fex stopped, confused. What was happening? Why had they stopped the fight? But all of the leaders, even his father and sister, looked horrified. "Not enough blood has been spilled, right? So they couldn't have found Peter out yet." "Tell me now, are you two working together?" Bryce questioned them. "Of course we—" "Think before you answer," Bryce said in a demanding, straight tone. Something had happened in the fight that not even Fex had noticed to make the two of them suspicious. "It's clear to all of us here, not just you, but both of you were pulling your power. We can gather an idea of his strength from the last fight, but it was too obvious. The student's demeanor completely changed when fighting you, and even you this whole time seemed to be shocked. Even now your body is shaking," Bryce said, using his cane to point at Fex's legs. When he looked down, his legs were indeed shaking, and he hadn't even noticed. "Have I been like this the whole time?" It seemed like Fex really couldn't keep a lie. "So are the 13th family behind it after all? But then why would they call the meeting?" The other leaders started to come up with crazy theories of what was happening right now, which began to frustrate not only Lee, but Silver as well. "This is ridiculous. I'll prove to your family that my brother is innocent," Silver said as she walked onto the stage towards Peter. Carefully, Peter kept an eye on Silver. He knew he had no chance against the leaders, but what about her? He could still turn those that he killed into whites as well. There might be a chance he could do something with her later, if that were the case. He saw her lifting her foot slightly, and the next thing he knew, his whole body was flying through the air. Just like the leader's attack, he couldn't tell where Silver's attack had come from either. His neck had been twisted as his body lay on the floor, but this wasn't enough to kill a white. Getting up off the ground, his head started to heal and twist back. However, now everyone could see that the face that was previously on him was no more. "No, that's the—" Silver was about to say something but kept her mouth shut. Still, Bryce already knew. "It's a white. Now it makes sense why my skills didn't work earlier. You tricked us. The blood that resides in his body is no longer strong. Now, unlike the others, I don't believe that Lee would have called a meeting if he indeed was in charge of this vampire, and Silver and Fex just now would have been unable to hit him. This means the vampire belongs to another family, but the question is, did Fex betray us or not? Luckily, there's an easy way to find out." Bryce's eyes started to glow as he took a step forward. Fex knew that he planned to do what he had tried doing to Peter, only it would work on him. "Stop!" Lee said with his hand out, blocking Bryce from moving forward. "I believe in my son. Would never betray the family. Although he is a troublemaker at times, once he makes a promise, he will keep it. He would never willingly bring harm to the family. If anyone is going to find out the truth, then it will be me." His father started to walk up to Fex, ready to use his influence skill. As the family leader, it would work even better if Bryce was to use it, but the words his father spoke were unexpected. He never knew his father thought of him this way. His whole life while growing up, he had been called an idiot, a troubled child. Yet now his father thought so highly of him, he couldn't allow his family to face any further embarrassment. "Father, please, I admit it. There is no need. I tried to trick you all, and I admit my wrongs." His father immediately stopped in his footsteps and could no longer look at his son. Anger, sadness, or disappointment. He didn't know what he felt right now. "Well, that decides it. Fex Sanguinus shall be brought in for questioning. The other vampire will be kept in captivity until we find out which family he belongs to. And I shouldn't have to add that, but I have to remind you that Fex has committed a serious crime. A trial between the leaders shall be conducted, where the decision and fate of Fex shall be decided." Bryce adjourned the meeting. Episode 357, The Vampire Trial. The interrogation process had begun, and there was no need for the vampires to use their influence powers on Fex. Due to Fex's unique position and the strange circumstances, he was first kept in confinement at the castle to be watched over, and then would be moved at a later time. This was because the others still did not know that Fex had actually snuck out instead. Instead, they stuck with the story of Fex being ordered. If they had known the truth, they would have never allowed this as an option. While in confinement, there were several guards, not just of the Sanguinis family, but also of the other families. They would stay just outside of his room at all times, making sure he didn't escape. He had come clean about what he had done, and Silver was there to confirm and fill in the details. The method he had used to trick her and the others, and even Silver, got a small scolding from her father for not thoroughly checking. More questions were asked, but ultimately they were only concerned about what family the White had come from. In the end, the only information they could get from him regarding this was that he didn't know what family the vampire that created the White belonged to. Inside the first room, inside his own castle, were the leader Bryce and the second leader, Harold. Their room had a Victorian decor to them, and on the back wall up against the bed was the family crest. Several paintings were also displayed on the wall of the previous leaders. The two of them sat opposite each other on a sofa. Looking at them, the second leader, Harold, although sitting, towered in size compared to the first. He was a tall man. He was far taller than any of the other vampires, but he was also incredibly thin. His appearance would often remind people of a stick insect or a large tree. He had entered the first room to deliver all the information that had been gathered from Fex.
"Well, what do you think? The reports say they used the influence skill to get these answers from him, but I don't believe them. Other reports also state that Lee hasn't even been to see his son since they found out," Harold explained. Bryce continuously tapped his cane on top of his bald head as he thought until he stopped to give his answer. "I think the boy is telling the truth, and the way they are acting confirms that the family had no involvement in the boy's actions. They could be acting, but we have all known Lee for the longest time. He works on pure emotion, and he would never think past being caught. The problem is the White. Its power depends on its creator's power, and if they use the blood of the creator, we all were it in that room. For a vampire, he must be strong. When Silver went to kick the White, I looked carefully to see if anyone flinched to try to protect it, but no one did. Of course, it could be something as simple as that the vampire isn't closely connected to the families at all. But I find it hard to believe that one so strong slipped through everyone's fingers during the pool process. What if the vampire wasn't from here?"
"What do you mean, like an Earth agent? We have them all accounted for, and you know they belong to a mix of families. I doubt that if they did know, they all would have kept their mouths shut," Harold replied. "Exactly. Do you remember the tent seat? The fire has been lit, and maybe whoever he passed his powers onto is trying to regrow their powers again. If so, we need to plan our next move carefully." After a few days of confinement, they eventually made the decision that Fex should be treated like every other criminal that would be in the same situation. He should be placed in the underground dungeon behind bars with Peter until his trial was to take place. They explained that they had given him special treatment out of respect for Lee. However, Lee didn't try to object and allowed the decision to move forward. In the underground cellar, not a single person had gone to meet Fex so far. That was until his dear sister had arrived. Why did you do it? Why did you do it, brother?" Silver eventually managed to say, but it was hard for her to get the words out. "Sis," Fex said as he walked towards the bars and looked at his sister's face. Usually she carried an expressionless look, a look of iron while walking around the castle. But this face he was seeing now, he had only seen a few times when they were younger. "Please don't be sad, sis. I'm an idiot. You know I am. I never followed the rules, and this time I went just too far." "Lies," Silver said, as she banged her hand against the black bars. "You would never hurt the family. You were meant to be the next leader." "It was a role that never suited me in the first place. It always suited you, but our family states our leader can never be a woman. I mean, what a load of crap that is. If I was to become the leader, the first thing I would do is get rid of that rule." He realized he was starting to trail off. It was always his way of dealing with things, never confronting the situation at hand. He could see that she was hurt, and she deserved to know the reason why. He was done joking around. "Did Father ask you to come here?" Fex asked. "No, he hasn't said a word about you to anyone.
The only reason I was able to come to see you right now is that the council has a trial where a decision will be made." Fex went back to sit on his bed. He couldn't look at his sister's face any longer, and it was only crushing him more as he looked at her. He then started to think back to why he even did everything he had done in the first place. "I made a promise to him. At first, when I discovered he was a vampire, I was going to turn him into you guys when you came to get me. But during the time we were together, he treated me differently. Perhaps differently is not the right word. Even at school here, everyone knew me as the heir to the 13th seat. I got better treatment than everyone else during school. I scored higher on the exams. Sounds great, right? But in reality, it was a lonely life. I had no friends, our father was always busy, and I only had you to annoy. The only thing that got me through school at the time was our grandfather's stories about the earth. It gave me hope, a dream to work towards, and power through everything, knowing it would all be okay. When I got there, I realized it wasn't the items or the landscape that was different, but it was the people. There were a lot that acted and thought a lot like vampires, but there was a group of people who thought differently. They thought their way, and the vampire who was a part of the group treated me the same as everyone else. He saved my life, and in more ways than one. After that, we became blood brothers, my blood with his blood. No matter what, we had a bond, and I would do anything not to give him in." The heavy burden that was on Silver's heart seemed to lift. He didn't betray the family for some petty reason. He had made a deep promise, and his principles made him keep to that. She understood now and didn't hate him for his decision, but being blood brothers was a serious thing to promise. Even if one wasn't part of the family, it meant they would treat them like family. "Who is this vampire?" Silver asked. "And I know you don't know what family he belongs to, but who is he to cause you to go that far?" Fex thought about it for a while before answering. It was a difficult question for him. "He's a person who I truly think will be able to change the vampire world one day," Fex mumbled out, but Silver was able to hear it still. She couldn't help but chuckle. The vampires had stayed the same for thousands of years, and one person was meant to change, that who she had never seen or heard before. "I see you're laughing. Let me ask you, have you ever seen a regular vampire defeat a king-tier beast on its own before? And have you ever seen a vampire who wasn't at the noble level perform skills beyond? On top of that, all this strength seemed to be obtained in a matter of months." Suddenly, Silver wasn't laughing any more as she realized what Fex was saying. But it couldn't be possible, right? At the same time, Fex had no reason to lie. "He learned skills that took me years to perfect in a day, and originally I was far stronger than him, but now I would be scared to even fight him. His growth in strength is at a monstrous level, and I imagine he's only sped it up even more. I can't wait to see what the others will do when they see him," Fex said with a smile on his face. But these last words, Silver worried. Inside the meeting room, the council had just finished their meeting, and a decision had been made. Bryce stood up to give his final announcements to everyone. "So it's decided. The white known as Peter shall be kept in the dungeon until we find out which family he belongs to, since this is our only lead at the moment. As for Fex Sanguinus, he shall be punished for his crimes. We have found that his actions are of his own doing, and have nothing to do with the relation of the 13th family. So they shall not be dragged into this mess, and their name dragged through the mud. His status as a member of one of the 13 shall be stripped, meaning he no longer belongs to any of the 13 families. However, as a non-member of any of the 13 families, he can receive the standard punishment for these types of crimes. The date has been decided, and Fex will be punished by death." Episode 358, Becoming a Number. In an unknown metallic large room, sitting at a table were 4 people. On the back of the seats, each one was numbered, going from 2 to 4. An empty chair with the number 1 was at the table as well. This was a meeting between the founders of Pure, the top ranked in the whole base. Number 2, a black muscle male with sunglasses covering his eyes, was the meeting organizer today, and was there to inform everyone of some important news. "The tip-off to the True Dream family was a success. It seems they are gathering their men and are planning an attack soon," Number 2 said. "Ha! I can't believe he fell for it. What a rash idiot. Why would he even think about going up against the Blades?" Number 3, another male, replied. "Well, it's to be expected," Number 5, an old middle-aged female, said. "True Dream is new when it comes to not only his powers, but also the Big Four. As he has close relations with the military, the others probably didn't want to reveal too much information to him. The way I see it, there are two outcomes to this event. Either the True Dream family will no longer exist, or the True Dream family loose the war, with a chunk of the blade's power taken away. So you think that there is no chance of True Dream winning this war either, then? Number 2 said with a sigh. We shall be keeping a close eye on this fight. Suppose True Dream manages to cause significant damage to the blades. It might be our chance to move in. If the True Dreams are eliminated, then the whole landscape of the current system might change. Isn't that the point, though? Number 4 replied. She was a female with ponytails. One side of her hair was pink while the other was green, and in her hand was a lollipop that she had taken out while speaking. I mean, the blades are doing our job for us. Maybe, Number 2 replied, but I think it's too soon. We never planned to kill True Dream but use him. He could be our answer to taking everyone's powers away, but with him dead, or the power into the blade's hand, it might not be for the best of the human race. The sound of swords and weapons rattling against each other was heard throughout the hall. Observing all of them was Agent 15, James. He always had his large rusty sword on his back, where the guard was as wide as his shoulders. Whenever one would look at the weapon, one could only imagine what beast he needed to defeat to obtain such a grand thing. Although his eye should have been looking at all the sparring sessions going on, he was focused on a particular individual who hadn't been at the base for too long, Erin. Erin carried her long sword with a blue base and hilt, while her opponent, a short-haired male with glasses, used two small dual blades that were slightly curved. The two of them were sweating and had been going at it for a while now. For the last few days they had sparred with each other without a winner being chosen. Usually one would spar with their practice partner, and after he dropped their weapon or admitted defeat, they would move on to a new partner. But with these two, there still had been no winner. The session would always end, but James couldn't let the lesson continue with many other things yet to be learned. The amazing thing was Erin's learning speed with the sword. He had shown her a few simple techniques, and it seemed she had been concentrating well in classes, picking up things at an amazing speed. In every sparring session so far, she would implement the things she had been taught, defeating her opponents one by one. At first, she had a few losses and wins, but before meeting this student, she had been on a complete winning streak as if something clicked in her head. Right, now she was against Bart, the second-best pupil, and it hadn't been long. Erin looked carefully and waited for her opponent to strike first. When I first got here, it was a little hard. I didn't realize how much I relied on my ability. If I couldn't make up for it with my sportsmanship, then my ability would be able to cover me. But after learning from James, I can feel I'm getting better and stronger. But the opponent in front of her was strong. The usual things that had been taught to her, he knew too. She couldn't overpower him with strength, and their stamina was at the same level, so she couldn't rely on tiring him out either. Should I try something new? I might lose if it doesn't work out, but it's the only chance I got. Using both hands, she gripped her long sword tightly and moved in. What is she up to? James thought, as he watched the fight continue and noticed movements different from before. Rather than rushing straight forward, she started to jump immediately, as one foot would hit the floor, bouncing from side to side. It almost looked like a type of dance. The student carefully observed her with his eyes, waiting for her to strike. It didn't matter how she ran towards him. It would all be the same to him. Then, when Erin was in range, her foot touched the ground. She kicked off using all her strength and spun her body holding the sword. It caused an unusual striking pattern from below, but the student could block it with both of his blades. However, the rotation of the spin and power from jumping off her leg made the attack stronger than usual, and the only thing he could do was deflect the attack, barely. His whole body swung to the side from the weight of the attack. As Erin spun upward in the air, like a bird flying, it seemed like she would remain upward forever. She lifted the sword above and swung it down elegantly, stopping just before the student's head. What was that? I didn't teach her that, James said. It looked like a type of dance. Taking her blade away from the student, she clicked her tongue and turned away in disappointment. Still not good enough. It still doesn't feel right. What Erin had attempted to do was one of the swordsmanship moves that Fex had shown her while she was being used as a puppet. Every day she continued to practice those motions, hoping to get the same feeling, but it never did happen. It was hard for her to try to replicate such smooth actions, having only experienced them once. Excellent, James said as he started clapping. You two come over here, he said, shouting across the room. Both Bart with glasses and Aaron walked over to James off to the side while the rest of the students continued to practice. "I just witnessed what you both did and have been watching you both fight for the last few days. Bart, don't be upset. You have remained my best student for the longest time, but there is still room for you to improve, and I think you learned that today. While, Aaron, I never knew you had learned swordsmanship before coming here. You always seem to use the skills I taught so far. Do you have a teacher?" James asked. Aaron started to think back about what to say. At one point, she did have a teacher from her family, but that was a long time ago, and she didn't think he was referring to those skills. "It's a family secret, and I hope to keep it with me if that's okay," Aaron lied, hoping he wouldn't question her further after her reply. "Never mind, I was just curious," said James. "The reason why I have called you here is that I want to nominate you two for the agent's exam." "You mean there's been an opening in the top 100? Bart said excitedly. "Yes, not just one, but two. They have asked all the teachers to select their best two students, which is why I have called both of you here today," James explained. "This is a good opportunity for you both. If you are selected as a numbered agent, you will be able to leave the base. We will assign you a mission on one of the planets or even at one of the military bases. Prove your worth, and maybe one day you will be in the same position as I am." Aaron had learned quite a bit while staying at the base about the ranking system. The agents in the top 100 rarely dropped out of rank. They often switched positions with each other, but this was the first time they were looking for someone from the hundreds to become a numbered. "Does this mean two of the agents from the numbered were killed?" Aaron asked. Looking at Aaron's face and her determined look, James thought she deserved to know the truth. She had earned it after how hard she had been working. "I'm not really meant to tell you this, but it's not a secret either. But since it revolves around you, I think you should know. The truth is, we don't know what's happened to him, but one of them was Agent 100, Layla, the person who recommended you to us. She's no longer responding to our calls." Hearing this news was devastating to Aaron, and she was starting to fear the worst. "What happened to you, Layla?" Episode 359, Back at Lintarnia. It was early morning, and it was finally time for school to start up again. The students would be attending their final term and preparing for the exams ahead before enjoying their summer break. This meant the teachers no longer had much to do, and this included General Nathan, who was in charge of the first-year students. He was in a chirpy mood as he entered the office, with a hop in each step and whistling a tune. Usually Mondays would be the worst for most people, but it was the start of something new for him. Although their military base had failed at securing the first position and becoming winners of the base event, they had been praised for at least not coming in last. Not only that, but Oscar, the Supreme Commander, had complimented them for how much improvement they had compared to the previous year. He stated he would be coming over the summer when the students weren't present to congratulate everyone. There were still problems between True Dream and Duke and Paul, but that was something Nathan didn't care to get involved in. The head general could take care of that, as it was above his pay grade. Besides, it seemed like True Dream had stopped making requests from the second base, as he was busy preparing for something else. "Finally, no problems, no drama, I can just relax," Nathan said as he went to sit down at his desk. That's when he noticed something strange, a white envelope. This was rare in this day and age, where anyone could just send someone a message in an instant. Even if they didn't want to, they could always send you a message later. So, he was curious about the contents of the letter. As Nathan quickly opened the letter, he realized there wasn't much on it. "Dear Nathan, I am leaving the military base for good. From Leo." "Huh?" Nathan thought, as he must have missed something. He reread the few lines again and again until reality hit him. "What?" he shouted. "He'd left just like that. It's the middle of the term. Who's going to take over the beast class, and what about a new sergeant?" Nathan immediately sat down and started to press his two fingers on his forehead, as he could feel a slight headache coming on. "Well, we did put that condition that he could leave whenever he wanted, but I thought he would have had at least informed us. What about common courtesy?" However, he couldn't stay mad for long. Leo had helped him in many situations during his short stay here, and it was a person even he looked up to. "You are a great man, Leo. Because of you, there were times when the Duke and the others chose to do something different. Wherever you are, I hope you are doing well," Nathan said with a smile, before quickly cursing at him for giving him more work on his relaxing day off. On planet Lintarnia, it was a peaceful day just like any over. The long grass was healthy and green, and the blue river was flowing nicely next to the quiet shelter. After leaving the military base, Leo had gathered all of his things and made his move here. "I'm finally back," Leo said after coming through the portal. The portal had dropped him in the center of the shelter, and all his belongings came through with him, were left at the side. Leaving them there, he set off. While walking through the shelter, people looked at Leo strangely, for they could tell he was blind due to his strange eyes. Yet somehow he was walking fine. The shelter didn't often get visitors, not ones that would stand out as much as Leo, so they all paid quite a bit of attention to him. While walking through the shelter heading for a particular destination, Leo started to think about the changes his body was experiencing. His ability was being restored to what it once was at an incredibly fast rate. He had done it once before, and the second time around was even easier. He noticed and could feel all the changes in his body since that day. While practicing his swordsmanship, it was harder for him to tire out and feel exhausted, and even walking through crowds of people now, he could tell each person was different through their scent, like a dog. He was thankful to Quinn. He had given him the ring, allowing him to walk in daylight, just to see how it would affect him. Leo had taken the ring off while outside. The effects were instant, and it hit like a bomb. It wasn't what he had expected at all. If it wasn't for the ring, he wouldn't have even dared walk out during the day. Being that weak wasn't a good idea. He had also learned to perform a few blood abilities, but he wouldn't use them again after testing them out once. This was because of Quinn's warning, as well as what he could feel through his own body. His hunger and his life force were leaving him. Not only that, but through his ability, he could see it as well. He hadn't been long, but he was experiencing small parts of hunger now and then. But it wasn't to the point where he needed to do something about it. Not yet, anyway. This wasn't a huge worry. Obtaining blood may sound difficult at first, but with him being who he was, he didn't think it would be difficult, especially in a shelter with a population of 20 or so thousand people. While thinking about these things, he had finally reached his destination. He stood outside what looked like a sizable-styled dojo. There were 2 giant red doors and a wall surrounding the whole place. It was sparkly clean, with a white finish, and there weren't many buildings around it at all, as if it was an abandoned place. They managed to rebuild it to my exact specifications as well. It looks nice. Opening the large 2 red giant doors, a man from inside the dojo came rushing out as soon as they heard it. "Hey, get out of here! How many times do I have to tell you? The owner of this place wants no visitors!" A young man started yelling while out in his shorts and sunglasses. It was clear he had been enjoying the large building to himself, as behind him just in front of the dojo building was a sunbed. However, as the young man got closer, he lifted his glasses and realized his grave mistake. "Sir, you're back! When did you come back? Why didn't you inform me earlier?" The young-looking man looked barely over the age of 20 and was flustered. "I would have made sure to have everything ready for your liking." "Don't worry about that," Leo said. "For now, I just want to rest. How's the shelter been? Were the travelers paid well? Were there any troubles within the shelter?" "While you were away, I did everything as you wished. The payments for the factions and travelers have been kept up, although there haven't been many attacks from beasts, apart from 1 or 2 once in a while. And as you wished, the payments and donations to the shelter have been kept anonymous," the man replied. For the last couple of years, Leo had been funding the entire shelter himself with his own money. The beast crystals he had obtained, the money from the previous war, and all the money he received from teaching went to this shelter. This place was dear to him because it was the shelter that he and his master and all the other students used to stay at before the Dalki attack. When they came, they had destroyed everything, and no one survived. The government had given up on it, as it would have been more expensive to rebuild than build a new one altogether. This was when Leo stepped in. He rebuilt everything and invited those related to the ones that had died over to the shelter, free of charge. Later, the shelter grew on its own, and it became like any of the others, with taxes and so on being paid. But still they needed protection, and it wasn't one owned by the government or the Big Four. Leo decided to take up that role. There was one other reason for him doing all this as well. "Any news on anyone suspicious entering the city?" Leo asked. "Unfortunately, none that matched your description," the young man replied. The other reason was in rebuilding the shelter was because of his master. The 2 of them were last seen at the dojo, or at least the ruins of it. He was hoping that there was a chance he would one day come back, but still, it seemed like he hadn't returned. Although there wasn't a man of your description who had entered the shelter, there were reports of 2 individuals, a man with a large sword on his back and a young girl.
"Do you know where they went?" Leo asked.
"They traveled up the cliff top, not too far from here near the river."
"I'll go check it out. Prepare my things and bring them in when you can. I left them all by the teleporting station. I'll be staying here. I don't know for how long, but at least a little while."
"Yes, sir." Walking to the cliff top, Leo had a clue who the young man was talking about. A while ago, when the kids were in trouble, he had lent them a teleporter to use, and that teleporter led them to this place. However, he was unsure about the man. The kids hadn't told him their full plan, so perhaps one of them had connections to this man. Either way, with no clues about where his master was, he needed to start somewhere, even though the chances were slim. Maybe the two mysterious people weren't who he thought they were. Along the way, several flying-type intermediate beasts had come his way. Usually they would be attacking anything on sight, and this included Leo, but this time they were staying away.
"Can they sense I've changed?" he thought,
but as long as they didn't attack him, there was no need to go hunting for beasts. Finally, he had reached the edge of the cliff top. Using his ability, he started to look around to see if there were any more clues, and eventually he found something on the ground. Picking it up, he noticed that it was a watch, but not just any watch. It was a design he became familiar with not too long ago, a watch from the military.
"I wonder what this is doing here."
Episode 360, Useless Martial Arts. The Monday's lessons started as usual for Quinn and the others, but with the pending problem of the vampires eventually finding out and coming after Quinn. They couldn't completely relax just yet. In their homeroom lesson, Dell started to explain what would be coming up on the upcoming final exam test. There were no more physical assessments apart from the 2 portal outings that had already proceeded, so the only tests left were written ones. Normal subjects such as math, science, English, and IT continued, but were never the main focus. On top of the usual tests, students would also have to perform a general knowledge test. This would test them on knowledge such as how to use such equipment, being able to differentiate between different tier beast crystals, different types of beasts and their weak points, and information on the Dalki and what weapons they would use. Luckily for Quinn, this was nothing for him to worry about. Not having an ability during his school life, the only thing he could do was study, so he was confident about getting a good grade. When thinking about the others in the group, he could only imagine they would do great as well. The only one he would have worried about was Fex, who was now no longer with them. "I hope you're doing okay," Quinn thought. As the morning classes ended, it was time for them to go to their designated club class. Quinn started to head off to the weapons class and noticed that his homeroom teacher Dell was going in the same direction as him. "Don't tell me." A horrid thought had crossed his mind, and he just hoped his gut feeling wasn't right this time. A few moments later, "All right, everyone. Unfortunately, Leo has left the military base for good," Dell said, annoyed. He had suddenly been told in the morning that he was the one who had to cover the beast weapons class. Due to Dell's ability to be able to reinforce and allow beast weapons to grow stronger, he had a lot of knowledge about beast weapons, so they thought he would be a good substitute. But to Dell, it was just more work he didn't want to do. "So I will now be your teacher. My name is—" Dell started to introduce himself and ramble on to the class. Not everyone in the beast's weapons class was part of Dell's homeroom, so some didn't know him well, like Quinn and the others. Thinking back to the first day he had met him, Quinn knew this would take a while, as Dell loved to talk about himself. Looking around the room, ignoring what was being said, he spotted Layla at the back of the crowd. Hoping to go over there, he started to shift through the people. "I wonder how she's doing with her ability and change. It can be hard to handle." Then, when he finally could see her better, there was a little surprise. Standing by her side was Sia. Sia wasn't part of the beast weapons class before, but people were able to freely switch whenever they wanted. A lot of students would do so, to be more varied in their skills, while others stayed to specialize in one. As soon as Quinn saw her, though, he decided to turn away and head back to the front of the class. He had heard from Layla how upset Sia was, and how everything was affecting her. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty for what he had done, but he had no choice. It was that, or death. Still, it was too early to face her knowing what had happened. Trying to think about a positive out of this, he managed to see one. Maybe with her losing her memories and knowing nothing about Pure, she could become a good companion. Her skill was extremely useful in the fight against the King-tier beast, Quinn thought. Seeing this, Layla understood Quinn's actions. She was the one who had actually invited Sia along and asked her to change class, and Sia immediately agreed. Sia didn't know why, but lately, when she started to feel upset or begin to worry, just being next to Layla made her feel better. It got to the point that when Layla wasn't there and she started to feel sad, she would go searching for her. This was because of Layla's newfound power. She had found to use her abilities. There were two ways. She could channel the negative thoughts within herself, or there was a second alternative, to feed off the negative emotions of those around her. While doing so seemed to lighten Sia's mood significantly. Layla felt a little guilty, as in reality, she wanted to keep Sia around so she could have a type of leeching effect. If she ever needed to use her powers, she could do so as long as she was there. And seeing her cheer up a little made her feel less bad about the whole thing. However, Layla was unaware of the addictive effect this was having. "Okay, with self-introductions over, what was Leo teaching you guys before the event?" Dell asked. A student raised their hand slightly and answered, "We were focusing on combat skills when we didn't have our beast weapons, sir." "Useless. What's the point of that?" Dell said. "Do you think you're going to be able to tear through a Dalki skin using your bare hands? The only good thing hand-to-hand combat is used for is fighting against other humans. If you want to practice that stuff, then fine." The students started to nod in agreement. Some of them initially thought it was useless and why they were doing it. Still, there was also the other camp, and these comments angered Quinn a little. It was as if Dell was trying to talk down about Leo while he wasn't there. Dell had purposely misled them by not telling them the full story. Leo had explained that beast armor at a higher level can enhance the user's natural strength. If one was to lose their weapon, or it would break in a fight, knowing such skills could be a matter of life and death. It had also helped Quinn much in learning the Crescent Blood Kick, one of the most powerful skills in his arsenal. "I can see you aren't all convinced," Dell said, looking at Quinn's scrunched-up face. "Why don't one of you come up here and try to use the martial arts you learned on me?" A girl student raised her hand and volunteered. She went up to the stage, and Dell told her to remove her beast gear, while he would only use his large shield that covered his whole body. "Come attack me," Dell said. "Let's see how useful your martial arts skills are." The girl came forward and started to perform kicks to the side, from above, and would try to mix in a few feints, but Dell blocked them all with his shield. Quinn thought the whole demonstration was pointless. Dell was a teacher who should have had more experience and skill in the first place. Not only that, the shield was as big as him, and the only thing Dell needed to do was shift the shield slightly from one side to the other. If there was more than one opponent, his demonstration would be pointless. After the girl had given up, a few more students started to come on stage, and Dell would continuously block all their attacks, punches, and kicks. This continued for a while, and the students were starting to grow bored. "Are we going to do this for the whole lesson?" "I think he just wants to show off." "What? That he can beat a bunch of kids?" "See, as I said, your martial arts is useless," said Dell, "so we should learn how to use them properly. Leo, first he wasted my time, and now I find out he's been wasting the students' time as well. He even got paid more than me, and he got promoted straight to sergeant." As Dell went off on his tangent, all the students could hear him clearly, as he wasn't speaking quietly. It was clear that there was jealousy involved in this, and the students were starting to think that Dell was a bit unprofessional. But he was a teacher, and most of the kids did want to learn more about beast weapons themselves rather than the martial arts, so most of them let it go. Apart from the student, hearing Leo's name mentioned again had finally made him give in. "Do you mind if I have a go, sir?" Dell's rambling had stopped, and when he looked down, he noticed that it was one of his students, Quinn. "Oh, Quinn. I suppose he thinks he's a big shot now after that whole fighting event. His skills were good, and he was fast, but that was all because of the beast gear you were wearing. You will be the perfect person to prove my point." "Of course you can, Quinn, but do remember, no beast gear allowed. You have to rely on your own martial arts skills," Leo said sarcastically, trying to hammer to point to everyone else. "That's fine, I won't use any equipment," Quinn replied, walking onto the stage. "Dell, I wanted to do this to you for a long time," Quinn thought. Episode 361, A Green Screen. As the students saw Quinn walking up to the stage, they couldn't help but wonder, what was he thinking? He had done well in the fighting tournament, and his fame around the school had grown. There probably wasn't a single student who now didn't know his name due to what had happened. However, there were some key differences between the tournament and fighting now. Quinn didn't have any of his beast equipment on. People had theorized that the equipment used on the day of the event had to be at the advanced level or higher. This was the only explanation they could come up with as to how Quinn was able to move so fast and why his attacks were so powerful. After all, he had defeated the Multiplier's clones in one strike, something that hadn't happened before Quinn's fight. The rumors were that in exchange for selling the ability book to the original family, he had received credits in return, and this was how he was able to purchase such equipment. Of course, Quinn's equipment on the day wasn't all the king tier or advanced level. At the time, he was simply using intermediate tier equipment. The speed and power he displayed were down to him. The other difference was, in the beast class, most of the time they weren't allowed to use their abilities, especially as first-year students, and right now, it was the case as well. They could only guess that the reason the multiplier was defeated was due to Quinn's ability. When the dome was created and the word spoken by the multiplier, hands. The hands that were used at the event couldn't be used here, so the students didn't have much hope for him successfully hitting Dell, although many of them wanted to see Dell lose after his arrogant act. A large smile appeared on Dell's face while looking at Quinn standing opposite him. Both of them were having similar thoughts about each other. "Come on, let's get started," Dell said. Quinn moved in, but not as fast as he did at the tournament. Too many people were watching, so he couldn't use his full speed. If he could, the match wouldn't have lasted long at all, but if his attack was going to be blocked anyway, he could rely on his strength. As he got in range, he drew back his fist and threw it out. No special techniques were used, and to everyone, it just looked like a regular punch coming from below. The shield was placed in the perfect position so Quinn's fist would hit the center, and the sound of a fist hitting the shield was heard throughout. The students started to look away as they imagined the pain Quinn must have been feeling right now. When one would see their fist was going to be blocked by a shield, they would usually draw back their power or not attack at all for fear of hurting themselves. But Quinn didn't one bit. When he moved his hand to perform another punch, a bloody mark could be seen left on the shield. Dell quickly moved the shield in place again, blocking the attack from his right side, and again, a large sound was heard. "Inspect. Intermediate tier, currently advanced tier, durability 96%. The shield was stronger than Quinn thought. It was at the intermediate tier level, but he never thought Dell would be so shameless to be using his ability to strengthen his shield. Even with his full strength behind his attacks, it was only damaging the shield by 2%. With his bloody hands, Quinn continued to punch the shield at full strength, and Dell blocked each one, with a smirk behind it, unaware that his favorite weapon was slowly starting to crumble away. Durability 60%. Eventually, Quinn had stopped. Any further than this, and cracks might start appearing in the shield, and Dell and the students would get suspicious. "You want to stop?" Dell said, looking at his bloody hands. "What a stubborn child. All you did was give my shield a new paint job." Quinn was done playing around, and it was time to finish the fight. "If you are using your ability, then I'll use mine," Quinn said. Seeing Quinn was throwing a hook to the right side of his head, Dell moved his shield to his side in a position to block the punch. He was then waiting for the usual clang to be heard before predicting the next blow. But the clang never came. Instead, a fist was coming right for his face. "What? I was sure I saw him throw a hook to the right." It was too late. The bloody fist dug into Dell's face, and as his head flew back through the air, two of his front teeth could be seen dangling, holding onto the gums. His whole face was bloody, and it was hard to tell if it was Quinn's blood or Dell's. A clanging sound was heard as the shield had dropped to the floor, and soon after, Dell did as well. "Hey, the teacher, he's not getting up."
"Does this mean the class is over?"
"Not just that. Quinn hit a teacher. Won't he get in trouble for this?" "I don't know. It was the whole part of the exercise, right?" "What I don't understand is, Dell was blocking perfectly up to that point, and it was clear a punch was being thrown straight at him, so why did he move the shield to the side?" Only Quinn knew the answer to this. People like Dell had weak minds, and Quinn was confident of that. Before throwing out his last punch, he had looked Dell in the eye and performed a phantom punch to the right side before delivering the real punch to his face. The students waited for Dell to come to before doing anything, and when he finally did, of course, Dell was furious. "Get that cursed child out of here!" Dell shouted, although the words sounded a little strange due to his front two teeth being removed. Ha was kicked out of the class and had to go see Nate. Later on, an investigation was called, but no punishment was received for Quinn. The students had explained what had happened, and they decided that Quinn was not at fault. Fighting Dell wasn't entirely useless for Quinn. What it had shown him was the strength of better equipment. With his EXP gaining capabilities being slow at the moment, it would be a long time until he reached level 20. Not only that, but he was still weaning himself of the blood. Using the advanced tier crystals that had been given to him by Leo, he could look for a good forger around the school. This might take a while, but he had a few ideas on how he would do this. Before that, there was one thing he wanted to do. After selecting the Shadow Eater skill, he felt a little disheartened. He still had no clue what it did, and the system didn't seem to know either. However, he still had 30 skill points to be used, so there was a chance for him to unlock a new skill. Over the next few days, Quinn had unlocked one of the shadow skills, and unlike with the Shadow Eater, he was greatly pleased. He would switch between going on to the private servers to practice using it, and going on to the military servers to gain EXP points. After the incident with Dell, the beast classes were a lot more different as well. His face had fully healed thanks to Haley, but he no longer tried to cause trouble for Quinn or show off to the other students. Instead, he just stuck to the scheduled lessons that were meant to take place. Quinn still hadn't gotten his new equipment made yet, but he had planned to put that into motion very soon. As the days continued to go past, it looked like summer would soon be upon them. However, in a certain individual's room on their computer, the screen was flashing. It flashed in green, and a sequence of numbers was displayed on it. The portal device in Logan's room had finally been unlocked. Episode 362, The Agent Exam. Her mind was split on figuring out what to do, but now it was already too late. James had entered her for the agent exam, and they had finally arrived, where Aaron would have to take the test. She had been struggling with herself about what the right or wrong thing to do was, and the reason for this was Layla. At some point she was hoping Layla would eventually return to the Pure Base, where she was hoping she would have the answers to the many questions Aaron faced while being here. Some things didn't quite make sense to her. She had taken note to not do anything serious and comply for now, while looking at what was happening to her surroundings. She found that other students had the same questions as her, and those that did and brought it up, or expressed their wish to leave Pure, would be taken away and had come back a few days later, no longer having those questions in their minds. It was a facade. They told everyone they were free to leave when they wanted, but when if they tried, they would be re-educated and always come back. But ultimately, most people at Pure were like her. They had no place to go, and Pure had become their home, their safe place where they knew they could survive. It felt like they had a debt to be owed. If they are fighting for freedom and equality, why are they so intent on keeping us all inside, locked away? I'd rather be out there doing what I want in danger of others than stay here. At least that's my own decision. Aaron did not feel the same way as the others. Now that she knew Layla had broken off communication with Pure, there must have been a reason for it. Did something happen to her? This was where her dilemma kicked in. The only people that were allowed to leave the Pure Base were agents. Numbered agents were those who worked outside of the base. The others would only be called upon when a big operation was taking place. And with not knowing where she was or how to get out of the base, it seemed like becoming an agent was her only way of finding out what was happening on the outside. Knowing that she was unable to get her way out by complaining or asking, she worked hard to learn what she could from them. The test had started, and right now she was sitting at a single desk in a room with 8 other people, including Bart, who she had a tough time sparing with the other day. The exam had started with a bunch of multiple-choice questions. There were answers she wanted to put down and the answers they wanted, but she continued putting on her facade of being obedient. In the next test, several objects were placed in front of them, some of them Aaron recognized from the military academy. They were to assemble and reassemble the components of equipment, removing any trackers, recorders, and so on. While putting them back together, they would be scored based on time and how well the piece looked when being placed back together. After that test, there was another, a recording played. The recording had several conversations going on at once. After the recording was finished, questions would be asked about a specific discussion. It was hard as they needed to listen to all of the conversation going on at the same time, and only extract the useful information. With everything complete, it seemed like the test was over. Aaron thought she had done pretty well, as she was most of the time, the first one to finish out of the lot. She tried her hardest at each one of the tasks, and the others watching noticed it too. Inside the room there was a female examiner, and watching at the back were 4 high-numbered teachers. This includes James, number 15, then the other teachers 16, 17, and 18. They too had noticed how determined and focused Erin looked while completing her tasks, and they saw this as a hunger to go up in their society. However, although she was determined to become a number, it wasn't for the reason they thought. Okay, so with that, the first part of the test is done. We will reveal your scores at the end of the test. If you could, please follow your teachers and me to the next room. They followed the examiner around the strange metallic base. She had yet to see a single window in the whole building, making it hard for her to tell where they were. Eventually, they entered a strange-looking square room. The room was large, but what was odd about it was the flooring. Around the edges of the room, the flooring was standard, but towards the center, there were strange, small holes in a square section of the floor. The square areas were 1 square meter in size. "This is the next part of your exam," the examiner said as she pressed a button on her remote control. As soon as the button was pressed, from the holes behind her, flames erupted into the air like little jets, before quickly going back down. On each of the square pieces, the fire would erupt for a second before diminishing again. This wouldn't happen on all of the tiles at the same time. However, it seemed like the pattern of where and when the flames would erupt was random. "The goal is to get to the other side of the room safely. All 8 of you will be going at the same time. You are free to sabotage and hit the other person as to stop them from crossing. Still, do bear in mind, you will have more important things to worry about." As the female examiner said that, the tile directly behind her erupted into flames before going back down once again. "This is crazy," Erin thought, and it looked like the other students thought the same thing as they looked at each other. If they were in the military academy, Erin wouldn't be worried so much. The flame from the tiles would have been painful, but with the doctor there using her ability, they would have been healed. But here, in the Pure Base, they had no doctor that had a healing ability. It was very rare for Pure members to even have an ability. All they had was a standard doctor, and at best, he could cool down the burns, but one would be covered in burn markings until they could leave this place. Seeing the concerned look on the others' faces, the examiner felt like she needed to mention something. "Do remember, you do not have to partake in the assessment. We still have your scores from the exams before, and because you do take this, does not mean one will make it to the other side successfully." The other students started to look at each other until eventually one of them raised their hand. "I'm sorry, but I can't do it. I would like to drop out of this part of the exam," the student said. "Very well," the examiner replied. After the first student had dropped out, many followed. It was expected. The flames continued to go off behind the examiner. Erin tried to find a pattern of which tiles to jump on at the right time, but couldn't find one. It was simply too dangerous. The only ones that hadn't replied yet were both Erin and Bart. Looking at the tiles one more time, Erin thought there was a chance her reactions would be fast enough, and maybe she could do it. It was risky, but she wanted to get out of here. "I'll do it," Erin said. Soon after Erin declared that she would take part, Bart's mind was made up as well. "I'll do it as well." Bart looked at Erin. "I can have you beat me again." The examiner then walked up to the 2 students with a smile on her face and placed her hand on both of their shoulders. "Well, it looks like we have our 2 agents. Congratulations. You passed and have successfully become a numbered." "What?" another student shouted from the side. "What do you mean?" "As I said, these 2 passed the test." The examiner replied, "The most important thing for a numbered agent is courage. There will be times when we ask you to do things you aren't comfortable with out on the field, perhaps far worse than this. We need people who are willing." "So you're saying you were never going to make us do this in the first place?" the student complained again. The others continued to moan and groan, but knew it was pointless. They had already made their decision. However, Erin felt like the words spoken by the examiner were not truthful at all. If they never intended for people to take the test, then why was the room built in the first place? And if they had all said yes to taking the test, would they have made them not take it? It seemed like a convenient outcome had come to them at the time. When the 2 agents selected, a few days passed, and eventually, both Erin and Bart were awarded their numbers. Erin was given the number Agent 99, while Bart was given Agent 100. They were now in the middle of a briefing in a small office space. The person speaking to them was the same examiner as before. She began to explain what their duties and tasks would be, as well as handed them standard equipment that every agent carried in a small little suitcase. "Now that everything had been explained to both of you, it's time to tell you where you will be based," said the examiner. "Now this may or may not be your permanent post, and agents can be told to move at any time, and there will be times where we call you back to the base. So please, remember to keep in contact at all times. First, Agent 100. You will be traveling to the planet Holden. You will be going with Agent 17 for the first month. They will help you with your tasks and explain what to do. Shortly after, you will be left to your own devices, but there will be a weekly report due, as well as a monthly checkup from a higher number until a year has passed." This was finally Erin's time to go outside. Unlike Layla, she wouldn't be posted at a military school. Her face was known, and she had an ability. "You will be heading to the planet Latrina with James Agent 15. Latrina? Planet Latrina wasn't just any place. It was the place that she and James had first met on, and also was where her watch was thrown off on the cliffside. "If I get the watch back, maybe I can contact the others again." A new ray of hope lit inside Erin. Episode 363, Eyes Everywhere. On planet Latrina, at the beautiful cliffside that overlooked the Blue River and shelter, a portal had opened up near the base of the cliff. Out from the portal came Erin first, and next after her was James. The two of them were wearing what everyday travelers would wear, which tended to be a mismatch of beast equipment. It would give people no reason to suspect them of carrying weapons, and at the same time not make them associated with any group. Erin was given a basic tier beast armor to cover her whole body. Most of it was in some beige-type color, and one could tell from a look it wasn't cut or crafted well, as if she had been given leftovers from someone's dead body. The more she started to think about it, the more it made her worry that it might have been leftovers from one of their dead agents. She couldn't help but stare at an oddly faint red marking that wouldn't go away no matter how much she rubbed at it. However, if she was to kill or defeat beasts while out on the field, she could use that to improve her equipment. Or each time she ranked up to a different number, she would also be given a hefty bonus in credits. As soon as the two stepped out of the portal, Erin started to look at the top of the cliff top. It was where they had last left, and where James had thrown her watch. "Do you mind if I go up there and check the view?" Erin asked. "It's been a long time since I've been out of that base." "Sure," James said. "I'll go with you." She was hoping James wouldn't have replied like that, but at least she was able to go to the cliff top. As she moved, she noticed James stayed a few feet behind her, and it never seemed to change. She slowed down, her pace going up, and he slowed down his. If she sped up hers, he sped up his as well. Due to her training at the base, it was apparent he was tracking her. The two of them had finally reached the top, and with him around it would be hard to look clearly through the grass to see if she could find the watch, but she slowed down her stride to have a look around. Her field of vision and her ability to spot things had gotten better. She hated to say it, but it was because of Pure. This was all part of their training, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see it at all. "I guess there was a chance it was taken away by one of those flying beasts in the end. Just my luck." As she looked over the cliff top and looked out at the beautiful view, she let out a big sigh. "James, are you always going to be following me this closely?" she asked. "I thought you would notice, and yes," he replied. "Do you not remember? It will be like this for a month. I need to bring you up to speed, and a lot of our agents try escaping in the first month, and let me tell you something, not one has succeeded." It seemed like there was no reason for James to say those last words, but he had probably already figured out why Erin had chosen to come up here, and was trying to give her a warning. James felt like Erin could go far in the organization if she could just cut her ties with the rest of the world and see the future ahead as the rest of them. But the one driving factor in Erin's mind that made her disagree with everything Pure had shown her was that she wanted to get stronger. And to be the strongest one could be, they needed abilities on top of everything else. In Pure's mind, there would be a world with no conflict, so there is no need for power. But Erin could never imagine that happening, even if powers were taken away. So she wanted to be the strongest she could be to protect everyone. The problem she felt with the world right now was the ones with the strongest powers did nothing, and there wasn't one person who was supreme over all the others. If there ever came the chance where one person would be stronger than all the others without question, and also did things the right way, then the world could change for the better. If she couldn't find that person, then she had to become that person. "So what exactly are our duties here again?" Aaron asked. It's quite simple for the most part. It's just to act like a normal traveler while gathering information and news. Keep up to date with what is going on this planet, James explained. You see, we have agents deployed on every shelter on every planet, as well as in other places. They all report back to the base. This allows them to get a big picture of what is going on and how things are moving. Even though we have fewer people than the military, our information gathering and our eyes are just as good. Sometimes when you have too many people in a charge, it gets harder to do things. You have people on every planet and shelter? Aaron said, shocked, knowing they also had agents in the military base. Well, there is one exception, and that's red portal planets. With no military presence there and at risk of losing our talented agents, we see no point to send anyone there, although you may get the very top single agents on those planets from time to time, since those are the only ones strong enough to survive in a place like that. The two started to head down from the cliff top towards the shelter. They would need to look for accommodation they could pay to stay while there and set up all of their equipment. Everything would be covered by Pure. It made Aaron wonder how they managed to get such money in the first place, to create a base and pay for all these operations. The only thing she could think of was what James had mentioned earlier. Maybe that's why she hardly ever saw the single high number digits around the base, apart from Agent 5. It seemed like 5 was always in charge of the base, because the others were never there, and as for number 1, the person is rumored to have a demon-tiered weapon. She had never seen him once since she joined. Once entering the shelter, it seemed easier than others to find accommodation and all sorts. The people who were running the place seemed to be happy that travelers had decided to stay. They were even given jobs on the spot to protect the shelter as a part of a shift duty once a week. When looking around, Aaron noticed there were quite a few travelers who seemed to be working as guards. It seemed a bit strange to have this many people protecting this one peaceful shelter. Technically, this planet was classified as a green planet. The highest level of beasts that would be seen here were intermediate tiers, so why so many guards? The two of them had entered a nice-sized apartment. It had a large living room that doubled up as a kitchen area, and then 2 separate rooms with a bathroom each. It was more cozy than her living quarters at a Pure base or the military base. The two of them, after unpacking their belongings, did the standard checks in the room. Sensors were set up by the door, secret cameras were placed in the corners of the room, and they too checked if there was anything wrong with the place. After everything was done, the two of them sat down at the table. "Okay, let's see how well you've done so far," James said. "What did you notice about the place?" "The place is really quiet, and all the people look happy. It's as if the shelter has never experienced an attack before. Yet for some reason, there's an absurd amount of guards all over the outside of the shelter. It's as if they're hiding something or protecting something." "Good," James replied. "When I first came here, I noticed the same thing too. So I decided to do a little digging. However, even for us, it was hard to find out who was funding everything. The only information we could get was the shelter was being privately financed. A shelter not protected by the Big Four or the families or by the military. There aren't many people in the world who would be rich or powerful enough to look after a single shelter like this, so that narrows our suspects down a little. But just like you, it does seem strange, and our task is to find out who and why they need to do this. My research tells me there's a dojo that was built not too long ago. There's a crazy young person. He's the only one that lives here. If anyone tries to get close, he tells them to go away. This will be our starting point." At the same time, in that very dojo, Leo was meditating in the main hall. He sat down on the floor, cross-legged with his eyes closed. The aches and urges in his body had gotten stronger, and he was trying his best to suppress them. He knew how to get rid of it instantly. The answer was to consume blood. But Leo was trying to look for a different answer. Quinn had told him that some vampires had managed to eventually wean off blood completely. That he had become addicted and was in the middle of the process of trying to be less reliant on blood. This gave Leo an idea. Perhaps there was a way of using his ki. He would be able to suppress hunger and stop his body from feeling what it was feeling. So far, every day, when getting such pains, using his ki seemed to work in suppressing it. However, if he used a blood skill, it would get harder the next day. It looked like if he wanted to use the blood powers, there was no way of avoiding consuming blood. But if he just wanted the other advantages, such as increased strength and speed, the suppression of ki was enough, so he wouldn't have to consume blood on a 2-day basis, as Quinn had first suggested. It was a good result. "Sir," the young man said, rushing in. Luckily, Leo had just finished meditating. Otherwise, the interruption would have made him start the whole process again. It wasn't a quick one, as it would take about an hour to make the hunger go away. "Oh, sorry," the young man said as he saw Leo sitting on the floor as he entered the room. "You know, you haven't been here that long and I'm not used to this. I'm used to having the whole place to myself, relaxing and—" "Please, what is it?" Leo said, interrupting him. "Oh, right. It's about those two people I said I saw a few months ago. Well, there's been reports that they're back." Leo thought about the watch he had found at the cliff top that was currently in his room. If it did belong to Aaron, he wondered what they were doing back here.
"Maybe I should go see what they're up to," Leo said.
Episode 364, I Smell Blood. Although the travelers and shelter officials didn't know who they worked for, they knew who to report to, and that was a young man who went by the name of Taz. He had been there since the shelter had started and was in charge of distributing the funds and assigning roles to everyone. Of course, as time went on, Taz was left with fewer things to do, as he delegated the roles and the shelter grew, but still, everyone in the shelter knew about Taz. It even left the others who were there from the start to claim this was all his doing, even though he insisted he wasn't the one supporting them at all. They still had a sneaky suspicion it might have been him, so they treated him like some mayor of the shelter. Because of this, it was easier for Taz to request specific items to get what he wanted. All information would eventually pass through his ears. A special request had been made to inform him of all new people entering and leaving the shelter, and he had been told immediately. After passing on the information to Leo, he wanted to start his search for the two. As he saw Leo leave again through the two big red doors, he began to remember how great that man was. "You do so much for everyone, and nobody knows it's even you. You still haven't changed since the day you saved my life on the battlefield. I will always be loyal to you." Taz was extremely loyal, because when he was just a young soldier, Leo saved his life once. If it weren't for him, he probably would have never got to come back home alive. He and Leo were both privates at the time, so when he heard he was going to become a sergeant, Taz thought it was well-deserved and wanted to help make his life more comfortable at any cost. As Leo began to walk outside, he didn't know where to go, only that they would be in the shelter. Although he could remember Erin's aura quite well since she used to be in his beast class and was one of the best students compared to the others. Surprisingly, though, it didn't take as long as Leo thought it would to find them. A little away from the dojo, just down one of the streets to the central plaza of the shelter, he could see two people walking his way, and one of them was Erin. The two continued to walk, but Leo made sure not to say anything. The moment she saw Leo, her heart started beating rapidly. On top of her not saying anything and doing her best to carry on, it all felt a little weird.
"Something's wrong, and I have a feeling it's to do with the person behind her," Leo thought.
The two of them didn't do anything, and Erin carried on walking as if she didn't know who Leo was. "What's he doing here?" she thought. "Shouldn't he still be at the military base? Has the school come here on an expedition? But the timelines don't add up. It doesn't make any sense." She started to think of why Leo could be here, but she had no clue. However, she did know he knew the others quite well enough to keep their secret since he also helped her escape from the military base in the first place. If he was able to help her back then, maybe there was a chance he could help him now. James was still following her, but from a distance away as he usually did, while Leo was doing well to keep up his act of slowly walking completely blind. One look at his eyes, and people could tell he wasn't faking. As the two of them passed each other, Erin whispered as quietly as she could, "I need your help. The man behind me is with Pure. They have agents on every corner," she quickly said. Even though the time they passed each other was short, she continued to whisper. Knowing that Leo's hearing was better than others, she hoped he could still hear her. "I don't know where to go. I can't go to the military base, but if you can get me somewhere safe, I can stay in hiding until everything settles down. Please help me if you can." She didn't know how much he had heard, and she felt guilty for asking for his help after he had done so much for her before. But as soon as she saw Leo, images of Layla and the others had popped into her head. It seemed like she missed them more than she had thought. Her pride would no longer get in her way like before. She would willingly take all the help she could get. What Layla didn't know was that Leo's hearing wasn't just good, it was excellent. The abilities of a vampire had significantly increased his senses,
and he had managed to hear everything. Still, he didn't fail to notice the direction the two were heading, the dojo. It was secluded from the rest of the shelter. Although people often walked down this route, now knowing what organization they belonged to, he had a feeling they might be looking into him. Continuing his journey into town, Leo started to think of the possibilities of how he could help Aaron. The two had finally arrived outside the dojo and were standing by the two large doors. "So what are we going to do now? You said the young guy never lets anyone in, right? And I don't think asking him who owns this place is going to work," Aaron said. James put his hand into a side bag that he had on with him his whole time. Aaron wondered why he had been carrying it. She also remembered she saw he had packed something she didn't like seeing being put in there. He then handed her a balaclava to place over her head while putting one on his own. "What are you doing?" she said, looking around. "You can't be serious." "Don't worry," James replied. "I have checked the place before for cameras. I've already snuck in beforehand. However, to be safe, this has always needed to be a two-person operation. The only person in there is the young man who people call Taz. He seemed to be well respected in this town, so no one must see us doing this. We will both go inside, and then I need you to stay on the lookout." "Wait," Aaron said, grabbing James's arm, which he quickly lifted to throw her hand off his. It was the first time the two of them had made physical contact since the base. "Aaron, don't," James said in a stern voice, as he took the balaclava out of her hands and forced it on top of his head for her. This was a reminder that James wasn't a good person. When they had first met, he had been rough, but in the base and now recently, he had been a little nicer, which made Aaron forget about the past. But now she remembered he was a high-ranking member of Pure. All the training that people went through, he had no problem watching people suffer. "Just tell me what you're going to do, what I think you're going to do. You said to me we would just act like normal travelers and gather information. Why has this become so important?" "It's a request," James replied. "From above, I don't know why, but after I reported to them the location of the dojo and where it was built, they wanted us to find out who was behind it all, and we're doing it now. No one will know it was us, and after this is done, we can go on pretending to be travelers." After saying that, James swiftly jumped and started to scale up the wall. He was done explaining, and she had no choice but to follow. After scaling the wall, it seemed like James had already known the young man's daily routine and the most likely places he would be. At this time, he would be cleaning the main dojo hall. From the top of the wall, they could see the place was quite large. There was the wall they were on, which was square. It had a path that allowed one to walk all the way around, and then there was the center dojo, as well as other buildings behind it off to the side. The flooring was white, as if made of some type of pebbles. It was a strange thing to have such flooring, since it indeed would have made too much noise. While looking at it, Aaron started to think, "Wait, didn't Leo come from this direction? Don't tell me this place belongs to Leo." After asking for his help and what the two of them were planning to do, she didn't know whether Leo would help her after this. James leaped from the building wall, nearly covered the whole distance, and made it to the center. As he landed, he signaled Aaron to follow after. "Huh? Did I hear something from outside?" Taz thought as he got his towel off the floor. It was cleaning duty for him today, and he wanted to make the place spotless for Leo when he came back. Even if he couldn't see his hard work, he knew he would appreciate it. Just as he was about to check it out, the sliding doors opened, and a man wearing a balaclava came running out to him. The door was swiftly shut from behind, and Aaron stood outside as the watchguard. The man's hand was firmly over Taz's mouth, and he had already swiftly cuffed his two hands behind his back. All the actions had only taken a few seconds. "Now, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I want you to answer them honestly. Otherwise—" From his side bag from earlier, James had brought out a toolbox full of different sharp objects. "Who has been funding the shelter? I know you are Taz. You're the only person who would know everything going on here, and my guess is they have something to do with this place. You were nothing but a private when you left the military. There is no way you could afford to live in a place like this or get a position here, so tell me now." Removing his hand from Taz's mouth, James had thought that that would be enough. Just the threat was often enough for people to give in. In reality, torture didn't work. People were scared beings, and they would just tell you what you wanted to hear, hoping to let you go. But all he wanted was a name. "Go to hell," Taz said with a smile as he spat in James's face. "Wrong answer." While Aaron stood outside waiting, she was extremely worried. She was meant to be on the lookout to see if anyone was coming, but her mind was elsewhere. Because right now, all she could hear were the muffled screams and the shouts of the man behind her. When she saw the toolbox and what James had said before, she knew something was up. "Should I stop it?" "But he's too strong. I'm still weak," Erin said, as tears ran down her face, and how she was doing this to the person who had helped her before. A few minutes had passed, and the muffled noises had continued. Then finally, Erin couldn't take it anymore and fell to her knees. At the same time, when she looked in front of her, the red doors had opened, and Leo walked in. It looked like her guess was right. However, a look she had never seen before was on his face. "I'm sorry," Erin said with tears rolling down her. "I smell blood," Leo said. Episode 365, Blood Sword. After Leo had gone past Erin and the mystery man, he wanted to give enough time for them to do what they wanted to do. He had no business with Pure, or at least he thought he had no business with Pure. So he gathered that perhaps they were just curious about the newly built dojo, or who was running the shelter. Maybe they were even going to Taz to try to recruit him over to the Pure side. Still, just in case, Leo decided he would circle and come from a different direction and would do some spying of his own. Doing a short wraparound in a circle back to his place wouldn't take long. But when he started to walk from the other side, a sweet smell had entered his nose, a scent so strong that it felt like a strongly scented flower was placed right in front of his nose. He had never smelt such a thing before. Then the pains in his stomach had returned. These were enough clues for him to figure out what it was. It was blood. He immediately started to dash forward, and the smell had grown stronger as he got closer. When he stood in front of the red doors, he instantly knew where it was coming from. He didn't even need to use his ability to see, as the strong smell was leading him all the way there. As he quickly kicked open the doors, he heard Erin crying but didn't care for that right now. Erin suddenly saw Leo in front of her through her watery eyes. Then the next it felt like a gust of wind had passed her face as her hair flicked back. When she looked in front, no one was there. From outside, Erin had heard a loud crash that sounded like an explosion had gone off, and then shortly after, there was another one. Turning her head, all she could see was a large hole had been made in the dojo, and further down the line, dust and debris could be seen from the outer wall. When Leo entered the dojo, he was focused on one thing only, not even allowing a single millisecond to pass. Leo didn't draw the sword from his scabbard, and just hit the large man in front of him with his full strength. Quickly rushing into the dojo room, Erin could see Leo standing above a man who lay there on the floor. His teeth were missing, his fingernails were bloody, and one of his ears had been cut off. The man slowly opened his swollen eyes to see Leo standing above him. "Sir," Taz said in a shaky voice. His mouth and lips were busted and swollen, making it hard for him to speak. He went to try to grab onto Leo to pull himself up, but then realizing his hands were covered in blood, he refused to ruin Leo's clothes. He quickly pulled his hand away and tried to push himself off the floor, but it was useless. "I promise," Taz stuttered. "I did not tell them anything." With that, Taz had finally collapsed onto the floor. "Erin!" Leo shouted. "Take this man to the medical center, quickly!" Leo then drew his blade from his sheath. The wave-like pattern shined in the sunlight. "You wanted me to help you, correct? Then I will get rid of the problem." Erin was frozen for a second. She didn't know what to do, and never thought things would escalate so quickly. "If it's a choice to either believe Leo or Pure," she thought as she clenched her fist, "then I believe in you, Leo," she shouted as she quickly picked up Taz from the ground with all her strength and ran out of the place. "Now the distraction is out of the way, I can deal with you," Leo said. There were two reasons Leo had asked for Erin to leave with Taz. The first was even though Taz looked severely injured and was passed out, he still wasn't dead, as a heartbeat could still be heard. The second reason was that it took a lot of energy to fight the urge he had inside him. Something was pulling him towards Taz's body, and it wasn't his usual self. Leo hated not being in control, and would have to consider this in the future if he would go for a prolonged amount of time without blood. James started to lift himself from the debris. Part of the dojo wall and the outer wall had fallen on him. It was a strong blow, and it felt like a cannonball had come out and hit him from his side, but his strong king-tier leveled armor had protected him well, as there wasn't a mark on him. "Who the hell are you?" James said as he started to lift the sword from his back, but he could see a broad line of blue aura coming out towards him. Quickly, using all of his strength, he channeled it, lifting out his sword and managing to knock the strike away. Soon after, more started to come his way, and James needed to concentrate, using every bit of his power in knocking them away. "Isn't this... But how does he know?" James thought. He knew blocking them wasn't going to be enough, and he would have to strike back. Stepping to the side and running along the edge, he decided to block some and allow his opponent to hit him. He had strong armor so he could rely on it and go on like this for some time. But then, one of the strikes had hit him in the chest. Once again, the force from the blow had sent him back, crashing into a wall. Looking down at his chest, a large dent could be seen. Something that had never happened before. His king-tier armor had been damaged. "Who is this guy? He is almost using that..." James had made a miscalculation. He was unaware that Leo had attacked him with the first attack while the blade was still in its scabbard. Now that it was out, it was a lot sharper than before. "If I were to meet his sword head-on, I would be dead right now." With nothing else to lose, he had no choice. The airblade strikes continued to come forward. Instead of blocking them, he started to charge up the energy inside him. Of course, through Leo's ability, he could see everything that was happening inside James's body. The energy was rising from his belly and was being transferred from the sword to the sword. Then when James went for a swing of his own, a blade of blue aura, a bit larger, had come out and had utterly destroyed all of his. As he left the dojo, a strange feeling overcame Leo. It was the first time James saw his attacker. "That's the blind man from before. Is he the attacker?" "Tell me," Leo shouted. "Tell me now. How do you know how to use ki?" The words spoken by the blind man had only confirmed James's thoughts. He had been using ki this whole time. This was a skill that was taught to all the agents that went from rank 6 to 20. A secret that was not to be passed on, and at the same time, a reward for those who were trusted enough. But this blind man in front of him, James had never seen before. Instead of answering his questions, James decided to respond with another large slash of his own. The ki attack was more powerful than Leo's, due to the extra support from his weapon. His weapon was larger and more focused on power, while Leo focused on speed and sharpness. Against well-armored beasts, he would find it difficult, whereas Leo would have an easier time. But Leo was a little unprepared since he had none of his gear on. He had never expected an attack this soon while at home, and had only his blade with him. Seeing the large slash coming towards him, Leo didn't want to run away. The sight of Taz was still fresh in his mind. He placed his sword back in his sheath and started to concentrate his ki. But not only this, he was adding something a little special to this attack this time. As the attack drew close, he still hadn't moved. James was carefully keeping his eye on the blind man, waiting for him to move or throw his next attack, knowing he needed to keep his distance. Just as the large ki strike was upon him, Leo unleashed his sword from his sheath at an amazing speed, and a ki attack of his own came out. Still the same size as the previous ones, only this one was different. It was dyed in a red blood color. As soon as it touched the large ki source, it destroyed the attack, but something unexpected happened after. When James tried to dodge the ki attack, he could see nothing. Then slowly, his vision started to slant until he could finally see the floor. Blood began to soak the floor where he stood as his body was cut in half. The blood slash was more powerful and faster than Leo had thought. Like a lightning bolt, as soon as it left its sheath, it had killed James. Episode 366, Master's Revenge. The attack itself seemed to have been far stronger than Leo had anticipated. While practicing the blood slash before, he had never performed it as a quick slash while enforcing his ki, and this was the result. The original plan was just to create a force that was equal to James's attack. He would run and follow close behind and have cut him personally down with his katana blade. I didn't want to kill him. There were questions to ask and answers I still needed, Leo thought as he walked over to the body. There was still hope that there might have been something on him that would be of use. On his way there, he noticed the white pebble flooring had a huge grove that had been created all along the floor. He still didn't know his power and had a lot to learn. However, something else was happening. As he got closer to the blood and the torn body, the pain in his body was increasing exponentially. The fight had taken quite a bit of ki out of him, and he had performed a blood attack. Right now, he didn't have enough ki to suppress his hunger. The veins on his arms started to bulge out. He could see the purple flames in his body rapidly going into the center of his body. Now the body was only a few feet away, but he could feel his consciousness slipping. Is this what Quinn warned me about? If I don't consume blood, I'll turn into a monster. I just need to make it. Aaron had successfully brought Taz to the nearby medical center. There were travelers there who had healing abilities and doctors, so they were equipped more than enough. Due to there not being many cases of people getting hurt, she was able to see someone straight away. The staff immediately knew who it was when they saw Taz on her back and didn't ask for payment of any type, directly getting to work. After a few moments, a staff member had come out to inform Aaron that he would be okay. Although the wounds on his body looked terrible and he had lost quite a bit of blood, his life was actually in no immediate danger. A good overnight's rest would be enough. As I would expect from a pure agent, Aaron thought. The torture had gone on longer than a normal case would have gone for, especially for someone who wasn't trained against this type of thing. James wouldn't kill his biggest lead and continue to chip away until he got his answer. After hearing Taz was okay, she was happy to leave him be and started heading back to the dojo as fast as possible. I know Leo's strong, but the number 6 to number 20 are on a different level, and he had his king tier beast gear on. If I'm right, I don't remember seeing Leo wearing any protective gear. I hope Leo can hold on. I won't be much help, but maybe with the two of us we can take him on together. The red doors were up ahead, and she was too focused to even notice that there wasn't a single sound. As she walked in through the doors, finally she noticed that she couldn't hear anything, at least not the sound of fighting. Looking at the destruction and devastation, several pebbles were moved, and large cuts could be seen all over the different buildings. It looked like a fight between two strong beasts had taken place here, not two humans. Then, following one of the bigger cuts with her eyes across the floor, it eventually led her to the wall just by her side. There she could see Leo's back standing in front of James's body that had been split diagonally in half. He killed him! But how? I know Leo was strong due to the rumors surrounding him during the war, but I never knew he was this strong. She started to inspect the bloody body closely. By now she had seen a few dead bodies, and the training video that Pure had made them watch had allowed her to become desensitized to such a sight. She could see that a cut had been made so clean that it was able to tear right through the armor. Still, I don't understand. I'm sure I checked his weapon, and it was only at the king tier? A king tier weapon and armor should mostly be even unless there is a huge amount of difference in strength. It can't be at the legendary level, can it? She then realized that James, the agent who was tasked with looking after her, was dead. She also realized that she had bigger things to worry about than whether or not Leo's weapon was legendary or king tier. Are you okay? She asked. At that moment, Leo turned around, and seeing his face, she took 2 steps back. Don't be scared, it's me, Leo said, sensing the change in her heartbeat. Your mouth, she pointed. Around Leo's mouth, there was the blood of his victim painted all over. As Leo went to wipe it away with his sleeve, he only managed to smudge it more. Sorry, when one cannot see clearly, sometimes it gets a little messy. Hearing this, something just clicked inside her head. The thing around Leo's mouth had to be blood, and after leaving the base, she had thought about them many times with Quinn along with Peter's situation. Leo, are you a vampire? She asked. A little surprised himself that Aaron had said these words, but not entirely since she used to belong to Quinn's little group. A lot has happened, young lady, in the time you were away. Care to lend a hand? Leo said, pointing at James's body on the floor. The two of them got to work, with Aaron first closing the doors to the dojo. Shortly after, she went inside to grab some large bin bags. When she returned, she noticed that Leo, using his blade, was able to cut through James with ease, and had made his body almost unrecognizable, as it looked a little similar to minced meat. Although she was desensitized to such scenes due to the countless videos she had watched, the videos couldn't correctly emulate everything, such as the smell and the feeling. It was starting to hit her a little as she felt nauseous. After placing the body in a few bags, they went to an old-fashioned blacksmithing area inside the dojo's grounds. It was quite large, and the weapons that Leo had before were now placed here. The body parts were then thrown into the hot furnace until they burned to ashes. What happens if people find out? Aren't you going to get in trouble for this? Aaron asked, looking at the flames and smelling the body. "From who? I own this place. Unless I report myself or lock myself up, nothing will happen. You don't have to worry about a thing." The two of them left the furnace to allow it to carry on burning while heading back to the main dojo hall. It didn't look the same as before, and there were still traces of Taz's blood and a large hole in the side from when James was hit. Grabbing a few towels and such, Aaron started to clean up a little while also cleaning up the remaining blood on Leo's face. She had offered, and Leo had accepted. He could see wireframes using his ability, but he couldn't see specific details. "You're quite good at this," Leo said as he sat down on the floor. "My parents used to own a dojo like this a while ago. It brought back some memories for me," Aaron replied as she sat down opposite. While the two of them were cleaning up, Leo had explained to her what had happened. He gathered that she already knew Quinn's truth from what she had asked, so it was safe to tell her. After that, Aaron had a few questions she wanted to ask. "Do you know what happened to Layla?" Aaron asked. "While I was still at the base, she was still there. I didn't even know she was a part of Pure. I don't believe anything will have happened to her in such a short amount of time." It was a relief for Aaron to hear that, but still, she couldn't be completely satisfied with that answer. "Thank you for looking after Taz, but I'm afraid I went a little too far in my scuffle and killed your friend." "He's not my friend," Aaron replied instantly, "but I do think we have a bigger problem. Pure members are to report back to the base every week. Every agent has a different device they use to report back. I don't know about James. Perhaps he was even meant to report back even more. They might send someone else here looking for me." "About that, do you know anything about James's power or the skills he used?" Leo asked. "Power? I'm not quite sure what you mean. He never really displayed his full power in front of us. None of the higher number do. Although, what I do know is once you reach the ranks of 20 and above, they get sent off for some special type of training." "Is he with Pure?" Leo thought. "Maybe that's why they were so interested in the dojo I built. I did so to bring attention, and it looked like it worked, but why not come himself then? Why go so far? Do you still hold a grudge against me for what happened on that day, Master?" Episode 367, Off Again. Leo was trying to think hard about the best course of action for the future, not just for him, but for Aaron and more for the people in the shelter. He didn't want to cause them any trouble or alarm. They deserved a peaceful life, but at the same time, he needed to do something. "Maybe it's best if we both leave this place," Leo said. "After what happened, they will be after me as well. I don't want to put the lives of people living here in danger." "But where would we go? They have people at every shelter, and I can't go back to the military base. Also, what if they send someone here again and go after Taz?" Aaron asked, hoping he would have an answer. "If my hunch is right, I know someone at Pure very well. I'll have Taz crush the dojo and put someone else in charge. He's not interested in the people here. He's interested in me." At this point, Aaron was a little lost. She had no clue what Leo was talking about, but just knew right now he was her only hope. "As for your second problem, follow me," Leo said. Before leaving the dojo, Leo went to access something in the room's corner. After entering a code, a small door opened, and he grabbed an object from it. Then, using another device, a digital screen appeared with a sound wave. As Leo spoke, the sound wave would move. After listening to what Leo was saying, she realized it was a digital message left for Taz. "Our time together has been great, but I'm afraid it has come to an end because the goal and person I have been looking for is in sight. I'm sorry for what happened to you today. I believe I am to blame for this. With this, I will give you your final and last task. 2 gold credit cards have been left behind. I would like you to select a person who you think will do well in looking after the city, someone you trust. I believe you are better than anyone to decide this. Pass the card on to him. When I can, I will apply for funds and continue to support this shelter. As for the second gold card, that is for yours to use. There should be enough money for you to last a lifetime as long as you don't go and squander it. There is no need for you to risk your life to put food on the table. Enjoy it. When I leave, have the dojo and all the equipment in it destroyed. And stay as far away from me as possible and cut the connection with people you know here as well." The two of them left the dojo and went outside to another building located in the same large square that Leo owned. It wasn't as big as the main hall they had just left, but was the second biggest in the whole square area. Before entering the room, in his hand, Leo grabbed Aaron's and placed the object that he had taken out of the safe. I believe this belongs to you, Leo said. My watch! This means I can finally get in contact with the others, she said with joy on her face, but now was not the right time to do so. The two of them entered the room, and it wasn't too big. It was a bit cramped, but what did surprise her, it was almost a replica of the portal room that the military base had. Several different portals led to other places. I bought most of these on the black market, but every portal here should belong to a green planet or an orange portal planet. I would often use these before joining the military to go out on solo hunts. Then, with the beast's crystals, I would sell them to fund the shelter. At first, Erin thought that maybe one of these portals would be her way out of here, but after hearing Leo specifically say that they were only orange portals and green portals, she got disheartened once again. As long as there was a military presence on one of these planets, there would be a member of Pure hidden around somewhere. This is only a temporary measure for now while we get our bearings. I believe what Quinn has given me is a gift, Leo said, clenching his fist. I've never felt stronger than before, but I still need time to train myself and my skills. If you wish, I will train you too. If you want to see your friends again, I suggest you take me up on my offer. Once the two of us are strong enough, we will come back, and Pure will fear us. Going to one of the teleporters, Leo pulled it from the side and into the center of the room. Then, once activated, the small waves in the air could be seen. However, the color that Erin was expecting didn't appear. It was a portal in red. What? How did you get this? Erin said. Isn't it dangerous? Wouldn't this be worse than running from Pure? This portal used to be an orange portal planet. You don't know this, but the students were sent here on an expedition. The highest tier beast on this planet is advanced tier beasts. It turns out that there were many advanced tier beasts. It was enough for the military to decide to abandon it and classify it as a red portal planet. I'm confident that if there are only advanced tier beasts, we should be able to avoid trouble. There may be the odd king tier beast here or there, but it was clear that there aren't many. This will be the perfect place for us both to train. Although Leo didn't mention it, he had one more worry. It was unlikely they would meet. She thought about it, but in the end it was the only option they had. They could carry on running in disguise from shelter to shelter, being chased, never having a place to settle. Or she could take a risk, grow stronger with Leo, and no longer have to be afraid of hiding. 1 year, Erin said. I want to meet up with the others when they leave school. I want to be strong enough to no longer have to worry about True Dream or Pure. If you can do these things, then I will come with you. Erin took Leo's hand, and the two of them slowly started to walk through the portal together. On the muddy ground, inside a hot jungle where the trees were so tall, as if touching the sky, and the tree trunks were as thick as houses. Little ripples of waves suddenly formed in the air, and shortly after, sparks of electricity came out of nowhere. A portal had soon shot open, and out of it came both Erin and Leo, stumbling and placing their hands on the ground, trying to balance themselves. Ah, we're here, Erin said, wondering what the place looked like, but when she lifted her head, she was greeted with a sharp, pointy spear. Intruders! We have 2 people who have come through a portal, the man holding the spear said. When they looked around, both Leo and Erin noticed that they were surrounded by about 30 people, and they had their beast weapons in their hands, ready to engage in a fight. I thought you said this was a red portal planet, Erin whispered. There shouldn't be people here, right? There used to be a shelter here, Leo replied, but I thought they had abandoned it, or at least the military did. Up high on one of the trees, there was a wooden house on one of the platforms, built bigger than any other. Inside, a young man came rushing into the main room. Arthur! Arthur! The young boy shouted. There are 2 people who came through a portal together. What should we do? Arthur stood up from the comfy chair he was in and started walking outside to the entrance. I know. I can smell him. He's one of mine. Episode 368, Using the Teleporter. A rare expression could be seen on a student's face today, one who rarely did ever show his emotions, but he was over the moon. Why? Because the long-awaited project that he had been working on for the whole year now was finally complete. Logan sat down in his chair, looking at the green screen. A 9-digit sequence of numbers was shown, and it meant he had finally cracked the code. If he wanted to right now, he could open up the oddly shaped square teleporter, input the code, and it would take him to the destination on the other side. So this was created by Richard Eno? I wonder where you lead, Logan thought. Truthfully, right now, more than anything, he just wanted to jump into the teleporter, but there were a few things that needed to be done before that happened. The first thing, he couldn't just leave in the middle of the school term. Summer would be coming soon, and that would be his best chance to travel to an unknown place. While the second was a question of how to get back. The military didn't sell teleporters that came back to the base, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem for Logan. He could always travel to the unknown planet, and if there was a teleporter leading there, they should be one leading elsewhere, and then eventually they could update the school on their location before coming back. All students were in some way required to notify them of where they were towards the end of their summer. In most cases, students would be asked to all meet up in a particular area. Thankfully, Logan was a VIP student, so he had special privileges which would allow them to come and collect him from wherever he was. Suddenly, the sound of Logan's door was heard being slammed wide open. There was no knock, no nothing, and it truthfully startled him. "Don't touch that teleporter!" Quinn shouted, imagining in his head that Logan had already gone in. A few moments ago, when Logan returned to his room, he had seen the green screen, and as promised, he had sent a message to Quinn. Quinn tried his best to make his way there as fast as possible, afraid that perhaps Logan would be too tempted to do some type of test. What if he's already gone in? What if it all goes wrong? Maybe I should have told him where it led to. He might have even accidentally connected them to us. But in the end, it was all in his head, and Logan was peacefully in his chair. "Quinn, can you please not do that? What if I was working on something important and you jolted me? You're lucky I was alone in my thoughts," Logan replied, but the two sides of his mouth suddenly rose once again to show a creepy smile. "Is that a smile?" Quinn asked. When he looked at him, it looked more like a creepy doll smiling, where its teeth weren't showing. The two of them sat down and talked, and Logan explained to Quinn how he thought it would be best to use the teleporter in the summer. This was it for Quinn. He had been trying his best to figure out how to stop Logan from using it, but in the end, the only thing he could do was tell the truth. "Logan, I don't think it's a good idea to use the teleporter, and before you ask why, it's because I know where it goes. When Fex was here, he spotted it in an instant, and he gave me a warning. These square-shaped teleporters, they're all linked back to where the vampires' homes are." Logan remained silent. The smile on his face wasn't present anymore, and he placed his hand on his chin. It was his thinking pose, and Quinn knew not to interrupt while Logan was thinking. "Isn't this a good thing, then?" Logan replied with a surprising answer. "I mean, now we have a way to save Peter, right?" "What are you saying, Logan?" Quinn replied. "Look, I want to save Peter as well, but I think for once you're letting your emotions get the better of you. Why didn't you try to save him in the dungeon in the first place? It was because we had no information on the school dungeon, and it was risky. The place where the vampires live, we know absolutely nothing at all. Say we were able to get there and sneak in. Then what would you do about your smell? Vampires and humans have a distinctive smell from each other, and it seems to go even beyond that. I know you want to help Peter, and I do too, but not now." "Correct, Quinn. Not now, which was why I was suggesting in the summer," Logan explained. "Your growth in strength so far has been rapid. Don't think I haven't noticed. I made some rough calculations in my mind, and I have never seen anything like it before. Eventually the vampires will come after us, right? But we have no clue when, and we have no clue where, yet they know about you and you don't know about them. This is the chance for us to gather the information needed. What's one vampire among—" For a moment, Logan stopped there, realizing he had no clue how many vampires they were. "My point is, sometimes the best hiding place is one right under their noses. Between now and then, do whatever you can to get stronger, because I'm telling you, Quinn, I've made up my mind. I'm going. This isn't just about Peter. Of course I feel like I failed him many times and want to help him, but this also goes down to my research. This is my whole life, not just mine, but my family as well." "Logan!" Quinn shouted, but could see when looking at him, his expression was one of determination. He was going to go through that teleporter no matter what. "Logan, I'll think about it." "Will you tell the others?" Logan asked. "Did you guys tell me when they came to get Peter? Honestly, this matter doesn't involve them," Quinn replied. "I would disagree with you, Quinn. Your shadow ability is a trait that only vampires can use, correct? The second Vorden declared that his family was protecting that ability. His whole family is now involved, whether you like it or not. Peter, he was changed and became a vampire of some sort because of you, and now Layla is the same. They have nowhere to go now and no one to rely on but you. The only person that still isn't directly involved in this mess is me, but I am volunteering and choosing to go. You don't have to make up your mind now, but I think I already know what your answer in the summer will be. So Quinn, get stronger. Get as strong as you can, and if there's any way I can help, let me know." "Damn it, can he read my mind or something?" Quinn had already decided. Too many of the people around him were leaving because of him. If Logan was to go to the vampire world, he would do anything he could to protect him. He didn't want another one of those who were close to him to disappear. "Oh, before you go, about that scent thing," Logan said. "I was wondering, after the trick Fex pulled to disguise the smell and trick them into thinking Peter was you, I was wondering if maybe there was some way to replicate it. All I need is a bit of your blood." "Well, this is a change. Usually I'm the one asking other people for blood, but here's Logan asking for mine." "Sure, go ahead," Quinn replied. After taking some of Quinn's blood, it was stored away in what looked like a specialized fridge. The computer screen started to do its thing, and it was analyzing the contents inside it. While watching everything Logan was doing made Quinn think. "I remember you did quite well in the crafting tournament. If I gave you some advanced crystals, do you think you could make me a pair of new gauntlets?" Once again, Logan placed his hand on his chin as he thought. "The problem isn't making them. I can pretty much make anything since I can just look for a standard blueprint online. The problem is I'm not a forger. Although I would say I'm better than the average forger, I also don't come close to those at the top. Not once could I create an active skill to go with a weapon I created." Is it what Leo was talking about? How the top forgers, without even realizing it, are implementing a part of their key while making the weapon? "Do you know anyone who can?" Quinn asked. "Sadly, I do not." If he allowed Logan to make the gauntlets for him, he thought it would just be a waste in the end, but he could always use it as a last resort. Then, while in the middle of thinking, Quinn started to think about his boots. "Shadow equip." The shadow surrounding his legs and his boots suddenly appear around his 2 feet. These were the only items that he owned that had the active skill Windwalk. "Inspect." Using his inspect skill, the basic information about the stat points, the active skill, and finally the name of the creator appeared. "I think I have a way to find a good forger," Quinn said. Episode 369, Not Enough Credits. The advanced crystals that were gifted to Quinn couldn't be used to get any of the items from his system shop. Usually the items that came from the system shop were better quality and more powerful than the ones he could find online. The only downside was that many of the items required specific crystals for them to be created. An example of this was the intermediate crystal Quinn owned, which could now be used to create 2 short swords for Vorden. Although he didn't quite have the funds to make it for now, as it still required him to purchase 2 more intermediate crystals. He was already low on funds, and didn't know how much a forger would charge him to create the advanced weapon. This all put him in the situation he was in now. He had no choice but to head off in search of a forger. On the weekend, the school would set up a market stall inside one of the school's gyms. Here, students were able to sell items they didn't need or items that they had made. This included beast equipment. It was a good place for the forging students and the rich kids to sell their old equipment they didn't need. There would also be a few beast crystals there, but very rarely, most of the time, beast crystals would be sold on the online marketplace because they already had a value attached to them. The reason why forging students didn't do the same was because they were beginners. If a forger didn't belong to a faction or a good family, it meant they had no reputation. Next, no one would buy their equipment online, only being able to view it through a computer screen. At least in the stall, the other students could test it out a few times or feel the quality of the item. But looking for items in the marketplace wasn't a problem for Quinn, since he had his inspection skill. It would show him the stats of each item, and he could find the best one. This was what he had planned to do today. He had entered the gym, and it seemed a little busier than he was expecting. As he heard the voices of people talking, he soon realized why. Equipment here was sold at a far lower price than on the online market, and you could haggle for prices. "I hate haggling," Quinn thought, realizing that he would now have to go into one of these situations. He quickly stood at the entrance and used his inspection skill, bringing up the stats of as many items as possible. Next, he would filter it down to those with an active skill and finally, the best quality ones of the lot. "I found you," Quinn said as he walked over to one of the stalls. It was one of the quieter ones, and while using his inspection skill, he realized why. The booth was selling only basic tier equipment. It might have done well during the start of the year, but now towards the end, most students were looking for at least intermediate level gear. Inspect. Basic tier spiked boar spear. Strength +2. Active skill. Barbed spear. When active, several quills of spikes will appear from the head as well as the body of the spear. These quills are just as sharp and do as much damage as the end of the spear. Creator, Alex Way. Excuse me, Quinn said. Did you make all of these? Pointing to the spears off to the side. Oh, a customer. The man behind the counter sprung up to live. That's made by one of the top forgers in the school. It's really good quality and even has an active skill. It's going for the great price of 239 credits, but for you, I can do it for 229 credits. Yeah, it's great. Quinn laughed nervously, not knowing how to deal with the pushy student. Do you know why he only creates basic tier weapons? Do you not have anything at the higher level? Quinn asked. Unfortunately, Alex's background is not a mighty one. After all, how can you create higher tier equipment if you can't afford the materials? Anyway, about that spear, are you happy to go ahead and take your order? As soon as the student said this, he had already lifted the spear and then started to set the transaction on his watch. No, Thank you for your purchase. Have a nice day, the student said with a smile, and Quinn walked away with a basic tier spear in his hand. Why couldn't I just say no? After being practically forced to buy the spear from the merchant, he was told by the student that none of the forgers sell the equipment themselves. They pass it on to them, who get a commission from each sale. This allows them to practice their negotiation skills in the future. If they wanted to become a merchant or an advisor for a big faction in the future, it would be good to have some practice. However, he did get information about where the forger known as Alex would be at this time and day. His search had led him to the forging club, which was a separate room located on the bottom floor at the back of the school. To enter it, though, one would have to go outside and enter through the back. To the side of the forger club, there were several rooms. Each had smoke coming out from the top. These were forging rooms that students were able to practice in or on the weekend if they wanted to use them, rent out for a certain amount of credits. The student had informed Quinn that Alex was always busy working hard. With each credit he earned, he would use it to buy more supplies and start working on more items. At first, it was great for his business, but now they had an overstock of weapons, and no one was buying. But Alex was a little stubborn when it came to listening to his business partner. Just by looking at the outside of the rooms, one wouldn't tell who was in it. But it didn't matter for Quinn, because his inspection skill was at level 3 and had improved greatly, allowing him to slightly see past the walls of the rooms, and he had finally found his target. There was a thick iron door at the entrance. At first, Quinn gave it a knock, but there was no answer. From inside, the sound of clanging could be heard, so it was expected that the knock might not have been heard. Still, not wanting to waste any more time, Quinn used his brute force to barge open the door with his shoulder. As soon as he did, a gust of heat directly hit him in the face. It was so hot, it was causing him to feel slightly faint, and he was already feeling that way due to the sun. Darn it! What idiot would open the door in the middle of someone forging a weapon? Alex shouted as he threw down his metal hammer on the floor and lifted the goggles off his face. He quickly went to the furnace to turn it off, trying to save all the energy he could. Great, he said, looking at his weapon that was half done. It's ruined. Alex was quite a skinny lad for a forger. Usually they would be quite large and muscular in size due to all the hammering and lifting of metals they did all day. But on a closer look, Alex did indeed have muscles, even if he did have a small frame. He was still tall, though, and it seemed as if he just ate a bit more he would have been in great shape. He had short blonde hair that was styled up a little, and all over his body he was sweating. His clothes looked like he had gone for a swim, and Quinn just couldn't imagine how long he had been in here with this heat to look like that. Alex walked up to the student he had never seen before and held out his wrist, showing his watch. Quinn could see it had the number 3 displayed, showing his power level, but didn't know what Alex was trying to do. Come on, pay me. Pay me for the materials that you just ruined. Quinn looked completely confused, and he had just opened the door. What was Alex talking about? Well, no wonder you opened the door without thinking. You changed the temperature of the room, which destroys the whole crafting process. Again, Quinn was equally confused, but he was no forger. He had seen Logan make a few items before, and he had never complained about temperature, although thinking back, Logan's methods also seemed unconventional compared to normal forgers. Perhaps all this talk of heat was what allowed Alex to make the perfect weapon. "Sorry," Quinn said, not wanting to get off on the wrong foot, and decided to pay a total of 300 credits for the materials used as well as Alex's time. "Well, at least you know you've committed a mistake," Alex said as he looked down and noticed the spear in his hand. He then started to walk away and was about to clear up his work table to prepare the next batch. "No refunds." "Huh?" "I said no refunds," Alex replied. "That spear, if you want a refund, go talk to Joe at the stall about it. It's none of my business." "No, you got it all wrong. This I was kind of forced into buying it. I noticed the quality when seeing it at the stall. It's great, and I was hoping you could do something similar. I heard you have problems finding materials for creating weapons." Quinn then took out the 3 advanced tier crystals and placed them on Alex's worktop. "I want you to make me a new weapon." At a glance, Alex could tell straight away that the crystals were at an advanced level. He had never worked with this high quality of crystal before, and had at most worked at the intermediate level. Although the process with such things would be the same, the higher crystal, the more time would be needed. "Sure, I can do that for you. There are 3 crystals here, right? So that will cost you 30,000 credits. As Quinn looked at his money remaining, he realized he only had 4,400 credits to his name. How the hell am I going to come up with that amount of money? Just outside the school, a slim female body stood outside the gate. She looked up and saw that the building looked identical to the one she was at herself not too long ago, but this one was different. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought she would be coming back here again, and not so soon. The wind blew her hair, and she quickly grabbed her round hat that covered most of her face. "I'm coming for you." Episode 370, Partners. The number rang in his head multiple times. 30,000 coins. It was a figure he had never achieved in his life before, and he was wondering why it was so expensive. An advanced crystal was usually sold in the market for around 10,000 credits. Usually, the fee of creating something using the crystal would then cost around the same. "If you don't mind me asking, why is the price so high?" "I thought you were some spoiled rich snob with the way you placed those 3 advanced crystals out on the table like that," Alex replied. "Look, I'm not cheating you. You probably thought that similar to the basic tier and the intermediate tier crystals. The cost to work on these would be roughly the same as the cost of the crystals. But the advanced tier crystal takes an incredible amount of time in comparison. Not only that, but you want me to make one weapon using all 3. Some weapons and pieces of armor only need 1. The second reason is the metals I'll be mixing in with the beast crystal. I will have to purchase them myself, and while you can get away with putting cheap metals and mixing them in, it will only make the weapon's durability low. With basic tier weapons and intermediate tier, you don't have to worry so much. But with these beautiful things," Alex said, looking at the crystals closely. His eyes were almost touching them. They need better treatment." From the way Alex talked about the crafting method and the way he looked at the crystals, he could tell that this person was a true forger who loved his craft. He was the right person for the job. The only problem was, how would Quinn come up with 30,000 credits? Looking at Alex, staring at the crystals, Quinn started to think hard. He could always just use his influence skill and force him to create one, but it felt like an abuse of his powers. If he was to do that, then what would be different from him and all the other high-level students who forced the others to do things for them? If he was going to work hard on something like this, then Alex deserved to be rewarded for it. The second reason, Quinn saw a light when he met Alex. He didn't want him to work on this weapon, but maybe all future weapons. He couldn't just keep using his influence skill on him to force him to do work whenever he wanted. Finally, after a while of thinking, Quinn had come up with a plan. Though he was unsure whether it would work or not, it was the only thing he had. "I can't give you the money," said Quinn. "I don't have that much, but what I can do is give you these." His shadow equipment was activated, resulting in the smoke and a dark shadow to start appearing in the palm of his hands. Alex immediately went to grab the spear that Ray had brought, thinking that perhaps he was going to try to force him into making things for him. It wouldn't have been the first time it happened, and it surely wouldn't be the last either. But then, when the shadow disappeared inside Quinn's hands, the gauntlets he wore were seen. They were still quite badly scuffed up from the fight with the multiplier, so they honestly didn't look that great. "I'll give you these," Quinn said, handing them over. Alex took a brief moment to have a look all over, and there were a few things he noticed but didn't say anything about. For intermediate-tier weapons, it was some of the best quality work he had ever seen. "Who made this?" Alex asked. "I don't know. I found it on a planet in a storage room, and that's not the only weapon I have either. Not only that, but these weapons seem to be one of a kind. On the marketplace, I couldn't find anything that came close to it. It's the same with the other weapons as well. My suggestion is for me and you to become business partners." "Business partners?" Alex asked. "Think about it. The fact that it isn't on the marketplace means you could melt down these gauntlets and make a blueprint of them. Then after a few people start to use them and the word gets out, they would start to sell like hotcakes. It might take a while, but soon people will learn of your name," Quinn said with excitement, trying his best to pitch his new idea. "But gauntlets? They're not exactly the most popular item. I do agree that at some point it would have the selling effect you're talking about, but that could take years. I checked the weapon, and it has no marking, which is strange. Every forger usually puts their marking on their work. This is why I'm inclined to believe you about no one having this up on the market. Even if I did, putting my mark would claim the blueprint as mine. My problem is, what do you get out of this? You could sell a blueprint that hasn't been distributed yet for a lot more money than what I asked for," Alex said. "To answer your first question, don't you remember I said I have other items as well? For this deal, how about I chuck in a pair of short swords?" Alex was thinking hard, and Quinn could see this. It seemed like his plan was about to work, but there were a few more details he needed before getting him to agree. "As I said, we would be business partners. In return, I will do everything to protect you," Quinn said, lifting his level 6 power watch. "As well as that, I would want a royalty. Let's say 30% of all your sales, and you make me my advanced weapon for free. You could, of course, carry on your day here as a talented forger, and when you leave school, you may get scouted to work for a top faction, or maybe even one of the big four, but is that all you want to do? Work for someone else? This is your chance to start the grounds to make your own company. I know you care about making the perfect weapon and not mass-producing it like the others. This can be our selling point of why our weapons work better. So what do you say? Do we have a deal?" Quinn's offer sounded very enticing to Alex. He had always struggled with credits before, and truthfully, he wanted to work on an advanced weapon because he had never done one before. Only practiced it in theory in his head. It was rare for such a student to be given this type of offer. Honestly, Alex loved crafting weapons so much that he would have done it for free for Quinn. The reason for giving the price was to cover the cost of the materials, but thought that if someone was able to get 3 advanced crystals easily like that, they should also have plenty of credits. "If you bring me those short swords, and I check they are the same as these gauntlets, and there are no forger markings, then we have a deal," Alex said. With that, Quinn quickly headed off to his room to use the remainder of its credits to purchase 2 more intermediate crystals. "Sorry, Vorden, you're going to have to wait a little longer." While accessing the shop, the 2 short swords appeared in front of him once again. It had cost him all his credits, but it was a lot cheaper than paying 30,000 coins. Before Quinn had returned, Alex did a little research of his own. He tried to look at the marketplace to see if anyone was selling anything similar. It was hard to tell just from a photo and description, but even the design was something he just couldn't find online. It was a real opportunity for him to sell them. Quinn, with the short swords in his hand, was heading back as soon as possible. He had thought about doing this before with someone. The problem was that he was afraid. Since the equipment belonged to the system, he was pretty sure it was related to the vampires. Selling such equipment to the whole world could cause him trouble. But he knew it would take a few years before that was to happen, and it looked like the vampires would reach him before then. Quinn handed the short swords over to Alex, once he returned with the required weapons. Once again he checked them over and found no forger marking, and just like with the gauntlets, they were better than any intermediate-tier weapon he had ever seen. "Well, you kept your word, so I will keep mine," Alex said as he reached out his hand. The 2 shook hands, and from today onwards, they would be business partners. "So, how long do you think it will take for you to make a beast weapon for me?" Quinn asked. Alex started to do the calculations in his head. The melting process, ordering of the metals, making a design. "About 2 weeks." 2 weeks?" Quinn shouted, expecting it to at most take a few hours. It certainly was different from how Logan did things. He was itching to try out his new weapons as soon as possible, but if this was how long it would take, then that's how long it would take. He couldn't change that fact. Still, he was in a good mood. He had little money left, but that didn't matter. If things worked out, perhaps in the future he would be a tycoon that would be able to compete on Logan's level. How much money does Logan even have? He started thinking about all the things in his room, and just how much are one of those gaming pods again. Not only did every military base have a room full of VR pods, but even the people on the outside also enjoyed playing it. Maybe I won't surpass him, Quinn thought. With the day over, Quinn thought he would get one of the best nights of sleep he ever had. A few hours into the night and his sleep, he was suddenly woken up by a strange smell. He looked to his right, and Vorden was still there, sleeping away. Phew, I guess everything's okay. But the strange smell hadn't disappeared, and he knew what it was straight away. Another vampire. Have they already come? Should I wake up Vorden? No, why would they reveal their presence to me? Why not just attack me? Getting out of his bed, Quinn slowly started to follow the scent. Episode 371. Time Frame. Following the strange smell, Quinn was still wondering if it was the right thing to do or not. After all, he was in the military base. It was quite easy for him to make a scene and scare off whatever vampire that was coming his way. The problem was, how many days would that buy him? They were here now, and they were here to get to him. Fex, before leaving, had informed the others that they would be cautious before returning, so why would they change their mind, and now that curiosity had gotten the better of Quinn? The smell of the vampire got stronger, and then at times it would weaken again. It was as if Quinn was playing a game of hot and cold, trying to find just where they were hiding. Eventually, though, he realized it wasn't trying to hide. It was trying to lead him somewhere. Right now, he was looking at the last staircase that led up to the school roof. The door was slightly open, and a cool breeze could be heard going through it, as if it was inviting him. This is your last chance to turn back, Quinn, he thought to himself. If you don't talk to me now, I'll only catch you at another time. I thought I would be polite in inviting you here, a voice said. The words were spoken quietly, but at the same time loud enough for a vampire to hear, who was standing only a few feet away from the door. I don't want to fight, I just want to talk. Screw it, Quinn said. If not now, then when? Going up to the top of the staircase and opening the door to the rooftop, he could see the back of a figure standing there. Her hair flowed in the wind, and the moonlight shone off the silver strands. It was the first vampire Quinn was meeting outside of Fex, and this wasn't a child like him. As Silver turned around, she looked at the boy. He had the same features as the white they had captured before their transformation was over, and she could smell he was a vampire. She looked him up and down, trying to see if there was anything special, to see if she could see what Fex could see, but at a glance she felt nothing. If this was the person who was going to change the way the vampire worlds worked, then surely she should have felt something, but she didn't. But Fext believed in you for some reason, enough to risk his own life for yours, so you're the only hope I have. What do you— Quinn was about to say, but Silver suddenly snapped. Down! She shouted, with her eyes beaming red. In an instant, as if Quinn had lost control of his body, he fell to his knees and was pinned. Is this the influence skill? It's so strong! He tried to fight back using his strength, but nothing seemed to be working. I will do the talking from here, Silver said. I've come to tell you the information that has happened in the vampire world. I don't care if your leader has cared to inform you, but since this is all your fault in the first place, I shall— The decision has been made. 2 months from now, on August the 15th, the day that he came into this world, Fex Sanguinus shall be sentenced to death. If Quinn wasn't already frozen, he would have been frozen in place from her words. He wasn't expecting to hear any news from the vampires, and why would they even bother to inform him? They didn't even properly know about him yet. Then an unexpected name appeared, Fex's name. Quinn had prepared himself to perhaps never see Peter again. He didn't want to, but he knew it was a possibility. But still, for some reason, he never thought such a harsh punishment would befall Fex. Why, what did he do? Quinn shouted. In front of all the family leaders, Fex admittedly lied to everyone. He tried to deceive everyone, and that included his own family. Did he do all this because of me? You went that far, Fex. I thought you would be okay. I thought you had a plan. What's the point of sacrificing 2 lives for my own? Why are you telling me this? Quinn said. Is it just to taunt me, to inform me that his death is because of me? His hands were now shaking with anger, and in this he hadn't realized that a part of his mobility had come back. What is wrong with you people? He did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong, Quinn shouted. People every day are killing each other, hitting each other in this world, yet for some reason we're the ones to be punished. I thought maybe you vampires would be better, but it looks like you are scum too, just like the rest. Do any of you even care about each other? Silver was a little taken back by Quinn's words. Fex had broken the rules, of course. He should be punished, but did he deserve death? Did the illegal do anything to harm the vampires in any way? You don't understand. He broke the rules. We have always followed them, and we always will. The council has made its decision. It's all for a greater cause in the end, and to protect us all. Screw the council, Quinn said as he slowly lifted one leg off the ground. His knee twitched, and then finally his foot was placed on the floor. Huh? Is he breaking my influence? That's impossible. He's only at the vampire level. Down, Silver said. And once again, Quinn's body was forced into the same position as before. You don't understand, Silver said. That was when Quinn noticed a single drop of a tear falling to the floor from her right eye. So far all the words being said had no emotion in them, and even now when she spoke it sounded so. Is she holding them back? I care more about vampires than anything, but the rules must be followed. At the same time, though, I care about my brother, and I don't want to see him die like this. He was destined for more. I cannot break the rules, but you, she said, pointing at him, you are an outsider, someone who has already broken the rules. You can fight back against them. For some reason, my brother believed in you. He told me that he thought you were a vampire that would one day change the world, but that one day isn't quick enough. You need to change it now. A gust of wind went past, and her silver hair flickered in front of her face once more. Several tears could now be seen hitting the floor. As Quinn blinked, he could no longer see her there. The control over his body had disappeared as well. He quickly got up and ran to where her position was. He tried smelling the air, looking over the edge, searching high and low, seeing where she could have gone, but in the end she was nowhere to be seen, and her scent no longer lingered. That was Fex's sister. I can't believe they're going to kill him. Not just that, what about Peter? I had so many questions to ask. How could she just come and leave like that? What am I meant to do now with all this information? It was a big shock to Quinn, although he was preparing to travel to the vampire world with Logan. Going there and rescuing someone were two different things. August 15th, that's 2 months from now. School ends around July. Can I get strong enough to save him? He clenched his fist tightly and looked up at the full moon that night. Fex's sister seemed so powerful to Quinn. She was strong enough to control him just with her influence, and yet she wasn't still doing anything. If she wouldn't, then he was Fex's only hope. No, I will save him. I'm coming for you, Peter and Fex. Just wait for me. Don't give up yet, at least not until I've given up on you. Episode 372, Tell You Everything. The ball of energy could be felt swirling around in his body. On the first day while practicing, Quinn was able to remember what Leo had taught him and what he had felt that day. Just as he promised, he practiced it every morning, and he was currently sitting on top of his bed in a mediating position, cross-legged. Vorden didn't ask what Quinn was doing, but just assumed that he must have been under a lot of stress lately and was just trying out a few things to let that stress out of him. Breathing in deeply, he could see the ball of energy. Before, it was the size of a ping-pong ball, but now it had grown to the size of a tennis ball. Each day it seemed to be growing in size as he managed to gather and control more ki around his body. The next step was moving it around into the different parts, and this was the tricky part. Moving the energy from his fingertips to his toes is what Leo had told him to do. Thus, if he wanted the ki to naturally enhance his entire body, he would have to flatten the ball so that the energy spread out all over the body. It was clear that he had a long way to go, but he also had no clue whether or not he was improving fast or slow. Still, he decided to trust Leo. It only took him 30 minutes to practice each morning anyway. Fex, Quinn thought. The next step was getting stronger. He now had a time frame, and it was far shorter than he had first thought. Realistically, he didn't know how big the vampire world was, or how long it would take to save Fex. He couldn't just leave his training up until the very last day. They also needed to spend some time in the vampire world too. So in Quinn's head, rather than having 2 months to save Fex, he would only have one for the actual training. 560 of 51,200. With just his daily tasks and playing the VR game, his EXP gaining was extremely slow. So if he wasn't able to level up, then there was only one thing he could do to get stronger in such a short amount of time, which was to consume blood. I know Fex said I'll get addicted the more times I drink blood, but that doesn't matter right now. I can always wear myself off of it later. I know it will be tough, but I have no choice. After Quinn was done with his normal lessons, he made his decision. He thought about how he could get many different types of blood easily. He also knew a certain person who could help him with that. Of course I can help you with that. Logan said in his usual chair while getting a massage from his mechanical spider arms. "But before I help you, I want you to tell me why. And no more lies, Quinn. We've already decided to go to the vampire world together." Quinn planned to raid the city's hospital. Not the school's one, but the actual hospital located near the Plaza Center that all soldiers had access to. They had been there once before, but the only problem Quinn had at the time was the cameras. After seeing what Logan could do and what he had done at the base event, it should be easy work for Logan. On top of that, Quinn also had the shadow cloak that would be able to hide him in the darkness. As long as they did this at night and the cameras were turned off, there would be no evidence of any culprit who could have done such a thing. "Fex's sister came to me last night," Quinn said. As soon as he said these words, Logan's mechanical arms that were giving him a massage all lifted in the air as if they were shocked and reacting to how Logan was feeling. "I know they have some type of council there, and she came to tell me about their decision with Fex." "With Fex, not Peter?" Quinn shook his head. "I don't know about Peter, but as for Fex, they've decided to give him a public execution." Logan wasn't as surprised with the verdict of the vampires as Quinn was. The reason being, Vorden had asked Fex a question at the time before he had left, and his answer wasn't something that gave him confidence. Perhaps Fex already knew that there was a chance of this happening. "Okay, so I understand that, but what does that have to do with going to the hospital?" Logan asked. "The truth is, I get stronger from every different blood type I consume. So far, there have been no restrictions that I know of. Different blood types support me in different ways. I can get physically stronger, faster, and a few other benefits as well." Thinking about what Quinn had just said, Logan was a little horrified. How many humans existed on the campus alone? How many humans in the entire existence existed? If what he was saying was true, at some point Quinn's strength would be unmatched. He would become a vampire god. "Are there other vampires like this?" Logan asked, now having slight second thoughts if this was the case. "No, it seems to be special and related to my system." "All right, I'll help you, Quinn. Of course I will. We won't waste any time. What you've told me has only given me more strength to work. I've been working on some new suits for myself. I'm not so naive as to believe that we won't get in any scuffles while there. Oh, and while we're at it..." Logan quickly went over to his specially designed fridge. Honestly, Quinn didn't know what to call it, but that was the closest thing he had in his head. From the fridge, he pulled out what looked like a small bottle of spray. It was dark red, and then he proceeded to spray it all over his body without saying a word. But as soon as he did, Quinn knew exactly what he had done. "It works! You made it work!" Quinn said in excitement. "For now, I can only make the smell last for up to an hour, which is a bit of a problem, I think. I can make it last a bit longer, but I can't get it to work as a permanent solution." The look on Logan's face was now serious. "Quinn, you need to start being more open to us, not just to me but everyone. If you had told me this sooner, then I could have probably made something to disguise the vampire smell from both you and Peter. As I said before, I know you don't want us to get involved, but we already are." Quinn didn't reply, but he understood that he wasn't alone in all this. Before, he might have been, but right now, he had people who were willing to help him, and they were reliable people too. "We'll meet tonight around 8 p.m. That'll give us 2 hours before the curfew to get in and get out, which should be plenty of time." Thus, with all that, the plan was set in motion. After Quinn returned to his room, all he needed to do now was wait until it was time to head to the front gate. With Vorden not in the room and no one to talk to, Quinn thought it would be a good chance to practice his ki again. However, just as he was about to, the system had spoken out to him, which was a rather rare occurrence. "You shouldn't be doing this, you know," the system said. But Quinn decided to not reply after their last confrontation. "If they find out you're the 10th leader, then..." The system stopped there, not going further. "Then what?" Quinn replied. "Then they will find out Peter isn't illegal, that Fex did nothing wrong, and then both of them will be set free." "Stop acting like a child and just listen," the system said. "I keep telling you you're too weak. Do you remember the girl from the rooftop? She was a vampire knight. There are many more who are just as powerful as her, and on top of that, you also have the vampire leaders, who are all at the lord level. Yet you're still just a vampire, not even a noble. Do you think you deserve a seat next to them?" "Deserve a seat?" Quinn repeated. "I don't care about any of this vampire business. I just want to protect those who are close to me. Tell me, is that so wrong?" "That's not what I'm trying to say. This is not how I feel, but I know this is how they will feel. If they find out you're a leader, then the others will target you. They will just see you as someone weak, someone who they can easily knock out, just so they can attain the throne." Quinn remained silent for a moment. These days he wasn't enjoying his conversation with the system, and was wondering how different his life would have been if he had never found that book in the first place. "You were one of the old leaders, weren't you?" Quinn said. "I know you won't confirm it, but it's the only reason why you know so much." "I can see you made up your mind," the system said. "I tried stopping this, but they will find out sooner or later, once you obtain one of the council seats as a leader, willingly or unwillingly. I will tell you everything you want to know then. That is, if you even live to get to that point." Episode 373, Hitting the Limit. It was nearly time for the two of them to meet. Standing outside the school gate, Quinn waited patiently for Logan to arrive while looking down the path. His mind was filled with thoughts, but was mainly focused on getting stronger. While waiting, he noticed 3 kids making their way back to school. 3 boys, to be precise. 2 of them had their arms wrapped around the one in the center. The 2 on the side were cheery, but at the same time they seemed to be a bit rough with him. Looking at the boy's face, one could tell he was nervous. He didn't seem happy to be hanging around with his friends, and his frightened heartbeat that could be heard from a distance just confirmed it. Looking closely, Quinn managed to catch a glimpse. He was a level 2 power level, while the other 2 around him were level 4s. It was clear what was happening. The same thing both Quinn and Peter used to go through still happened all around the school. Ever since the base event, most of the students had decided to stay clear of Quinn. There were still a few others that approached him and tried mocking him, getting him to fight them, but in the end, they would never act first as they used to when they thought he was a level 1. "Not now, Quinn, you don't have the time." Truthfully, now that Quinn was forced to be reckoned with in the school, he would usually stop instances like these. He remembered what Berg of the Sunshield family had said to him, how him helping would only help temporarily, but in the case of Berg, he had never been in the same situation as Quinn. He knew that when one was being bullied, they would have liked even for a second if someone helped and reached out to them one time. If they could ease the pain for a second, they hoped that it might stop eventually. But this time, Quinn could do nothing. He didn't need eyes remembering where he was, and they were on a close time frame as well. "It is now 6 o'clock, Logan said. "I am perfectly on time, and as I said, the sunset was about 10 minutes ago. We are in complete darkness, which is perfect for a job like this." "Do you have everything?" Quinn asked. "Of course," Logan replied, unzipping his shirt and showing a shiny piece of armor. It was his spiders. They had formed a thin suit under his standard uniform. With them both being ready, they headed off into the city. It would take half an hour to reach the hospital at a fast pace, and another half an hour to come back. If Quinn didn't have to slow down for Logan to catch up, he could have made it even quicker, but it was only because of him that they even could do such a thing in the first place. Finally, they had reached the hospital. It wasn't too busy, and there weren't many that would come in with serious wounds. Only those that felt ill or had an accident during training would come in, although there were still some people like that. The soldiers that were on duty on other planets would often have medical treatment at the shelter. There would often be more than enough supplies to be equipped with everything, but still, from time to time, you would have the odd person that needed to be sent back to the base. On the way there, they had set up their plan. Quinn had enough MC points to stay hidden the entire time, as long as nothing happened. So before they reached the inside of the hospital, Quinn performed his shadow cloak skill and just waited outside, right around the corner of the hospital in the shadows. There was a major problem with the shadow cloak, though, one being that it wasn't perfect in light. If one was to move, then ripples in the air could still be seen. However, in the dark, it would be perfect. Logan had entered the hospital ahead of Quinn and had sat down in the waiting area. He then let out his spiders to do their work. The research was already done beforehand. Thus, unlike the dungeons, he was able to easily get the layout and structure of the hospital. Sending out his spiders, he commanded them to go out in multiple directions. They spread to all the areas between the entrance and to where Quinn needed to be. Then finally, when all the spiders were in position, there was a clear signal for Quinn to enter the hospital. 3, 2, 1, Logan said, and in an instant, all of the lights were turned off. However, Quinn didn't have a long time. Logan had given him a set of instructions beforehand about where to go, and hence Quinn needed to hurry and get to the room. Even though the power was cut off, hospitals always had a backup generator for emergencies. Still, Quinn wasn't just fast now, he was extremely fast. As soon as the light turned back on, Quinn was already in the room he needed to be in, and not a single soul had seen him. There were 3 different storage rooms where they kept the different blood types. Some blood types were kept in a special type of a freezer in which they could be stored for a year, although they could take the blood bags back with them. Quinn wanted to consume the blood now while they were still in the hospital. This way they wouldn't have any evidence left with them. The room Quinn was currently in was a blood refrigerator. This was where they especially stored the blood that was to be used on demand, and it would be then kept for at least 42 days. The blood was kept in special types of packs and containers up against the wall. There were rows and rows of blood, and Quinn couldn't imagine how many stat points he would be able to increase from this. His inspection skill was cast, and a pair of gloves could be seen on his hand for hiding his fingerprints. The inspection skill allowed him to see each blood type there was, and they seemed to already be categorized into blood types for him, with A positive and negative being next to each other. When looking at the blood packs, it was time for one of Logan's special inventions to get to work. The blood packs had a special type of seal on them. Blood would usually be extracted through some type of tube, but to show that they hadn't been opened before the seal was placed upon them. Logan didn't want to be unethical. People needed blood to live, and Quinn only needed a small amount to get his stats. So Logan had designed a special type of needle that was able to be injected into the plastic bag and then, on its way out, seal it up, making it look like nothing was ever taken. The problem was that there was only one needle, so Quinn would have to consume the blood then and there and repeat this process quickly. This wasn't a problem, though, as Quinn got to work pulling out the A blood type packs and increasing his stats one by one. The A stat gave him strength, and he could see it slowly rising with every different person's blood. A+ blood type has been consumed, +1 to strength. The message continued with each one, and every time, Quinn felt a surge of energy, but for the first time, he also felt something different. He could tell the taste of the blood was getting better each time. He had never consumed so many blood types in one go before, and now he could tell the addiction was coming. Still, it wasn't a bad feeling, it just put him off for a brief second before he continued. Finally, as though something strange had happened, he had received a message he never thought he would get. A positive blood type has been consumed. Strength 40. You have reached the maximum number of stat points in strength. To proceed further, you must evolve. Episode 374, A Way to Level Up. The message had come as a surprise for him. The system had said nothing about a cap before, and now suddenly this message had appeared. But Quinn did remember that the system often said that it didn't create the system himself, so there were some things even he didn't know, and this could have just been one of them. Still not wanting to waste any more time, Quinn decided to continue onward to the next set of blood packs. Even if he had maxed out on one, it didn't mean he had maxed out on the others. After drinking what they had of type B blood, the same message appeared once again. 40 agility points reached. Moving onward, Quinn continued in this fashion, taking a small amount of blood from one each, until eventually all of his stats had reached the top. Strength 40, agility 40, stamina 40, charm 40. His stats before were around the high 20s, and now they had not only surpassed 30 when he felt a significant power increase, they had even reached 40. His entire body felt different. He felt like a completely new person. His cells were vibrating with excitement, and the increase in his power was addicting and exciting. He didn't know what was coming over him, but he felt like he needed to get rid of all this excess energy right this moment somehow. But right now, he was in the hospital. If he was to do anything excessive, they would quickly find out. Quinn, you need to calm yourself down. You've taken in too many types of blood. The rush you are feeling right now, it's the addiction, the system said urgently. But hearing him and doing what the system said were two different things. He could hear the heartbeats of the humans that were walking by the door, and the blood that was pulsing through their veins. All he wanted to do was rip the door open and continue his feast. What do I do? Quinn thought while huffing and panting. Then a thought suddenly came to him. There was something he did every morning that seemed to relax him, and it would also help him gather his energy. Quinn quickly sat down on the icy floor and closed his eyes. He started to gather the energy that was raving inside of his body. He focused and started to think of the small ball. Usually when he looked within himself, the energy he could see was almost white and was around the size of a tennis ball, but right now it had expanded to become big as a basketball and was tainted red. This has to be the blood energy as well. It's going wild around my entire body. Trying his best, he tried to focus and did the usual thing he did every day, but the red energy was a lot wilder than the white energy, and it took an extreme amount of focus for Quinn. Even in the cold room that he was in currently, his body was still sweating heavily from the concentration. After a few minutes, the white energy and red energy started to combine. It seemed like the two energies were now working together in harmony, slowly but steadily, instead of fighting against each other. Quinn didn't know what this meant. He tried moving the energy around his body, and it felt similar to when he performed his blood skills, but at the same time different. He didn't know what had happened, but at least the addiction and the excitement he was feeling had gone away. Looking at the energy and concentrating together, the red energy mixed with the white was still there. When he would meet Leo again, he would have to ask him what this meant. Once everything was settled, Quinn gave a thumbs up to the spider in the corner that was covering one of the cameras. The spider was then able to inform Logan what he needed to do. Logan left the lobby, and as soon as he did, all of the lights went out once more. He continued to walk away from the hospital, down the pathway that led back to the school. Then finally he reached the park and convenience store that was located not too far from the school. "Quinn! Quinn, are you there?" Logan whispered. Suddenly by his side, Quinn appeared and caused Logan to jump back upon hearing his voice. "I'm right here," Quinn said. "Did you have to do that?" Logan shouted while still keeping his voice down. "Anyway, did everything go according to the plan?" "Not completely according to the plan, but I got what I needed," Quinn replied. There was still the chance to increase his stats in the future, and perhaps when he evolved they could return. As the two of them continued to walk down the path and headed back to school, Quinn decided that it was best to ask the system about his stats anyway, even if he didn't know. "Honestly, I didn't know there was a limit, but of course I always expected one," the system replied. "But still, I'm amazed that you were able to grow this much. I thought you would have hit the limit far sooner." "What do you mean?" Quinn asked. "Think of it this way. Let's pretend as if everyone had a system just like you. I have based all these numbers on the research that I did from observing you. So give or take it, as it might not exactly be accurate. If a normal human being has power with no training whatsoever is around 5, then a human who was at the peak would be around 10. Of course, not all of their stats would be at 10, but let us pretend for the sake of the example. A standard vampire would have around 20 points. Then we have skilled vampires who aren't quite at the noble like Fex and have their stats in the higher 20s, possibly 25. Then a beginner noble vampire would be around 30. For someone who is just at the vampire level, you are incredibly skillful. This is all, of course, because of your extra stats when consuming different types of blood that other vampires don't have. Now, I wouldn't say there has never been a vampire as powerful as you before evolving into the next stage, but it's very rare and often takes years. If anyone was to learn about what talent and everything you have learned in a short amount of time, no one would believe it. There would be quests of vampires lining up, asking me how I did it," the system said, getting a little carried away. "Sorry, obviously I was talking about this if it was the past." "And what about a vampire leader? They're at the rank of a vampire lord, correct? Am I anyway near them?" Quinn asked. The system decided to remain silent, which in a way was an answer in itself. He could tell this even with the other vampire, as she was beyond a noble's level. "I thought as much. I still need to get stronger, but now I've been capped until I can level up." The problem now was how. The only way to gain EXP at the moment was to do his daily tasks, which gave him minimal EXP and hadn't changed since he first became a vampire. It had become a daily routine for him to complete them by now, so he never even thought about them. The second way was what he had been doing by playing the game. The problem with this was that the game only gave him half the amount of EXP he would get if he was to fight them in real life. It was a serious problem, and even with a hard grind, it would take a long time for him to level up. And when he had entered the game with Nate, the quest for the instant level up had never appeared. It didn't appear the first time the two had fought in the game either, which suggested that the system wouldn't give him the EXP points that he needed, even if he did beat Nate. The desperation was starting to get to Quinn, and he was truly trying to rack his brain, thinking of any type of solution that was possible. Before he realized it, Logan and he were already inside the school. "All right, Quinn, I'm going to head off to my room," Logan said. "I still have a lot of things to work on myself for our trip." Even Logan was working hard in the middle of the night for the journey. Quinn needed to do something. He started to walk through the hallway and was heading back to his room when he spotted a student crouched up and in a ball outside one of the rooms. On a closer look, Quinn realized it was the same boy he had seen with the other two earlier. His hair was soaking wet, his face was covered in bruises, and his eyes were puffy from the tears. The boy looked up as he heard someone's footsteps walk past. The scene reminded Quinn of what had happened to Peter that one time, and it looked like it was happening to others too. Crouching down, Quinn and the boy were now looking at each other. "Are you okay?" Quinn asked. The boy continued to sob, but he still answered back while doing so. I don't want to go back in there," the boy said. "They'll just hit me again. Every day." Quinn could feel the pain in his eyes and through his words. He could feel it not just because of that, but also because he went through it himself. Not everybody was as strong as him when he was getting bullied. Different people dealt with it differently, and the student here seemed like he was at his breaking point. Perhaps Peter was in the past would as well. if Quinn had done nothing. Looking at the boy, something needed to be done, and at that moment in time, something clicked in his head which would allow him to gain more experience. "Do you wish those people would disappear? Do you want them to never touch you again?" Quinn asked. The boy remained silent as he didn't know what Quinn was getting at. "I'm asking you, do you want them to go away?" Clenching his fist, the boy shouted, "Of course I do! I want them out of my life forever!" Standing up, Quinn walked down the hallway to his room and had a smile on his face while speaking. "Then I'll grant you your wish." Episode 375, The Night Demon. It was lunchtime, and Vorden was currently out on his own on the park bench, relaxing and wondering what was happening lately, how everything felt a little off with everyone. Logan never really hung out much and skipped classes most of the time. He had that privilege of being a VIP student and would mostly stay in his room, so he understood that. As for the girls, he didn't hang around with them much either, but lately he hadn't even seen Layla, and whenever he did, he noticed that Sia was sticking to her like glue. He hated to admit it, but Vorden was feeling a little lonely. Without Fex and Peter, the only other one he would hang out with was Quinn. Quinn had lately been obsessed with the game like a madman. Every spare second they would have, he would be spending it playing the game, even at night. This left Vorden alone, all on his own. "I wonder what I should do for the summer," Vorden said while looking up at the blue sky. "I'm surprised my family didn't contact me about that whole protecting Quinn situation. Maybe they're waiting for me to go back so that they can tell me off. This is not good for my mental health." "You're telling us," Rayton said in his head. "Don't think about going back. In fact, don't even mention it. You're already driving Sil mad. He's covering his ears and rolling back and forth faster than ever. Just stick with whatever the boy's doing. He's an orphan, remember? If he's staying at the school, just stay with him. If you're bored, why don't you look after Sil and let me take over?" Vorden thought about it for a while. He did feel bad for Rayton sometimes. The only time he let him out was when he needed him to fight. He tried keeping him out around the others, but no one was to be seen around here anyway. Sil wasn't bothered too much and enjoyed sitting on his own in the dark room. "Fine," Vorden said, and then allowed Rayton to sit in the chair and take over. Immediately, Rayton got up from the school bench and started to look around. He spotted 3 schoolgirls and walked towards them. While walking, he tapped one of the boy's students on the shoulder. "Earth power, huh? This'll be handy." As he got close to the 3 girls, he spotted his target and lifted his hand. At the same time as he did that, a very small earth stump was made. The girl's foot had collided with it, which caused her to fall. "Ah!" she screamed, but then in the next moment, she felt someone grab her with both hands. "Are you okay there? You nearly fell over," Rayton said. When she opened her eyes, she noticed she was being held by a blonde beauty, who wasn't just perfect in the looks department, but also a gentleman. Vorden, watching the whole thing, just shook his head nonstop. The 2 things he likes doing, fighting and hitting on girls. Once the school day was over and Rayton had his fun, they switched back and entered the dorm room. They discovered that Quinn was once again nowhere to be seen. Assumingly, he should be busy playing the game. He knew Quinn was trying to get stronger before the vampires attacked, so he didn't want to bother him too much. So instead, Vorden decided he would go and pay a visit to Logan. Perhaps he could shine some more light on what Quinn was thinking. Although Quinn was playing the game for most of the day, right now he wasn't, and it was his current alibi to the others if they knew where he was. He had waited for the sun to set, and when it had, he decided to put on his full costume and mask. Using his shadow cloak, he hid off into the forest by the side, waiting for the boys he had seen the other day. Bullies usually had a set routine and a spot they would pick to do things. Although it didn't matter much in this school, since the teachers didn't do anything in the first place, and Quinn was going to use this to his advantage. If they didn't do anything about the bullies in the first place, then even if he was to fight them, they equally shouldn't care what he did either. If one thing the school was fine about, it was that, or at least, Quinn would hope so. Finally, the sound of the laughing boys from yesterday was heard, and as expected they were coming down the pathway towards the convenience store. The group then quickly took a detour and ventured off the pathway and started to head towards the park, the opposite side to where Quinn was. Quinn was currently hiding in the forest on the convenience store side, since a lot of students walked past it at night, going in and out of the city. On the other side, there was just a giant field that eventually led to the other part of the forest. Still, Quinn didn't need to move. Even from this distance, he could see everything. Then, when the group was at the very edge of the forest, they finally stopped, and the 2 boys no longer kept their arms wrapped around the one in the middle. "I guess it's my time to shine," Quinn said. "Please, why are you doing this to me?" the boy said, with tears flowing through his eyes. I don't even have enough credits to buy the things I need because you keep taking them from me. Bill, we're helping you, remember? Paying us stops the really bad guys from getting to you. So now just hand us the money unless you want a repeat of what happened yesterday, one of the boys stated. Bill started to think back about how down he was yesterday. He truly hated his life. Not just at the military school, but even before then. Everything felt like hell to him. He was close to giving up. He didn't want to live anymore. That was until the stranger approached him yesterday. The small burst of shouting out and anger he felt when saying he wanted them to disappear was enough to keep him going just a little longer. "No," Bill said. "You hit me if I give you what you want, and you hit me if I don't. At least this way I get to keep the credits." Bill, let's see how quickly you change your mind." The student placed his hand on the floor. The earth from the ground rose and formed a baseball bat in his hand, which was made of solid mud. "Brace yourself," he said, as he went for a swing directly at the student's face. But before it could even reach the student, the bat was smashed to pieces and fell to the floor. As Bill opened his eyes, he could only see the back of the figure, but the two boys in front stepped back a bit and looked like they were looking at a demon. The two white jagged eyes and the demon mask placed over the mouth. "Please inform those higher-ups of yours to come here tomorrow. It will save me the effort of looking for them," Quinn said, although his voice had been altered by the mask and making it sound much deeper and menacing. The student standing by his side, out of panic, stomped his foot, creating a pillar of his own. It traveled like a bent snake going right for Quinn, but with a single bare-handed fist, he smashed the pillar to pieces. Walking over to the two slowly, he said a few last words. "If you touch this boy again, I will be back." The students, using all their will, fought back from their fear and were about to use their abilities, but without seeing anything, both of them were suddenly sent flying back through the air, going across the fields. They couldn't breathe from the blow, and their lunch that day was already coming out of their mouth. "Level 4 students have been defeated. 40 EXP, 40 EXP, 1040 of 51,200. The EXP still wasn't enough. He looked at the two students far away who were still on the ground. He was having trouble controlling his strength and was going to do a little more. Looking at them, he thought about the other option to gain EXP. If he was to kill them like before, he would get an additional 80 EXP for both of them. However, it was pointless. It wasn't worth the trouble for such a small amount of EXP. Also, there was no need to erase their memories, since everything was a part of Quinn's plan. What Quinn was hoping for was to kill two birds with one stone. First is, helping the people who were continuously bullied in the school. Perhaps he couldn't change the entire world, but he could start by changing the school. The second reason, as these guys said, usually there was a chain of command when it came to these bullies' groups, and he was hoping to gather their attention. As he moved up the ladder, he should face stronger opponents that would eventually give him more EXP. "Thank you," Bill said, but in the next second, the stranger completely disappeared, way too fast for him to hear his words. From this day forward, Quinn continued to do his nighttime vigilante attacks. He would scout out potential targets, and then when night came, he would stop the bullying victims and earn EXP from the side. As expected, his plan was already working well. Stronger and stronger first years were coming to face him, and his EXP was steadily rising in the process. So far, the highest Quinn had faced was a first-year student at level 6. Even while fighting him, Quinn not once had to use any of his blood abilities. He only used his speed, strength, and stamina. With how much his stamina had increased, he could perform the flash step several times, nearly avoiding everything. He was simply too fast and too strong for their abilities to even matter. Eventually, rumors of the night demon who would attack people started to spread around. The effect was even better than he thought. The low-level bullies were too afraid to touch the low levels anymore, in fear that the night demon would come to attack them. What Quinn didn't know was how much this was affecting the whole school, including those at the top. Currently, several second years were inside Duke's office, 10 of them to be exact, one from each classroom. "Report," Duke said. The first person in line didn't say anything, for he was nervous about his answer. 3,000 credits, sir." Suddenly, the calm look on Duke's face had changed. "Did you say 3,000? 3,000? He shouted. "Have you been taking a bigger slice for yourself?" "It's not that," the second-year student replied. "It's this night demon. He's been stopping us from doing our work." "Night demon?" Duke started to look at the student as if he was thick, and slowly walked up towards him. The boy was now shaking in his boots, but luckily the others spoke up before he could do anything. "Sir, before you take it out on him, it's true. We all have similar numbers. This night demon has greatly hampered our collection. All the first years are afraid of him." All right, so if I get rid of this night demon for you guys, then all will be back to normal, correct? Duke said as they all nodded in response. All right, let's unmask and see who the hell this night demon thinks he is, interrupting my business. Episode 376, The Wait is Over. After 2 weeks of playing the game in his free time and going out acting as a vigilante, Quinn had managed to gain a large amount of EXP. But it was still only around 1/5 of what he needed to level up. Now there were only 2 more weeks left until the planned day of their departure. Still, even if he didn't reach his goal by the deadline, he would go. Being as close as possible to leveling up would also help him, and perhaps there were some unknown beasts he had never faced before there. However, during the lunch period, Quinn had a different place to go to, rather than sticking to his normal routine of going to the VR center. 2 weeks had passed, and this meant that he could now go and collect his specially prepared gauntlets. The excitement could be felt in his footsteps as he went to leave the school and headed on towards the forging area. On his way, Quinn couldn't help but hear the kids talk about something he had an interest in. "Did you hear the night demon struck again yesterday?" a student said. "Yeah, and this time its target was a level 6 student." "Doesn't that mean it has to be one of the level 8s who is behind it? Most likely a second year as well?" "Well, that's the thing, right? People are trying to guess his ability, but they have no clue, because he hasn't even used it once during a fight." "But I heard it was super strength." "I heard it was super speed." "Well, it can't be both, can it? The theory is that the armor he's wearing significantly improves his stats, so it might perhaps just be a normal student. They say it's a weak student who used to be bullied, but perhaps came across a treasure at the demon tier armored level." "Is that where the name comes from?" "Well, I think it was based more on his appearance, but more and more people are thinking of this theory. After all, if they were this strong all along, why act now?" Of course, the person the students were talking about was none other than the infamous Night Demon. Quinn was amazed at how quickly it had spread and was pleased with the results. Less bullying was happening around the school, and it was all because of him. When he first found out he had gained so much power, this was what he wanted to accomplish. The problem was that many things kept popping up and getting in his way, and there was always the chance he would meet someone stronger. But right now he felt a little invincible while comparing himself to the students. Finally, Quinn had arrived at the forging house. There were a few times he had come by before, just to check if it was done any earlier, but Alex would always give the same reply, telling him to bugger off and wait the initial 2 weeks. "Can you count?" Alex would say. "Then stop bothering me, or it will only take longer." It was like a little kid who was too excited about receiving his Christmas presents and was asking someone if he could get them earlier. Now, when Quinn arrived at the forger, he would always wait for his reply before entering. There were a few things he noticed. Alex always used the same forging room. The other forgers knew of this as well. Alex wasn't exactly popular with the others. He was known to be quite crazy. Things always had to be done a certain way, and always needed to be put in a certain place. There weren't many who were willing to work with him. Based on their first meeting as well, Quinn kind of understood why. A few loud knocks were placed on the door, and Alex told him to come in, as he was already expecting him. The furnace wasn't burning like last time, and on the table, Quinn could see a few items. There were a couple of gauntlets that looked identical to his old pair. The only difference was they weren't all scratched up like the last time he had seen them, and then there were also the dual swords. Rather than just one, though, there were 4 blades kept out on the table. "Are these them?" Quinn asked while looking at the gauntlets, a bit disappointed that they looked the same as his old ones. "No, you dingus," Alex replied. "There was another reason why your gauntlets took longer than the usual time frame. After seeing the weapons you gave me, I wanted to know what made them so special. After melting it down, I was even more struck back, as there was a material mixed in that I had never seen or heard of before. I tried searching on the marketplace for it, but still couldn't find anything like it. I thought you had cheated me, and I was nearly going to sell your advanced crystals on the marketplace to make up for your lies." "You were going to do what?" Quinn shouted. "Calm down," Alex replied. "I didn't, okay? After melting down the swords you gave me, I noticed that they used the same material in them as well. It started to make me think maybe you didn't know about this after all. In the end, I tried searching for a replacement that could come out with something of similar quality, and the only thing that worked finally was glathrium. The reason I did this was that I wanted to replicate the techniques and materials used in the creation of your advanced tier weapon. As you can see, the results were great." Using his inspection skill, Quinn could indeed see that the gauntlets had the same stats like the ones from the shop. This made him believe he had made the right choice in choosing Alex for the job. His gut feeling was right. "Unfortunately, glathrium is extremely expensive, and I only had enough material to create 2 pairs of short swords. a pair of gauntlets, and your advanced tier 1s. So unfortunately, I won't be able to make any more of these until I sell the gauntlets and swords, so the plan might just take a little longer, Alex explained. This was good for Quinn. Right now he was in no rush to get money in the first place, but was happy that Alex had managed to find a replacement for the unknown material. It was most likely something that was only found on the vampire's planet. However, this might turn out to be for the better. If a vampire was to get a hold of Alex's weapons, perhaps they would be able to see the difference and just claim it as a coincidence. After all, there were slight differences here and there, but the overall shape was similar. "Take one," Alex said. Quinn was surprised by this. When he first met Alex, he thought he was a greedy person, one who would do anything for money, and now he was telling them to take one. "Don't look at me like that," Alex said. "I'm confident in the work I've put into these. I know once a few of these sell on the marketplace, we can start upping the price as word gets around. You were right. I never wanted to work for one of those crummy families in the first place. Being my boss sounds so much nicer, and you gave me this opportunity. Now pick one before I change my mind." Quinn looked at the weapons. He wasn't going to pick the gauntlets since he would be getting a new pair anyway, so instead, he used his inspection skill on the 2 pairs of swords to see if there was a difference on either pair. Turned out there was. "I'll take these 2 then," Quinn said. Alex was now looking at Quinn carefully, seeing if he could figure him out or not, and Quinn was wondering if he had done something wrong. Out of the 2, only one of them had an active skill, so he decided to go for them, and later he would give the weapons to Borden. During the creation process, Alex could tell only one of these had an active skill. "I don't know if you're extremely lucky or you know a thing or two about forging," Alex said, but didn't care to go further. "Oh well, I did say you could have one." While forging, even at Alex's level, there wasn't always a guarantee that the final product would have an active skill. The more skillful a forger was and the better the quality of crystals was, the higher chance there was, but still, it was never 100%. This fact made Quinn worry a bit, as he wanted to see his advanced tier gauntlets. Putting the swords away in his dimensional space, Quinn was ready. Alex cleared the table of the other weapons, and then, from underneath his workbench, he had brought out the new advanced gauntlets. Looking at them, one could tell that they were a thing of beauty. "I tried to keep to a similar design as your last pair. I used a red dye with the metal to keep the base of the color the same. Around the scale-like patterns, if there's a small silver finish on each end, and finally, as if a volcano ready to erupt, you have blue lines of energy flowing through it, at the fingertips down to the forearm," Alex explained. "Those crystals you gave me, I don't know if you got them or someone else did, but it's clear that they knew what they were doing. Each of the crystals came from a beast with a lightning element. At the same time, they all must have had different attributes that allowed them to create the ideal gauntlets. Strong skin, sharp tips. This is a complete way original created by me. This is another reason why I let you have one of the weapons. I want to thank you for how much fun it was to work on such a thing of beauty." Looking at the new gauntlets, Quinn couldn't wait to use his inspection skill. It had to have an active skill from the way Alex was describing things. "Leo, wherever you are, thank you for your help," he prayed. Opening his eyes, this was the moment Quinn had been waiting for. "Inspect." Episode 377, What I Want. "Inspect. Advanced tier gauntlets. Name, red voltaic gauntlets. Strength, +10. Defense, +6. Active skill, Thundercoat. Thundercoat is an active skill. When activated, it will charge up the gauntlets using the power of the melted beast crystals. The blue lines on the gauntlets overcharge themselves, releasing a coat of electricity, shocking the user. This skill does not affect the user in any way. Skill cooldown for 30 minutes. The cooldown may be shortened if an additional source of energy or outside source of energy is used to charge the gauntlets." Reading the description, Quinn was over the moon with the results. It was more than he was expecting, and he found it hard to hold his smile in. Alex noticed this as well, and now his suspicions were confirmed. For whatever reason, it seemed like Quinn had an eye for things. He couldn't have been a forger himself, though. Otherwise, why would he need to seek him out? Alex thought. He thought Quinn was a strange character, but he had now started to like him, not only because of the opportunity he had presented, but also because he was the first customer that had truly appreciated his work. Quinn couldn't be upset. First, the gauntlets increased his strength by a whole 10 points. This meant his strength would now be at 50 when being used, putting him up to the next bracket. Then there was the active skill. It wasn't just any active skill, though. It was an elemental one. These were one of the rare types of active skills available. Now, Quinn understood what Alex was talking about, how all the beasts having the same elemental attribute helped him in creating the weapon. Once more, he couldn't help but thank Leo enough for supplying him with the crystals. If he was on his own, it would have nearly been impossible to come up with the money or hunt the beasts to obtain such things. "I feel sorry for whoever is going to be your first test subject with these things. I think you're the only first-year student I know with advanced tier gauntlets," Alex said. Quinn wanted to test the equipment straight away. However, there was a problem. If he went out as the Night Demon, he wouldn't be able to use it. They were a dead giveaway that would lead back to him. Eventually, if he used it in the game or at night, then people would be able to relate the things to him, so he would have to save them in his inventory for now. "Thank you," Quinn said with his hand held out. In the end, the whole thing hadn't cost him anything, and he could tell this would be a great partnership for the future. "For the future," Alex said, shaking his hand back. When lessons were finally over, there was still time for the evening to arrive. Usually, Quinn would use this time to play the VR game, but instead today, he had decided to head back to his dorm room. There he waited patiently until Vorden had finally returned as well. "Long time no see," Vorden said. "I thought you would be playing that game again today." Yeah, sorry about that," Quinn replied. "You know what's going on. Anyway, forget about that, Vorden. I wanted to give you something to help you out. After all, if it wasn't for you and your family, I would have never been able to fight in that tournament. Here," Quinn said as he put forward both of his hands. Shadows started to form, and when they disappeared, 2 short swords appeared. The 2 short swords had the same shape to them. They were quite thick and had a slight curve going to the top. Near the hilt, an arrow design was seen on the base of the sword. However, the 2 swords were entirely different colors. While one sword was black with the arrow being white, the other was white with the arrow at the base being black. Vorden wasn't going to say no to a gift. He felt like Quinn owed him something ever since he was nearly killed by him on the Red Portal planet. But he wasn't going to bring that up now. He took up the 2 swords and thought, although they were thick and looked heavy, they were incredibly light. Vorden then performed a few slashes in the air with them. At first, they were slow as if he was testing the weight of the things, but eventually he started to speed up. With each strike, the sound of the wind could be heard, and it was only getting louder and faster until he eventually stopped. "Sorry, I got a little carried away there. It's been a long time since I used weapons," Vorden said. "It also seems like the 2 different swords are giving me a different boost. The black sword is giving me raw power and strength, while the white sword is giving me speed." "Well, as expected, you're good with everything," Quinn replied. "There's also an active skill, but I'll let you figure that out for yourself. I think they'll come in handy when you don't have an ability on hand. There aren't always going to be people around you, and you're good at close combat, so these look more than perfect for you. I can only see it as a plus that they will make you more versatile." What Quinn said made sense. The only thing Vorden needed now was a trendy belt and sheath around his waist, or maybe one around his back where he could put the weapons in. He hadn't been spending the allowance that his family sent him regularly, and he was surprised it still hadn't stopped. So he should have enough to buy some. "Thanks for this, Quinn. These are great. Though if you can, maybe you should make a bow for Layla at some point," said Vorden. "Don't worry, I plan to. I owe you all for how much you've helped me so far. By the way, how are the others?" Quinn asked. "Others?" Vorden said, looking confused for a second. Then he quickly realized that Quinn was referring to Rayton and Syl. He had forgotten that Quinn knew about his secret. "They're troublemakers, but they're doing fine," Vorden replied. The 2 of them remained in the room and decided to catch up with each other a bit. After all, they hadn't talked to each other for the past 2 weeks. Soon the sun started to set, and finally it was pitch black outside. "All right, I better get going to the VR center again," Quinn said as he lifted his arms and got out of bed. "Quinn, I know you're not going to the VR center," Vorden said. "I know you're the Night Demon or whatever they call it. Look, I'm not going to tell you to stop. What you're doing has had a positive impact on the entire school, but I just want to warn you. Whatever you do, don't use your shadow powers. I know it's quite obvious as to why, but it's more serious than you think. After we found out about what Duke had done to Peter, I started to look into things a bit more and discovered the school isn't normal. Sure, bullying and discrimination happen at all bases, and even in the outside world, but I've never seen it this extreme before. I already told you this before, but I got in contact with my brother just to confirm it, and when he went to his military school at another base, they didn't turn a blind eye as much as these teachers do. This whole thing with the bullying and the second-year students being involved, it's more like an organized crime ring. If Duke finds out you're interfering with it, then he might come after you." Quinn wasn't ignoring his words, but kept walking towards the door. He then opened it, but before closing it, he spoke. "Good, because that's exactly what I want." Episode 378, As Strong as Leo. After leaving his dorm room, Quinn decided to do the usual. Only this time, he decided to head up to the school roof instead, so he could get a better view of everything that was going on. With the Night Demon's name being known well, there were hardly any cases of public bullying going on during school time. Usually, Quinn would pay attention while in school to choose his next few targets. Instead, the only thing he could do right now was to rely on those that wished to face the Night Demon or hide their actions in secret. His improved eyesight with his level 3 inspection skill was extremely helpful when looking out for things. But there was one thing that was even better than that, his hearing. Before, his hearing was excellent, but all the conversation around him would be heard all at once, and it was hard for him to concentrate. Then he realized something. When he practiced his key control in the morning, he entered a special state. If he entered the current state now and moved the key to focus on his ears, he found it easy to hone in and focus on all the conversations that were going on at once. Ever since the incident at the hospital, not only had his key control gotten better, but also he hadn't suffered from the so-called blood addiction as he had suspected. He still didn't understand what happened that day, but he continued his daily practice. Still, his aura never looked the same, being a mix of white and red, making a soft pink. Some of the two substances hadn't completely combined just yet. Some of the red could be seen swirling around the pink-sized basketball. But because his understanding of ki was so small, he had no clue what it meant. Just when Quinn thought that perhaps there would be no one out tonight, he heard a voice off in the distance. "No, no, what are you doing?" a girl screamed. After locating where the sound was coming from, off in the distance, Quinn could see a boy and two girls. One of the girls was dragging the other along by the hair, while the other boy just continued to watch and laugh while throwing out insults. After choosing his next target, Quinn disappeared. For 1 second, a figure could be seen on the roof, and in the next, he was gone. The girl continued to drag along the other by the hair. It looked like this time they were heading out further than usual. Most of the bullying that happened so far hadn't been too far from the school grounds. "Is it because they're afraid of me?" Quinn thought as he continued to follow. They had ventured out of the park, past the convenience store. At first, it looked like they were about to head to the main plaza of the city, but they started to take a detour. Finally, they had reached what looked like a construction site. It was an underdeveloped construction building that was yet to be completely built, and only had several piles of dirt moved off to the side. So the area was very open. There was a metal fence that had been temporarily built surrounding all of it, but it was easy to move it to get inside. The fence was there just to show that it was a construction zone. Something's not right, Quinn thought. As the three people were walking, they were constantly looking around them, trying to find someone. At first, Quinn thought it was just because they were scared that the Night Demon could come out at any second, but they were looking far too much as if they were expecting him to come. Not only that, but as soon as they had reached the construction site, Quinn could smell another person there, waiting behind one of the piles of mud. "It's a trap!" Although Quinn knew it was a trap, this was what he was waiting for. "Come on, you slut," the girl student said. "Who said a low-level like you could talk to my boyfriend?" She continued to pull the student's head, and dramatically, the other one continued to scream. "You can stop with the bad acting," a deep voice off from the side said. As all three of them turned around, they could see the Night Demon. The girl immediately let go, and they all stepped back, slightly shaken. "He's real," the boy said. "Get out of here. I don't want to mess with you. I'm waiting for the person behind that pile of dirt," Quinn said. "Oh, you knew I was here, and you're very confident as well." Out from the pile of dirt, an adult came out and leaned up against the side of it. He had a large black afro on the top of his head, and was wearing square-shaped glasses on his face. But the main thing that stood out about him was his uniform. He wasn't wearing the standard uniform like the students. Instead, he was wearing the uniform the teachers wore. On a closer inspection, Quinn could also see on his shoulder his rank. He wasn't just a normal teacher like Dell, but at the sergeant level like Leo. "You should know who I am," the man said, "but just to remind you, a student should know his place, and it's a grave offense to hurt a sergeant. I'm Dylan White, sergeant under the command of General Duke." There was no need for him to declare who he was. Quinn already knew he was a sergeant from the second year. The reason for saying his name and position was to intimidate him. They knew a student was behind all the attacks, but Quinn wasn't faced one bit. The three students had quickly run off the construction site, fearing that they might get caught up. However, they stayed to watch the fight, hiding behind a few of the metal sheets, peeking through the holes. "You're in serious trouble, young man," Dylan said as he placed his hand on the pile of dirt. I was about to say the same thing, Quinn replied. Activating his ability, Dylan was able to make multiple small blocks that looked like bricks shot out from the pile, like a machine gun. If Quinn was able to use his shadow, this would be easy for him to deal with. However, he could not. Instead, he relied on his speed and power, a mixture of flash steps to avoid certain bricks and his fists to block the bricks from hitting his vital parts. Occasionally, a few would hit him, but the damage was minimal. 92 of 95 HP, 90 of 95 HP. If the attack was able to hit him cleanly, then it would have done a lot of damage quickly, but that wasn't the case. The sergeant couldn't believe his eyes. Is his power super speed or maybe teleportation? Dylan thought. As Quinn got closer, it was time for a change of tactic. The pile of dirt had gotten smaller in size, which was perfect for him. Now he was able to control it easier, forming two giant hands slightly taller than a human out of it. The two hands reached to grab Quinn from both sides, and it seemed like there was no chance for him to escape. However, another flash step was performed by Quinn, avoiding the blow completely as the two hands collided with each other, and before Dylan knew it, Quinn was by his side. A fist was thrown out fast and planted right into Dylan's stomach. Although the blow had landed, Dylan had remained in the position he was in. Ha! That's advanced tier armor under there, boy. Your weak attack with your fist isn't going to hurt me, Dylan said with a smile on his face. Advanced tier armor, you say? Well, that means I can punch at full strength, Quinn replied, pulling back his other arm. The next second, another fist was planted into him, and the blow felt 3 times heavier than the last. This time his legs were lifted off the ground. The blows didn't stop there as they carried on coming. He was getting hit too fast to even react to it. Punches aren't the only thing I can do, Quinn shouted, as he delivered a kick to Dylan's face while he was still in the air. The front of his foot hooked onto his head, and Quinn managed to fling him down onto the ground so hard that his body bounced lightly off the solid ground. Coughing out blood from his mouth, Dylan knew he was in trouble. He quickly placed his hand on the floor and shifted himself away from the ground to the other side. Who the hell is this? How is he so strong? I shouldn't have gone easy. I have to use my soul weapon. But suddenly, Dylan realized he couldn't see Quinn, who was on the other side. You think I would let you do that? While still on the ground, surging the energy from his feet, lifting it through his body, Quinn started to perform the hammer strike, only this time downward. A loud crack was heard as the ground beneath him started forming little fissures, and the armor had been broken. It was like a hammer hitting a nail on the ground, and Dylan was no longer conscious. Congratulations! 10,000 EXP awarded. 22,470 of 51,200. Well, I knew he wouldn't level me up based on no quest being received. The 3 students who had been watching couldn't believe it. They were waiting for the sergeant to get up any second now, but he remained on the floor, unmoving. They knew they were in danger and didn't want to stay there any longer, thus they decided to bolt out of the area. It was easy for Quinn to catch up to them and stop them, but he didn't want to. He wanted Duke to find out about this. He needed someone stronger than a sergeant. As Quinn left the scene by himself, he started to think about the sergeant's strength he had just fought. Sure, he had underestimated him and hadn't used his soul weapon, but Quinn hadn't used his blood or shadow abilities either. He had grown in strength. But what he wanted to do was compare them to the vampires he had met. Based on his experience on knowledge of the system, earlier he would say the sergeants were of the same strength as a vampire noble. Leo, of course, was an anomaly. His power was far greater than a sergeant, but remained at that rank for personal reasons. He would then have to put a general's strength at the level of the vampire knights the system had talked about, similar to Fex's sister. Then you had the 8 head generals. Their strength was the same of that of a vampire lord, who was also known as a leader. This would then mean that he would have to place the vampire king at the level of the supreme commander. It was probably because of the power levels around the world being so equal that none of these forces had decided to attack each other. They were just waiting for one or the other to weaken. This, however, was only a theory by Quinn. He had no clue how strong the vampire kings or leaders were, and that included the generals, but soon he felt like he would face his toughest challenge yet. It was late at night when Duke had finally received the message about what had happened to one of his sergeants. He was at his desk enjoying a drink, thinking everything was over. But as soon as one of his other sergeants had informed him, he crushed the glass in his hand, shattering it everywhere. "Would you like me to ask one of the other sergeants to try to deal with this, sir?" a man said by his side. No need. I want to deal with this runt personally by myself, and this time I won't let him live," Duke said. Episode 379, Calling Him Out. It wasn't long before the entire school found out about the incident. Duke's team had tried to keep it under wraps, but it was impossible to keep something as shocking as this a secret. The people most to blame were the 3 students who had witnessed everything at that time. It was an unbelievable sight to them that they felt the need to share it with everybody. Did the Night Demon really defeat a sergeant? Yeah, and there were no abilities used either. Again, no one still has any clue who it is. Does that mean the rumor about him having demon-tier equipment is true? Or maybe he just has an overall enhancing ability. You know, nothing special, but being a superhuman together. Anyway, that's not the big issue. The problem is now a teacher was involved, and it was one of Duke's men. This might just get serious. The students' hunches were right. Instead of the standard normal lessons that the kids would have all day, they were called out to one of the training fields instead. This included the first year as well as the second-year students. The field was mainly used for the second years for combat practice and all other sorts of training, while the first years mostly used an indoor center. The field was extensive and was large enough to hold every single student in school there. All of them were lined up in their homeroom classes on one side, while the sergeants and 2 generals stood opposite them. Now there were only 3 sergeants on either side. Dylan from the second year was taking a break and still recovering, although the truth was Duke didn't want someone who had embraced and failed him standing by his side, and from the first years, they still hadn't filled in Leo's replacement yet. Duke stood forward and was the first one to speak. "You're all here today because of me. At first, I wasn't going to make a big deal about this, but as I'm sure you all already know, something horrible happened to Dylan yesterday." At first, Duke had never planned on doing something like this, but as soon as he heard that all of the students already knew about yesterday's events, he decided to change his plan. "Yesterday, Dylan was investigating a bullying case between some second-year students. While trying to stop it, an unknown person had chosen to interfere. I hear people refer to him as the Night Demon. For some reason, this person chose to attack and gravely injure one of our sergeants." Hearing this, the students started to whisper amongst themselves, especially those in the first year. "But I thought the Night Demon only went after bullies. Yeah, I was saved by him, and he didn't even touch me. He didn't even let me say thank you. The teachers have never tried stopping these bullying acts before. Who is the general trying to fool?" "I hear some of you think of this person as a hero," the Duke continued, "but I assure you he is not. He doesn't care about any of you. He has his agenda in all of this. Why did he only appear now? Where was he before? And now his true colors are being shown as he started to attack innocent people as well. I'm here now to ask the Night Demon to come forward. If you do, then your punishment will be lightened. However, if you do not, you can't blame me for my actions," Duke said. One of the students hearing all this was getting angrier as he heard Duke carry on. This student was Bill, the first student, saved by the Night Demon. Although the others didn't know this, he was also the one who spread the name and rumors after noticing that the Night Demon continued to do these vigilante acts. He thought if he continued to spread out the good word, maybe he could help others. Not only that, but the Night Demon had kept his word. One day the bullies after a while had tried to target him again. However, like before, the Night Demon saved him again. Ever since that day, he felt like he had a whole new life. He could start talking to other low levels like him. Without the worry of who was backing them or was behind them, the Night Demon changed his life, and he couldn't stand what lies the Duke was saying about him. He clenched his fist and then did something he never thought he would do. "That's a lie!" Bill shouted out from the silenced crowd. "The Night Demon has only ever attacked those that have done bad. If Dylan got hurt, then I will believe that he deserved it." The other students around started to look at the person who was speaking up, and when they did, they noticed it was a frail little boy who only had a power level of 2. Some of the others who had been saved wanted to speak up but were afraid. "Where is this person getting all his courage from?" they thought. "I understand you saying where was the Night Demon at the start when all of this happened, but then let me ask, where were you?" Bill shouted. "Where were you when all of this bullying continued to happen? Where were you, our teachers, when our credits were stolen from us?" Hearing this, Nathan's eyes opened up a little. He then went over to one of his sergeants standing by his side and whispered in their ear, "I understand you want us to toughen up and experience what it's like in the real world, perhaps making us realize we need the power to survive, hoping to make us stronger, and that may work for some, but not for all of us," Bill shouted as he broke down into tears and fell to his knees. It was clear he was pouring his heart and soul into every word he had said, and many in the crowd could relate. Suddenly the ground underneath Bill's feet lifted about a foot in the air, creating a round platform, and he was quickly shifted to the front and was put directly in front of Duke. "This person has openly supported the Night Demon, an attacker of our staff and possibly a terrorist. They shall be taken to the dungeon for punishment," Duke ordered. Not only Bill, but the others had expected an outcome like this. It was currently a world ruled through power and fear, and this was why they had chosen not to speak up, and this was just another reminder for them of that. "Don't do it," Vorden said, as he could see Quinn, who was standing in front of him, fidgeting and looking around. "Not when everyone's watching." "But this isn't right," Quinn replied. "I never said it was. Unless you're confident you can do something about this and not get caught, then don't." While Quinn was deciding on what to do, it turned out he might not have to get involved anyway. "Wait, Duke," Nathan said. "What that boy said is quite true. My team has been doing some research as well. We have always encouraged fighting and disputes to be handled with their fists, but that and bullying are two different things. Ever since the introduction of this Night Demon, bullying cases have been going down significantly. Not just that, but forcefully taking credits. It's fine for students to wager credits as they fight each other, but looking at this student, I truly believe that wasn't the case. I believe more research needs to go into this before we make such a rash decision. Perhaps it is because of our negligence that someone like the Night Demon felt they had to act out." Duke's fingers started to twitch as he heard Nathan speak. The one thing he didn't want to happen was for Nathan to run an investigation. Luckily, all his misdoings were run through the second years, who were under his authority. Nathan wouldn't touch them. If there was a first-year problem that was related to a second year, it would then be handed to the second year, and Duke could silence the matter, claiming he could do it and that it would be dealt with. The problem was, if he came up with enough evidence such as to allow Paul or Mike to run their separate investigation. "That and this are two different things," Duke replied. "The Night Demon has attacked a member of my staff. As teachers, we hold up to a higher authority. If we allow them to do this and act out, then what's stopping another one from acting out? As you can see, people are already starting to," Duke said while looking at Bill on the floor. "If his credits were stolen, then we can look into it as a single-case matter. The main issue here is the Night Demon. I think you're making a bigger deal out of this bullying problem than it is. Kids need to toughen up, and now more than ever, since war is just around the corner." Nathan had to stop himself from smiling. The truth was, he had been looking into Duke for a while now. He knew the day he met him there was something he didn't like about him. However, somehow he was able to get on True Dream's good side, which also allowed him to be closer with Paul than himself. If he was to bring up rumors or small trivial matters, they would just dismiss it. He needed something bigger and more proof. "Okay, then let me ask, who here has ever experienced bullying to the point where credits were forcefully taken from them?" Nathan said. The students remained silent, and not a single one put their hand up. Duke was inwardly celebrating. "You have nothing on me, Nathan. For a second you thought you had me, didn't you?" he thought. But then, a single student from one of the first years raised their hand. It was another student who had been saved by the Night Demon. Not only that, but they had been touched by what Bill had said. After this, a few more hands were raised, and finally, more and more started to come out. "Enough!" Duke shouted, as he stomped his foot on the ground, causing the whole floor to rumble slightly. The students were tilted slightly off balance for a little bit before regaining their footing. "All of you are suspected of working with the Night Demon. You shall each be taken to the dungeon for further questioning." "You can't do that!" Nathan shouted. "Most of these students are first-year students, and they're under my control." "Go ahead, Nathan," Duke replied. "What are you going to do? Force me to stop?" "No, because you know you can't. Your little blind man is no longer by you to help you in situations like these." Nathan was beginning to curse at himself for not being strong enough. Paul currently wasn't at the base, and Mike was too busy leading the rest of the actual city and army. He didn't have time to care about a few students going to the dungeon. With no one to report to and not being strong enough to stop him, there was nothing he could do. As he looked down at the grass, a breeze of wind could be felt going past his hair, and suddenly he could see a shadow that wasn't there before on the ground. As he looked up, he could see the one they called the Night Demon. "Duke, you wanted me, right? Here I am." Episode 380, Duke's Power. Not every student had seen the Night Demon before. For most of them, it was nothing but a myth. However, the countless stories from the students made people think twice before acting. Still, the scene in front of them now made all those doubts disappear as the Night Demon stood right in between Nathan and Duke. "When the hell did he leave?" Vorden said, shaking his head. "Ha ha, this kid is getting gutsier by the day. I love it," Rayton said. "We need to do one better. Come on, you, go out as well. We need to one-up him. Slap some kids. Fight the second-year students. Let's start a Royal Rumble. Well, Quinn, this might be a little difficult for you, Logan said. He too had been following the news of the Night Demon. As the creator of the outfit, he knew in an instant that it was Quinn, but he never thought it would be used to this extreme. I know you said you got stronger from the hospital, but strong enough that you can win this without using your powers? Quinn, I can feel that's you out there. I hope you know what you're doing without being foolish. But whatever you choose, if it gets too hard, I'm ready to help you, Layla said with Sia standing closely behind her. Quinn had acted out based on emotion a little bit. When he looked at Bill, it reminded him of Peter. How at the time Peter was taken away to the dungeon, and how he did nothing to stop it. In the end, it had put them in the situation that they were in now. He didn't want another person getting punished for what he had chosen to do. Thus, no matter what he had to come out and fight, he was going to do so anyway, and people were going to find out about it. What difference did it make if it was in front of the school or wasn't? The only problem was, Quinn was seriously disadvantaged. Not a single shadow power was allowed to be used. As the only known shadow user in the whole school, maybe the whole world, he would be found out in seconds. While wearing the mask that covered his mouth and face, he was unable to use any of the charm skills. Phantom Punch and Daze both required the use of eye contact. Still, he wasn't sure if they would be of much use against someone like Duke in the first place. And finally, the blood abilities. The main worry about this was displaying the vampire powers out to the entire world. Quinn still wasn't sure if he could use his status as a vampire leader to help him out, but he knew if he revealed one of their biggest kept secrets, they might never forgive him, and the system seemed to have had the same opinion. New quest has been received. Defeat General Duke to gain an instant level up. The quest had appeared, which meant the system deemed Duke powerful enough to be worthy of an instant level up. This was unlucky for Quinn because it was the same problem he had at the tournament. If he was to defeat Duke here, his evolution process would begin. He wanted to defeat Duke away from the eyes of everyone like with the sergeant. But he couldn't just stand back and do nothing, and even if he couldn't beat Duke completely, that wouldn't stop him from giving him a beating. Inspect. Ability Earth. It looked like his inspection wasn't strong enough to give good details on Duke, which meant that Quinn needed to be careful. Most of the time, the enemy's HP would appear, allowing Quinn to know if he went too far or not. Fighting Duke meant there was a chance he might go too far. The other thing it showed was his ability, but everyone already knew what that was. The Earth's ability was sometimes deemed as weak by others. This was because of how widespread the ability was with the public and within the military itself. But it often made people forget that it was an elemental ability that was just as powerful as the lightning or fire powers the other big four had. There were a few people in the military that would remind people of that, one of them being the Supreme Commander and the other being the Duke. Quickly, sergeants, go over to the students and protect them. Now we won't allow a single one to get hurt, Nathan ordered, as he went towards Duke and grabbed Bill right in front of him. I hope you lose, Nathan thought, as he took Bill off to the side. Sir, would you like us to join in on this fight? One of the second-year sergeants asked. No, I'm going to crush this runt in front of everyone. Once they see how weak and pathetic he is, it will stop all this nonsense going on. The sergeants moved to the side, and with the others cleared out of the way, there was a nice area for the two of them to fight. The first one to make a move was Duke. However, what he had done was strange. He stomped his foot on the ground, and then in an instant, a ball of earth from the ground wrapped around him. As he was surrounded by the solid ball, others were wondering what he was trying to do, and Quinn had a good idea. Approaching the ball running at his full speed, he managed to cross the area in a few seconds. Is he even faster than before? Layla said. How did he get that strong so quick? When he was close to the ball, an odd movement could be seen on a section of the ball, as if it was alive. Suddenly, a spike appeared, shooting out of it at an amazing speed. Still, what was even more impressive was Quinn, who managed to dodge it. As he took a step back, the spike retracted back into the ball. Nathan, who was standing by the side, knew what Duke was doing. He wanted to shout out and give the Night Demon advice, but he couldn't even if he wanted to. If he did, then it would only make his entire case invalid to go after Duke. They could try to claim the whole thing was set up by him. Taking a step forward, a spike immediately came out from the earth ball again, but Quinn was able to move his head slightly, avoiding it. But that wasn't the only one. More and more started to shoot out from the ball and retract at amazing speed, while Quinn carried on running around it, dodging every attack. Eventually, inching his way closer and closer to the ball, his movements were slight, so no energy was wasted. "Who is this night demon?" Haley said, standing next to Nathan. "How could a student be strong enough to match up against a general like this? We don't have a student like this, even in the second year, correct?" "I don't know," Nathan said. "At first I thought it might have been one of the sergeants, but everyone here is accounted for, and I see no reason to have the soldiers outside of the school get involved in this. What's even stranger is they're trying their best to hide their ability no matter what. It's clear it's a student that doesn't want to get caught." "I understand what you're saying, but look," Faye interrupted. "I think you missed something. Look at his hands, and look at his feet. Other than that thin overall black suit he's wearing, nothing is covering them, and those are just the standard boots. He hardly has any beast gear on at all, so how is he so fast, and he might have the power to back it up as well?" "Maybe the rumors of him finding a demon tier chest piece or level of equipment are true after all," Nathan replied. Finally, Quinn had managed to reach close enough to the ball to get a punch in. Using all the strength he had, he whacked the ball. A few cracks were made where he had punched, and a small dent appeared, but there was no significant damage. The spikes continued to come out at him, but this time he decided to use his strength to hit the spikes on the side before they could reach him, breaking them apart and causing them to fall to the floor. The spikes were being made from the earth coming from the solid ball, so now the thickness and strength of the ball were growing weaker. After breaking off a few of the spikes, Quinn punched again and again, causing the dent to get larger and cave inwards even more. "You were right," Nathan said. "He does have power. I've never seen anyone being able to break the ball before." Finally, noticing that he had significantly weakened a part of the ball, Quinn lifted his leg above his head and swept it down as fast as he could, hitting a section of the ball with the heel of his foot. The concave area had broken, and slowly cracks started appearing throughout the whole ball until finally the whole thing had crumbled. Still, something had caused Quinn to jump back, and this something worried him. Now Quinn finally understood what Duke was doing under the ball all this time. He was activating his soul weapon. Episode 381, Weak Punch. Ever since the day his ki mixed with his blood, Quinn's senses had been sharper than ever. It was as if the ki was activating on its own at times, and right now he was feeling the same thing. As soon as the strange mud ball had broken, his senses were telling him to fall back, and he did well to listen to them by moving out of the way. Standing in front of him now was Duke. The reason for being in the ball for so long was to ensure that he had enough time to equip his soul weapon. Right now, from head to toe, his body was covered in a strange, rock-like substance. His size was nearly twice the size of what he was before, and the only humane feature that could be seen on him was his eyes. He looked like some type of rock beast made out of, well, rocks. "I guess he's not going to take it easy on me the same way as the sergeant did. That armor looks sturdy, and I don't have my gauntlets either. This is going to be a hard one," Quinn thought. Suddenly, as Duke lifted his hand, giant columns of rock appeared shooting out from underneath, moving and swerving left and right, and right at the very tip of the column, it was slightly larger, making the bendy columns look like snakes. The way they moved also resembled that of a snake as well. Moving his hand, one of the large snakes moved forward and started slithering fast against the floor. Quinn was waiting for the right moment to use his flash step to avoid the strike, but then suddenly the head opened its mouth, and several slab bricks came shooting out of it. Performing the flash step earlier than planned, Quinn moved away from most of the attacks, but he was unprepared for the other rock snake that was also going for him. Using its large head, it managed to slam into his body at great speed. 80 of 95 HP. The blow was powerful, and the snake continued to push both it and Quinn across the floor. Using one hand, Quinn managed to harden his fingers so much that he had dug his hand into the head of the snake. Then, with the other, he started to perform the motions of the hammer strike. He knew a normal punch wouldn't be enough. "Get off me!" Quinn shouted, as a large and powerful bang was heard. Pieces of rock flew everywhere as the snake's head and weight were flung off to the side. When did Quinn get that much strength? Vorden thought. How was someone able to grow that quickly in such a short amount of time? Still, while Vorden was wondering about Quinn, it seemed like Duke was relaxing on the other side of the field, while Quinn was having a hard time. Looking around him, Quinn had noticed that the other snake had suddenly gone missing, but before everyone else could, with his sensitive ears, Quinn could hear rumbling, and it was coming from underneath. Flash step! The ground started shaking, and out from below the other large snake popped up. If he hadn't dodged it in time, he would have been hit. Damn, he's like a little rat, Duke thought. Hitting the snakes is useless. Even if I take them down, he'll just make another one. What I need to do is to go after the person that's controlling them, Quinn thought, as he started to run as fast as he could towards Duke. Just as before, the snakes opened their mouths and started to shoot out multiple slabs at Quinn. By using a mixture of his speed, strength, and flash steps, he was able to avoid most of the blows, but still got hit now and then. Compared to fighting Dylan, there were far more slabs, so he was getting hit more often. 78 of 95, 76 of 95, 70 of 95. Still, Quinn didn't let that deter him. Every time he got hit by a slab, he kept his target in sight and carried on going towards Duke. Then at one point, the snakes finally stopped firing. He was now too close to Duke. Using the momentum, Quinn jumped up in the air and swung his body out while performing a spinning roundhouse kick. It was a move that would allow him to produce the most power in an instant and would be too fast for Duke to block. Yes, he's got him, Bill thought. The kick slammed right into Duke's side, and a few cracks appeared, but he hadn't even been moved a single inch from his spot, and even the cracked markings on his sole weapon had healed in an instant. It looked as if Quinn had never hit him in the first place. You're an idiot, Duke said, as he threw out a fist towards Quinn. Surprisingly, the fist was incredibly fast for his size, and the only way Quinn could avoid the blow was by performing another flash step. What do you think this is? Duke said arrogantly. You will never be able to do any harm to me. Underneath my soul weapon, I even have king-tier armor protecting me. Your weak punches and kicks will do nothing. Quinn hated to admit it, but the way he was now, a normal punch wouldn't do anything. He didn't have his gauntlets, and he doubted the normal hammer strike would be able to do much either. Should I just run away? He'll never be able to catch me, right? Quickly he caught glimpses of all the people he had helped so far. He could see the look on their faces. They were all deeply worried about him, not just them, but his friends Layla, Vorden, and Logan. Before, he never had this. He never had people who were concerned and worried for him. I'm not going to run away, at least not until I give this guy one good punch, Quinn thought. Let me show you what a real punch is like, Duke said, as he lifted his hand in the air. Pieces of rock rose from the ground, and some parts of the snake started to form around Duke's fist, doubling it in size, creating a giant fist. I don't understand, Haley said. Won't that just make his fist heavy, not stronger or faster? You're wrong, Nathan replied. You see, the top Earth users have complete control over the Earth. By covering his entire hand, he can use his ability to push the Earth as fast as possible. It's as if he was moving a ton of weight at the speed of his regular punch, while also being enhanced by his beast gear underneath. It's best if the Night Demon gets out of there now. The two snakes stood behind him like a wall, waiting for Quinn to make a break for it, but never for a second did Quinn think about running away. You're right, Duke. I was an idiot to think my weak punches were ever enough to stop you. I'm sorry for not giving it everything I've got. Ignoring the silly taunts, Duke started to swing his giant fist towards Quinn. It was moving at the normal speed of a regular punch, which shocked everyone that was watching. How could something so large move like that? It was as if the wind didn't exist. Quinn slammed his foot down hard on the ground, which caused a small crater to be formed. He then allowed the energy to rise inside him. This time, it wasn't just his strength added to it. The red blood energy was rising too. If he wanted to hurt Duke, he had no choice but to perform the blood hammer strike. The blood energy then started to shift from his toes to one of his hands. Then something strange happened. Something unexpected, but it was too late for Quinn to stop now. The strange pink key energy started to move about with the blood energy. Still, Quinn didn't care about it and continued trying to perform the strongest punch he could do. Blood hammer strike! Snapping back and firing off his other hand like a shotgun, an extremely loud, thunderous clap was heard. The two fists had collided. There was no equal force of power, as one of them was the clear winner. Duke's giant stone fist immediately started to crumble, as all of the earth used to create it was shot back. Screams were heard, as giant pieces of rocks started to crash and fall to the ground, and dust had also been thrown up everywhere. What happened? Did the Night Demon die? Is everyone okay? Nathan shouted out. As the two fists had hit, a large dust cloud had spread out, blocking everyone's view. The only thing that they could hear and see was the thunderclap and the large rocks falling on the floor. As the dust started to settle, the place where the Night Demon once was, he was now nowhere to be seen. Then Nathan and all the others quickly went to look at Duke. Gasps were heard throughout the crowd at what they were seeing. "Someone get the doctor, quick!" one of the sergeants called. A pool of blood was at Duke's feet, and his whole right arm from his shoulder was no longer there. "I'll kill that bastard!" Episode 382, The Result of the Fight. While dust had blocked everyone's vision, Quinn had to act fast, and there were more reasons for this than just one. Truthfully, he wanted to continue the fight, but now when looking at his right hand, it had completely shattered. The skin had been torn off, and the bones had fractured completely as well. The attack! What was that? Did the blood mix in with the ki? He thought. It was clear, though, that his body was unable to handle this power currently. With no protection from gauntlets whatsoever, Quinn's fist had also taken Duke's attack head-on, which might have had something to do with it as well. But this wasn't the reason why he had to stop fighting. He had already used up his blood bank skill in an instant, and his arm was already starting to heal on the spot. It was a lot of damage, but this wound was nowhere near fatal, and Quinn could continue. That was, of course, if it wasn't for the fact that part of his suit had been destroyed in the punch as well. The suit was designed to cover him from head to toe. There would be no gaps. The attack, however, caused the suit to break, which meant outside in the middle of the day, his skin was exposed to the sunlight. He was far weaker than he once was. Still, Quinn was a lot faster than a regular human, even with the sun outside. His stats had improved so much that he was as strong as when he had first evolved. The dust was a big bonus, and while it was starting to settle, Quinn was able to rejoin back with the others. Everyone was far too focused looking at the fight ahead to notice he wasn't there and someone had returned. Many of the students were jumbled up, as they would constantly move out of order to get a better view of the fight. The teachers had no control over the students, and it had become slightly chaotic as soon as the Night Yeoman appeared. When it started to get intense towards the end, they started to scramble in fear as objects and debris came flying their way. Returning to the line, Vorden had found Quinn and could see him wearing his new gauntlets. Is he covering up an injury from the fight? Vorden thought. It was a close guess, but not quite. The gauntlets were covering part of his ripped uniform. Many of the other students had also drawn out their beast weapons, as some of the rocks from the fight had come out hurling towards their way, and they had used them to protect themselves. Although Nathan and the sergeants had done a good job in making sure the bulk of the flying debris didn't hit anyone. When the dust had settled, that's when they finally saw it. Duke's arm had completely been removed. "All right, everyone," Nathan shouted. "Back to your dorm rooms now. You are to stay inside until further notice." The students quickly did as they were told, while the others went to care for Duke. It was more than eventful that evening, to say the very least. As Quinn was left with the others, a smile appeared on his face as he pictured the anger on Duke's face. "I didn't get the level up I needed, but I gave Duke what he deserved." When returning to the room, Vorden went to check on Quinn's arm, but it had already completely healed and he seemed fine. Vorden wanted to lecture him, but he couldn't help but smile as he pictured Duke's face. Instead, he gave Quinn a high five. "Good job, he finally got a little payback," Vorden said. "But please don't give me a heart attack like that again, or at least warn me." For the rest of the night, Quinn was trying to figure out what had happened when he used the blood hammer. Somehow he had used his ki in the attack as well. Right now it was too powerful for his body to handle, but he knew that it was incredibly strong. If he had some way to control it better, then it would allow him to just get that bit stronger. He had to learn to control it enough to a point where his body could handle an attack at that level. The problem was, how would he practice, as this wasn't something he could perform in the game? The ki he could feel in the real world didn't quite register in the system as well. It was just different. The rest of the day, the students were told to remain indoors. They were expecting some type of announcement to be made, but it never came. Instead, the next day they were told to just continue lessons as normal. However, it was nearly impossible. The classes were filled with people talking about what had happened, and a dreaded rumor had been spread. Duke's arm had completely gone. If his arm was simply detached from his body, the doctors would be able to do something and heal it back. But it turns out they were unable to find any trace of the arm at all, as if it was obliterated to pieces. With no regeneration ability, it couldn't grow back. A robotic arm could be used to replace it, but everyone knew for sure that for elemental users, their powers were channeled through their hands and legs. Missing a whole arm had significantly weakened his power. The students who were told to go to the dungeon for sticking up for the Night Demon were now under the personal protection of Nate. He wouldn't allow anything to happen to them. He had sent out an emergency report to Paul, and all he could do now was wait for his return. With the way Duke currently was, he was in no condition to try to go against General Nathan and the other sergeants. The problem was, from that day onward, the whole school felt divided. Not many interactions were done between the first-year and the second-year camps, and it was unlikely Paul would return before the school term had ended either. Quinn was able to get his suit repaired. Luckily, Logan had ordered the crystals whenever he had seen them pop online, expecting this to happen at one point or another. It was a clear problem with the suit. It was only at the basic tier after all, and was easily damaged, which would hamper his skills in the daylight. It made Quinn aware that he needed to get the ring made as soon as possible. The only problem was, it required the Deathbat crystals from the Red Portal planet, so it might be a long wait until he received them. He, of course, no longer went out at night as the Night Demon. Duke would send out his sergeants to be on the lookout every night, including the teachers. Not only that, but there was no longer any need for the Night Demon. Quinn had successfully done his job in quelling nearly all serious cases of bullying happening around the school. If the Night Demon was strong enough to do that to a general, then a student would stand no chance. This was the thought in their heads. For the remaining 2 weeks, all Quinn could do instead was to continue to train in the VR center to gain EXP. With no one starting any more fights, it was even hard for him to fight normally. If he did, then he would be the one causing problems starting fights. Thinking back to the fight with Duke, Quinn could tell that he had improved a lot. Never in his life would he have dreamed of being able to do something like that. He had a good feeling that if he was able to use his blood abilities and shadow abilities from the start, he might have won. In the end, he had run out of time and was unable to level up. However, he had learned a lot about his ki, gained new weapons, and learned an entire new shadow skill in that time. He was now ready. The first day of summer was right around the corner. Episode 383, Off to a New World. Finally, it was the first day of summer. The school term had ended, and it was the only time students were allowed to leave the military base, if they wanted to. All the students who had planned to leave would meet up in the second-year field. There, a large teleporter would be placed, which would take them all to the same Earth station. From there, students would make their own way to wherever they needed to go. However, Quinn had other plans, and unlike the other students who were packing and getting ready to leave, Quinn was patiently waiting in his room for most of the students to go. It was already midday, and he had decided that he would get a nice long rest before heading out. When he finally did wake up, he noticed that Vorden was no longer in his bed by his side. Most of the students were pretty excited that they would finally be able to go home and had packed beforehand, ready to go back any second. He must have gone back to his family. I wonder what Layla will do, Quinn thought. Since she was no longer a part of Pure, he had chosen not to inform her of his plans. Luckily, before Vorden had left, Quinn had decided to ask for some blood to fill up his blood bank. He had also tried to get the materials to make the flask and ring in his item shop, but as he expected, they were nearly impossible to find. He now realized why Fex was so happy when he had put up the crystals for sale. Hopefully the vampire planet is a dark one. It should be, as Fex said. Only when vampires reached a certain stage would they be sent out on a quest to obtain the materials for the ring. Leaving his room, Quinn chose to look out of his window onto the field. The last few students that were remaining looked to be entering the portal with their belongings. He watched them go in one by one, and time continued to pass. I'm just delaying it, aren't I? Everything Quinn needed was either in his system inventory or was in the dimensional space in the shadow. They had no clue where they would land once entering the portal, so it was best to be prepared. They might even just land in the middle of a whole vampire city, and they needed to be ready to explain themselves. Finally, not wasting any more time, Quinn decided to enter Logan's room. Come in, Logan said. As Quinn opened the door, he was greeted with something he had never expected. Inside the room wasn't just Logan, but Vorden and Layla were there waiting as well. Huh? What are you guys doing here? Aren't you going home? Quinn asked, trying to figure out what was going on. No, they're not, Quinn. I decided to tell them about what was happening because I knew you wouldn't. I told you before, they are equally invested in this just as much as you are, Logan replied. He's right, Quinn, Vorden replied. You should just let us make our own choices. And you have to remember, Peter and Fex aren't just your friends, they're ours as well. Layla then started to walk up to Quinn and looked him in the eyes. You idiot, she shouted. Why do you think I wanted to turn myself in the first place? It's because of how weak I felt when I'm around you. how I felt hopeless. I did this thinking I could finally help you, and then you went and chose to not tell me. We are part of the same problem. We have a connection," Layla said, as she stopped and walked off back near the others, fearing that her emotions would have gotten the better of her. "Look, I understand, but I was just looking out for you, Quinn stopped in the middle of his sentence. He finally realized that what he was doing was exactly what they had done for him when the vampires came for Fex. He remembered how upset he was when they didn't tell him. He felt the same way. "You're right," Quinn said. "It's your decision, but Vorden, you can't copy vampire abilities, and other than Logan's, which is difficult to use, it might be troublesome for you. These vampires are incredibly strong." "Didn't you just give me these?" Vorden said, turning around and showing the white and black curved swords on his back. "I'm pretty sure I can fend for myself. Not just that, Quinn, what about you? If you get hurt, you're going to need your little blood bank, right?" Quinn didn't know why, but whenever he did need blood in the past, he used to always go to Vorden or Layla. As for Logan, he intended to avoid asking him the question. In a way, Logan's blood didn't seem or sound as appetizing. It probably had something to do with his diet of strange sandwiches. "So, you all know what's happening, right? About how they're going to kill Fex? I don't know what's happening with Peter, but I'm going to try my best to stop it," Quinn explained. "I've been trying to get stronger for this very reason. We could be going up, or even fighting against them to save him." "Quinn, we already know that," Layla said. "Sorry to interrupt," Logan said, as he pushed a button on his table, allowing for his bedroom door to slide open. Suddenly, a person came crashing into the room with their face planted against the floor. The door quickly closed behind her. As they all looked at the person, it was someone they all recognized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop," she said, with her head down on the floor, begging. "I just came here for Layla." The person who was on the other side of the door was Sia. "Don't worry, she didn't hear anything. This room is soundproof and locked. Like an aircraft, I created my ventilation system that I order the parts for and replace once in a while," Logan explained. "No wonder I couldn't smell her outside," Quinn thought. Layla had quickly gone down to help her up, and Sia now stood closely behind her, while peeking at all the others. Seeing how different Sia acted before and after the memory loss was making Quinn feel a bit queasy in his stomach. "Quinn, I think she should come with us," Layla said. "What?" Quinn blurted out. "Wait, look, she knows nothing. She remembers nothing. She has nowhere to go, and right now I'm the only one she's got. I don't think she would betray us, and she helps me with my powers. I promise I'll explain everything to her, and you can make her my responsibility." The room was silent for a bit, as Quinn couldn't believe what Layla was suggesting. At one point and time, Sia was the enemy. Could removing someone's memory change them that much, to a point where they could trust her? Of course, Quinn now trusted Layla, but he barely knew Sia. "Please, Quinn," Layla said, with a glint in her eyes, making her look like a sad puppy dog. "I think we should take her," Logan said. "We need all the help we can get. Her ability was extremely handy when we were fighting the king-tier beast, and also, it will allow Vorden an ability to copy as well. Why don't we have a vote? All those who wish to bring Sia along." Logan raised his hand, and so did Sia and Layla, and then when Quinn turned to look at Vorden, he noticed his hand was up, the only person he thought might have been on his side. "Well, I guess my say doesn't mean anything now," Quinn said. The reason why Vorden wanted Sia along was that it didn't matter if she lived or died on this trip, in his opinion. It wasn't someone to look out for like the others. He too agreed with Logan. The truth was, having no one's ability that he could copy worried him a lot. At least this would give him something. "Okay, before you go I prepared something," Logan said, as he turned his chair around and went to grab 2 small chests. He opened one of the chests with one of his mechanical arms that were connected to his chair. The first chest contained 5 small spray bottles that looked a bit like perfume bottles. Quinn knew exactly what it was. "This is the formula I've been working on. The Logan stopped himself there for a second, realizing Sia had yet to learn of everything yet. "Layla, it might be best for you to explain this to her now, and then I can go on to explain this." Layla then took herself and Sia over to the bed that was on the other side, while the boys patiently waited for her explanation. They were waiting for some type of shock or horrified look to come across Sia's face, but it never came. "I don't care. I'll do whatever you say. I just want to be with you," Sia said as she leaped across the bed and jumped on Layla, giving her a huge hug. The boys looked away at the awkward scene and interaction. "Didn't Sia have a thing for you?" Quinn said, giving Borden a nudge on the arm. "I think that might have all been a pure act thing," he replied. Once the two girls were done, they had come back to join the group and finish listening to Logan's explanation. "As I was saying before, every human here, I think I should say, needs to carry this on them at all times. The effect of the spray lasts for 5 hours. 2 puffs are all you need, so it should be plenty to last our whole trip there. Just make sure you don't lose it or break it. The vampires have a particular smell of their own, which allows them to recognize their kind. This has been created by emulating Quinn's smell, so to everyone else, they will think you are a vampire. Don't forget to spray yourselves. If you want to be safe, spray yourself every 4 hours, because a second over 5 could be your death while we're there." Borden and Sia took a bottle each, while Logan kept the spare as well as the chest for himself. Then he presented the other chest and opened that as well. Inside this one, there were several designs of masks. "Quinn and I already have one. This is for the rest of you to choose. Inside these masks is a communicator. Although it's best if we stay together, we always have to prepare for the worst. There's a good chance we might be split up at some point." Logan continued explaining a few more details to the group about all the different case scenarios that could occur when going through the portal and what their plan of action was. After all, the explanations were done. Everyone then prepared themselves with all their equipment and supplies. They all also chose one of the masks, which each had a slightly different design to them. This time, Logan was the carrier of items, preparing food pills and water pills for ultimate survival. After all, not all of them could survive on blood and other things on this trip. There was a fairly large rucksack on his back that looked extremely heavy, but the main thing was that inside of it was a portable teleporter that would lead them back to Earth. They needed a way to get back no matter what. When Logan bent down to pick up the large and heavy rucksack, several spider-like legs appeared from his back, gripping it and holding it in place, taking all of the weight completely off of Logan. It looked kind of silly, as Logan was fairly short and the rucksack was bigger than him. The explanations were all done, and everyone was now ready. The square teleporter was placed on the floor, and the input code was put in. The device started to start up, as mechanical sounds were heard, and 2 arms flung open from the side of the machine. Seconds later, a portal opened, displaying a green-like color, but they knew this wasn't a green portal planet they were going to. "No one, I repeat, no one is dying on this trip," Quinn said. "We are going to save lives, not sacrifice ours. Understand?" Everyone nodded, and then formed a line in front of each other, with their hands on top of each other's shoulders. They all then slowly walked in until eventually everyone had gone through the portal and into the vampire world. End of Arc 2. Arc 3 begins. Episode 384, A Foolish Act. It was midday. The sun was burning brightly, and there didn't seem to be a cloud in sight. Summer had truly started, and all of the kids had returned to their families for the break. Although not everyone saw this as a holiday, some were still busy working as hard as ever. In a particular place outside, there was a fairly large palace. This palace was designed using ancient Chinese architecture. The roofs were slanted and pointed, where the main palace was a few tiers higher than everything else, allowing it to overlook the entire area. It stood out because at the very top, the highest roof was made completely out of gold. Underneath the place was the second tier, which surrounded the palace in a square-like shape. In this tier, several houses usually belonged to the workers of the palace or high-ranking officials. And finally, the third tier. A very large open square with a few large buildings that were used for several things, but mainly it was used for students. This was the home of the Greylash family. On the third tier, on the large square-like platform, around 50 or so students of mixed ages were all wearing a white sash around their clothes. They were here shouting out in unison, 1, 2, 3. As they called out numbers, a slight pause could be heard in between, and then straight after that, a zap. Standing in front of all of them was the teacher. He too had a white sash, but the edges of it were embroidered with gold, which showed his higher rank. 1. Remember to breathe out as you complete each motion. The teacher demonstrated with sparks of electricity shouting out about 3 meters from his fist. 2, he shouted, bringing both of his fists down to his waist, and this time a small coat of electricity could be seen covering his body. And 3, he shouted, suddenly jumping off the ground and swirling his body, making himself look like a thunderbolt, quickly traveling 5 meters ahead of his original position. As he landed, he quickly walked back to his original position. "Again!" he shouted. The students, along with the teacher, repeated the actions. Some seemed to get the hang of it and were able to perform them well. Some others would complete the moves, but no lightning powers could be seen, while for others, only during some movements would their powers be shown. "Looks like they are doing quite well," a voice said from behind the teacher. "Well, indeed," the slightly old man said while smiling. Then he realized he had recognized the voice, and as soon as he turned around, he bowed down. "I'm sorry, I didn't think you would be here on the first day." "Don't mind me, it's boring to stay up in that palace and incredibly lonely too. I don't know how my grandfather did it," Owen replied with his usual fan covering the bottom part of his face. The only way one could tell what expression he was making was by looking at his eyes. Right now, they were like a crescent moon upside down, which would mean he was smiling. "Their progress has been quick, all thanks to you. When you took over and shared those techniques of yours, their ability and powers all grew faster than I had ever seen them before. I'm sorry the elders didn't try to listen to you before including myself, sir." The old man was trying his best to please Owen. What he had said was the truth. The students had improved greatly with the new techniques that had been handed down. Although he was giving more praise than he usually would, as he remembered he was one of the elders that had chosen to vote against him while choosing a leader. "Don't worry, I understand many of you are traditionalists. Many people don't like change, but whether we like it or not, change is coming. That's why I thought it would be best to teach the future generation a better way," Owen said. "I fear something big is coming soon, and the only thing we can do is prepare ourselves." Suddenly, a small bolt of lightning seemed to land right by Owen's side, and a loud bang had come with it. As the lightning bolt disappeared, a man stood there in its place, mostly covered in white, and a headband covering his head and face, known as a fukumen, and a zukin only revealing his eyes. The person whispered into Owen's ears, and as he heard the news, the fan covering his face dropped down to his side. "Perhaps that change is coming sooner than I thought," he said. "That fool, I knew he would act. Of course he wouldn't heed the warning of the others. It's only because I know of our past that I chose not to act either. Keep me updated the best you can. We must prepare for the worst." Out in the middle of the ocean, 3 large ships could be seen traveling next to each other. The ships were large and around half the size of a cruise ship. They were all heading in one direction in particular. In the ship that was stationed in the center, out on the deck at the front of the very tip, was Jack Truedream, the newest member of the Big Four. 2 guards stood by his side, one of them Kenny, who he always kept with him for certain reasons most of the time. But after his failure to comply with his orders, he had been a bit distant from Jack. Still, Jack wanted him by his side today, since Kenny could put others to sleep. It allowed his ability to be used easily, and he was hoping to score big today. Next to him on his other side was a fairly large man who looked almost like a giant. He was covered in the likes of a beast armor someone had never seen in their lives. On his back, a large spiked ball was his weapon, and his armor looked like it had been taken straight out of gladiatorial times. On this ship alone there were 500 men, all with a mixture of abilities, but they were his very best. The 2 ships by his side also contained 500 men each, making a total small army of around 1,500 people. All of them belonged to the True Dream family. This was only about 1/10 of the people belonging to the True Dream family, but these people held about 2/3 of their entire power. The rest were left to guard his city. None of the public knew what he was doing at this moment, as they hadn't been made aware of it, and he wanted to keep it that way. Today he was starting a war with the Blade family. "I bet they thought they were quite smart, hiding their family on an uncharted island in the middle of nowhere," Jack said. "But you underestimate my information gathering. Even if you are powerful, I would love to see how they deal with it when 1,500 of the strongest ability users in the world turn up right at your doorstep uninvited." Jack then started to hysterically laugh at his genius. Once he got rid of the Blades, he would not only obtain their power, but also the shadow power along with it, and perhaps many more secrets that they were hiding. If all the others were scared of the Blades before, they would be terrified once they found out that Jack had not only defeated them, but also taken their power. "The teleporters are ready, sir," Kenny said by his side. The group would have loved to invade by teleporting right to the island. However, there was no such way. The only way to reach the island in the first place was to travel via a ship or an aircraft. Still, they needed a quick way back home. Finally, a fairly large island could be seen in sight. Even from a distance, a large mountain could be seen that seemed to have been flattened. At the very top of it, a strange, giant castle-like structure was seen, and behind that, what looked like a very large stone tablet. "Impressive, but soon all of this will be mine." The ship had reached shore, and the invasion had begun. Episode 385, The Chained Unleashed. On the private island on top of the hill, there was a fairly large castle that hadn't been built. Just beside it, a huge stone tablet was also present. The stone tablet was at least double the size of the castle itself. Inside the castle there wasn't a king or a queen, and there weren't many people who lived there either. In total, only 100 or so people lived there. Inside the castle, in the throne room, some people who looked like a regular family were sitting down, eating dinner at a large dining table. At the head of the table was a large, muscular old man. He had a short, scruffy beard and also scruffy, spiky hair that had completely grayed out at this point. They were currently dressed in their everyday clothing, and the old man himself was in a regular sleeveless top that showed his large, bulging muscles. His arm itself was as wide as a regular person's thigh. The rest of the family were all dressed a little nicer, but none of them were wearing beast gear. However, if one was to look around the room, they could see beast armor all over the dining room, being put out on display. That too in multiple different styles. It seemed as if they were merely some collector's items. Also sitting at the table was a younger man, who was only graying at the side. His blonde hair was neatly swept to the side. Sitting next to him was a female who was a similar age. Opposite the two of them were a pair of young brother and sister, both of whom were blonde as well. They were twins who seemed to be in their mid-20s. "So are you going to do nothing about Syl then?" the young boy asked. "Yeah, Grandpa, if we did something like that, then you would have already sent us back to the castle. It's not fair," the girl complained, sitting next to the boy. The old man stuffed his face with a fairly large chicken breast before putting it down and laughing. "You know I have bright plans for that boy," he continued to laugh. "Not fair," the girl sulked. "Why has Syl always been Grandpa's favorite?" "Come on now," the father said. "You know he has his problems. He was affected by the training worse than all of us, but at the same time he showed better results than everyone here." "Your father's right," the mother added. "If Syl can return to what he once was, then perhaps he would lead the family one day." "Pfft, yeah, right. If that crazy kid led his family, then we would all be doomed," the girl said. Suddenly their meal was interrupted as a knock was heard at the door. "Come in," the old man shouted. A man walked in calmly, as if there was nothing to worry about at all. He was dressed in a nice suit and gave a quick bow before giving his report. "Sir, it seems like the island is about to be under attack," the man said. "Really? By who?" the old man replied. "It's True Dream, sir, and he appears to have brought an army of over 1,000 men," the man replied. 1,000 men? He must be quite well known to gather that many. Why have I never heard his name?" the old man asked. "He only recently joined one of the big families. I believe they now call it the Big Four," the father answered. "That's why you probably never had the chance to hear about him." The mother was shaking her head as she heard the news. "This stuff always happens. History has a pattern of repeating itself. As time goes on, our influence over them lessens, and they forget about what happened before." "Well, I guess it's time to remind them of who we are," the old man said, as he stood up from his chair and wiped his face with a napkin. "Wait, Grandpa, you're going out there on your own?" the young girl said. "Isn't that a bit too much?" "You guys carry on enjoying your meal. It's been a long time since I've been able to do something like this, and who knows, maybe this Mr. True Dream is strong," the old man said. "Send 50 or so men to stall them at the beach. Have them copy the earth ability before they go out, and bring out the chained. I will be needing them," the old man said with a smile. "As you wish, sir." True Dream and his men had landed on the beach, and they were currently waiting for all of the others to deboard. It was important for them to attack together, otherwise it would be useless to bring this many people. Once everyone had gotten off the ships, True Dream himself remained at the back of the group with his 2 guards. Also another group of around 10 people with portable teleporters too remained at the back of the group. "Begin the attack," the large man standing by True Dream's side shouted, and immediately all of the men stormed and started running on the sandy beach. At the same time, out from the trees, 50 men stood, all wearing the same type of armor at an equal distance from each other. Their armor was blue and silver, and they all looked like knights as their entire bodies and faces were covered from head to toe. At the same time, each one of them lifted their hands, and then a giant wall of sand was lifted, creating a giant wall in front of them. As they all pushed forward, the wall moved like some type of wave crashing into the army of people that were coming their way. The war had started. The wall had managed to deter a few people, trapping them or delaying them for a bit, but the others were able to avoid the attack by flying up in the air, shooting beams through the sand or moving it away with their telekinesis power. "What is this? Are the Blade family just a bunch of Earth users? Then that makes them no different from the military. Why are they so special? This should be easier than I thought," Jack said. One of the unique things about the True Dream family was that they all didn't carry a single power. Although they might not have been the top powers, it also meant that they didn't have a weakness. For instance, the Greylash family always struggled to fight against the military's Earth power. Sometimes abilities just had natural weaknesses, but it was impossible to come up with a counter against the True Dream's army. The fight continued, and it looked like somehow the army was being stalled, unable to advance. Although none of them were truly injured, the Blades had perfect teamwork when it came to using the Earth's ability, and they were on the defensive, as if they were stalling for something. "This can't be everything you've got," Jack said. "Bring it on." Back in the castle, the old man had finished putting on his beast gear. He wore a sleeveless chest piece to allow him free movement in the arm area, and normal trousers with crystallized boots. The chest piece itself also looked as if it was made from diamonds as well. It was unclear whether or not it was beast armor, or something that was made just for show. He was inside an empty hall where there was nothing but a stone tablet, one that was similar to the one outside, only smaller in size. Then the sounds of chains banging against the floor could be heard along with the sound of them rubbing against each other. "I have brought the chained, as you asked." As the old man turned around, he could see 5 people standing in front of him, all of them chained by their necks, arms, and legs. Their faces looked malnourished, as if they were given the bare minimum to survive, and they hadn't even been given clothes to cover themselves up in. "Each of your families at one point or another tried to get rid of us," the old man said. "Today another fool has tried to do the same, and soon he will be joining all of you as well." The old man walked up to each one of them, touching them on the head. As he did this action, it looked as if they hadn't even noticed what was happening around them. Their eyes were as if they were already dead. "Let's go deal with this fool." Episode 386, The Strongest Powers in One. Finally, it looked like the 50 or so Earth users were getting tired. They couldn't hold back 1,000 or so powerful men forever, although Jack had never expected so few to come to face him. The problem with having a big army was not everyone was able to directly fight at the same time. Sometimes in war, a strategy was needed, and Jack had planned to do this, but after seeing how few people there were, he decided against it, and his plan seemed to be working as he began moving further up the island, and opposing men had started to move back. A special green beam came shooting out through one of the sand walls, and managed to hit one of the Blade's knights on the shoulder. However, although the attack was powerful, and managed to knock the knight over, the attack itself seemed to have bounced off, going into the air and causing no damage. On closer inspection, that looked as if a lot of the attacks were merely bouncing off the armor, and it was also the reason why they were able to last for so long. It turned out that the ordinary-looking knight armor wasn't so ordinary after all. Still, it didn't matter if the front row managed to move forward, because then suddenly several large blue thunderbolts came shooting outward. It moved so fast that no one was able to react to it in time. As it hit the first person, the electrical power seemed to pass onto the next, until the whole front row had collapsed and fallen onto the floor. For a second, everyone on the battlefield had frozen. One of True Dream's men, who was just behind the front row, quickly knelt as he went to check on his companion. He tried shaking him, hitting him, doing anything he could until he eventually pressed his ear against the person's chest. It stayed there for a while until— "He's dead," the man said. Then he turned and looked at all the others in the front row, and none of them were moving either. "What is going on?" Jack thought. "Isn't that the Greylash's power, and a powerful one at that? Is the family head here? What are they doing on this island?" But as the 50 or so men moved back into the jungle and headed back to the castle, a single large old man, wearing a crystal chest piece and boots, stepped out from the jungle and onto the sand. His right hand was completely covered in blue lightning, racing up and down from his shoulders all the way to his fingertips. Knowing what just happened, many of the men were a little stiff and unwilling to move. There wasn't a single person on that island that was wearing armor below that of the king tier, yet still they had been taken out with a single attack. "My name is Hilston Blade. I'm the leader of the Blade family," the old man said. "The reason why I am telling you this is because you should all at least know the name of the person who will be taking your life." As Hilston, the old man stomped his foot in a certain direction. In the next instant, the sand that was below them had been hardened and turned into spikes, piercing many of them. With his other hand he fired more lightning bolts. "What are you all doing? He's only one man. Kill him!" True Dream shouted. Of course, the army had the confidence of having multiple people on their side, and some of them were filled with anger at their fallen comrades. As they came close to him, though, they could suddenly feel it getting hotter. Extreme heat was being emitted from the old man's body. Throwing out a kick with one of his legs, a vertical line of flames had come out of it, knocking all the people away who had come close. As far as those in the sky, they continued to be shot down by thunderbolts. "What is this? How is this possible?" Jack said as he remained at the back. "He has earth power as strong as the military, fire power, and lightning power from the other big families. The only one he is missing is from the Bree family. Not just that, this level of power is not normal. Nothing like this was recorded in the fight against the Dalki. How has a secret like this been kept for so long?" At this moment, Jack was starting to panic a little, but he still had plenty of men left alive, and as long as they continued to fight, he was sure that eventually all of the old man's MC cells would be used up. Every person in the world has a limit, and this included True Dream himself. The stronger the power that was stored inside him, the fewer powers he could store at a time. Roar! Suddenly, though, a roar that spread throughout the island was heard. It had interrupted Jack in the middle of his thoughts. "Ah, my little pet, it took you a while," the old man smiled. The sound of something heavy flapping was heard, and then a large shadow overcasting the whole beach was seen. As they all looked up in the sky, they could only see what could be described as a dragon, one of the men shouted. In the air, a large dragon the size of an aircraft was seen hovering about, brown and gold in color. Of course, dragons were nothing but mere legends and myths. This was something that only looked like a dragon. If it isn't a dragon, Jack thought, then that means it's a beast. As it landed on part of the beach, the whole ground slightly shook by its sheer weight, and anything that was below its feet was crushed. The men were now split between dealing with Hilston and the dragon. With a single sweep of its tail, men were sent flying back, knocked into the ocean. Then they all quickly realized something. None of their attacks with weapons or abilities could do any damage to it at all. "Sir," the large man standing by Jack's side shouted, "we have to leave. I'm telling you that's most likely a beast that is at the demon level. I have never seen something so powerful before, and I have no clue how he was able to keep one under his control." Then suddenly something clicked in Jack's head. The man must have also been using the Bree family's power. That was how he was able to control the dragon. All four of the world's strongest powers were in a single man's hands. He didn't know how, but now he understood why the others were afraid to touch the Blade family. If this was the power of one person, imagine a whole army of people with the same set of powers. "Get the teleporters ready. We're getting out of here," Jack whispered under his breath, out of anger. Any one of the other big families could have said more than a warning. They could have at least hinted why the Blades were so powerful. Instead, they decided to keep it to themselves. Jack then noticed that some of the men who were carrying the teleporters had already opened it themselves and were starting to escape, heading back to the True Dream City. "Come on!" Jack shouted. "Quickly!" Kenny quickly placed the teleporter on the ground, and the three of them, without wasting any time, were ready to jump through. But before doing so, Jack had pulled out a small little controller and pressed a button. A beeping sound could be heard, coming from all of the teleporters they had brought with them. The three then quickly jumped into the teleporter, and soon after, each of the 10 teleporters exploded. "That bastard! He left us all here to die! He blew up all the teleporters! How are we meant to get away now?" the men shouted and screamed. They knew they were hopeless, and their family head that they had pledged loyalty to, without a second, thought had abandoned them all. "Curse you, Jack, I hope you die!" As the man said that, he was lifted by the head, and his body turned around. Looking behind Hilston, all that could be seen were the bodies of his dead comrades. Not a single person was alive. "Don't worry, I shall grant your wish. We never let people get away," Hilston said, and with a single flick, the man's head twisted and his body fell to the floor. A few days later, a report came in for the Supreme Commander, stating that True Dream City and all of its inhabitants had been wiped off of the face of the earth. Episode 387, Trapped. As each person in the group stepped through the portal, they all held onto each other's shoulders firmly. They weren't quite sure how the square portals worked concerning the circular portals. Was it like a station or a white portal where it was able to teleport you to a specific destination? Or was it like a red teleporter where it would teleport you within a mile or so of another one? Whatever the outcome was, the group didn't want to be separated from each other. So whatever they did while stepping through, they didn't let go. Standing at the front was Quinn, leading the charge if they were to head into any sort of danger, and at the back was Layla, their support with Sia being a little bit in front of her. The warpy feeling they would feel when going through the teleporter was gone, and Sia had her eyes closed through the whole thing. Now they had finally made it to their destination, but when Sia opened her eyes, she could see nothing. It was complete darkness. "What's going on?" Sia said, being frightened, her voice shaking. She tightened her grip on the person in front of her, which was Vorden. "Ow, your nails hurt, you know," Vorden complained. "But I can't see anything," she cried. "And you think I can?" Vorden, too, was unable to see anything around him, but he was sure they were on the other side of the teleporter. "I expected the vampire world to be dark, but complete darkness? This doesn't make any sense," Logan said. "We're not outside, that's why," Quinn replied, being one of the few that could see. Layla and Quinn could both see quite well in the room. "Is it safe to act? Is there anything around us?" Logan asked, not wanting to make any sudden movements, although he was sure that if there was anything in the room with them, they would have been attacked by now due to Sia's and Vorden's back-and-forth chatter. The two of them still seemed to be bickering with each other now. "It's safe," Quinn replied. From underneath his suit, the spiders moved up to his face and started to form around his eyes, creating a type of night vision for Logan. Now he too could see clearly where they were. As soon as he realized what it was, the adrenaline started to run through his body. The whole room was covered with terminals, servers, and computers. Not just that, but where they stood there was a circular platform, and above them some type of contraption. In corners of the room, there were chemical gadgets and all sorts. But what was getting him excited more than anything was the layout of the room. If he was to move all of his research to a place like this, it would be exactly how he would organize it. "All right, everyone, don't panic. Just wait here for a moment," Logan said as he let go of who he was holding on to and started to investigate one of the terminals. There were many buttons that Logan had no clue what they did. He could have guessed, but if he did, it wouldn't exactly be accurate, so instead he placed his hand on the machine. Using his ability, he was able to directly communicate with it and give it orders. It was easy to tell which was the main terminal, and soon several lights opened all over the room. "Ah!" Quinn flinched as the lights turned on, and Layla had done the same. "Could you warn us beforehand next time?" Lights didn't hurt Quinn as the sunlight did, but sudden exposure from dark to light would startle him a bit. Now the whole group could see quite clearly that they seemed to be in some sort of science lab, although it also looked to be abandoned. Some of the computers and equipment had rusted, and there were cobwebs over everything, as if they hadn't been touched in 100 years. "All right, let's try to spread out and look for clues or something," Logan said. "Now I must remind you, I asked to spread out, not split up, got it? Stay in this room. We all know what happens to the first person who gets lost in a horror film, right?" "Is it the right time to make that type of joke?" Layla asked. "When we're on another planet with a load of blood-sucking vampires?" "I'll take your point on board," Logan replied. Logan had signaled for Quinn to come with him, as he wanted to confirm something, while the others tried to find any details of where they were. The room was strange. There were several numbered doors on one side that didn't seem to open no matter what they did. Then there were two larger doors on each of the other sides, but none of them opened either. In a way, it seemed like they were trapped. There were no windows or anything similar that indicated where they were. "Would you mind using your system to try to figure out who made these items?" Logan asked, pointing forth at the weird claw-like object above the circle platform they had landed on. "Inspect. A teleporter created by Richard Eno." Quinn then went ahead and looked at a few other items, and although the system couldn't tell what most of them were, it did tell him they were all created by Richard Eno. "It's a teleporter," Quinn answered. "I thought as much," replied Logan. "At least now we have our way back. I can activate it whenever I want using the terminal over there. Although everything looks old and damaged here, it's quite advanced. Some of this technology has only recently been introduced to our world." "Makes sense why it said they were all made by Richard Eno," Quinn said. A teleporter created by Richard Eno had led them to a laboratory created by him as well. It was clear it wasn't a coincidence. The question was, whatever Feck said, was it true? Were they in the vampire world? Or had he made a mistake in just recognizing the teleporter as one of their own? They wouldn't know until they dug deeper, but other than that, the two of them started to think along the same lines. If they were in the vampire world, then what was Richard Eno doing here? There were a few possibilities. He was a vampire himself that later migrated to the human world, or a human who worked with the vampires, or was doing research on the vampires. All of these were a great possibility. "Quinn, thank you," Logan said with a smile on his face. The two of them continued searching until they eventually reached another working terminal. This one had several different screens, 6 in total. Each screen seemed to be linked to a camera, and all of the rooms looked the same. It was a square space with nothing inside. It reminded Quinn of certain mental asylums. "Look at this," Quinn said, pointing to the screen. Logan had seen it too. The rooms had marks of blood all over them, the walls, ceilings, and floor. However, they were quite dark and looked like they had been there for a while. "Maybe the rooms were used to run experiments of some sort," Logan said. "Live subjects, human subjects, or other vampires?" "Well, if we can get to where those cameras are, I can check the blood. Maybe it will give us more answers to what type of place this is and who exactly Richard Eno was, because I don't know why, but this place is giving me the chills." While Layla and Sia were sticking to each other like glue, Vorden was looking at the wall with several doors that had different numbers on them. There were 6 doors in total, each with a number on the front. He saw the girls looking at them earlier, but didn't attempt to open them much. Feeling a little trapped, he was looking for an exit. As he approached the first door, he looked around to see if there was anything, but there was nothing. At the same time, over to where Quinn and Logan were, they had figured out something. Logan's hand was pressed up against the computer. "It's telling me if we press this button, it will open a door to one of the rooms." Pressing the button, the door had opened, and a slight steamy sound was heard. When they looked up at where the door had opened, they could see Vorden standing in front of an open door. Vorden could see a room in front of him, but was cautious about stepping in. But nearly in an instant, something had grabbed him, pulling him in. The door soon after immediately shut again.
Level 1 trial initiated.
"Open the door!" Quinn shouted. "I can't," Logan replied. "I don't know what's happening. It's not listening." Vorden was trapped. Episode 388, The First Trial. Logan had now both of his hands pressed on the terminal, and his expression was one of struggle as he started to sweat a little. This was the first time Quinn had seen him panic like that. This only meant they were in a tough situation. "I can't open the door," Logan shouted. "It can understand me, and it's listening to me, but it's the first time a machine has ever been able to outright refuse my requests like this. What's going on?" He tried and tried again, but it was clear that right now there was nothing they could do to help Vorden. The 2 girls were not too far from the other doors themselves, and before anything could happen to them, Quinn quickly called them over. "Come over here," Quinn shouted. "We don't want any more surprises." All of them were now carefully watching one of the screens on the terminal that clearly showed Vorden in the room. Inside the room, Vorden had felt a very strong force pulling him by the back of his collar. He was practically chucked into the room, but as soon as the door closed, whatever was pulling him had stopped. He immediately turned around, and as he did, he drew out both of the black and white blades, ready for anything. He had touched Sia before, so he also had her ability, but nothing else, and hers wasn't an offensive one in the first place, so the only thing he could rely on right now were the weapons. Now standing in front of him, he could see one thing in the room. It was a robot, although not a humanoid-looking one, to say the least. Its upper body was that of a human, having 2 hands and a chest frame with a head on top, but after that nothing else looked human. Where its head should have been, there was a single eye that looked like a pair of binoculars, and as for the legs, they were non-existent. Instead, it was a pair of triangle-shaped wheels with the tire being a band that would move along with the robot, emulating a treadmill. Since it was the only thing in the room, Vorden could only guess that it was his robot that had pulled him in. Although it looked weak for a brief second, he had felt its strength and was extremely cautious. As he backed up with his blades continually drawn, he didn't break eye contact even for a second. Then, when he felt his back go up against the wall, Vorden lifted his foot and hit it as hard as he could with his heel, but there was no response. He could not move it at all. When Quinn had used his inspection skill, he had made a note that everything was made of galthrium, which was why he hadn't even attempted to break down any of the doors. And if Quinn couldn't do it, then Vorden definitely felt like he couldn't do it either.
Trial 1 has been initiated, a voice said from the robot. A new participant has been detected. Please state your family number.
"Family number?" Vorden said, looking confused. "Does he mean my family name? Blade family?" Vorden shouted. The robot took a few seconds to reply.
Error. Family number not found. Please try again.
"What do we do?" Layla asked. "Is he going to be okay?" "I'm not sure," Logan replied. Usually the group always went to him for answers, but with the way things were, he was a bit shell-shocked and had no idea how to proceed in this type of situation. "The only thing I can guess is the robot said this is some type of trial, right? If he passes, maybe he can get out. But the machine has a mind of its own. Usually my ability gives life to things with a voice. It allows me to communicate and control them, but this machine already had its voice. It was as if I was talking to another human, and it's refusing to do anything I ask it to do." Hearing this crisis and what the robot was saying, Quinn thought he might be the only one that would be able to help Vorden out of this trial. "System, do you know anything about this place? What is it?" "I'm afraid not. This whole area is unfamiliar, and I've never seen anything like this before," the system replied. Quinn did remember stating that when the system was alive, he lived on Earth, so it would make sense to not know about this if the lab was relocated along with the vampires. "You want a number, right?" Vorden said. "Then my lucky number, 77. "Error, family number not found. Please try again." Hearing the robot speak again, Quinn had an idea. If they were in the vampire world, then it must be related to the 13 vampire families. "Vorden, pick a number between 1 and 13, he shouted. Hearing this, Vorden replied, 10. "Please state your current rank." For the first time it had asked another question, and they were starting to make progress. "Vampire!" Quinn shouted, assuming it meant the different evolutions within the vampire circles. "Vampire!" The robot then started to move slightly. Out of its chest piece a small door was opened, and came out with what looked like a small tray. On it, a syringe with a green solution inside was displayed. "Will you be taking the solution for this trial?" the robot asked. This at least confirmed one thing to the others: the trial hadn't even begun yet. However, both Quinn and Logan were extremely interested in what was exactly in the strange green liquid. Perhaps it would give them answers to what this whole trial thing was about in the first place. "Quinn, what do I say? You've been right about everything so far," Vorden said. "But just to warn you, I have a feeling that if I say yes, there's a good chance he's going to force me to take it, or won't let me leave until I take the solution." It was clear by the question presented that this was an optional thing, and however much Quinn and Logan were interested in the syringe, they couldn't just use Vorden like a guinea pig, especially in extreme situations like this. "Say no!" Quinn shouted. "No," Vorden replied, and the green solution went back into the strange robot. For the first time, the robot had moved from its place and went to the back of the room up against the wall. All of these actions and the anticipation of what was about to happen next were making not only Vorden nervous, but the rest as well. Suddenly from above, a hole in the ceiling had appeared, and then closed nearly just as quickly. In the short time it had opened, something had fallen from the ceiling and made a loud, thumping noise below. The first thing that came to Vorden's senses wasn't the appearance of what had fallen, but instead the smell. He had wanted to immediately lift his shirt to cover his mouth, but was aware he couldn't. The smell was extremely bad. It smelled as if the food had been left out for several days. When he looked at what had dropped on the floor and where the smell had come from, he could see something had been wrapped up in a black rag, and on the outside of it was blood. Moving forward towards the black ragged item, Vorden pointed his black sword forward and reached out, pushing it with the side of his sword. The item had unwrapped itself from the rag and rolled out, revealing a severed arm. Immediately outside, Sia had to look away from the screen. She could take all of the things Layla had said, but seeing this, reality started to hit her about what type of place they were really in. Looking at the arm closer, Vorden could tell that it wasn't a fresh one, because it looked pale and most of the inside looked rotten. After dealing with Peter, he had seen his fair share of fresh limbs that had been cut off. "The trial will now begin," an announcement was made. Once again, one of the panels from the ceiling quickly opened, and this time on the other side of the room, something larger had fallen to the floor. It was curled up in a ball, but it looked to be human. Its bony spine could be seen, and it had no clothes, apart from a rag covering its privates. It was bald and almost gray. Strange sounds could be heard coming from the figure, and Vorden took a few steps back slowly, not wanting to make any noise. Slowly the figure started to uncurl from its ball-like shape, and stood on its 2 feet. It was tall, nearly 7 foot, and looked like a human. However, it looked as if the creature was made of nothing but skin and bones, as in its rib cage, kneecaps, and several other areas could be seen clearly. Then when looking at its head, all that could be seen in its eyes was white. "Ah!" This creature screamed, and as it opened its mouth wide, it revealed several razor-sharp teeth. Similar to a vampire, only every single one of its teeth was just as sharp. "Quinn," the system said with horror in its voice, "that's a Wendigo." Wendigo. It was a word that hadn't been mentioned in a while, and it had long shifted to the back of Quinn's mind, but suddenly all of the bad thoughts came rushing out of his head as the system had said those words. The Wendigo was one of the evolutions a ghoul could evolve into. It was one of the options that Peter was able to evolve into, but instead, he turned into a wight. They were similar to wights with their amazing healing capabilities and strength, but at the same time vastly different. They showed no signs of intelligence and were unable to speak any words. They were detached from any emotion, only feeling one thing: hunger. Their hunger was far greater for flesh than a ghoul or a wight. While they did it out of survival, the Wendigo did it out of addiction. They were one of the very few evolutions that, when created, would be completely detached from their creator. They could be killed without any type of ramifications, since the connection was no longer there, which made them perfect for testing situations like this. "How strong is that thing?" Quinn hurriedly asked the system, knowing full well Vorden didn't have many abilities. "It's hard to tell from looks. It's unlike a wight that gets stronger as its master gets stronger due to their connection. A Wendigo will only be as strong as its master when it was evolved, and then further gain strength depending on how much it has eaten, meaning it all depends on who created it and what happened after." With no clue on what to do or how to help, it looked like Vorden was on his own with this one. Stepping back, Vorden readied himself as the Wendigo started to move closer to the middle of the room. "Once it goes for that arm, it will be my chance to attack," Vorden thought. The Wendigo carried on moving, and as it reached the center it didn't stop. It had completely stepped over the arm, ignoring it completely. In a second, all of Vorden's hopes were dashed. Of course, why would it go for that manky old thing when it has a freshly made burger right in front of it? Although it was large, perhaps it wasn't powerful, was Vorden's next thought. But suddenly the Wendigo leaped towards Vorden with its long clawed arms. A roll was made at just the right time, dodging the attack, but as soon as he gained his footing, another swipe was made. Activating the white sword had allowed his body to move just a tad bit faster, and he had blocked the attack. Still, his whole arm was flung to the side. Quickly switching back to black blade, Vorden swung down hard at the second claw that was coming at him, managing to pin it and hit it to the ground. After practicing a little with the swords, Vorden realized that the pair had a very unique active skill, called yin and yang. Although both weapons had an active skill, while using one he was unable to use the other. While using the yang blade, his whole body got a speed boost, allowing him to use his sword skills and movements quickly. While using the yin blade, although his speed was back to normal, his power was greatly increased, and now he could tell he was able to match it in power. Still, there was a problem. The Wendigo was both faster and stronger than his natural self, making it difficult as he quickly needed to switch between the two as he did then. This was not only taxing for his mind, but his body as well. Lifting the black blade, he quickly activated the white blade's power and started to move back, avoiding the next set of swipes that came his way. "Will you please give me a break?" he shouted, as the Wendigo carried on coming at him like a wild animal. There was only one thing left that he could do. He threw the black blade up in the air while using the white blade to dodge the fast attacks. This meant that now his other hand was free, and he was able to use the spirit spear. Throwing it outward, it had stabbed the Wendigo in the stomach. It caused no pain, but that wasn't what Vorden was aiming for. The beast slowed down, and it was at a speed that Vorden could now match. As he dodged the next set of attacks, he did a little spin and jumped for the black blade in the air. As soon as he did that, he activated the black blade's power and swung both blades right at the Wendigo's head, cutting it clean off. Its body quickly fell to the floor, and Vorden was huffing and panting greatly. His breathing was completely off, and his chest was hurting. The constant switching was also messing up with his body's natural rhythm, even causing his heart to miss beat in some extremely dangerous areas. Any longer and he could have been in serious trouble. "I don't know if that boy is lucky or just has really good instincts," the system said. "If he was to cut off any other part of the Wendigo's body, it would have almost healed on the spot, prolonging the fight. Cutting off the head is the only way to kill the undead." "And you don't think he could have used that advice during the fight?" Quinn said back, annoyed at the useless system. "The fight was far too intense to allow any distractions. Telling you to tell him would have made his chances of survival decrease." While Vorden was still holding his chest in the white room, there was one thing he was sure about. If he needed to fight another one of those things, he wasn't sure if he could make it out alive. The robot once again started to move over to Wendigo's body. It pointed one of its hands towards the body, and after a few seconds, that hand had completely transformed into what looked like an oval-shaped cannon. Out of it, a large laser-like substance was shot. It wasn't harming the room in any way, but as it touched the body, parts of it quickly turned into ash. "I guess I did the right thing to not try to fight that thing," Vorden thought as he gulped. As soon as the whole thing was turned to ash, like a vacuum it started to suck up the ashes until there was no trace of the Wendigo left at all. The same process was then done with the rag and arm as well. The robot then moved back towards the center and finally made an announcement. Trial 1 has been completed. Would you like to continue on to the next one? The robot asked. Hell no, Vorden answered immediately. Get me out of here. Trial put on hold. Reward shall be distributed. The robot once again opened up the tray on its body, only this time a red, round-shaped pill was placed on it. The door had yet to open, as Vorden looked around, and it looked like nothing would happen until he took the pill. Damn it, he thought as he picked up the pill, but at the same time, the steam sound of the door opening behind him was heard. He only needed to take the reward and not consume it. He was never happier to leave such a place, and not waiting a second, bolted out of the room. When he left, the door behind closed once again. Vorden, are you hurt anywhere? Layla said, running up to him and looking around. I'm fine, that thing didn't even put a scratch on me, he replied. It did look like you were having a hard time in there, but I'm just happy I wasn't the one that caused your death, Logan said. Do you mind if I take a look at what that robot gave you? Quinn asked. Vorden showed Quinn the small little red ball pill, and Quinn used his inspection skill to see what it was. Inspect. A special pill designed by Richard Eno. It will permanently increase one's strength. The description was short, and for a second, Quinn had to read it again. He had never heard of any type of pill that could do such a thing before. But now what he was more worried about was if there were any side effects to such a thing, and if anyone could use it. Do you know what it is? Vorden asked. Kinda, Quinn replied. He decided it was time to explain further how his vampire powers worked. It didn't make sense to hide it any longer, and it was only making things more difficult. Just because they knew it was a system wouldn't change a thing. So he proceeded to tell them about how the system and his vampire powers worked. Now they all knew how Quinn was able to get stronger, and why he had known so much information about things. The only thing he still kept a secret was the AI system related to the system. Even he didn't know much about it, and that would just complicate things. Anyway, while using my inspection skill, it says it can permanently increase a person's strength. Honestly, it sounds similar to when I consume an A type of blood, but I don't know if it will even work or if there are any side effects. Vorden thought about it for a while before giving his answer. I think it's best if I keep it for now. Maybe we will find more information on it, or when we get back, Logan can do more research, Vorden replied. Finding out about the effects of the pill had only made Quinn more interested in what the green liquid in the syringe was. Do you think we could start the trial again? Quinn asked. The others turned and suddenly looked at him like he was a type of madman, while Logan seemed to be the only one on the same wavelength. Listen to him. Right now we have no way of getting out of here, Logan said. Even after using all these terminals, none of them open the doors out of this building. The only thing we have seen, though, is stranger things enter it through that room. Who knows if there are more creatures? We might even be in a large facility, but we still need to find a way to get out of here. Quinn also wanted to go and inspect the blood on the walls to see if it was from a vampire or a human. I should be fine. If it's like before and a Wendigo comes out, I'm confident I should be able to beat it easily, Quinn replied, and this time I'll stay in the room to see if there's anything I can do from the inside. The others didn't like it, but honestly, there was no better option. Quinn prepared himself before entering and had chosen to go in the same door. The other doors were unknown variables. Most likely they all did the same thing, so they could run 6 different tests at the same time. But just to make sure it was safe, he chose to pick the same room. Here they at least knew a little bit of what could happen. Open the door, Quinn said, and Logan pushed the button, allowing the door to open. As Quinn stepped into the room, the robot was already there, waiting for him. The door behind him then closed, and the robot started up once again. Resuming trials. Trial 2 will now begin. Episode 390, Trial 2. Entering the room, an unexpected message had occurred, but the door behind Quinn closed instantly. Judging from what happened with Vorden, now there was nothing he could do until the trial was complete. Did that thing just say Trial 2? Layla asked, and not Trial 1? They all thought the same thing. When he entered, they thought the robot would recognize Quinn as a new subject, starting the process all over again from the beginning. Seeing that this wasn't the case, Logan naturally tried looking for answers. He placed his hand on the terminal, trying to communicate with it one more time. Machines and robots all followed a set of code, instructions, and rules. However, he was only met with disappointment, once again reminded of how this strange computer seemed to have a mind of its own, doing things out of the ordinary. Quinn was unafraid, confident in his new skills and newfound power. He was able to get a good gauge on the Wendigo's strength watching Vorden, and if he was to face something a little harder, he knew he could get through it. Instead, multiple thoughts were running through his head, thinking about how they could get out of this place. What exactly was this place being used for? Looking at several blood marks, Quinn activated his level 3 inspection skill. A little window popped up above each one of the blood, giving out little bits of information. What had surprised him a little was how the blood marks were a mixture of human as well as an unknown blood type. If he was to take a guess, the unknown blood type would belong to the vampires. They didn't have a set blood type like humans did, but were still red all the same. Looking at the information, there wasn't much detail, only what letter the blood type was. As for the ones he couldn't recognize, it just came up with several question marks. Before the trial would start, just like last time, the robot opened up its little tray from its chest piece and revealed the green solution. Inspect. A 10% increase in all stats, once consumed, will last 1 hour. Although the inspect skill once again couldn't tell where the green liquid had come from, seeing that message, something clicked in Quinn's head. The effect he was looking at now was the same effect when he had consumed the Dalki's green blood. It couldn't have been a coincidence that the liquid in the syringe was green, on top of having the same effect. There was a high chance that it was Dalki blood. Are the vampires and the Dalki related after all? Quinn thought. But there was another confusing thing. The system had seen Dalki blood before, so why didn't it register it? Instead, it just came up with question marks. Will you be taking the solution for this trial? The robot said. Yes, Quinn replied. What are you doing, Quinn? Borden shouted, hearing his answer. It's a risky thing, and maybe the robot won't start the trial until you take the thing. We can't guarantee it will be like the rewards. But Quinn had another theory. He was 90% sure this was the same as the Dalki blood. When he consumed the blood before, there were no side effects and only positives. The way he was now, it was unlikely he would die by such a thing, and it was clear they were testing this out on vampires, and possibly humans as well. They wouldn't just outright give them a solution that would kill them. Taking the syringe from the robot, he waited for some type of response, but nothing came, which meant Vorden was right. It wanted him to take the syringe before the trial would start. Sorry, Logan, looks like I'm going to have to find some other way to get you this stuff. Digging the needle into the top of his thigh, the green liquid slowly injected into his body. He could feel a strange tingling sensation spreading throughout his body as if it's on fire. It reminded him a little of the sensation he had felt at the hospital after consuming too many blood types. Finally, it stopped, but his body felt fresh. Status? After looking at his stats, a big smile appeared on his face. It was a temporary buff in strength, but since he had hit his limit, he wasn't too sure if it would have worked, but looked like the effects were still there, as all of his stats had increased by 4. Trial 2 will now begin, the robot said as it moved back and allowed for 2 objects wrapped in rags to fall to the floor. There was no need to check what was underneath those rags, as they all already knew. Inspect. A severed human arm. Not too much of a surprise, Quinn said. Shortly after, 2 larger objects had dropped from the ceiling, and they had already seen these once before. They were the Wendigos that Vorden had faced only moments ago. I'm glad I could leave the room, Vorden said. I would have been dead otherwise. It wasn't because Vorden was by any means weak, but at this moment he felt so, due to not having any of his abilities to copy from. He was thankful he had at least the 2 swords to defend himself. Where are those ugly things coming from? Sia asked. She has a point, Logan replied. How many of those Wendigos do they even have? Is there a breeding ground somewhere of some sort? Maybe a storage room where they are all kept in? On top of that, how long have they been up there? Judging by the food, they are dropping with it. It's been a long time since anyone has looked after this place. I hate to say it, but this facility might be incredibly dangerous. Once Quinn gets out of there, we should do our best to leave this place and stop playing this robot's silly games. I hate when I have no clue what's happening, and I can't even think straight. Logan's mind had been rattled by this whole experience. The excitement he initially had was now completely gone, and he just wanted to leave. Usually, machines, gadgets, and robots would be his safe haven, but right now, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Perhaps at a later time, when they understood more, he would be happy to come back. Quinn stayed in the center, not moving from his spot. He had all of his beast gear on, and that included his new gauntlets. They had been equipped before he had even traveled through the teleporter, in case they ran into trouble the second they arrived. The 2 Wendigos started to get up from their crouched positions, and in a split second, both of them leapt straight forward towards Quinn. Your aggressive nature makes you all a little bit too predictable. They were both quite a bit taller than himself, but when they leapt, they were slightly crouched like a beast, making them level with his shoulders. At the right time, Quinn jumped up, avoiding the pair of long arms and kicking the others away. Now being slightly above them, on the way back down he grabbed them both on top of their heads. He felt like he could have quite easily dealt with them, and if he wanted to, he could have crushed their skulls. But there was something he was eager to try out. Activate skill, Thunder Coat. Quickly, the blue lines running through his gauntlets started to light up. They followed from his elbow down to his fingertips. In nearly an instant, a blue electric discharge came out, covering both of his gauntlets. The power was passed through onto the Wendigos, shocking their bodies. They immediately fell to the floor and started to shake uncontrollably. It managed to stop them completely. They were quite physically powerful, but the attack doesn't seem to have done much damage. It was a good opponent to test the active skill on, and so far Quinn was pleased, but still, he had no idea how this would affect even stronger opponents. Using all of his strength, Quinn stomped on the first Wendigo's head, splattering it to pieces. It was done so easily that it was as if there was no skull at all. He then did the same to the other while it continued to shake about on the floor, and now their bodies were no longer moving. Sia, seeing how easy and quick Quinn had dealt with the things, turned her head to look at Vorden. Was he just weak? She thought, but then remembered how quick she could see him moving on the camera. That couldn't be the case, and he had even used her spirit blade. It just meant the person she was watching now was incredibly strong. I'm glad he's on our side. I would hate to be his enemy. A Wendigo has been killed. 400 EXP gained. 400 EXP gained. First time kill bonus reward. 4,000 EXP. Current EXP. 29,690 of 51,200. There's still a long way to go. They're just not strong enough, Quinn thought. After the robot had finished cleaning up the mess, it did the same as last time. Trial 2 completed. Please take your rewards. This time, 2 red pills were displayed. One was the same one that Vorden had. As for the other, it looked the same but gave a different effect. Will permanently increase the user's agility. After taking the 2 pills, the robot started again. Would you like to continue on to Trial 3? Although Quinn thought it might be a good idea to continue playing around with the trials, he didn't know how long they would go on, and if it would even result in them leaving the place. No, Quinn replied. The door had instantly opened, and in that brief second, Quinn had activated his boots, giving him a 10% increase in speed. With his stat increase, the strange green substance, and his boots' active skill, his speed was now beyond 50 points, taking him to the next level. In a short time, using all his strength, he picked up the strange-looking robot and ran as fast as he could out of the door. As if everything was playing in slow motion in his eyes, he could see the door already closing, but it was far too slow for him now. As the door shut behind him, Quinn had the robot safely placed above his head. This should be a nice little gift, huh? Quinn said. Episode 391, Trial Rewards. As soon as Quinn had come out with the robot above his head, the others immediately started to duck behind terminals, tables, and desks. They had all seen through the video feed what it had done to the Wendigo's body, and they were all starting to panic, thinking the robot might suddenly go on some sort of rampage. But after waiting a few seconds, they started to lift their hands off their ears and peek over the objects they were hiding behind. What are you all so worried about? Quinn said, with the robot now standing upright by his side. Looking at the robot closely, previously its single eye on its head would be glowing red, especially when it was giving orders, but now they could see no such thing. Although Quinn wasn't 100% sure, as soon as he said no, he could see the robot's eye color dim as it deactivated itself. Even if it did start firing lasers everywhere, Quinn was hoping he could overpower it, moving its arm and pointing the laser at one of the doors making their exit out of the place. In all honesty, he was a bit disappointed that it didn't start shooting lasers, because they still had the overall problem and struggle of finding a way out of the place. What were you thinking? Layla said. Did you want to keep the robot as a pet or something? Layla's heart was still beating fast, seeing as she was a little startled. Ever since her change, her emotions were a little higher strung than usual, but being in the strange lab didn't exactly help things either. Now, instead, it looked like Sia was the one calming her down and giving her comfort, telling her to take deep breaths in and out slowly. There are a few reasons, Quinn replied. First off, I was hoping to use the robot's laser to try and pry the door open. I know it probably won't work, but we don't have many options. The second reason is we have no clue how many trials there are, nor if they will lead us to get out of this place to begin with. What we do know is Mr. Tin here, Quinn said, slapping him on the head, has been giving us all the rewards, and I thought it would be a nice possible shortcut to the end. Maybe the last reward is a key. Approaching the robot, Logan was greatly interested in it. He got Quinn to lay it on the floor and stand nearby in case there were any sudden surprises. As he went to place his hand on top of it, Logan hesitated for a second. The fear had gotten to him, the fear of failure. Perhaps, just like with everything else, there was nothing he could do. His hand stayed a few inches above the robot's chest, shaking, and Quinn noticed this too. "What's wrong?" Quinn asked. "What if I can't do it?" Logan said. "Does that matter? It's not like any of us could do better. Don't you want to be better than Richard Eno?" Quinn asked. He had been around Logan long enough to know what spurred him on, and he needed a push to get back to his usual self. "Well, here's your chance, right? Everything in here belongs to him, and it seems like you've already given up. You never thought it would be easy as to just use your ability to beat him, right?" Thinking about Quinn's words, he knew he was right. For the first time, his ability hadn't worked on a machine, and it had completely startled him. But others who didn't have this ability of his still went on to do great things in the past. Was he nothing without his ability? No, he wasn't that type of person. Placing his hand on the metal robot, he waited, but as the terminal, he was unable to communicate with it, although this time there seemed to be no response at all. If he couldn't control it, then there were other ways of doing things. Using his spiders, they started to form Logan's tool glove over his hand, and he got to work immediately, determined to prove that he could do something. "If Richard Eno was able to make something like this, then I should at least be able to dismantle it," Logan thought. Unlike the terminal, if they were to dismantle it, it would give no such rewards. The software was the brains behind the operation on that. But here Logan could do work with his own two hands. The others waited patiently, not wanting to make a sound to disturb him until finally, click. After a few minutes, a clicking sound was heard, and the front panel had finally opened. Inside, 5 different compartments could be seen. Slowly, one by one, Logan took them out and laid them on the floor next to the robot for the others to see. He had separated the items on the floor, according to how he had found them inside the robot. The first one was a single syringe and nothing more. The second compartment was empty. The third held a syringe and 3 red balls. The fourth, a syringe and 5 red balls, and the fifth, another syringe with 5 red balls. Using his inspection skill, Quinn could tell the balls were the same as before, only some of them gave different effects. One of the new ones he could see was a way to permanently increase one's stamina. The more he thought about what the balls were able to do, the more Quinn started to relate it all to his system. The balls were essentially a replacement for his different blood types. As for the syringes, they all had the same effect as the one Quinn had taken at the beginning of the second trial. "I think it's safe to assume why the second compartment was empty. That's probably due to Quinn completing the second trial. The other compartments must be the rewards for the next 3 trials, making 5 in total. Unfortunately, this doesn't seem to help us with our problem of getting out of here," Logan said. "But Quinn, are all these balls the same as the others?" "Kind of," Quinn replied. "Some of them have different effects, speed, strength, and stamina. As for the green liquid effect, it's only temporary. It allows for a power boost for an hour. Although I have to be honest with you guys, the system revolves around me. Everything it tells me is based on what effect it will give me if I consume it. So I don't know if it will have the same effect on you, or if there are even side effects for you guys." Grabbing the items, Logan placed them into one of the many special boxes he had brought along with him from his bag, and placed them all inside for safekeeping. "I think it's best if I take these for now. At some point perhaps I can look into how it will affect us. By that I mean the humans of the group. Sorry, Layla," he said, looking at the small little bumps on her head. Unsure whether or not the rewards were worth it, Quinn's quick thinking plan had helped them. Once again they were stuck in the same scenario as before. Looking ahead at the 6 different doors, he started to wonder if there was a similar robot behind each of them. The Wendigo had given him a good amount of EXP, and if he was to complete the trials, fairly this time, in the other rooms, in turn they would get the other rewards. They would give more green liquid as well as what Quinn would now refer to as blood pills. In a tough pinch, the green liquid could be the turning point on whether or not he would win a fight in the future. Perhaps completing the trial and killing all the Wendigos would be enough EXP to even level him up to the next stage. Trials 1 and 2 are quite easy. I wonder if Trial 3 would be similar. Would they all just increase the number of creatures I have to face? Quinn thought. If the 5th trial was just defeating 5 at one go, it would be a pretty easy job with his shadow and blood abilities to deal with them. Somewhere above the laboratory was a large, dark space. Not a single light source could be seen, but the sound of growling and howls was constantly heard. Inside, the Wendigos would consistently and aimlessly wander around. Some didn't move at all, while others bumped into each other as they walked past. Aggressive creatures, but no need to be aggressive towards each other. But in the corner of the large, dark space, a pile of pale white bodies could be seen. However, they weren't human bodies. On top of the mound, it was too dark to see, but a figure sat on top of it. The sound of chewing could be heard, then suddenly the chewing had stopped, and another body was thrown onto the pile. One of the Wendigos who continued to walk around started to hover near the large pile of bodies. A few seconds later, it had disappeared, and the chewing noises could be heard again. Episode 392, A Way Out. After endless searching, it did seem like there was no way out of the place. This wasn't what they were expecting at all, to say the least, when they thought of the vampire world, all being stuck in a strange lab. Is this how we're going to die? Sia thought, as she was wondering what she had gotten herself into. But as she felt like she was about to sob her heart out, the lump in her throat disappeared, and she felt refreshed. You okay? Layla asked with a smile. Yes, actually, much better, Sia replied. Frustrated by the whole thing, Vorden was standing by one of the larger doors that was about as large as a van. He pulled out his black blade and started swinging at it as hard as he could. He knew it was useless, but they didn't even know how long they had been in the room, and the fear of the unknown of what was going to happen to them started to settle in. Just open this door! He kept banging on the door with each word. Just moments later, after Vorden stopped hitting the door, several groans could be heard from above, screams from creatures, and a bit of dirt from the ceiling fell. They all stood in silence, waiting for it to pass, and eventually the groans stopped. Maybe it's not a good idea to do that when there's a bunch of Wendigos above us, Layla said. The reason why they were all slightly frozen, though, was because of the amount of noise they could hear. It sounded as if 100 people were up there at once, and the structure they were in looked well built. Yet for a brief second, they could hear the sounds of all their footsteps from above. Okay, that's it, Quinn said. We need to do something. How about I start going into the other rooms? Maybe the trial will start again, and we might find something different in the other rooms that can get us out of here. Do you think that's a good idea? Vorden replied. What if the trials don't restart, and when you enter the other room it starts from number 3, and we don't even know if that will even happen? This place looks like it was used for experiments, right? Well, what do you do in an experiment to make it a fair test? You make them all the same, but change one factor, not knowing what that factor could be dangerous. Well, it's either that or we stay here until we die, so I see we have no other choice, Quinn replied. You have a point, said Vorden. With nothing else to do, Quinn headed over and stood in front of the second door. The others felt a little guilty that Quinn was put in this situation, but it was clear he was the strongest one out of them. As Logan stood by the terminal, he was ready to press the button to open the door to the second room, but as soon as his finger crazed over the button, his ability started communicating with the terminal again. It still wasn't talking to him, but he could feel it. They had angered the computer greatly, and it wasn't going to treat them nicely if Quinn went into that room. Maybe it's not a good idea after all, Logan said, lifting his hand off the button. It's hard to explain, but my ability showed me something. The way the machine is acting, it's like it's human. I think it was annoyed by Quinn's actions from earlier. I don't think it will be putting you through normal trials anymore if you go in there. It might even override me here, shutting you in and never opening the door again. This was something Quinn didn't like the sound of. Truthfully, he assumed that completing the trials wouldn't open the side doors and only amount to more rewards and the possibility of leveling up. However, the risk and reward just weren't worth it. Walking around, Quinn stood back outside door 1 and started to think, those Wendigos came from the above right, and we all heard them up there, which means they have to be coming from somewhere, right? You can't be thinking of trying to go up there, Layla asked. Did you hear how many there were? Even for you, that would mean death. Quinn shook his head. Not up there, but I was thinking, every time a trial started, what happened right at the beginning? It would always drop a severed arm. Only then would it drop the Wendigos in after? This means the human body parts and the Wendigos are stored in 2 different places. I mean, if they were to put it together, all the food would be gone. Maybe if we go up there, we can find something. And how do we get in the room? Sia asked. I have an idea. Once again, with his finger hovered over the button, Logan was ready, and so was Quinn by the original first door, while Vorden stood by the robot. Logan had said it had been deactivated by himself, but it was better to be extra safe. The two gave a nod to each other, signaling they were ready. As Logan pushed the button, the door opened up again. Then, instead of entering the room, Quinn decided to stand directly in front of its path. A short time had passed, and the door tried to close. "Maybe I can't break the doors, but I'm pretty sure I'm strong enough to stop you from closing." Using both hands, Quinn pushed against the door, pushing it back into its slot. It wasn't as hard as he thought, but at the same time it wasn't easy either. "Can you hold it?" Borden asked. "Yeah, I should be good for a good while," Quinn replied. All of the group apart from Logan then ventured into the room from before. The robot hadn't activated, and a trial hadn't started like the times before, which was a good sign. Just in case anything happened, though, Logan would stay outside. "Do you remember where the arm dropped from?" Layla asked. "It was right here," Borden said, as he went ahead and tried to cut the square ceiling directly above where the arm had fallen from. At first, nothing happened, but the ceiling panel had slightly moved. He tried again a few times and then succeeded. The panel had been slashed in half, falling to the floor, but with it, small amounts of blood had dripped down and fell onto Vorden's cheeks. "Yuck!" he shouted. The group allowed the blood to drip from above a little, and when it finally seemed to stop, they looked up. To them, it just looked like a dark hole, unsure whether it led to a room or how the arm even came down to them in the first place. "How do you know the ceiling might not be made of glathrium?" Layla asked Quinn, who was still holding the door back. "It was when Vorden did his little act earlier. Glathrium is extremely rare and hard to mold, so some of it might not be pure like the doors. But when part of the ceiling had crumbled and fell into the room earlier, I checked it out with my inspection skill. Turns out it wasn't 100% glathrium. The problem was, I wasn't going to go and start blasting the ceiling, possibly dropping hundreds of Wendigos on top of us. If the ceiling in there wasn't pure glathrium, then maybe here it wasn't either." They all continued to look at the hole above them, each just staring at it, wondering what was up there. "Can someone please hurry up and go in?" Quinn complained. "This is tiring, you know." "Oh, I thought Vorden was going to go in," Layla said. "So did I," Sia replied. "Why, me? Aren't you the one with the magic powers now?" Vorden replied. An angry look appeared on her face, but she didn't say anything, and Sia too was staring down at Vorden. "Fine," Vorden replied as he looked up at the hole in the ceiling. "Here we go." Episode 393, 100 Bodies. The ceiling from the floor wasn't too high. However, it was lucky that Vorden was quite a tall person. Standing up, he was able to reach the ceiling if he raised his hand with his sword. With a little jump, he could perform an attack while doing so as well. This was how he was able to break the panel in the first place. Still, he needed a little assistance from the two girls to push him up so he could pull himself inside. Since both Logan and Quinn were busy right now, that only left him with two options. Right now, Vorden was standing on top of the girls carefully. He had one foot on the top of each shoulder, like a cheerleader, spreading his weight. "Vorden, how much do you weigh?" Layla said, struggling. "I never thought small girls like us would be doing this. Shouldn't it be the other way around?" Sia said as she tried her best to keep still. Otherwise, he would be off balance. "Will you two stop complaining?" Vorden snapped back at them. "This is the least you can do unless you guys want to stick your head first into a creepy dark hole that you just saw a couple of severed arms fall from. Oh, and let's not forget the human-eating flesh monsters that are above us as well." From that point onward, the two girls stopped complaining. Vorden carefully first placed his hand onto one of the other panels for a few seconds, and then brought it back down again. "Okay, nothing but my fingers, that's good, right?" He then did the same thing again, but tried to yank on the panel quite hard, seeing if it would fall when he pulled himself up. But it was pretty sturdy, and he decided it should be safe. The girls watching this wanted to say something, because they felt like Vorden was taking extra long, and weren't sure if he was now doing this on purpose, as a form of payback. Finally, he took the plunge, and using both hands, pulled his body up. He was unsure whether or not he would be able to fully stand, so he stayed low for a little bit. But when he looked ahead, there were a few light sources here and there across the walls, all blue. They allowed him to see the whole area he was in. Standing up fully on his two legs, he quickly realized he was in some type of cave. Above it was quite a large space, and on the side, the small lights could be seen. Looking at the hole he had just climbed up from, there was a conveyor belt leading up to it, and the small lights also went along the way, leading to a different area of the cave. When turning around, the conveyor belt looked as if it pathed off into the first room. It then carried on going into what looked like a hole that Vorden would have only been able to fit through if he was to crawl. Perhaps they lead to the other rooms? Maybe all the trials are the same in each room, the changing factor being the participants themselves. Looking in front at the other path, it looked a lot more approachable, as there was no need for Vorden to crouch, and he could simply just walk. But the conveyor belt took a turn around the corner where he was unable to see anything up ahead. Are we underground? I don't like it. I remember what happened last time we were underground. Vorden said while drawing both of his blades, ready for any type of beast to come running around the corner any second now. What do you see? Layla shouted. When the noise entered through the hole, it started to echo and bounce off the cave walls. Putting his head back through the hole from the side the conveyor belt wasn't on, Vorden replied, I think we're underground. It looks like some type of cave, but there's a pathway. I'll go ahead and follow it to see if there's a way out, or if a way back round to you guys. If there is one, I'll come back. The reason why Vorden wasn't too afraid to travel on his own was because, like Quinn said, it seemed like this part of the cave was perhaps separated from the others, due to placing the food in one area and the rest in another. Also, when Layla shouted if there was anything here, her voice would have caused some reaction from the creatures. After all, they had a sensitive hearing, at least the Wendigos did. But Vorden didn't want to think about anything else that was hiding up here. Following the conveyor belt, Vorden could see that there were blood marks on it. He carried on until eventually the cave led him around the corner, and then finally he had entered an even bigger cavern. This one was a huge empty site, and it looked like another facility altogether was situated there. He followed the conveyor belt, which eventually led him inside the large warehouse-looking factory. There were now two pathways. Vorden could either choose to go around the warehouse or go through it. When trying to look closer to see where they both went, it seemed like the final destination was the same. The one thing that was on the plus side was that, just like in the science lab, the entire area looked to have been untouched for many years. The metal was slightly rusted and covered in dust and dirt from the ceiling above. What are you doing, you wimp? Rayton suddenly said. Were you just about to go around the warehouse? Go look inside, you might find something useful. Vorden wasn't stupid. He knew what had come out of the conveyor belt, or most likely, he knew what was inside the warehouse as well. However, Rayton did bring up a good point, and perhaps it would help them leave this place. Walking back, he went to the double doors on the side of the warehouse and braced himself as he walked in. In an instant, a strange smell had hit him in the face, and it reminded him of when he was in the trial room on his own. Not only that, but the smell was around 10 times stronger. Afraid to even think, he first looked straight ahead, and all he could see was a path leading to the other door. From the corner of his eyes, he could see several terminals along the side, and then another path leading to somewhere else. He couldn't help it, and his urges got the better of him as he turned his head to look to his left to see what looked like a complete horror show. In what looked like a large square glass container, around 100 bodies piled on top of each other. Everything was intact, but it was clear that they were dead. But how long? He had no idea. How many people did they kill? Vorden thought. I think you're thinking about the wrong thing, Rayton interrupted. If there are that many bodies, then that's a lot of food, and if they need that much food, how many Wendigos do you think they have? Suddenly, a mechanical sound could be heard, as if the machines in the room had just turned on. What's going on? Inside the large glass container, suspended above, was a claw-like machine. It went down into the pile of bodies and picked one up. Shortly after, it moved beyond where he could see and dropped the body. I don't like what's happening. Back inside the first trial room, everyone was waiting patiently for Vorden to return with some good news. He was taking a long time, which possibly was a good sign, but at the same time they could take it as a bad sign as well. Then, while Quinn was at the door, it no longer kept on trying to push back against him. For a second he thought maybe it had given up. Then the next thing he knew, the door came out again, trying to slam into him. But he was ready and fast at pushing it back again. The door continually kept on doing this, as if it was trying to ram Quinn off the thing. This thing is annoying. What the hell is it doing? Quinn said, as it was starting to hurt a little, as the door constantly hit him. The two girls started to laugh at the sight, as it did look a little comical. If it was any type of situation, then perhaps Quinn would have complained, but he thought it was nice to see them laugh, even if it was at his own expense. It had been tough for all of them since they had arrived in this place. Thud. The loud sound of something dropping and hitting the floor caused the girls to immediately stop. It was covered in the usual black rag that they had seen on the screen before. Usually what followed after the hand was the Wendigos. 3 panels above had opened, and at the same time, 3 of them dropped from the ceiling. "I hate it when I'm right," Quinn said. Episode 394, A Horde. When he saw the strange claw machine move, Vorden had a good guess of what was going on. He was in a state of panic. Should I go back and try to help the others? Maybe it's best if I try to find an exit quickly. After all, we could be going up against a whole army. It was hard for him to make up his mind. "Quinn, you can protect them all, right?" Vorden could trust Quinn's strength, especially after seeing how easily he dealt with 2 of them. Even if a whole army came down, most likely Quinn and the others were able to hold them off for some time. What was important was to try to find a way out of here, so that they didn't have to risk fighting any more. And with that thought, Vorden dashed towards the other door, exiting out of the warehouse. He carried on heading down one of the paths, hoping to find a way out, now moving faster than ever. Still needing to hold the door back, Quinn did the only thing he could as soon as he saw one of the Wendigos. With one hand he held the door as it continued to barge him, and with the other he swung it out, performing a blood swipe. However, just as he did, the door had barged into him once again and had slightly nudged him, causing his aim to be slightly off. As one of the Wendigos stood up, the swipe continued and had completely cut through one of the Wendigo's arms, causing it to fall to the floor. It screamed and howled in pain. Its attention had moved from the girls and was now focusing on Quinn. Unable to move his hand freely while giving it the most power possible, caused his attack to be weaker than usual. Still, it seemed like it was strong enough to deal with the Wendigos. It only took a few seconds before the Wendigo's arm had regrown. It was an amazing sight, and Quinn thought that it was probably faster than Peter's regenerative healing speed. He didn't have time to admire that, though. "Girls, move!" Quinn shouted. As he could see the 2 girls stuck in the middle, about to be trapped from both sides by the other 2 that had fallen, he was more concerned about something else right now. Now, using both hands to hold the door back, he wasn't being nudged as much. Then he threw out a front kick as straight as he could. Blood crescent kick! A vertical line came out from his leg that was too fast for the Wendigo to react, and had completely sliced the creature in half. The attack didn't stop there, and continued moving forward, right where the 2 girls were moving nervously. As soon as they moved, though, one of the Wendigos had come quicker than the other. Their movements caused it to leap at the 2 girls that were coming their way. Holding out her hands, Layla did the only thing she could do. Sia was shaking with fear. She was scared before, but now with the creatures directly in front of her, she didn't know how to act, but this was perfect. Layla could use this energy and was now confident in her skills. She had tried multiple times to use the ability on her own, but still she hadn't gotten the hang of it, where she could do so on demand. Often it would be a 50-50 chance, but with Sia along for the ride, it didn't matter. "Spiritual chain!" Layla shouted, and the black ball came outward. It hit the Wendigo dead on in midair, and black chains wrapped around the beast in less than a second. At the same time, Quinn's attack that had carried on going forward had arrived at the perfect time, slicing the creature's head off. Now there was only one Wendigo left, and the person closest to it was Sia. After Layla had used her ability, the fear that had taken over her body and heart started to settle. She didn't know why, but now she was a lot calmer and knew what she needed to do. She threw multiple spears at the Wendigo, slowing it down as much as possible. Layla then turned and drew her bow, but before she could even fire, the Wendigo's head was already cut off, and it had fallen to the floor. All she could see was Quinn smiling behind it, still being pushed by the door. "Hey, can you hear me?" Vorden shouted. Logan, who had stayed by the terminal, could hear a voice from his side. He then noticed that it was coming from the large door on his left. It was one of the exits from the lab. "Vorden!" Logan said. "I didn't find an exit yet, but I found a way to this door. There are too many tunnels. I think it's best if we go together, especially if the exit from this place leads to here anyway," Vorden continued to say. As Logan was about to reply, the steam sound used to open the doors interrupted him. As he turned his head, he could see that all of the other doors to the 6 other rooms had opened. "This can't be good," Logan said. "Vorden, stay there. We'll come to meet you." While running to the first room, Logan could see multiple things that were dropping in from the ceiling into the other rooms. They could no longer stay here, and he was unsure if they could even come back. It was best if they left now. "We have to go. Start climbing through the hole. They are coming down from the other rooms," Logan said as soon as he entered the room. Quinn then let go of the door, and it had completely stopped trying to hit him. Listening to Logan, Quinn quickly threw the girls up into the hole one by one, and then Logan shortly after. He could now see the Wendigo enter the large lab that they were in. Using all of his strength, he was able to jump quite high and grab onto the hole, pulling himself up. "Come on, follow me," Layla said, as she was able to see better than the others. The light certainly helped, but without Layla or Quinn leading the way, they would have probably crashed or bumped into some of the walls on the way. Although Quinn was faster than everyone else, he chose to stay at the back of the group, in case any of the Wendigos had caught up with them. But as they were about to turn around the corner, he looked back, allowing the others to continue running ahead. "They're not following us. Can they not jump up that high?" Quinn thought. But that couldn't be it. The creatures were tall and powerful. Something like his should have been easy for them. With nothing following them, Quinn went to try and catch up with the others. When he managed to see the large warehouse, he entered the double doors, only to see the group staring at something. When he turned his head, he noticed they were looking at the glass container with all the dead bodies. "Come on," Logan said. "We can't do anything about it now. We can think about it later. Let's keep moving or they might catch up soon." Quinn knew that wasn't true, but he too was unsure what they were planning and wanted to leave as soon as possible. There was only one tunnel from the warehouse, and it eventually started to head downwards, until finally it opened up to a large space again. Now there were a few different tunnels splitting into multiple directions, each lit up with small blue lights along the way. The blue lights, and being underground, started to remind Quinn of the orange portal planet when he had discovered the blue crystals in the cave as well. "You guys made it," Vorden said, leaving the metal shutter-type door and coming over to the group. "I could hear some noises coming from the other side, and I was starting to get a little worried," he said, laughing nervously. "Where do we go now?" Layla asked. There were 3 tunnels in total, one of which they had come from, and then 2 situated opposite the large metal shutter door. "I don't know," Vorden replied. "That's why I thought it was best to call you guys. If this is the exit from the lab anyway, even if you managed to open the doors, we would be in the same position." Just as they were about to decide where to go, loud, continuous bangs were heard. The bangs were coming from the metal shutter, and it repeated itself multiple times, as if a horde of zombies was banging up against the shutter. "They can't get through that, right?" Layla asked. "It's made of glathrium." Quinn certainly knew he didn't have the strength to break it, so he was quite confident. But then all the little bangs suddenly stopped. A loud noise was made, bigger than all of the others before it. It had startled the group. When they looked at the shutter, a large dent could be seen. Whatever had made that impact, it wasn't one of the Wendigos, and they didn't want to stay and find out either. Episode 395, A New Type. The huge dent on the shutter was worrying everyone. It was clear that it was the doing of a single creature, and the sudden stop in the Wendigo's noise also made it apparent there was something far stronger than them in there. "Over here," Quinn said, deciding that they had to make a choice, left tunnel or right tunnel. No one cared as long as they could get away from whatever was about to chase after them. The entire group had entered the left tunnel, but none of them was as fast as Quinn himself, and he was trying his best to hold back his speed for the others. The only one that could keep up a little was Vorden. He always had been naturally athletic, and it seemed like his long legs helped him greatly in this situation. Then Sia, who was falling behind the others, suddenly tripped on a rock and fell. "Come on," Layla said, lending a hand and picking her up from the ground. The flooring wasn't exactly smooth. Although the cave looked to be carved and man-made, it was left untreated, and there were now many bumps that had grown from below and above. It made it even harder by the fact of how dark it was. As they continued to run, it seemed like there was no end in sight, and then Quinn had picked up something with his sensitive ears. Although they had run a good distance away from the shutter, in the cave-like area, loud sounds would often bounce, and his ears were highly sensitive. A loud scraping noise was heard, followed by a few clangs. It was clear that the creature had managed to break the glathrium door somehow. Straight after that, cries and shrieks followed, and the sound of hundreds of footsteps was heard coming after them. The Wendigos were now free. Knowing this, Quinn didn't want to frighten the others even more. If they focused just on running, perhaps they would fumble and fall even more now. "Come on, keep going. I can see something up ahead," Quinn lied, but it was the encouragement they needed. The sound of the Wendigo's footsteps were getting louder by the second. Quinn knew they were faster than them, and it would only be a matter of time before they caught up. Just in case, he decided to slow down and head to the back of the group. Logan had made a note of this move, and he had a good idea of what was going on. After running a bit further, there still was nothing ahead, and the others could only guess what Quinn had said wasn't true. Then a few moments later, the sound coming down from the tunnel could be heard by everyone. Still, it was hard to tell how close they truly were. "Just keep going! Don't look back! If they come near, I'll deal with them!" Quinn shouted, and the others did just that. Occasionally turning around once in a while, Quinn was waiting to see them pop into his view. He turned and ran. He kept on running, and then they finally came. There were too many to count, and only so many could fit through the tunnel at one time. He had no clue how many there were in the horde. What surprised him most, though, was that the Wendigos were even climbing up on the sides and the ceiling of the tunnel on all fours. There was one in front of the entire pack that was above. Seeing this, Quinn paused and threw a blood swipe directly above. Slicing off its legs and causing it to fall to the ground, its legs soon started to heal, but that didn't matter. The others behind continued to run forward, trampling over the fallen creature. "Get back!" Quinn shouted, as he threw out a few crescent blood kicks, but the distance between them was still great, and somehow most of them managed to move by scaling the walls in certain areas. If the attack did hit, they were able to stop it from hitting their vitals. "I see something," Layla said. "Up ahead!" It looked like a true exit was in sight for them all. Hoping to slow them down, Quinn directed one of his blood swipes at the cave wall, hoping it would collapse. Even though it had caused a deep groove, it didn't have much effect, due to how thick the cave walls were. Finally, as Vorden rushed ahead towards the tunnel exit, he thought perhaps there would be freedom, but instead, he paused for a brief second looking around him. The tunnel had led to what could only be described as a bridge, linking to another tunnel at the other end. The bridge didn't have anything below holding it, and from the side, there was no telling how deep it was. As the others joined him, they had done the same by looking around. "Keep moving. It'll hold our weight, don't worry," Logan said. "It was used before, can't you see? The sides still have the blue lights." Logan continued forward ahead of everyone else, and the rest of the group soon followed. As they got up to the halfway point, Quinn was still a little behind everyone else, and had only just arrived at the start of the bridge. "Quinn, hurry up!" Vorden shouted. Picking up speed, Quinn zoomed ahead to the center and turned around again. "You guys keep going. I think I can get rid of a good chunk of them on this bridge. I'll slow them down as much as possible, and I promise I'll catch up." Vorden wanted to argue a case, telling him to come with them, but seeing the girls and the others huffing and panting, he knew they were slowing down. Eventually they would be caught if Quinn didn't do anything. As they were starting to gather on the bridge, Quinn threw blood swipes after blood swipes, knocking many of the Wendigos off the bridge. However, some were able to crawl underneath and started to make their way to the center, trying to attack them. But Quinn was strong, knocking them away and off with a single strike. Another group of them came towards him, and with his palm open, he started to shoot out the blood spray, knocking them back and a couple off the edges into the never-ending dark pit. Still, using the blood ability was taking up his life force, and he would need a better solution soon. The only good thing was some of the Wendigos were dying in the process, giving him a good amount of EXP, but it didn't seem like all the ones that were falling off the bridge had the same effect. Finally, the group had reached the end of the bridge and was at the entrance of the tunnel. "What about Quinn?" Layla asked, as she turned around and saw him fighting the Wendigos. "He'll be okay," Vorden said hesitatingly. Then something strange started to happen. "Look," Sia pointed. "They're heading back." The Wendigos were no longer pushing forward, and instead started to slowly crawl back to the entrance, but then they made way, making sure not to block the path. A lot of them then proceeded to curl up into balls, and if one was to look close enough, a slight shiver could be seen. There was only one time when Quinn had seen a similar action happen before, and that was when the King-tier beast appeared underground. A large footstep was heard, and out from the shadow, they could now see all what had the other Wendigos all startled. It was a beast that looked similar to them, but a bit different at the same time. Its body was pale, just like theirs, only wider and larger. Its forearms were longer, and at the end it had 3 claw-like fingers that stretched out about 1/2 meter long. Its arms lay there by its side, and its fingertips scraped across the floor. Its eyes looked completely dead. As soon as Quinn saw it, he knew he was in trouble because the system had reacted. A ding in his ear was heard, and the notification screen in front of him appeared. "Quest granted. Defeat the Bone Claw. Rewards unknown. Optional quest. Become the Bone Claw's new master." Although he didn't understand the details of the optional quest, he knew the only time when it didn't specify the reward meant it would be a tough battle ahead of them. Quinn looked back at the others. He could see their worried faces. Then he looked at all the Wendigos and the bone claw in front of him. "Guys!" Quinn shouted. "Exit from this place. Try to find as much information about Fex and Peter as you can, and wait for me. I'll see you there." As the bone claw and the Wendigos got closer to the center of the platform, Quinn stomped his foot hard on the ground and punched downward, performing the hammer strike. The area he had punched was the thinnest part of the bridge, and in nearly an instant, the impact had caused the bridge to collapse and fall. The others slowly watched Quinn, the bone claw, and the Wendigo fall into the dark pit. Episode 396, Freedom. The entire group had seen everything, and it was the last thing that they expected to happen. The long, thin bridge that connected the two tunnels had completely broken, and the strange, large creature with the army of Wendigos had fallen into the deep, dark pit. "Quinn, surely there was a better way than that," Vorden said as he looked down in the dark hole, still not being able to see even the bottom. Not all of the Wendigos had fallen when the bridge broke, as there were still many on the other side. They continued to snarl and shout while looking at the others, while standing partly on the broken bridge and some inside the tunnel. One of the Wendigos ran forward and used what little part of the bridge there was before it tried leaping with all its power. It managed to gain quite a height and distance, but it only managed to reach the halfway point before falling into the bottomless pit. After seeing this, a few of the other Wendigos attempted to do the same, but all of them ended in the same result. A while later they could tell that there was no way to get to the other side and started to leave, heading back into the tunnel. It seemed they had at least some instincts. Once they had left, the growls and cries had stopped and no longer echoed. It had quietened down, and the group could hear their thoughts. With this, Vorden went to grab a small stone from inside the tunnel. He peeked over the edge and let go, dropping the stone. The group waited and waited as the stone fell, but no sound was heard. Clenching his fist and closing his eyes, Vorden could only hope Quinn was okay. "It's a big drop, but it doesn't mean he's dead," Logan said, as he knew what they were all thinking and what Vorden was trying to do with his little test. If they were to hear a sound when the rock reached the bottom, then it would give them an idea of how far the drop down was, but they had heard nothing. "He's not dead," Layla said with confidence as she placed her hand across her chest and closed her eyes. "I can still feel the connection. He's alive. We should do what he said, try to find a way out here, and meet him outside when we can." Layla's words managed to cheer up both Logan and Vorden. They knew she wouldn't lie about something like this. If Quinn was dead, then she would probably be on her knees sobbing, and the fact she wasn't doing that gave the two of them confidence. "Do you think he can get out?" Sia asked. Looking at the broken bridge, it was their only way to the strange base, and Logan started to think if there was any way they would be able to return to it in the future. "This place is quite big, and considering it was used as a facility at one point, it's quite possible there is more than one exit," Logan explained. "Remember, there were 2 tunnels to choose from. We haven't run into any other pathways when we were running down, so we can guess the other tunnel leads somewhere else. Also back at the lab where we started. Apart from the 6 doors for the trials, there were also 2 large shutter doors on either side. Most likely there is more than one way to get there." Still, even if there were multiple exits, if one was to get back to the lab, they would have an army of creatures to deal with. Before the group set off, Vorden looked down the pit one more time, as the image of the bone claw was pictured in his head. "I hope those things are dead, especially the big boy, and not with you down there, Quinn. Good luck." Carefully, the group continued to walk through the tunnels, and they were now traveling in pairs. Vorden is stuck at the front with Logan. With his equipment, he was able to see and lead the way, and Vorden would be his type of body to guard if anything was to come out, while Sia and Layla stayed at the back, using Layla's ability to see in the night. They were quite confident no more creatures would come from behind and attack, since the bridge was broken, so this information was designed by keeping both Layla and Sia in mind. Being ranged and support types, they could help out wherever possible. Due to her vampire subclass, Layla didn't have the things that Quinn did, such as super strength, speed, and so on. However, her powers also didn't depend on Quinn like Peter, but instead on her own emotions and Sia's next to her. Proceeding cautiously through the tunnel, they slightly jumped a few times, forming strange noises. but most of it was just a water drip from above or someone kicking a stone across the floor. Sia seemed to be continuously praying along the way as she felt frightened, but every so often that would go away, and Layla standing next to her would feel satisfied. Still looking at Sia, she did seem like a different person compared to what she was before. Sia was a cocky, confident girl. Was it all because of the pure training? Can it change a person that much? Seeing this, Layla started to think back to Eren again. If Sia had changed this much from forgetting everything to do with pure, how much did Eren change after learning everything about pure? Gripping her bow tightly, she remembered her resolve. She hadn't only come on this trip to save Fex and Peter or help Quinn out, but it was for herself, to grow her skills and get stronger so she could save Eren one day. The path never split off, and it continued straight. They still walked, but it finally looked like something could be seen ahead. It was still dark, but a little bit of it was clear enough that it was different compared to the whole cave. Not just that, but it looked like the blue lights stopped ahead as well. Then they started to feel the wind breeze up ahead, and a smile appeared across all their faces. "That's the exit, right? I'm right, that's the exit, yeah!" Sia said excitedly. The group was now naturally walking faster than before without realizing it. The idea of getting out of this place was urging their tired and weak legs to walk faster, and then finally they had stepped out of the cave and were all fully outside. Sia and Layla, who were the most tired, immediately fell to the ground as they rested their bodies, while the two boys started to look around, taking in the scenery they were at and where they had just come from. The sky was dark and 2 moons could be seen in front, glowing. It allowed them to see without the need for night vision equipment, but it was still dark outside. However, it made one thing clear, that they were no longer on Earth. In front of them, out of the cave entrance, was a dark forest. The trees looked dead, but on a closer inspection, their leaves just weren't green in color like they were used to, but instead were a light gray. The forest blocked most of their vision, so they weren't able to see beyond as they looked behind them. To see what they had just exited from, it appeared they were inside a fairly large mountain this whole time. "Maybe if we climb up the mountain a bit, we can see where we are and what's around us," Logan said. "What already?" Layla complained. "Can't we have a brief rest before moving?" Honestly, Logan didn't think it was a good idea. They were in an unknown place and by the edge of the forest. Who knew what creatures remained there? "Don't worry," Vorden said. "I'll go. You look after the equipment and protect the girls." "Then take this," Logan said, as a spider ran down his sleeve and hopped onto Vorden's shoulder. "When he comes back, I can see what you saw." The mountain wasn't too steep, and although there wasn't a direct pathway, Vorden was able to scale it with ease. Before climbing, he looked at it for a little while and had chosen the best path. It was all in his head, as his foot pushed off from one platform to the other, until eventually he was in a high enough place and stopped. Wasn't his ability just to copy others? Logan thought. He has a lot of skill. He reminds me of a ninja, Sia said. While on the top, Vorden looked out from the platform over the forest outward at their position. The forest was large, but it didn't look like it went on too far. But past the forest, it looked like they could see what they were looking for. Lights were shining from the vampire settlement, and a giant castle stood at the end, surrounded by 7 castles on each side. His heart started to thump, louder and louder, looking at the place. It was a beauty, a sight to behold, and soon they would be making their way there. Episode 397, The Bone Claw. The sound of water dripping could be heard constantly falling into a large lake. Each time it fell, a ripple would spread out. Floating in the pool of water, several bodies could be seen, bobbing up and down in the water. Some on their fronts with their heads stuck in the water, some on their back. One of these bodies was Quinn, lying on his back. His body continued drifting away, unaware of what was happening. Then suddenly a large object came crashing down from above in the pool of water, causing waves that pushed Quinn's body off to the side, until it had eventually caught on a piece of the cave flooring. His body pressed down on the floor, with his cheek on the hard and cold surface. Slowly, his eyes started to open. Unable to see the sight around him clearly, yet he could still feel the cold water on his legs, as his bottom half was still submerged. I'm alive? Quinn thought, but the thoughts came slowly, as if he couldn't quite piece things together. However, what little he could see was blocked by a notification screen, and he managed to make out a few of the messages he had received. You have received critical damage. Your health is falling. 9 of 95 HP, 8 of 95 HP. Clearing the messages away, Quinn tried to look around him, but his body felt like it had been completely shattered. There was no telling how high the fall was from, and perhaps if he hadn't landed in a pool of water, he would have no longer been alive to tell the tale. Still, even if he couldn't move, he tried to look around. All he could see near him were a few of the Wendigos' bodies, which had also wound up on this part of the cave flooring. Some of them had missed the pool of water and were no longer moving, while another that wasn't too far away from Quinn was starting to crawl his way to him. Its legs had been smashed, but they were regenerating, and with its long, skinny arms, it pulled itself across the floor, inching its way closer. "Ah!" it screamed, and then it started to pick up speed. "I will not die here," Quinn shouted, but he was far too weak to move. Then the Wendigo's body stopped moving. With his vision still blurry, it was hard to make out what had happened, but it looked like something had stabbed it through its head, and a few seconds later, its head had fallen to the floor. Seeing this at this moment, Quinn's eyes went to black again. 5 of 95 HP, auto-activating blood bank, 100 milliliters of blood have been consumed, regenerating. A certain amount of time had passed, but it was hard to tell how long. This time, as Quinn regained consciousness, he could see a lot better. He shook his head and slowly lifted himself out of the water as he tried to remember what happened. When he was hurt, he wasn't able to think straight. It had not only affected his vision, but his mind as well. The blood bank had luckily healed him up, using it automatically. 55 of 95 HP. There was still 100 milliliters of blood left to be used, just in case of emergencies, and Quinn would keep that for now. He wasn't hungry for blood, and he should have healed enough for it to start eating naturally on its own over time. He started looking around him, and he could see that the 20 or so Wendigos that had fallen with him were now dead. However, he started to notice something strange. Although some of them have died from falling, not all of them did. The memory of one coming after him was appearing in his head. As he walked around and took a look, Quinn could see that a lot of the Wendigos' heads had been sliced off. What happened to them? The large cut made it look like whatever was able to kill them was able to do so with ease. It was also a clean strike. Quinn started to twist his head around in different directions, as if he was looking for something, but he couldn't see it anywhere. When they were on that bridge, there was a large new creature they hadn't seen before, called the Bone Claw. Quinn was sure it had fallen with him, but looking around, he couldn't find traces of it anywhere. Did it sink into the water, or maybe it left me alone because it thought I was dead? Quinn thought. On that bridge, Quinn knew what he was doing. He wasn't being reckless. As he attacked the Wendigos on the bridge and they fell into the pit, around half of them he had gained EXP from, meaning they had fallen and died. As for the others that fell, he gained nothing. There was a good chance that Quinn would survive, and knowing his body was several times stronger than the Wendigos, it was the only thing he could think of at the time, hopefully also dealing with the big Bone Claw as well. Still, the mystery of the disappearing Bone Claw and the cut-up Wendigos weren't his concern. What was more important to him right now was finding a way out. Standing by the pool of water, Quinn looked up to see if he could see the bridge from up high, but there was nothing. He needed to find another way out. Looking around, there were a few tunnels that looked like they led somewhere, but unlike the ones above which had blue lights leading the way, these had none, suggesting they were not man-made paths. However, there were some blue crystals stuck into the wall on the other side of the pool of water, which lit up the place quite nicely. Before going, Quinn went to brush some water over his face. He was about to, when he saw all the dead Wendigos in the water. Maybe that's not a good idea. As he looked down into the water, though, he spotted his reflection coming off it. A panic set in seeing this. When looking at his face, he could see something over his shoulder, too. Quickly, he twisted his body, turning around, while throwing out his fist, hoping to hit the creature. But his fist carried on going forward as it hit nothing but air, and his whole body spun around. A fighting stance had been taken, and his eyes started to dart around the room, yet there was nothing, apart from him and the dead Wendigo's body. But I saw it! The Bone Claw was right there in the reflection. Sure that he wasn't going crazy, he started to look around the area again, seeing if he could see it anywhere, but still nothing. Returning to the pool of water, Quinn gulped before looking down again, and there it was, staring right back at him at his face, but by his side the Bone Claw as well. Turning his head again, there was nothing there. Turning back to look at the reflection, the Bone Claw was there again. Still afraid that it might all be a trick, Quinn punched the reflection in the water, causing large waves to crash. As the water slowly filled back up and started to settle, he could see the reflection once again, and it was still there over his shoulder. Seriously, am I going crazy? Trying to look out the corner of his eye, he went to see if it was there, but still nothing. It was clear that the bone claw could only be seen when looking in the reflection. A thought came into his head about the optional quest that had come at the time. Also the notifications that appeared that he got rid of. Maybe the answers were in there. Status 33,890 of 51,200 XP. Killing around 20 or so of the Wendigos had given him a nice amount of EXP, but that wasn't what he was trying to find out right now. However, if the bone claw had died in the fall, then surely he would have at least leveled up from it. That's when he spotted something strange by his name, something he never thought he would see. Familiar, bone claw. Bring up past notifications, Quinn ordered. He could see the blood bank being activated and him losing health, but before that he could see it. Next to it was a congratulations message. Quest failed. Defeat the bone claw. Congratulations. Optional quest has been completed. Become the bone claw's new master. Quest reward. You have obtained bone claw as your familiar.
Episode 398, The Bone Claw's Master. Looking at his status, Quinn was at a loss for words. To say he was shocked would be an understatement. He truly didn't understand what was going on at all, and there were far too many questions he needed to ask at once. Somehow, he had managed to complete an optional quest, and all of this was done while he was passed out in the water. How is that possible? What happened? Trying hard to think back at any possibilities, there was nothing that he could think of. Even if the bone claw had been defeated by the sudden fall, then why wasn't the first quest complete? And what even were the conditions to become the bone claw's master? Luckily, there was one person with him who could probably answer his questions. Although he wasn't heavily relying on him for help, because there were many times he had failed him before. Okay, I guess I should start with a simple question first, Quinn said, looking and staring at his status screen. What's a familiar? I thought you started to hate me because you hadn't talked to me in so long, the system replied. Well, I can safely say that we are in my domain now. So any questions you have on this type of topic, I can freely give you all the information you need, it said in a cheery voice. Although Quinn did not look entertained, as he remembered the image of the horrible bone claw, it was still sending small shivers down his spine as he thought about it. A familiar is a vampire's companion. Think of it like a little pet. They do whatever their masters wish. Their life force is now linked together with yours. But some stronger familiars do have a will of their own, so do not confuse that with complete control. Just because their life is linked with yours does not mean that they will do what you say. However, it does mean that they will do everything in their power to protect you. Usually. If a familiar dies, it doesn't die either. It's just temporarily out of use, as it takes a while for it to reform, and later on, it can be used again. The only way to kill a familiar is to kill its owner. Usually a marking or an item of some sort can be used to keep this on your person. Do you remember the earring Fex wore? That too was his own familiar. It certainly sounded like so far there were no downsides to having a familiar, apart from it not being completely under Quinn's control, but it seemed like the pros outweigh the cons. Does every vampire have a familiar? Quinn asked. No, the system replied. Familiars are, in a way, not of this world, or you can even go as far as to say not of this universe. At least that's what my research showed me. The vampires from time to time can bring these familiars from their universe into our own. While this is a type of contract that is usually only formed when they agree to help each other, they tend to only attach themselves to the strong. You see, most of the time the main goal of the familiar is to stay in this world, but they also have their wishes. Over time, perhaps a natural bond will be created and they forego these wishes, but at the start, they are picky, strange type. And if they believe that their master can no longer satisfy their desires or wishes, they will attempt to kill the owner. They would rather die than be with someone so weak. Because of this, a special rule was put in place. Only the vampire leaders as well as their successors can have a familiar. Since this rule was implemented, I don't believe there has been an incident. Not during my time anyway. Over the years, we learned more and more to make it less dangerous. So in truth, perhaps more vampires could have familiars as well, but now it has become a tradition to only allow the leaders and their successors to have them. As expected, there always seemed to be a downside to something like this. It couldn't have all just been one way, but nothing in life was like that. There had to be some kind of balance. The image that appeared in his head was of the Wendigo being stabbed through the head again. Then Quinn started to think about all the Wendigos that were dead around him. Was that all the doing of the Bone Claw? If that was the case, then instead of killing Quinn, did the Bone Claw decide to choose him as his master? Why me? Why did the Bone Claw choose me? Quinn asked. Well, although I said I could give you answers to everything, I can't read the Bone Claw's mind. However, there is someone we can ask. Why don't we ask the familiar himself? Knowing that the Bone Claw had chosen him, Quinn didn't think it would decide to kill him this early on. It was still too early on to tell whether or not he was worthy, so it shouldn't be a risk. How? Take off your shirt, the system ordered. What? Quinn exclaimed, a little embarrassed at the request that he made. Don't be silly now. I have no interest in a young boy's body. Who do you think I am? The system said, half annoyed. The reason why I'm asking is that there is no object, and when you look in the water, you can see the Bone Claw's reflection, correct? This means the Bone Claw has attached itself somewhere to you. Perhaps there is a marking of some kind, and right now I can't see any markings on you. I'm just hoping it's below your shirt and not anywhere else. Hearing this, Quinn too was hoping that the marking wasn't in some type of strange place. As he complied with the request and started to take off his shirt. Ah, there it is, the system said with joy. It looks like the marking is on your back. The marking was a circle the size of a fist down his back, and when looking closer, it looked more like a strange-looking skull, as it had 2 dark eyes and the mouth of a demon. It looks kinda cool. It suits you. Go on, then. Now we know where the marking is. Why don't you summon it? The system said. That's what I was waiting for you to tell me how to do, you idiot, Quinn said, as he was starting to get more frustrated with the system more and more. Hey, it's been a long time, and I can't tell you everything. Most of the time it comes from a special feeling. Why don't you try and think about the Bone Claw? Maybe it will appear, the system shouted back. In truth, if one was to watch the argument that was going on right now, they would only be able to see one person here, Quinn shouting, and no one else, because when the system spoke, it would speak in his mind. Still, while the two were bickering loudly, the voice managed to attract some unwanted attention. One of the Wendigos who was in the water was still alive. It slowly started to paddle its way towards the noise. While all of this was happening, Quinn was unaware, still bickering away. A loud splash was heard as it leaped its way across the pond out, and with its long arms stretched it was coming towards Quinn. The loud shriek had shocked Quinn, but what surprised him even more was before he could even do anything to kill it, directly in front of him, the very thing he was trying to summon was there. The creature's body had blocked the view of everything. Its back was large, blocking Quinn's view, so he was unable to see anything that happened. Then, when it turned around, the blood could be seen covering its long, dangling fingers. Not even for a second did Quinn even feel like he was the master of such a powerful-looking, scary thing, but it stood right there in front of him doing nothing, and the system also noticed the marking on his back had disappeared. Inspect. Bone Claw. Large undead, who always seems to be suffering in hatred and pain. While searching for a master, it specifically looks for those with the strongest source of evil intent in the area. It will do whatever it can to fill this need of its master's desires. They love to torture their victims and hide in the shadows. They can constantly teleport within a small area and will use their hardened, bony fingers to slice their enemies. While some Bone Claws do appear before their masters and fulfill their wishes, at times they will go out on their own, fulfilling their master's subconscious desires. Reading the information in front of him made Quinn equally confused. He had no evil desires, or at least to him he thought he had no evil desires, so why did it choose him? Or was it just stuck in the facility for so long that it had chosen to attach itself to the first thing it could see? Plucking up the courage, Quinn decided to ask. Why? Why did you choose me? Quinn said. The system wanted to interrupt Quinn, asking him what he was doing, if this confrontation ended badly. Then there was a chance it could change its mind and try to kill Quinn, forcing a fight that they had just avoided. Bone Claws were incredibly strong, and the truth was the AI had never heard of a vampire managing to obtain one as a familiar before, at least not a normal vampire. The last one that had done so was the Vampire King during his time. The Bone Claw didn't reply and simply lifted its finger, pointing to one of the tunnels. I think he wants you to go this way, the system said. Shortly after, the Bone Claw started to disappear in front of Quinn, like a shadow slowly fading, and eventually the mark on his back appeared again. Putting back his clothes, Quinn felt like there was nothing he could do for now, and he would just have to go along with it. The bone claw chose him, and it didn't want to kill him. That was good enough for now. As long as it didn't try to stop him from trying to save Peter, then that was okay with him. Out of all the tunnels that he could have chosen to go down, Quinn eventually decided to pick the one that the bone claw had chosen. It was clear it didn't want to kill him, so perhaps it was trying to show him something. After a long walk down the tunnel, he was finally greeted with a few stairs. Walking up the stairs, there were what looked like 2 slanted doors. Pushing them open, the outside sky could be seen. He had finally exited the cave. Episode 399, In the Trees. Returning down from the hill, Vorden explained to the others what he had seen, while the little spider hopped back over that was with him and was able to pass on the information to Logan. He could now see everything as if he was on top of the hill and had seen everything himself. They decided to move a little away from the entrance, but not too far, so they were out of sight of the exit. They found a small covering. It looked like a dent inside the mountain, which made it nice for cover, but it didn't go in too deep. They stayed there while one person would keep watch at the entrance. The reason why they chose to do this was just in case Quinn would soon be out after them, but as time went past, it was becoming more apparent that he might not be coming out any time soon. Still, everyone thought it would be a good time for them to rest before setting off again. They had just gone through quite a draining experience after all. "So, the castles and everything? This is the vampire's home planet?" Layla asked. "Yeah, looks like it, and judging by the size of the city, it seems like there's quite a lot of them as well," Vorden replied, as he stood just outside the small exit of the cave, watching the entrance where they had come from. "So what is the plan?" Sia said, sitting and leaning her head on Layla's shoulders. "It might be possible that Quinn has already left through another exit," Logan said. "Although we could wait for him, he did say to go and try to find out as much information as possible. The mountain is quite large, and as soon as he leaves, he might also head straight for the vampire settlement. We're only wasting our time here if we stay any longer." The others sat in silence as they thought about it for a while. They honestly knew what they needed to do, but still they just weren't quite ready for it yet. Judging by how Quinn had been acting in school and this whole time here, he was recently trying to rush through everything. The others couldn't blame him for this either, as they had a month in total to find out where Fex and Peter were, come up with a plan to save them, and safely return to the school. It sounded like a lot of time, but it wasn't at all, especially when they had no starting point and no information to go on. They were in the unknown. Using the tools in Logan's backpack, he was able to give out some blankets for the others to sleep in. They took it in turns as they slept. It looked like for now the mountain area was quite safe, at least the outside area of it. So far they hadn't seen any signs of life, including beasts or a sort that came close to it, but they couldn't say the same for the forest, as they had yet to enter. After everyone had a good rest, they were now ready to set off again. Layla looked at the sky, and it was still dark outside. It felt strange to go to sleep and wake up hours later, still seeing the sky the same color, but it was something they all had to get used to. "Okay, everyone, have your spray bottles and masks ready," Logan said. Apart from Layla, the others took out the spray bottles with the red liquid inside. Logan demonstrated giving 2 sprays to himself, and the others followed. To them, they could smell no difference. Layla also couldn't tell the difference, which meant it was most likely an ability that only the vampires possessed, and was not part of the subclass's abilities. "With the masks, keep them on you for now. It's okay if they see your face. We are not here to cause trouble anyway. But if something happens, we get split up or anything of the sort, then we will be able to communicate using these," Logan explained. "Did you have to say that?" Layla said. "You know you just jinxed us, right?" With everything packed and done, the group took one last look at the cave entrance they had exited from, hoping Quinn would be there, but still there were no signs of him. Closing her eyes, Layla could still faintly feel him, so she decided to continue walking forward, knowing he was okay. As they entered the forest, just like when inside the cave, they were on high alert. This in itself was mentally draining. Perhaps a large snake, or maybe even something worse than the Wendigos, were in here. But they knew it needed to be done, so they carried on moving with caution together. As they continued to walk, they saw plants that they had never seen before, strange, large, multicolored mushrooms, trees that bent and twisted in strange ways. It was similar to a beast planet, but for some reason they just felt like everything looked 10 times scarier. "The city shouldn't be too far ahead. Do you think we'll get in okay?" Vorden asked. "From what I saw, there didn't seem to be any gate or anything of that sort situated there," Logan said. "Perhaps they are confident in their strength, or maybe this is the first time their base has even been found without them knowing about it." "And what happens if they find out we aren't vampires?" Sia asked as she took a gulp. "Taking a guess, perhaps we would be put in a glass container like the last one," Logan replied. "Fed to some creatures or pets the vampires own. Maybe our blood will even be used for food. I wonder if my blood tastes good." "Would you please stop going into details?" Layla replied, seeing Sia was now feeling a bit woozy.
"Maybe we shouldn't ask questions. We don't want to know the answer," Vorden replied.
Just then the sound of leaves could be heard rustling behind them. In an instant they turned around, but Vorden chose to not draw his weapons out. This was because the sound wasn't just coming from one direction. The rustling of leaves was coming from multiple directions. As they looked at what was happening, all they could see were black figures moving from tree to tree at an incredibly fast speed, and when they finally reached them, each of them was ready for a confrontation. A few seconds later, though, nothing happened. The small black shadows that could be seen from the trees continued heading forward, heading towards the city.
"What were they?"
Sia whispered to Layla. "I think it's best if we stop talking about our situation, now that we are getting closer to the vampire settlement," Vorden said. "We all know how good Quinn's hearing is. There are others who could be the same." Vorden didn't say it outright, but Logan understood why he had brought it up. It was a good chance that the things that were moving about in the trees were vampires. The group walked for a little bit, this time not saying anything to each other, but then the rustling of leaves sounded again. When they looked behind them, only with two of the trees this time could they see the leaves rustling from one onto the next. They were heading towards the group, and Logan kept walking while signaling to everyone that they should do the same. "I told you we would be late," a voice shouted out loudly. "I can't believe you wanted to try to look for something better. It's not my fault. When we all go in like that, they all run away. Well, hopefully this is a nice enough gift for our first day," another male voice said. As the two boys jumped from tree to tree, a certain smell managed to enter one of their noses. When looking down, they could see a group of kids. "Hey, do you think they know what time it is?" one of them asked. "What, walking at that speed? Of course not," the other replied. Suddenly, in front of the group out from the trees, two figures dropped directly in front of them. Both of them were male and looked to be around the same age as them. One of them was black-skinned in color, with a crew cut named Fred, while the other had long wavy hair that split both ways, going down to his shoulders, named Snow. They looked like an odd pair of friends, but that didn't matter right now. "Hey, do you know what time it is? If you guys don't hurry up, you're going to be late," Fred said. The others didn't reply to it, knowing that if they said something wrong or suspicious, it could become troublesome. Hence they decided to leave it to Logan instead. "Late," Logan said, and nothing else. What he was pleased about, though, was it seemed like they hadn't been found out, and the spray had worked. "Yes, late! They'll kill you if you're late!" Snow shouted, looking concerned. The others, standing at the back, were getting more frightened by the words, "kill." "Yeah, the teachers will kill us," Fred said. "It's the first day of school, after all." Episode 400, Vampire School. Walking through the forest, the group and the two vampires were now traveling together. Not much was said apart from their initial reaction. One, because of how much of an urgency they seemed to be in, and two, because the others didn't want to say anything either. At first they were running through the forest. They were now not traveling up in the trees, but by foot, and every so often they seemed to stop to check their position. This was good for some of the others, as they felt like they were outright sprinting just to keep up, rather than jogging, but soon they started to slow down as they got closer to their destination. Without saying much more, the group felt like they had no choice but to follow the students in front of them. They all had no clue how the vampire system worked, but one thing was clear: they were mistaken as students. Vorden, while looking at the others, couldn't blame them either. Apart from him, the others looked like kids, perhaps even younger. Especially Logan, with his short body frame and small limbs. He was surprised he didn't get mistaken for a middle schooler more often. The good news was that the group wasn't too far away from the location that they needed to go, but then while following Fred, he noticed that they took a slight detour. Right now, they were not heading towards the large city at all, but off to the side. "Come on, you slowpokes," Fred said, annoyed. "I know we're nice to show you the quickest way and everything, but we don't want to be late." Just then, as they exited out of the forest, the trees started to clear, and they could see what only looked like a regular school campus. Maybe regular wasn't the correct word, as it seemed like the building was built in an old Victorian style. There were a total of 4 separate buildings. In front of that was a large open dirt field. A couple of hundred of students, could be seen walking inside. And off to the side of the main building there were 3 old buildings to the right. Some of the students were heading that way as well, but far fewer. "Well, we got you here," Snow said, "so don't blame us if you don't hurry it up." The 2 quickly fled ahead and went to enter the school. "What do we do?" Layla asked. "This isn't the main city, right?" "By my calculation," Logan replied, "it shouldn't be too far from here. It should only be a few hundred meters to the right." "So should we leave?" Sia asked, as she continuously looked at the students, although she had to admit most of them looked just like regular humans, but just as she thought this. She spotted a strange female student with wings and a tail on her back going off into one of the buildings. "No, they're not normal at all." "Maybe that's not a good idea," Vorden said. "We don't know the vampire rules. Maybe all students around our age are required to go to school. If we were spotted around town, it would raise suspicion. Right now we know nothing about this world, and it could be a good chance to learn more about it." They knew Vorden spoke good sense. Humans had a drafting system themselves, and even in the past, some countries had laws that were different from others. The worst thing they could do is offend someone without knowing it, causing a big issue while they were here. "But won't they know we aren't meant to be a part of the school?" Layla said. "You can leave that to me," Logan replied. "There's bound to be a computer system somewhere. They use technology, and based on the teleporters, it might even be better than our own. Also, I think we all missed one big point. Vex was the same age as us. Surely he went to school as well. This could be the perfect opportunity to learn what happened to him, or what is going to happen to him. We can regroup with Quinn and leave this place later once we find everything." With that said, the decision would be made. For now, they would pretend to be students learning about the vampire ways and world, also while trying to gather information on Vex. "Oh, and one more important thing. I don't think I need to say this, but I thought so just in case," Logan said. "Remember to spray yourself every 4 hours. The maximum limit is 5. Don't let anyone see you doing this unless you have to. And lastly, although the spray can cover up your outside smell, it can't cover up what's inside you." The girls looked a little confused about this. "I'm talking about your blood. Don't go causing trouble. Don't start any fights. If they catch a whiff of our actual blood, I'm sure the whole place will know in seconds that we're humans." They all nodded and understood, and it took a few seconds more for Sia than the others to pluck up the courage to start moving forward. But as long as she had Layla by her side, she knew she would be okay. As she turned her head to take a look at her, she gave a smile. As the group walked towards the school together, they made sure to stay close. It wasn't much of a problem, as kids often traveled in groups, so it didn't look too suspicious. But suddenly, as they entered the middle of the field, they heard a scream. "Ah!" A group of shrieks at the same time was made. As the group turned their heads to see what was happening, it was a group of 5 girls who looked a little odd. Some of them had tails, while others had more vampiric or demonic features, even a bit of red skin on one of them. "Did they find us out this soon already?" Vorden thought, as he started to feel his back sweating a little. Then one of the girls lifted their hands and pointed at Layla while they continued to scream, and the next second they rushed over. "Oh my God," the girl said at the front. She was a blonde girl with a fairly large rack, and had her shirt open, revealing it as so. One of the most unusual features was the single horn on top of her head and the red tail that came out from behind. "Wouldn't you just want to stick your head in those and shake them about?" Rayton said. Vorden honestly didn't have a response and looked away from the girl so Rayton could no longer see. Although this didn't go unnoticed by the blonde girl in the front, she quickly moved aside and started to go up Vorden's leg with the end of her tail. "Please don't," Vorden said, having grabbed the tail before it could do anything else. "You're no fun," the girl said as she went back to the other girls, who had practically surrounded Layla and shunned Sia out of the circle. Sia was constantly trying to get in so she could stay close, but she couldn't in the end. "I can't believe it," one of them said as she placed her hands and started to touch the 2 small bumps on her forehead. "They're real." The group of girls continued to stare at Layla as if they were starstruck, and Layla didn't know how to deal with this at all, as she continued to fidget, but didn't want to try to shove her way out of the circle. "Are you a Hanya?" one of the girls asked. Layla knew what she was after Logan and Quinn had informed her. She then went on to do some research of her own, and she was indeed the Hanya thing that they were referring to. Yes, I am," Layla replied, in a soft, shy voice. "Wow, so she is one. I've never seen one. Weren't they meant to be all ugly? But this one is so pretty," another girl said. "Come on," the blonde girl in front said, as she grabbed Layla by the hand. She started to drag her off to one of the buildings located to the side. "We'll look after you, otherwise these scary, boring boys will take advantage of you." She then quickly pulled her tongue out at Vorden, whose face had gone red at this point. "Wait!" Sia shouted, but Logan quickly stopped her from saying anything else. Logan noticed that the building they were heading to wasn't the same building that Fred and Snow had gone into. On closer inspection, it looked like different types of people were heading into different buildings. As Layla was being pulled away, she had to ask, "What's going on? Aren't we supposed to go to the main building?" Layla said. "Don't be silly," the blonde girl replied. "That's only for vampires. We're subclasses. You have category A over there, then building B, and us are in C. Looks like you didn't pay much attention to the information they sent to your home, but don't you worry, we'll look after you." Layla then turned her head as she continued to be dragged away from the others with a concerned look on her face. She had been separated from the group, but she wasn't the only one that was affected, as Sia too felt like she was alone.